Chapter 1. The Empress Awakens. The Realm of Immortals. Eastern Domain. Celestial Sword Sect. Lin Xingyo was lounging in a rattan chair, his legs crossed, flipping through two idle books. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon his disciple Su Shirhan, who was practicing under a willow tree, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. He was not from the realm of immortals. He was a transmigrator, originally lying under a bridge, waiting for death. He had inexplicably found himself in this world as a transmigrator. Here, strength was supreme. As a transmigrator, Lin Xingyo naturally aspired to become a supreme ruler of the world. But unfortunately, he couldn't cultivate. He was an incurable, invincible waste body that had persisted for 10,000 years. Just as he despaired, he unexpectedly awakened a system. However, just as he was overjoyed, ready to soar to the heavens with the help of the system, he discovered that the system was incredibly frustrating. It required him to sign in at the forbidden grounds of the Celestial Sword Sect for 3 years. On the day of completion, he would become invincible throughout the world. Of course, the system occasionally issued some daily tasks, such as farming, digging wells, and even sending him down the mountain to take in disciples. Over the past 3 years, Lin Xingyo had already become somewhat numb, but fortunately, today was the final day of the 3-year sign-in. Sign in successful. Host obtained the Great Completion Ancient Holy Body. Host obtained 3 Invincible Supreme Bones. Host obtained the Invincible Supreme Technique, Devouring Heaven Art. Host obtained the Martial Tao Heavenly Eyes. Host obtained the Demon Heaven Lute. Host obtained the Primordial Sword. Ding! Great Completion Ancient Holy Body Integrating. Not good. Lin Xingyo's heart trembled. Suddenly, his dantian surged with explosive spiritual energy, and his strength skyrocketed. His cultivation instantly broke through to the blood-moving realm, and his aura continued to rise rapidly. Cave Heaven Realm. Transformation Spirit Realm. Inscribed Patterns Realm. He surged through the formation array, Sovereign, Holy Sacrifice, Heavenly God, Void Tao, Human Immortal, Heavenly Immortal, Profound Immortal, Immortal King, Semi-Emperor, and Immortal Emperor realms, soaring to the peak of the Immortal Emperor 9th layer. Huff! After a while, Lin Xingyo's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. Bright light flooded his vision. He then summoned the Demon Heaven Lute, examining it for a moment. His gaze suddenly fell upon Su Shirhan, who was practicing under the willow tree. For this disciple of his, Lin Xingyo honestly felt a bit guilty in his heart. If he had gone down the mountain earlier 3 years ago and met Su Shirhan, so many things wouldn't have happened. Alas! Thinking of the events from 3 years ago, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Su Shirhan was a pitiful child. Originally, with her talents, she could have become an inner door disciple of the Celestial Sword Sect. In the future, she would certainly rise through the ranks. But after awakening her spiritual body and bloodline, her own father had dug out her bones and transferred her blood to her younger brother. From that day forward, she too became a worthless person, just like him. Countless times, Lin Xingyo thought, if he had received the task and gone down the mountain back then, he could have saved Su Shirhan, preventing her from being betrayed by her own father, who dug out her bones and transferred her blood to her brother, reducing her to a Feiwu. This matter had always weighed on Lin Xingyo's conscience. Now that he had become invincible in the world, it was time to make amends for his guilt. Let her also officially embark on the path of cultivation. With this thought, Lin Xingyo immediately put away the Demon Heaven Lute and looked at Su Shirhan, whose face was cold as ice but who had never given up on practicing. Lin Xingyo decided to go out and find some heavenly treasures to help Su Shirhan reawaken her spiritual body and bloodline. Lin Xingyo made up his mind. He got up and slowly walked to the door, then flashed and appeared in the wilderness mountains. However, the next moment, Su Shirhan, who had been sitting under the willow tree practicing, suddenly opened her eyes, looking at everything in front of her in astonishment. What's going on? Su Shirhan's face instantly showed a puzzled expression. She had been reborn. She hadn't died. The ruthless empress, at the last moment of her failed ascension, had shattered her body and been reborn. Su Shirhan's face suddenly showed a shocked expression. In this life, I actually have a useless master. In her previous life, she had no attachments. Step by step, she had proven the Tao and become an emperor. In this life, how could she have a useless master? She must sever the karma between him and her. Only by being unattached could she achieve perfection in her heart. Only by being ruthless and killing her master to prove the Tao could she break through the shackles of the heavenly Tao and ascend to the immortal domain. Furthermore, how could a mere good-for-nothing be qualified to be the master of the ruthless empress? Su Shirhan's breathtakingly beautiful face, like the ancient ice of 10,000 years, instantly condensed an overwhelming killing intent. My useless master, I will personally send you to your demise. Chapter 2. Empress Disciple. Shall I, your master, give you a bath? Master, please stop beating me. A few days later, in the lair of the black-armored dragon emperor deep within the wilderness, the black-armored dragon emperor lay battered and bruised on the ground, pulling out a divine medicine from his embrace and handing it to Lin Xingyo, saying, I can't take it anymore. This divine medicine is yours. All right, I'll take this divine medicine. Lin Xingyo accepted the divine medicine from the black-armored dragon emperor and vanished in an instant, saying, I'll come again in a few months. You're coming back again? The black-armored dragon emperor almost cried at this news, for Lin Xingyo was simply too hateful. Every valuable item in his dragon's nest, all had been looted by Lin Xingyo. Even his last treasured possession, a divine medicine, had been taken away. Was there any justice left in the world? Was there any law left? Moreover, it had always been him, the black-armored dragon emperor, who robbed others. Now, this human, he had actually robbed the black-armored dragon emperor. Meanwhile, at the Piao Miao Peak of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Lin Xingyo appeared at the entrance of Piao Miao Peak in an instant. After a few days of hard work, he had robbed some sacred sites, collected numerous treasures, and obtained the essence of a demon emperor. Now, he could help his disciple, Su Shirhan, reawaken her spiritual body and bloodline. He was quite looking forward to it. He wondered what kind of spiritual body and bloodline his disciple would awaken. As Lin Xingyo thought, he walked into Piao Miao Peak. Entering the courtyard, he set up the medicinal cauldron borrowed from the Medicine King Valley. Using the top-grade Xian firewood to ignite the fire, he began to brew the blood medicine. Su Shirhan, who had been sitting under a peach tree, opened her eyes and looked at the busy Lin Xingyo. Is this my useless master? Apart from looking good, there's really nothing useful about him. But since this life has brought us into a causal relationship, I will have to send you on your way myself. I won't kill you, but you won't escape the hands of my enemies, and in the end, you'll still meet your demise. It's better for me to give you a quick death. In Su Shirhan's cold gaze, a surge of immense killing intent instantly flared up. She had ascended to become an emperor. The most taboo thing was to have attachments. Not killing her master would make it impossible to sever the causal ties. However, Su Shirhan did not act now, as she currently had no cultivation. You're awake. Seeing Su Shirhan looking at him, Lin Xingyo stepped forward with affection and couldn't help but gently touched her face. Su Shirhan was stunned. She had just been touched on the face, and it was a loving caress. Who was she? She was the ruthless empress, a peerless existence who had once stood at the peak of the imperial path. Not to mention being touched on the face, no man dared to even look at her. Now, she had been touched by a mere mortal. How could she accept this? Su Shirhan's heart instantly surged with killing intent, but the latter was full of affection, saying, Shirhan, come over and take off your clothes. I'll help you with the ritual bath. Take off my clothes and help me with the ritual bath? Su Shirhan was completely petrified. Who was she? She was the ruthless empress, standing at the pinnacle of the practitioners. Having lived for tens of thousands of years, she had never heard such brazen words. If it weren't for her current lack of cultivation, a single glance could have made the person who said these words scatter into nothingness, even if that person was her master in this life. Oh, I was careless. Lin Xingyo was taken aback and then realized, now that his disciple had grown up, he could no longer stay here. Shirhan, I'm leaving. Lin Xingyo reached out affectionately, patted Su Shirhan's head, and then stepped out. Humph. I, the Empress, have always been pure and untainted. How could I let someone see my naked body so easily? Today, you were wise enough to leave, or else I would have killed you. Su Shirhan glared fiercely at Lin Xingyo, who was gradually moving away. Then her gaze suddenly fell on the blood medicine in the cauldron, staring at the apparitions of various demon emperors floating within. Black armored dragon emperor, gluttonous demon king, blazing golden lion. So many demon emperor essences, where did he get them from? Su Shirhan's eyes widened in disbelief, her face showing astonishment. Demon emperors were the top existences in the Kanglan continent, especially the essence of a demon emperor. That was something that was hard to obtain even with a drop. After standing still for a long time, Su Shirhan finally took off her clothes and lay down in the cauldron. Instantly, the blood medicine in the cauldron was drawn through her meridians and completely absorbed into her body. Boom! At this moment, the blood medicine in the cauldron seemed to find an outlet, surging wildly into Su Shirhan's body. Su Shirhan's body trembled, her blood boiled, her bones vibrated, her spine rose and fell, and faintly, a faint phoenix cry seemed to emanate from within her. Heavenly Phoenix Divine Body? Su Shirhan's face showed excitement, as she had awakened the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Body. That was the top-tier divine spiritual body and bloodline, sharing the title of the 4 strongest ancient spiritual bodies with the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise. Of course, spiritual bodies and bloodlines were also ranked. From low to high, they were classified as common, mysterious, immortal, and divine, with the level almost determining one's cultivation talent. In her previous life, Su Shirhan had also awakened a bloodline, but it was only a Shenpin, which was 1,000 miles away from the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Body. Even so, Su Shirhan had relied on her own efforts. Step by step, she had ascended to become an emperor. Now, having awakened the Phoenix Divine Body, she believed she could go even further than her previous life, and perhaps even ascend to become an immortal. Shirhan, well done. After a while, seeing Su Shirhan come out, Lin Xingyo immediately went up to her, happily patted her face, and said, "You've awakened the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Body, truly worthy of being my disciple, Lin Xingyo." Hemph! The fact that I awakened the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Body has nothing to do with you, a mere nobody. It's all due to my innate talent. Su Shirhan disdainfully glanced at Lin Xingyo, her face full of contempt. Lin Xingyo didn't pay attention to Su Shirhan's reaction and said, "Shirhan, now that you've awakened the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Body, I have a very good cultivation technique. Do you want to practice it?" "No need." Su Shirhan glanced at Lin Xingyo, her face full of disdain, and said, "I already have a cultivation technique." In her previous life, she was the Ruthless Empress, and the cultivation technique she practiced was the Ruthless Heavenly Art. That was a technique capable of ascending to become an emperor. She unhesitatingly refused Lin Xingyo. She believed there couldn't be a more powerful technique than her Ruthless Heavenly Art, especially not from someone with no cultivation. "Ah, you already have one." Lin Xingyo frowned and quickly asked, "What kind of technique is it?" "The Ruthless Heavenly Art." Su Shirhan proudly raised her head, her face full of pride. In her view, Lin Xingyo, a mere mortal, likely hadn't even heard of such an advanced technique, given that he was just a powerless Feiwu. The Ruthless Heavenly Art. Such a profound technique, for a mere mortal to know about it, was already the greatest honor of his life. The ruthless heavenly art? Lin Xingyo frowned, pouted, and said, Sure Han, that technique isn't good, not at all suitable for you to practice. You. Su Shirhan was incensed. The ruthless heavenly art was her most cherished technique, yet this mere mortal dared to disparage it, enraging her to the point where she nearly wanted to wrench Lin Xingyo's head off on the spot. But, the next moment, Su Shirhan's eyes widened in shock, staring at the jade slip Lin Xingyo pulled out from his sleeve, her mouth opening several times, but unable to speak. Shirhan, take a look at this heavenly phoenix divine technique. Is it comparable to your ruthless heavenly art? Su Shirhan's heart trembled, and her hands trembled as she took the jade slip Lin Xingyo handed over, immediately calming her mind to read the contents of the jade slip. Oh my! This is truly the heavenly phoenix divine technique, the cultivation method practiced by the heavenly phoenix empress, that invincible emperor, rumored to be capable of breaking through the heavenly Tao and ascending to become an immortal. Su Shirhan was completely stunned, her face filled with excitement. Shirhan, do you like this technique? Lin Xingyo swallowed hard, looking nervously at Su Shirhan. Yes, I like it. Lin Xingyo smiled contentedly, his white teeth gleaming like a breath of spring as he looked at Su Shirhan. Then I'll give this cultivation technique to you to practice. Chapter 3. My disciple, the Empress, do you want a treasure from your master? The next morning, as the sun rose, Lin Xingyo woke up to see Su Shirhan, who had recently awakened her spiritual bloodline, sitting beneath the peach tree, diligently cultivating. He smiled with satisfaction and strolled around the small courtyard a few times before picking up a wooden sword and thrusting it into the air 5,000 times. It wasn't that he particularly enjoyed this exercise. Rather, it was a system task that required him to perform this action daily. Over time, it had become a habit. Huff! After completing the 5,000 thrusts, Lin Xingyo exhaled deeply, thrust the wooden sword into the ground, and went into the firewood shed to fetch a hoe. He then began loosening the soil around the Zijin Qiang gourd vine, the sacred spirit of the heavenly sword sect. What is he doing? Su Shirhan, who had been cultivating beneath the peach tree, suddenly opened her eyes and stared at Lin Xingyo, who was weeding and loosening the soil. Her expression was one of disdain and contempt. What a good-for-nothing. Aside from having a few good looks, he has no skills worth mentioning. Su Shirhan's breathtakingly beautiful face was filled with a chilling, killing intent. She, the ruthless empress, could not allow such a useless person to remain alive. If she were to ascend to the throne of the emperor in the future, having such a useless master would make her the laughingstock of everyone. The ruthless empress. Having a good-for-nothing like this as her master would be a humiliation she couldn't bear. Moreover, such a worthless person was better off dead. It would be a kindness to help him find early release. Su Shirhan had already planted the seed of murderous intent, determined to slay Lin Xingyo with her sword, for he was unworthy of being her master. Oh, Shirhan, you're awake? Seeing Su Shirhan awaken, Lin Xingyo immediately beamed with a smile and said, Come over here, I have some elixirs for you. Since you've recently awakened your spiritual bloodline, these elixirs will be perfect for boosting your cultivation. What could a good-for-nothing like you possibly have that would interest me? Su Shirhan's face flashed with disdain. What kind of elixirs could you possibly have that would catch the eye of a great emperor like me? Su Shirhan wasn't underestimating Lin Xingyo. She was well aware of the situation on the Piao Peak. The Heavenly Sword Sect consisted of 8 main peaks. Piao Peak was one of them and was also a forbidden area of the sect, as it housed the sect's sacred spirit. However, since the previous generation of the Piao Peak's master ascended to heaven, the peak had fallen into decline. And with each new master, the situation only worsened, especially since it fell into the hands of this incompetent person. Piao Peak had nothing left. All that remained was this dilapidated courtyard. Even repairs were out of the question. As for elixirs, living on Piao Peak were 2 individuals who couldn't cultivate. The sect had long since cut off the monthly supplies to Piao Peak. After all, There were only 2 people living there who couldn't cultivate. Giving them elixirs would be pointless. Shirhan, come here. I have over 100 transformation pills, a pile of foundation establishment pills, and this essence refining and dragon transformation pill, all of which I'm giving to you. Lin Xingyo, oblivious to Su Shirhan's expression, took out a large pile of elixirs and handed them to her. Su Shirhan, on the other hand, was completely stunned. Her beautiful eyes widened as she stared at the pile of elixirs in her arms, unable to recover from the shock. What's going on here? Where did this good-for-nothing get so many elixirs, especially the dragon cleansing pill, which is a divine-grade elixir and practically impossible to buy with money? After a while, Su Shirhan finally snapped out of her shock, her eyes filled with disbelief as she looked at the pile of elixirs. She then looked up at Lin Xingyo and asked, "Where did you get these elixirs?" "Elixirs? Some were given to me by others." Lin Xingyo paused for a moment, then replied, "And some I found?" Su Shirhan was rendered speechless. She wouldn't believe Lin Xingyo's nonsense. If these elixirs could be found so easily, then why would anyone bother to meditate and cultivate? Just go out and pick them up on the streets. Especially that Shisue Hualong Dan. It contained the essence of an ancient demon emperor. Could such a treasure really be found? Although Su Shirhan had many questions, she didn't press further. After all, she was the Wuqing Niu Di Chongseng and didn't she Yu Palgan Wen Di. Although Su Shirhan had many questions, she didn't press further. After all, as the reincarnation of the ruthless empress, she disdained to pry into the details. "Shirhan, what kind of weapon do you prefer?" While Su Shirhan was still puzzling over the situation, Lin Xingyo's gentle gaze fell upon her. "Weapon? I prefer using a sword, but do you useless man, have one?" Su Shirhan's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately smirked, thinking she could finally put this useless man in his place. But the next moment, Lin Xingyo's hand glowed, and a long sword suddenly appeared in his grasp. "Shirhan, I happen to have a treasured sword. Would you like to take a look?" Su Shirhan's breathing quickened, and several times she opened her mouth to speak, but the words wouldn't come out. Then she heard Lin Xingyo say, "Shirhan, this sword is called the Tai Chu sword and is perfect for you." "The Tai Chu sword? This sword?" Su Shirhan's face was filled with doubt as her beautiful eyes fell upon the Tai Chu sword in Lin Xingyo's hand. Suddenly, she was jolted, and upon closer inspection, she noticed the unique qualities of the sword. It seemed to be imbued with the essence of Tao, as if forged from the very patterns of the great Tao. This Tai Chu sword? Su Shirhan's breath hitched, and her eyes widened in extreme astonishment. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that the Tai Chu sword was forged from dragon-veined black gold and etched with intricate talismanic arrays, rendering it an ultimate imperial weapon. "Shirhan, what's wrong?" Seeing Su Shirhan's unusual expression, Lin Xingyo thought she might not like the sword and frowned slightly as he took it back. "If you don't like it, then forget about it." Upon hearing this, Su Shirhan quickly reached out and snatched the Tai Chu sword from Lin Xingyo's hand. "No, I like this sword." "Oh." Lin Xingyo reached out and affectionately patted Su Shirhan's head. "If you like it, then I'll give it to you." "Give it to me?" Su Shirhan was momentarily stunned. "Are you really going to give this sword to me?" "Shirhan, what's wrong? You seem a bit different today. Isn't it normal for a master to give a sword to his disciple?" Lin Xingyo frowned, sensing that Su Shirhan was acting differently, but he didn't think much of it. After all, even if his disciple was different, she was still his own. "Master?" Su Shirhan stared at Lin Xingyo in a daze, her eyes filled with confusion. She, the ruthless emperor, had lived a life of loneliness and hardship. In her previous life, she had endured countless trials and tribulations. Only by her own efforts had she become strong, and eventually, she had become an invincible emperor. In her world, everything had to be earned through one's own efforts. There was no such thing as a free lunch. Yet now, Lin Xingyo, simply because he was her master, was giving her a divine weapon as a gift. Su Shirhan was completely dumbfounded. When divine weapons were not in use, imperial weapons were the pinnacle of armaments. Countless people had lost their families and lives over them. Yet her worthless master was giving one to her so casually. Even as the ruthless emperor, Su Shihan was utterly shocked by Lin Xingyo's gesture. "Uncle, are you here?" At that moment, an unwelcome male voice suddenly rang out. Looking up, they saw a fat, pot-bellied old man with a jovial smile approaching. Upon seeing the visitor, Lin Xingyo immediately turned his gaze to Su Shihan. "Quick, hide the things. Don't let him see them. It'll be troublesome." "Uncle, are you here?" "The sect leader asked me to inform you that next month on the 15th, the Wanshan Mountain Spirit Realm will open. According to tradition, each main peak must send disciples to participate in the sect's grand competition. The sect leader also said that Piao Miao Peak must participate. If Piao Miao Peak fails to have a disciple qualify, then it will be merged with the Xianjian Peak." Lin Xingyo's brow furrowed, and his expression turned extremely displeased. These people were truly pushing their luck. They had already cut off his monthly supplies. Now they dared to come and bully him in person. Of course, they wouldn't have dared to do so before. But 3 years ago, after his master ascended, these people saw his decline and lack of cultivation and began to bully him without restraint. The old man walking over, Tang Wu, seemed oblivious to Lin Xingyo's displeased expression. Instead, his face, wrinkled like a chrysanthemum, was filled with a smile as he looked at Lin Xingyo, eagerly awaiting the sight of Lin Xingyo's humiliation. "Tang Wu, you can leave now." Lin Xingyo casually glanced at the old man and then raised his head, speaking firmly, "My Piao Miao Peak will definitely participate in the sect's grand competition." "Huh?" Tang Wu was momentarily stunned and, upon realizing what had just happened, stared at Lin Xingyo in disbelief. This good-for-nothing actually agreed? In the past, he would never have dared to respond to such matters. What's gotten into this good-for-nothing today? Tang Wu was utterly confused. He had prepared a whole speech full of mockery, ready to unleash it, but now Lin Xingyo had agreed, leaving him completely unprepared and feeling like a fishbone stuck in his throat. Su Shihan, too, looked at Lin Xingyo with astonishment and confusion. My useless master actually agreed? Su Shihan's face was filled with shock. Based on the memories of the past 3 years, her master had been extremely cautious and would never have agreed to such a thing. Yet now, he had agreed without hesitation, which was completely unexpected. Uncle, are you sure Piao Miao Peak can participate? After a while, Tang Wu finally managed to react. He turned to Lin Xingyo, his eyes bloodshot as he asked, "Are you joking with me?" "Joking?" Lin Xingyo sneered. "Just wait and see. Even if Piao Miao Peak only has my disciple, she will crush the disciples of the other 7 peaks." "Oh." Su Shihan arrogantly glanced at Lin Xingyo and thought, "So this fool has recognized my innate greatness. Fine, seeing as you look at me with such admiration, I'll deign to lend you a hand." "Uncle, this isn't something you can joke about. If your disciple doesn't qualify, Piao Miao Peak will have to merge with Tianjian Peak." "Noisy." Lin Xingyo coldly glared at Tang Wu and said, "When have I ever spoken big words? My disciple has the potential to become an emperor. If you don't believe me, just wait and see." Tang Wu almost laughed at Lin Xingyo's words. His expression was filled with nothing but disdainful mockery. "Shihan, see him out." Lin Xingyo waved his sleeve, giving Tang Wu a cold, dismissive back as he said, "From now on, no one is allowed to set foot on Piao Miao Peak without my permission. If anyone dares to trespass, you have my permission to kill them on the spot." Keep acting tough. I'll see how I can drive you out of Piao Miao Peak like a stray dog." Tang Wu glared viciously at Lin Xingyo, his face turning a shade of green with anger, before he left Piao Miao Peak. Su Shihan, however, looked at Lin Xingyo with confusion. For some reason, his figure seemed incredibly tall and imposing at that moment. "Shihan, the guest is gone. You can take the pills and break through now. I'll be here to guard you," Lin Xingyo said as he found a large rock to sit on. Su Shihan nodded and went to the peach tree, where she sat cross-legged, swallowed a foundation establishment pill, and began cultivating with the Tianfeng divine art. As soon as Su Shihan swallowed the foundation establishment pill, it turned into a stream of essence that swirled in her lower dantian. Suddenly, she took a deep breath of spiritual energy and began circulating the Tianfeng divine art. Boom! Su Shihan's body trembled, and the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be drawn by some force, pouring into her body through her meridians, following the Tianfeng divine art and sinking into her lower dantian. When the spiritual energy in her lower dantian reached its limit, Su Shihan suddenly opened her eyes, grabbed the dragon cleansing pill given by Lin Xingyo, and swallowed it directly. Roar! As the dragon cleansing pill dissolved in Su Shihan's dantian, it transformed into a ferocious five-clawed divine dragon, roaring and circling in her dantian. Go! Su Shihan's brows furrowed as she guided the divine dragon in her lower dantian to violently crash into her 8 extraordinary meridians. Boom! 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 All of Su Shihan's extraordinary meridians were opened, followed by the life and death vital points and the governing and conception meridians, which were all successfully opened by her. Huff! Su Shihan suddenly opened her eyes. She had now reached the peak of the blood transformation realm, and the next step was to break through to the cave heaven realm. In the cave heaven realm, one opens cave heavens to seize the creation of the heavens and earth, continuously absorbing external essence to replenish oneself. A total of 9 cave heavens can be opened. Huff! Su Shihan took a deep breath, her eyes filled with an unusually determined expression. The next moment, she summoned dozens of creation pills and hundreds of foundation establishment pills, and swallowed them all at once. The boundless energy in her lower dantian filled it completely. Su Shihan didn't dare to be careless. She began to guide the spiritual energy in her lower dantian to circulate throughout her body using the Tianfeng divine art. After completing 36 cycles, Su Shihan led all the energy into her upper dantian, where it formed a spiritual energy vortex. When the spiritual energy in her upper dantian reached its limit, Su Shihan suddenly released it all to begin the process of forming cave heavens. This process was extremely dangerous, as a single mistake could result in the practitioner exploding. Su Shihan's body trembled violently as she quickly closed her eyes. At that moment, the shackles in her body broke apart, and a force of rules began to form cave heavens. Her aura surged rapidly. She finally leaped from the peak of the blood transformation realm to the cave heaven realm, forming the first cave heaven with surging spiritual energy, followed by the second, third, fourth, and so on. By the time she formed the 9th cave heaven, it was spinning around her, engulfing her in a torrent of talismans. Chapter 4. Listening to the Qin and Gaining Enlightenment. All right. Lin Xingyo, seeing that Su Shihan had just broken through to the 9th cave heaven, couldn't help but lovingly pat her head, saying, Shihan, since you've just reached the 9th cave heaven, you should stay here and cultivate to stabilize your realm. I'm going to the back mountain to chop firewood. Su Shihan, however, coldly glared at Lin Xingyo and turned her head away, no longer looking at him. She began to circulate her cultivation technique to stabilize her newly acquired power. Phew. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo exhaled deeply but didn't say anything more. He then pouted and walked away. Lin Xingyo understood. The reason Su Shihan acted like this was entirely due to the misfortune she had experienced. After all, even if it were him, if someone had dug out his spiritual bones and bloodline, forcing him to live like a beggar, his mental state would undoubtedly be the same as hers. I'm leaving. After standing still for a long time, Lin Xingyo moved and walked away. He first went to the woodshed, grabbed an axe, then tied 2 ropes around his waist and stepped out of the gates of the Piao Miao Peak. He headed towards the back mountain. He was going to chop wood. Of course, Lin Xingyo didn't want to chop wood, but this was a daily system task. He didn't want to do it, but he had to. Tap, tap, tap. Lin Xingyo, with an axe tucked at his waist, wore a long white cloth robe and had his hands behind his back as he walked step by step along the path at the back of Piao Miao Peak. Soon, he arrived at the designated firewood chopping spot. He swung the axe and chopped 2 pieces of wood. Straightening up, He gently wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. The weather is nice today. Lin Xingyo, gazing at the beautiful scenery in front of him, couldn't help but murmur, I haven't practiced the qin in many days. Why not take advantage of the early time today and practice here for a while? As soon as his words fell, Lin Xingyo tied up the firewood and moved to the edge of a cliff, finding a clear spot where he sat down cross-legged. Heavenly Devil Qin. Once seated, Lin Xingyo summoned the Heavenly Devil Qin, placing it flat on his lap and began to play. Zheng zheng. A series of invisible, gentle sound waves, like celestial music, rippled out. The melody was like a spring breeze caressing the face. It was as if a mighty warrior was leading his troops to charge onto the battlefield. It was as if the sound of immortals echoed from the heavens above. The Tao rhythm soared. It caused the Tao principles within one's body to gather. This melody is so marvelous. The beasts in the surrounding mountains who were in closed-door cultivation all opened their eyes in shock as they felt their auras surging, as if they had suddenly entered a mysterious Tao realm. The qin and the Tao had become one. Enlightenment was rising. There was a vague feeling of breaking through the shackles, and in an instant, all the beasts in the mountains gathered towards Lin Xingyo. This place is problematic. The beasts approaching from all sides exclaimed, there is a powerful order of laws and principles here, and with our cultivation, it's difficult to get close to that senior. We'd better just stay here and meditate. Upon hearing this, all the beasts sat down, beginning to contemplate under Lin Xingyo's qin music. This is bad. After a while, a shout rang out among the beasts. I can't hold back my realm. I'm about to break through. My realm is also about to break through. The surroundings suddenly became noisy, as a group of beasts all began to break through their realms uncontrollably under Lin Xingyo's qin music, especially their bloodlines, which were bubbling and boiling at this moment. Some beasts even produced faint golden ancestral blood within their bodies. Faced with this scene, the expressions on the beasts' faces were filled with nothing but shock. Too terrifying. Just by listening to a piece of qin music, all of their realms had broken through. The senior playing the qin here. What a terrifying existence. Chapter 5. Collecting a Celestial King as a Pet. By Shiyu. Leave the mountain treasure behind. As Lin Xingyo finished playing a piece of music, he suddenly heard a shout. Looking up, he saw 3 powerful divine beasts rushing towards him through the sky. It was a white tiger and a kuenyo. Behind them, there was also a formidable swanee. The 3 divine beasts were engaged in a fierce battle in the void, and soon they reached the mountain peak where Lin Xingyo was. Roar! The white tiger, covered in wounds, let out a few agonized roars. Suddenly, it was struck by the kuenyo's trident and fell from the sky, landing right beside Lin Xingyo. This white tiger looks quite good. Lin Xingyo, upon seeing this, strummed his qin and looked at the injured Bai Shiyu, saying, would you be willing to become my pet? Bai Shiyu's expression froze for a moment, and then she erupted in anger. Who was Bai Shiyu? She was the demon sovereign of the wild mountain range. A true celestial king of her generation. This human in front of her actually wanted to take her as a pet. If it weren't for her injuries, just based on Lin Xingyo's words alone, she would have already roared and shattered him to pieces. Bai Shiyu, why aren't you running anymore? Just as Lin Xingyo was about to take Bai Shiyu as his pet, a furious shout rang out. Looking up, he saw the enraged kuenyo and swanee charging towards them, saying, now let's see where you can run to. Not bad. Seeing the kuenyo and swanee approaching, Lin Xingyo became somewhat excited, saying, this kuenyo, this swanee, both look quite good. My house is in need of a watchdog and a water buffalo for work. This kuenyo and swanee coming to my doorstep is just perfect timing. Why is there a human here? The kuenyo first glanced at Lin Xingyo, then turned his gaze to Bai Shiyu, and finally looked at the swanee, asking, Swanee, what should we do? Should we kill this human? Kill? The swanee lifted its proud head and casually glanced at Lin Xingyo, saying, we must not let anyone know about our quest for the mountain treasure. This insignificant human has witnessed our actions. Naturally, we must eliminate him. Human, come over here and die. Upon hearing this, the Kuenyo immediately pointed his trident at Lin Xingyo, saying, Bull sire, I can give you a quick death. Oh! Lin Xingyo pursed his lips and looked at the Kuenyo with a pair of eyes, saying, For our first meeting, I don't know what makes you so arrogant. Why not let me understand your prowess? Hmph, bold. Upon hearing this, the Kuenyo's eyes widened in anger. Who was he? He was a celestial king, the Kuenyo. Not to mention this insignificant human, even the great figures of the demon race dare not speak to him like this. Human, you've angered me. After a while, the Kuenyo became angrier and angrier, feeling his pride was at stake. So, he thrust his trident towards Lin Xingyo, saying, Now, go and die. What's wrong with this human? Why is he standing still? Has he been scared silly by my powerful attack? As the Kuenyo launched his attack and saw Lin Xingyo standing still, a smile of satisfaction spread across his face, as if he had already seen the scene of his attack killing Lin Xingyo. But, the next moment, Lin Xingyo moved. Slowly raising his hand, in front of the Kuenyo's shocked gaze, he lifted 2 fingers and easily caught the trident. This is bad. Coming back to his senses, the Kuenyo's eyes widened in shock, as he realized Lin Xingyo was very strong. But, in the next instant, Lin Xingyo took a step forward, reached out, and pressed his hand against the Kuenyo's face. Before the Kuenyo could react, he slammed him to the ground and began pummeling his face with his fist. Master, spare me. The Kuenyo, beaten to a pulp, cried out, Don't hit me. Can you not hit my face? Chapter 6. No martial morality. Human, you dare? Seeing this, the Swanee roared and raised its massive paw, swinging it directly at Lin Xingyo's head. Hmph! Lin Xingyo's cold gaze darkened. He stood up, reached out, and grabbed the Swanee's paw. In the stunned gazes of Kuenyo and Bai Shiyu, he slammed the Swanee fiercely to the ground. This? Bai Shiyu opened her mouth, wanting to say something but unable to utter a word. Kuenyo was utterly shocked. The Swanee was a quasi-emperor. Its cultivation had long reached the level of a supreme being, making it a formidable force wherever it went. But now, the powerful Swanee had been easily taken down by Lin Xingyo. Realizing this, Bai Shiyu and Kuenyo stared at Lin Xingyo, completely petrified. Human, you have no martial morality. You ambushed me? The Swanee scrambled to its feet, shook its head, and roared at Lin Xingyo. I will devour you. Is that so? Lin Xingyo smiled faintly, revealing his white teeth. Then come at me. Roar. Upon hearing this, the Swanee was completely enraged. In an instant, its aura surged, divine radiance rose, and its body was enveloped in swirling runes, radiating a murderous intent as it shot towards Lin Xingyo. Good timing. Seeing the Swanee charge, Lin Xingyo stepped forward, clenched his fist, and delivered a powerful blow to the Swanee's head. Crack! The Swanee didn't even have time to react. Lin Xingyo's fist landed on its head, sending it flying like a piece of rotten wood. Roar! The Swanee landed with a roar, shaking its head vigorously. It felt as if Lin Xingyo's blow had almost shattered its skull. Human, I suddenly remember I have something at home. The Swanee composed itself, fearfully glanced at Lin Xingyo, and without waiting for a response, turned and fled. I won't fight you here. I'm leaving. Hmph. Lin Xingyo had no intention of letting it go. He flashed in front of the Swanee, blocking its path. You can't leave. Human. Seeing Lin Xingyo block its way, the Swanee's face immediately showed a look of displeasure. Why are you blocking my path? I need to go home. Please don't block me. Swanee, don't go. Lin Xingyo smirked and looked at the Swanee. My courtyard is in need of a guard dog. You can stay and watch the gate for me. What? A guard dog? The Swanee's expression froze. Its eyes stared at Lin Xingyo in disbelief. You must know. It was a supreme being, a quasi-emperor with cultivation at the third level of the realm. Wherever it went, it was revered as a divine entity. Now, this human wanted it to be a guard dog. This was an insult and desecration. This human was too hateful, too deserving of death, absolutely unforgivable. The Swanee was utterly enraged. Such a thing could never be done. Even if it meant dying today, it would never agree. Human, you are guilty. The Swanee roared with murderous intent. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Oh! Lin Xingyo smirked and looked at the Swanee. You want to punish me? I. The Swanee's blood-red eyes blazed with fury as it roared. I will fight you to the death. Come. Seeing the Swanee's rage, Lin Xingyo crooked his finger. If you can last one move against me, I won't make you my guard dog today. Kill. Hearing this, the Swanee's aura exploded, runes rising like a vast sky, and it charged at Lin Xingyo with overwhelming fury. Human, I will kill you. Chapter 7. This human is quite strong. Swanee, watch closely. Seeing Swanee charging at him, Lin Xingyo raised his hand and slapped it across, saying, Don't blame me later for not playing fair and ambushing you. Smack. Before Swanee could even react, Lin Xingyo's palm had already swept in, striking him with such force that he was sent crashing to the ground. Wow! Witnessing this scene, Bashir and Kuenyo both opened their mouths wide, their eyes bulging like saucers as they stared at Lin Xingyo in complete astonishment. Just moments ago, Swanee had given it his all. Yet, Lin Xingyo had still managed to knock him down with a single slap. The sight was utterly shocking to them. Swanee, a legendary divine beast, with unparalleled bloodline, incredible combat power, and a cultivation level of peak Emperor Realm Stage 3, now unleashing his full strength. Yet, he was felled by a single slap from Lin Xingyo. This was simply mind-blowing. This human is quite strong. After a while, Kuenyo finally snapped out of his shock, his eyes still wide as he stared at Lin Xingyo. Could he be a powerful immortal emperor? Roar. Meanwhile, Swanee was beyond reason. His bloodthirsty eyes locked onto Lin Xingyo, his rage reaching a boiling point. Human, you've truly enraged me. Swanee rose to his feet, his fury fully unleashed as he glared down at Lin Xingyo. Face my ultimate attack, the thunderstorm slash. As Swanee's voice rang out, he stomped his foot, and instantly, winds and thunder surged. The 8 trigrams sealed the heavens, the universe reversed, and a massive thunderous blade capable of cleaving the sky itself pierced through the void, aimed directly at Lin Xingyo. Not bad. Lin Xingyo smirked, gazing at the incoming thunderous blade, his teeth gleaming white. You've got some skill, but it's still far too weak for me. Is that so? Swanee, his killing intent seething, glared at Lin Xingyo with a twisted expression. Then let's see how you manage to withstand my ultimate attack. Simple. Lin Xingyo spoke while slowly raising his hand. I'll just shatter it with a punch. I don't believe you. Swanee sneered, looking at Lin Xingyo with disdain. If you can shatter my attack with a single punch, I'll become your watchdog. Alright, watch closely. As Lin Xingyo's voice faded, he raised his fist and unleashed a powerful punch directly at the thunderous blade hurtling toward him. Smash! Swanee's eyes widened in horror as he watched Lin Xingyo casually shatter his ultimate attack with a single punch. Swanee, how about that? Lin Xingyo smiled faintly, waving at Swanee. Now, hand over your slave seals, will you? Yes, master. Kuenyo's expression changed, and he immediately formed his slave seal, offering it up. Here's mine. Good. Lin Xingyo didn't hesitate and took Kuenyo's slave seal. Then, his gaze turned to Bashir and Swanee. I'll submit. Swanee gritted his teeth, reluctantly handing over his slave seal. Lin Xingyo accepted it, and then turned his attention to Bashir. Little kitty, it's your turn. Bashir opened her mouth several times, wanting to say something, but the words seemed to stick in her throat. She was a divine beast, a white tiger. With an unparalleled bloodline and exceptional talent, she had never wanted to serve a human as a pet, but now that Kuei-nyo and the others had submitted, what could she possibly do? Chapter 8. Astonishment. Back home, Lin Xingyo, carrying a bundle of firewood on a trident spear from the Kuei-nyo, descended from the back mountain and said, "This will be your home from now on." Seeing this, Baishir's expression froze, revealing a mix of surprise and disdain. "Master, why would such a powerful supreme being choose to live in a place even worse than my toilet?" Kuei-nyo's gaze sharpened as he looked at the dilapidated courtyard of the mysterious peak, his face showing an expression of utter confusion. Something's not right? Suddenly, Swanee's expression tightened, and he looked at Lin Xingyo's courtyard, saying, "There's something off about this courtyard. It's filled with flowing Taoist energy and enveloped in immortal aura. It's an extraordinary immortal residence." Kuei-nyo and Baishir were both shocked. They quickly looked closely, and their faces immediately showed expressions of immense astonishment. This isn't just an immortal residence. This is practically a Taoist academy. Look at the countless Taoist laws converging, the order and rules flowing. This is truly the dream paradise for cultivators. Hey, look at the vegetable garden, and that fence. My goodness, what kind of immortal abode is this? The cabbages in the field are actually spiritual herbs. Even the weeds in the field seem to be imbued with spiritual essence. Following behind Lin Xingyo, Kuei-nyo and the others were all wide-eyed and gaping, staring at everything in front of them in a daze. "Oh, right." Lin Xingyo picked up Baishir, who had transformed into a white kitten, and was about to move when he suddenly stopped and said, "There's a mortal disciple in the courtyard. You all need to be careful not to disturb her cultivation." "Master, we understand." Kuei-nyo, who had transformed into a large black bull, grinned with a face full of wrinkles, looking at Lin Xingyo and said, "We definitely won't disturb her cultivation." "All right, let's go in then." Lin Xingyo, carrying the firewood, glanced at Swanee, who had transformed into a small stray dog. He stepped forward, pushed open the courtyard gate, and walked in with the firewood. "Wow." Following behind Lin Xingyo, Swanee's expression froze the moment he set foot in the courtyard. "Such strong Taoist energy. I feel my blood boiling. My Taoist realm is automatically flowing. My insights are deepening, and the shackles seem to be breaking." Swanee's words trailed off as he was completely stunned. The more powerful one's cultivation, the more one could feel the vast and unfathomable depth of this place. Conversely, the people from the Heavenly Sword sect, with their insufficient cultivation, couldn't sense these deeper aspects. Witnessing all this with his own eyes, Swanee, now, he began to secretly rejoice that he could become Lin Xingyo's gatekeeper. After all, being able to cultivate in such a place, even as a gatekeeper, was not bad at all. "Shirhan, I'm back." Lin Xingyo, carrying the firewood, walked inside while calling out to the courtyard, "Have you eaten yet?" Eating. Sitting under the willow tree and cultivating, Su Shirhan couldn't help but let out a cold snort. Her gaze toward Lin Xingyo was full of disgust and contempt. "All day long, all you think about is eating. What a waste." However, when Su Shirhan's gaze fell on Swanee, her entire face showed an expression of shock. This little stray dog is unusual? Determined in her heart, Su Shirhan immediately focused and looked closely. In an instant, her expression changed, and she stared at Swanee in complete disbelief. That was no ordinary stray dog. Swanee was enveloped in rolling demonic energy, clearly an incredibly terrifying existence. What's going on? Su Shirhan's gaze first landed on Swanee, then shifted to Baishir and Kuei-nyo. Her heart filled with shock as she muttered, "He just went out for a moment. How did he bring back 3 such powerful beings?" Chapter 9. This ox has issues. That's not right. Upon closer inspection, Su Shirhan's expression grew even more astonished as she exclaimed, "That good-for-nothing's pitchfork used to carry firewood is also problematic? Whoa. That's my primordial treasure, the trident halberd, which accompanied me through countless battles in the wilderness for tens of thousands of years. Countless human supremes have fallen beneath its blade. The ox Quinny twisted his face into a bitter expression, muttering inwardly, "Yet now, it has become a mere firewood carrier." I clearly heard the spirit of the weapon weeping. "Where did you get this ox?" After a moment, Su Shirhan snapped out of her shock and immediately fixed her gaze on Lin Xingyo, interrogating him. "Ah, you mean this ox? Wow." Lin Xingyo was momentarily stunned, then smiled gently at Su Shirhan, answering with exceptional tenderness, "I just brought it back from outside." "What did you say?" Su Shirhan's expression froze, then she inwardly muttered, "That's right. These divine beasts must have come looking for me. After all, I am the reincarnation of the desolate empress. As divine beasts, they naturally know how to choose their master. They must have come to pledge allegiance to me. My useless master just happened to pass by, so they transformed into this form, and he conveniently brought them back." "Yes, that must be it." Su Shirhan gazed at the ox and the Swanee lion in the courtyard, her eyes immediately flashing with a wise light as she confidently thought, "I didn't expect these divine beasts to have found me so soon after my rebirth. It seems that in this life, I am destined to break through the heavenly Tao and ascend to the immortal realm." "Shirhan, what's wrong with you?" Lin Xingyo, seeing Su Shirhan's strange smile, couldn't help but frown and ask her, "You've been acting a bit odd lately." "Humph, mind your own business." Realizing her lapse in composure, Su Shirhan immediately turned a cold shoulder to Lin Xingyo and refused to engage with him further. "Shirhan, why don't you take a rest?" Lin Xingyo put down the firewood, turned back to look at Su Shirhan, and smiled kindly. "Come over here and let's talk for a while." "Humph." Su Shirhan disdainfully glanced at Lin Xingyo, her face expressing utmost contempt as she muttered to herself, "How dare a mere waste like you think you're worthy of speaking to the Empress?" Alas! Seeing this, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but sigh, for he knew that Su Shirhan's heart was still closed. She remained guarded against others. Trying to chat with her, to have a few words, was as difficult as reaching the heavens. Understanding this, Lin Xingyo shook his head helplessly, walked over, and gently patted Su Shirhan's head, his face showing a loving expression. His disciple was perfect in every way, except for her cold and haughty personality. She exuded an aura that made it hard for people to get close to her, like a wounded beast protecting herself in this manner. Of course, it wasn't her fault. After all, she had experienced such painful events at such a young age. Anyone would find it hard to face such things calmly. Having been robbed of her spiritual bones and bloodline by her own father, becoming a cripple, and still managing to live like this, she was already quite strong. "Shirhan, now that your master is undefeated in the world." Lin Xingyo suddenly clenched his fist, his gaze involuntarily falling on Su Shirhan's face as he inwardly muttered, "In a few days, I will definitely take you back to the Su family to settle this karma, so that your face can regain its radiant smile." Chapter 10. This sword is no simple object. "Shirhan, let's stop practicing." Lin Xingyo made up his mind and immediately let out a long breath, gazing at Su Shirhan with a loving expression. "How about making dumplings with me, master?" "Making dumplings? You and me making dumplings?" Su Shirhan almost burst out laughing at Lin Xingyo's words. Her expression was nothing but disdain. Who did she think she was? She was the ruthless empress, a supreme ruler who had ascended through the path of killing. With her status, how could she possibly stoop to the level of a kitchen maid and make dumplings? Besides, she, the ruthless empress, didn't know how to make dumplings. After all, her hands were meant for killing, not for making dumplings in the kitchen like some common cook. Ah, forget it. Lin Xingyo didn't notice Su Shirhan's expression. Instead, he walked over with a smile. "If you're not willing, that's fine. But you can't keep practicing like this. After all, the path of cultivation is about gradual progress. You must not rush it, or you might suffer from chi deviation." "Humph, You're nothing but a useless nobody." At these words, Su Shirhan raised an eyebrow, her eyes filled with nothing but disdain and contempt. "Who do you think you are to lecture me, the Empress?" Shirhan. Lin Xingyo approached Su Shirhan, and out of instinct, he couldn't help but reach out to pat her head. "Everything I do is for your own good, you know?" "Humph! You dare touch my head?" Su Shirhan was momentarily stunned, not reacting at first. But when she did, she was furious. Who did she think she was? She was the ruthless Empress. And who was Lin Xingyo? He was nothing but a worthless, untrained nobody. Yet, this Fei Wu not only dared to lecture her in front of her. Now he even dared to touch her head? This was far too bold, far too deserving of death. "You fool, you're courting death?" Su Shirhan, now fully enraged, felt an overwhelming surge of killing intent. "How dare you touch my head? Now I'll cut you down with a single strike." "Shirhan, enough?" Lin Xingyo, however, lovingly patted Su Shirhan's head. "I know I can't persuade you, so how about I give you a weapon instead?" "A weapon?" Su Shirhan was taken aback by this, and her eyes immediately filled with even more disdain. "What kind of powerful weapon could you, a mere mortal, possibly have? And as the ruthless Empress, do you really think I deign to take anything from your hands?" "Shirhan, look." Lin Xingyo's hand glowed, and a 7-foot-long sword suddenly appeared in his grasp. This sword is called the Heavenly Demon Sword. It's 3 feet and 7 inches long, with a melodious and elegant sound. It's perfect for you. Heavenly Demon Sword? Su Shirhan's face showed a hint of confusion, and her beautiful eyes turned to the Heavenly Demon Sword in Lin Xingyo's hand. The Heavenly Demon Sword? Bai Shir was shocked, her fierce eyes immediately noticing the extraordinary nature of the sword. The blade seemed to flow with Taoist runes, as if it had been forged from the very essence of the Tao. This Heavenly Demon Sword? Kuan-Yo gasped, his eyes filled with extreme shock. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the sword was made from the bones of an ancient purple-gold divine dragon, and it was covered in intricate talismanic arrays. It was undoubtedly a top-tier imperial weapon. "Shirhan, what do you think? Do you like it?" Seeing Su Shirhan's unusual expression, Lin Xingyo assumed she didn't like it. With a frown, he reluctantly took the Heavenly Demon Sword back. "If you don't like it, that's fine." "No, I like this Heavenly Demon Sword." Su Shirhan immediately reached out with her jade-like hand and quickly snatched the sword from Lin Xingyo. "All right then." Lin Xingyo smiled as he patted Su Shirhan's head. "Then this Heavenly Demon Sword is yours. After all, you'll be participating in the Heavenly Sword Sect's Grand Tournament in a couple of days. Use this sword to bring honor to our floating mist peak." "Oh, so that's why." Holding the primordial sword, Su Shirhan couldn't help but give Lin Xingyo a contemptuous glance. "So, giving me the Heavenly Demon Sword is just a way to make me do this for you. Since you're so eager to please, I'll help you out this once." Chapter 11. Sword Intent Stuns the Heavens. Dong, dong, dong. The next morning, the Heavenly Sword Sect suddenly resounded with 9 tolls of the bell. In an instant, all eyes turned towards the direction of Heavenly Sword Peak. As everyone knows, this is the bell signaling the start of the Heavenly Sword Sect's grand competition. The main purpose of this competition is to select the most outstanding disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect to enter the spirit domain of the Divine Mountains. After all, when it comes to the spirit domain of the Divine Mountains, no force on the Red Moon continent can remain indifferent. Almost all forces are selecting their most talented disciples, hoping to be the first to enter the spirit domain of the Divine Mountains. Even the ancient divine clans are taking action. After all, the spirit domain of the Divine Mountains is a great opportunity for practitioners at the Boundary Realm, as it contains numerous divine artifacts for cultivation. Even the ancient divine clans cannot resist sending their young ones to compete for these blessings. Cluck, cluck. As the bell tolls in the Heavenly Sword Sect subsided, Lin Xingyo emerged from his simple room, completely ignoring the grand competition. Instead, he held a bowl of rice in his hand and called out a few times at the door. watching a flock of chickens run over. He scattered the rice to feed them and then picked up the wooden sword stuck in the ground to practice his swordsmanship. Of course, Su Shirhan was no longer in the courtyard. She had already gone to Heavenly Sword Peak to participate in the competition. Lin Xingyo chose not to go, as he disliked the hustle and bustle and didn't want to see the faces of those in the Heavenly Sword sect. Moreover, he believed that with Su Shirhan's cultivation at the Nine Caverns realm, securing a spot to enter the spirit domain of the Divine Mountains would be no problem. Therefore, Lin Xingyo stayed on Mysterious Peak and did not go. Look! As Lin Xingyo was swinging his wooden sword, Kuenyo couldn't help but widen his eyes and exclaim in amazement, "Master's sword intent is so strong. I feel that every strike could sever the sun and moon." On this point, Swanee and Baihu deeply agreed, as Lin Xingyo's sword intent truly could pierce through the heavens and sever the sun and moon. However, the more powerful one's cultivation, the more one can feel the unfathomable depth of sword intent. In contrast, Su Shirhan would find it ordinary, as her current cultivation level is insufficient to perceive such profound things. Huff! Lin Xingyo didn't notice Kuenyo's expression. After finishing his sword practice, he exhaled deeply and picked up a hoe to start farming. Master, he's actually farming? Kuenyo witnessed this in astonishment, his mouth agape and eyes wide. Swanee, upon realizing, shot a fierce glare at Kuenyo and said, "Fool, Master isn't just farming. He's cultivating the Tao. Don't you see the overwhelming Tao essence in every plant and tree in this courtyard?" Hearing this, Kuenyo and the others were utterly stunned, as they indeed felt it. It seemed that every plant and tree in the courtyard was imparting the Tao to them, yet it was elusive and hard to grasp. However, Lin Xingyo didn't notice their astonishment. Instead, he continued working with the hoe until nightfall, until Su Shirhan returned from the Heavenly Sword Sect's competition. Su Shirhan did not disappoint Lin Xingyo. She had dominated the competition with her sword, leaving no one able to rival her. "Shirhan, well done." Upon hearing the result, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but praise Su Shirhan. "No wonder you are my disciple with the potential to become an emperor." Laughable. Su Shirhan heard this and shot a fierce glare at Lin Xingyo. Inwardly, she was utterly disdainful as she looked at Lin Xingyo and said, "This emperor was born with the potential to dominate with my sword. What does it have to do with you, this worthless one?" Chapter 12. The Yu Hua Dynasty. After the conclusion of the Tianjin sect's grand tournament, it caused quite a stir within the sect, with one of the most shocking revelations being Su Shirhan. Originally considered a worthless nobody with no aptitude for cultivation, she had suddenly opened 9 Dantian holes. She dominated all the geniuses, crushing them with her 9 Dantian strength, leaving no one in the arena her match. This news spread rapidly, drawing widespread astonishment, and Su Shirhan's name finally gained recognition within the Tianjin sect. After the tournament, Su Shirhan did not relax. Instead, she intensified her daily training even further. She wanted to become stronger, to hasten her path to becoming an emperor. A few days later, the opening of the Wanshan Mountain Spirit Realm was drawing near. All the major forces on the Qi continent began to stir, with nearly everyone's attention focused on Wanshan Mountain. Ding dong. "Host, you have a check-in mission. Please check it out." Lin Xingyo's expression changed, and he quickly opened the email. The mission inside was for him to check in at the Yu Hua Dynasty. Lin Xingyo shook his head helplessly, accepted the mission, and then turned his gaze to Su Shirhan, who was meditating under a willow tree. He couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. His disciple was simply too diligent. She must have been meditating under the willow tree all night again. Alas! Lin Xingyo stood there for a long time, gazing at Su Shirhan's radiant figure, and sighed deeply. But now, he had to complete the check-in mission. He could only temporarily leave the Tianjin sect. "Little kitty, come, let me take you out for a walk." At the Piaomiao peak of the Tianjin sect, Lin Xingyo made up his mind. He immediately crouched down, picked up by Sheer, and after glancing at Su Shirhan meditating under the willow tree, he stepped out of the courtyard and teleported to the Yuhua dynasty. The Yuhua dynasty. In the southern region of the Qiyu continent, it was also an unyielding force, almost unifying all the human factions in the eastern region. Its power and prestige were extremely strong. Of course, no one dared to challenge the authority of the Yuhua dynasty. However, today's Yuhua dynasty was quite lively. Many human supreme experts had arrived. Almost everyone's attention was focused on an ancient, abandoned palace in the Yuhua dynasty. Of course, that place was no longer simple. Countless rays of light burst forth. A series of divine radiance surged up. Seeing such a scene, anyone could tell that there was a treasure about to appear in the ancient palace, but no one dared to act rashly. Everyone was waiting for the treasure to shoot out from the ground. Interesting. Lin Xingyo appeared in front of the ancient palace in the Yuhua dynasty, holding a white kitten in his arms, his face covered by a bronze mask, dressed in a long white cloth, and stepping into the air in front of the ancient palace of the Yuhua dynasty. A treasure is about to appear? Lin Xingyo couldn't help but want to take a look. After all, it was the system that had guided him here. It seemed the system had its reasons for sending him here to check in. Halt! Who goes there? In front of the ancient palace of the Yuhua dynasty, a general in armor holding a longbow glared at Lin Xingyo with wide eyes and shouted angrily, "This is not a place you can enter. I advise you to leave now, or I will make you my arrow's prey." Oh! Lin Xingyo, stroked by Sheer's long fur, smiled slightly, revealing his white teeth, and looked at the general on the ancient palace. "And what if I don't?" "Then you're seeking death?" Chapter 13. A treasure emerges. Is that so? Lin Xingyo held by Sheer in his arms, his gaze calmly falling upon the general standing before the ancient palace. "I am new here. I wasn't aware you were so formidable. How about we test that with a match?" The general before the ancient palace, Yuhua Dong, froze for a moment, his hand gripping the longbow. Initially caught off guard, he soon erupted in fury. Who was he? He was the Grand General of the Yuhua dynasty, the nation's pillar of defense. His cultivation had reached the terrifying level of the 9th stage of the immortal emperor realm. Moreover, his bow, the falling sun bow, made him nearly invincible among those in the immortal king realm. Whether in status or cultivation, he was an utterly terrifying existence. And now, this unknown upstart who had suddenly appeared dared to speak to him in such a manner. It was utterly audacious. "Maggot, how dare you?" The several immortal kings standing beside Yuhua Dong were also infuriated by these words. "Do you know who stands before you? How dare you speak such brazen words? Do you not know that our Grand General could crush you with a mere flick of his finger?" "Bold, am I?" Lin Xingyo stroked by Sheer's fur gently. "I am being bold now. If you are dissatisfied, you may all come and challenge me. I'll kill you." Upon hearing this, Yu Huaqi immediately drew his battle blade and slashed at Lin Xingyo with lightning speed. It was clear to everyone that he had murderous intent. He aimed to cut Lin Xingyo down in one strike. Naturally, Yu Huadong had already drawn his bow to its fullest, waiting for the moment when Yu Huaqi would slay Lin Xingyo. But, the next instant, Lin Xingyo moved, stepping forward through the air while slowly raising his hand. As if brushing away a speck of dust, he casually swept his hand toward Yu Huaqi, who was charging with his blade. Smack! With a single sweep of his hand, a vast and overwhelming force of celestial laws instantly crushed Yu Huaqi into a bloody mist. What? Witnessing this, not just Yu Huadong, who was closest, but everyone present opened their mouths wide and stared at Lin Xingyo in stunned silence. It was too sudden. No one had time to react, for Yu Huaqi was, after all, an immortal king at the 6th stage of cultivation. Yet, Lin Xingyo had casually brushed him aside, obliterating him in an instant. That was a 6th stage immortal king. Wherever he went, he was revered as a deity, a patriarch. Now, this unknown figure had killed him with a single move. How could the surrounding crowd not be shocked? You, how dare you? After a moment, The members of the Yu Hua dynasty, finally recovering from their shock, immediately drew their weapons and charged at Lin Xingyo with furious roars. "How dare you kill my brother? We will fight you to the death?" It was he who attacked first? Lin Xingyo shrugged, stepping through the air to face the charging crowd. "Should I not defend myself when he tries to kill me? Do not waste words with him." Yu Hua Dong glared fiercely at Lin Xingyo, then pulled back his falling sun bow and fired an arrow at Lin Xingyo with explosive force. "Such an arrogant wretch dares to wreak havoc in our Yu Hua dynasty. Kill him first, no matter what. Kill, kill, kill." The weapons of the immortal kings of the Yu Hua dynasty shot forth like lightning bolts. Crush, crush, crush. Lin Xingyo strode through the air, moving forward as he raised his head, facing the barrage of weapons. With a few light exclamations, he shattered them all. What? How is this possible? Chapter 14. Ancient Palace. How could he be so strong? As Lin Xingyo's few words rang out, everyone around him almost simultaneously stared at him with bulging eyes, for the weapons in the void had nearly all shattered. This technique, this power, it wasn't just a shock to the crowd. Almost everyone instinctively stumbled back several steps, for even a fool could tell that they were facing an invincible existence. Forget about Yu Huadong and the others. Even the old emperor of the Yu Hua dynasty, Yu Zhantian, might not be a match for Lin Xingyo. Boom! At that moment, a sudden, deafening explosion echoed, and a torrential wave of runic light engulfed everything in sight. Then, the ancient palace of the Yu Hua dynasty erupted with divine radiance and brilliant light. "It's open." Yu Huadong was momentarily stunned, then leaped into action, shooting toward the ancient palace. "Quick, descend into the underground palace. That thing inside is about to emerge. Let's go, let's take a look." As soon as Yu Huadong disappeared into the radiance, a host of powerful figures also shot toward the ancient palace, quickly darting into the light like lightning. "Little lazy cat, let's go take a look too." Seeing this, Lin Xingyo pursed his lips, stepped into the air while carrying by sheer, and merged into the radiance. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a massive underground palace. The palace stretched for dozens of miles. Around the palace were numerous stone statues, each emanating a menacing aura, their eyes wide and glaring, making them quite intimidating. "Look over there." Suddenly, Huang Laxi, the head of the Medicine King Valley, shouted, "It's the old emperor of the Yu Hua dynasty, Yu Zhantian. He's fighting someone." At this, almost everyone in the palace turned their gaze forward. There, the old emperor of the Yu Hua dynasty, Yu Zhantian, was engaged in a fierce battle with an incredibly powerful being. It was an ancient corpse. A sword was plunged into its head, and it was unleashing overwhelming attacks on Yu Zhantian. The battle was extremely intense. Were it not for the terrifying imperial array protecting the palace, their fight would have likely shattered the place by now. "Look!" After a moment, as everyone snapped out of their shock, they all stared wide-eyed at the sword floating above a blood pool, exclaiming, "That sword floating above the blood pool seems to be the legendary divine pattern Zijin sword embryo. Quick, everyone, attack!" Those who had reacted immediately shot toward Yu Zhantian's location, shouting, "We absolutely cannot let the old emperor of the Yu Hua dynasty, Yu Zhantian, get his hands on the divine pattern Zijin sword embryo. How dare you all?" Seeing Huang Laxi and several other powerful emperors charging toward him, Yu Zhantian's eyes turned icy as he roared, "You dare to steal the divine pattern Zijin sword embryo of my Yu Hua dynasty. Mark my words, after this, I, Yu Zhantian, will pay each of you a visit. Yu Zhantian, if you want to fight, then let's fight." Huang Laxi and the others all reached out toward the divine pattern Zijin sword embryo, saying, "Since we're here, do you think we'd be afraid of you?" "Very well." At this, Yu Zhantian seethed with fury. "Huang Laxi, since you've all come, not a single one of you will leave my Yu Hua dynasty alive today. Kill." "Yu Zhantian, you think you can stop us? You're only at the 5th level of the immortal emperor realm, yet you dare to speak such words?" Do you think you're a ninth-level emperor? Huang Loxi and the others all disdainfully glanced at Yu Zhantian, then couldn't help but sneer, trying to keep us all here. Do you really think you're invincible? Chapter 15. The Divine Pattern Zijin Sword. Kill. 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 Yu Zhantian was completely consumed by madness, his inner ferocity exploding to the surface. The opportunity before him belonged to the Yu Hua dynasty, yet now Huang Laoxie and the others had barged in, intent on seizing it by force. How could Yu Zhantian tolerate such insolence? Today, Yu Zhantian would slaughter an emperor. He would bathe the divine pattern Zijin sword to be in the blood of Huang Laoxie and the other emperors, allowing it to emerge bathed in glory. Kill them all. Not a single one left alive. Yu Zhantian snarled, his lips curling into a vicious grin as he glared at Huang Laoxie and the others. Kill. With a sudden, icy glare, Yu Zhantian tightened his grip on his battle blade and unleashed a ferocious slash toward Huang Laoxie. Clang! Seeing the incoming strike, Huang Laoxie dared not hesitate. He took a small step back and raised his bamboo flute to block the incoming blade. In an instant, a powerful shockwave erupted from the point of impact, obliterating everything within a radius of 10,000 meters. Kill! With a swift follow-up, Yu Zhantian and Huang Laoxie clashed again in a lightning-fast exchange of blows, their battle shattering the surrounding area and creating terrifying spatial turbulence. Huang Laoxie, take this. Yu Zhantian roared, lifting his blade high and bringing it down in a devastating slash toward Huang Laoxie. Yu Zhantian, bring it on. Huang Laoxie responded, raising his bamboo flute to block the strike. With a swift motion, he punched out toward Yu Zhantian, shouting, "Watch as my 8 waists fist obliterates you." Bang! Their attacks collided, and the surrounding space shattered like a spider web. The ground cracked, and the stone statues and walls around them crumbled into dust. A terrifying pressure rippled out like water waves. What the hell are these guys doing? Lin Xingyu muttered, wincing in pain as he held by Shiyu. Gazing at the massive underground palace and the chaotic battle unfolding before him, he gritted his teeth and, with Bai Shiyu in his arms, began moving forward, his face filled with discontent. Can't they just fight cleanly without making such a mess? Lin Xingyu complained, waving his hand in front of his face to clear the dust. Why can't they be more tidy? How am I supposed to take the sword like this? Cough, cough, cough. Lin Xingyu coughed a few times, while Yu Huadong and the others, who had also entered the palace, were left in shock. Their eyes widened in horror and disbelief as they witnessed what had just happened. In that moment, with a casual wave of Lin Xingyu's hand, the chaotic Taoist energy caused by the battle between Yu Zhantian and Huang Laoxie had completely dissipated. Yu Huadong and the others were dumbfounded, their mouths agape as they stared at Lin Xingyu in stunned silence. Too terrifying. Too powerful. Yu Huadong and the others were utterly shaken. That casual flick of Lin Xingyu's hand had seemed to embody the flow of the Tao, rendering all techniques powerless. What kind of supreme being was this? What kind of transcendent ability was this? With just that one move, who in this palace could possibly stand against him? Chapter 16. Invincible. This isn't right? Almost everyone who had been looting treasures in the underground palace turned their bloodshot eyes toward Lin Xingyu, exclaiming, "Look at the cat in his hand. It's also suspicious?" "No, that's not a cat." A group of people who had recovered from their shock all glared at Bai Shi'er in Lin Xingyu's hands, saying, "That's a divine beast, the white tiger, and its cultivation has reached the terrifying level of a celestial king. Good heavens! What kind of person is he? To keep a divine beast like the white tiger as a pet? This is too astonishing. Everyone, please step aside. This divine patterned violet gold sword forging is destined for me. Excuse me, everyone. Let me take the sword," Lin Xingyu said, shrugging his shoulders as he walked straight toward Yu Zhantian and the others. Huh. Yu Zhantian narrowed his eyes, and his battle blade struck Huang Loxi's flute. Then, looking at the approaching Lin Xingyu, he was momentarily stunned. only to become furious afterward. Who is this person? How dare he walk over so casually? He clearly doesn't take us, the emperors, seriously. How infuriating. How detestable. And he even dares to arrogantly demand that we step aside, so he can take the divine patterned violet gold sword forging. Who does he think he is? Could he be the undefeated emperor who rules the world? But why would such a powerful being compete with them for a quasi-emperor weapon? Bold. Who are you? Yu Zhantian grew angrier by the second, his eyes darkening as he glared at Lin Xingyo. Do you dare to reveal your name, hiding your identity like a coward? You are asking me? Lin Xingyo shrugged, looking at Yu Zhantian and replying seriously, those fellows in the Savage Mountain Range gave me a title. Something like the white-clad emperor. What? Huang Laxi's expression stiffened, and instinctively, he staggered back 2 or 3 steps. You are the white-clad emperor who made the black-armored dragon emperor kneel and beg for mercy in the Savage Mountain Range? Wow! Countless people who had recovered from their shock couldn't help but gasp in amazement, looking at Lin Xingyo with expressions of fear and terror. The white-clad emperor. This name now evokes fear, as almost all major factions hold it in awe. After all, he single-handedly shattered the 100-fold mountains. He alone stormed into the Divine Mountains, forcing the Tai Demon Emperor to flee in panic. Moreover, he made the black-armored Dragon Emperor kneel and beg for mercy in the Savage Mountain Range, and even looted the entire Dragon's Nest clean. The last divine herb of the black-armored Dragon Emperor was taken by him. These stories are now widely spread outside. So when Huang Laxi and the others heard Lin Xingyo mention the title of the white-clad emperor, they instinctively began to retreat. White-clad emperor. Well done. Yu Zhantian, on the other hand, was startled, and then his face lit up with an excited expression as he muttered to himself, Now I understand? The emergence of the divine patterned violet gold sword forging at this moment is to lure out this great emperor, a mighty emperor capable of shaking the heavens and annihilating all beings. Only such a powerful emperor is worthy to be the sword spirit of the divine patterned violet gold sword forging, and only his blood can forge the sword, allowing the divine patterned violet gold sword forging to evolve into the strongest emperor weapon of the era. Yes, that must be it. Yu Zhantian became more and more excited, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. This is the great fortune of our Yu Hua dynasty. If we can slay the white-clad emperor, we can surely make the divine patterned violet gold sword forging the strongest protective artifact of our Yu Hua dynasty. Chapter 17. Your blade is too slow. White Robe Emperor, you are indeed remarkable. Yu Zhantian's heart settled, and he immediately gripped his battle blade tightly. His eyes filled with madness as he stared at Lin Xingyo, saying, It seems you are the great fortune of our Yu Hua dynasty. Now, as long as I obtain the divine pattern violet gold sword embryo and slay you here, I can forge the strongest imperial weapon for our Yu Hua dynasty. Lin Xingyo, however, pursed his lips, looking at Yu Zhantian with a strong urge to slap the man senseless. A mere 5th-tier immortal emperor dared to think of killing him to forge the strongest imperial weapon for their Yu Hua dynasty? What the hell? Was he that easy to defeat? He was now the strongest immortal emperor, with his cultivation already at the peak of the 9th-tier immortal emperor realm. Not to mention snuffing him out with a flick of his finger, he could easily slap him away with a single palm. Yet, this man had the audacity to plot against him. It seemed it was time to show him some real power. Yu Zhantian, come at me. Lin Xingyu cradled by Shiyu, gently stroking her long fur, and with a flick of his fingers, he beckoned Yu Zhantian with a gaze that said, I'll give you a chance. If you can last 30 moves against me, I might consider not killing you. You dare. Seeing this, Yu Zhantian instantly erupted in fury. After all, he had lived for over 100,000 years and had never been treated like this before. He, Yu Zhantian, was a dignified 5th-tier immortal emperor. If he couldn't kill Lin Xingyu today, what face would he have left to live in this world? Die! Yu Zhantian's aura exploded, divine radiance rising from his back, and 5 streams of law materialized into rivers. He raised his blade and unleashed an exceptionally ferocious slash at Lin Xingyu. Yu Zhantian, that strike of yours is no good. Seeing Yu Zhantian's strike approach, Lin Xingyu swiftly sidestepped, allowing the blade to graze past his ear and hit the ground. There's intent to kill, but it's not fast enough. Try again. You're courting death. Hearing this, Yu Zhantian's face turned so dark it could almost drip ink, while those around them were left wide-eyed in astonishment. Yu Zhantian's strike just now was no trifling matter. Not only was it swift, but it also exuded an overwhelming aura of Sa-Chi. If not for the protective array here, Yu Zhantian's slash would have, without a doubt, obliterated an entire star with a single strike. Yu Zhantian, try again. Lin Xingyu looked at Yu Zhantian and said, let me see just how much skill you have. If this is all you've got, you won't be able to stop me from claiming the divine pattern violet gold sword embryo. Fine. This is your doing. Hearing this, Yu Zhantian roared in fury, then bear the might of my strongest attack. 9 dragons reverse void slash. Alright, come on. Lin Xingyu pursed his lips, looking at Yu Zhantian and once again beckoning with his fingers, his gaze challenging. Just make sure it's faster than the last one. You infuriate me. Hearing this, Yu Zhantian stomped his foot, shattering the ground, then leaped into the air. With both hands gripping his blade, he unleashed a fierce slash at Lin Xingyu, under the horrified gazes of countless onlookers, shouting, 9 dragons reverse void slash, slash, roar, roar, roar. As Yu Zhantian's blade struck, the void shattered, and an endless torrent of terrifying energy filled the heavens. 9 violet gold divine dragons tore through the void, forming a monstrous heavenly blade that cleaved through the underground palace, releasing a surge of terrifying energy that blasted across tens of thousands of miles of the Yuhua dynasty's sky. Chapter 18. 3 Swords to Destroy. Yu Zhantian, are you insane? Huang Laoxie and the others all roared at Yu Zhantian. Outside the underground palace are the commoners of a whole city of your Yuhua dynasty. You're actually using the 9 dragons reverse sky slash? Do you know how many lives will be lost with just one strike? What kind of karma will you bring upon yourself? These ants dying for the sake of the strongest imperial weapon of our Yuhua dynasty is a blessing they earned over 8 lifetimes. Now, as long as I can kill the White Robe Emperor with one strike, what's the big deal about sacrificing these ants? Yu Zhantian bellowed with bloodshot eyes, madness gleaming in his gaze. Yu Zhantian, you've enraged me? Lin Xingyu's gaze turned icy as he stared coldly at Yu Zhantian. Initially, my intent was merely to claim the divine pattern violet gold sword Pai, but now, I have decided to end your life. Is that so? Yu Zhantian glared viciously at Lin Xingyu, laughing maniacally. Now, face my ultimate attack and prepare to die. Trifling skills, yet you dare to show off here. Lin Xingyu disdainfully glanced at Yu Zhantian, stomped his foot, and directly shattered the ground. 9 rivers of laws erupted around him. Clenching his fist with the power to shatter the heavens and destroy the earth, he counterattacked with a punch aimed directly at Yu Zhantian. Watch how I crush you with one punch. 9 dragons reverse sky slash, slay. As Lin Xingyu counterattacked, Yu Zhantian's eyes gleamed with bloodthirsty madness. The 9 heavenly blades in his hand fused into one, piercing through the 8 trigrams array that sealed the heavens and earth, and slashed down at Lin Xingyu like a thunderbolt. Humming, the heavenly blade descending from Yu Zhantian crushed the void, accompanied by ear-piercing sonic booms, and under the shadows of 9 violet gold divine dragons, it struck directly toward Lin Xingyu. Shatter void fist break. Seeing the blade approach, Lin Xingyu channeled all his strength and, like a lightning strike, counterattacked with a punch aimed at Yu Zhantian's blade. Crack! Lin Xingyu's iron fist collided with Yu Zhantian's blade, and in an instant, a torrential wave of light engulfed everything, completely shattering the underground palace. Boundless, terrifying energy crushed the heavens. Sword come! Lin Xingyo stretched out his hand and forcibly seized the divine pattern violet gold sword embryo. His icy gaze locked onto Yu Zhantian. Yu Zhantian listened carefully. With one sword, I will sever the 100,000 years of fortune of your Yu Hua dynasty. With another, I will cut off the 100,000 years of immortal roots. And with the third, I will sever the 100,000 years of your bloodline. Henceforth, your Yu Hua dynasty will produce no immortals for 100,000 years, and no male heirs for 100,000 years. Yu Zhantian, how dare you? Lin Xingyo, however, stared at Yu Zhantian with an overwhelming aura of sa-chi. What makes you think I wouldn't dare? If the heavens block me, I'll slaughter the heavens. If the earth blocks me, I'll destroy the earth. If you block me, I'll cut through you for 100,000 li. Sword slash. Lin Xingyu raised his sword and struck 3 times. 1 slash to cut the 100,000 years of fortune of the Yu Hua dynasty, 2 to sever the 100,000 years of immortal roots, 3 to cut the 100,000 years of bloodline. Slash. As Lin Xingyu's 3 sword strikes landed, the sky above the Yu Hua dynasty suddenly darkened, as if 3 lamps had been extinguished. The royal nobles of the Yu Hua dynasty felt as though they had lost something, their eyes blankly staring into the void. How could you possess such means? Yu Zhantian roared in furious disbelief. Yu Zhantian, now it's time to cut you down. Lin Xingyu's gaze fell upon Yu Zhantian. Slash. As Lin Xingyu's word fell, a sword light rose, and in front of countless shocked gazes, Yu Zhantian was sliced in 2, his blood spraying across the ground. What ruthless methods! 3 sword strikes have destroyed the 100,000 years of fortune of our Yu Hua dynasty. In the next 100,000 years, the Yu Hua dynasty will never regain its vitality. Seeing this, the royal nobles of the Yu Hua dynasty roared in anger. Lin Xingyu, dressed in a long white robe and wearing a bronze mask, had already left, his robes fluttering in the wind. Chapter 19. Emperor Weapon Breakthrough. Home. After returning from slaying Yu Zhantian of the Yu Hua dynasty, Lin Xingyo stood on the Piao Miao Peak for a long time before slowly uttering these words. He felt a bit melancholic. However, he did not regret killing the 3 swords of the Yu Hua dynasty, not for any other reason, but because Yu Zhantian had no regard for the common people. In order to kill himself, Yu Zhantian was willing to sacrifice countless civilians. Facing such a person, Lin Xingyo naturally would not show mercy. Moreover, the battle at that time had already escalated to a point of no return, so he had no choice but to kill Yu Zhantian and sever all the luck of the Yu Hua dynasty. Since the enmity had already been formed, it was better to resolve this hidden danger completely. Alas, what a pity! After a while, Lin Xingyo felt another wave of disappointment. The divine pattern violet gold sword had originally been intended for Su Shihan, but now, this sword had been tainted by the karma of the Yu Hua dynasty and could only be kept for himself. Originally, he was skilled in horseback riding and spear play. It seems that he would also have to delve into swordsmanship from now on. Divine pattern violet gold sword. Lin Xingyo summoned it and held it inverted in his hand. From now on, I shall name you the Heavenly Slayer Sword, meaning that if there is injustice in the world, even the heavens can be slain. Crack! As soon as Lin Xingyo's words fell, the sky suddenly split open with terrifying cracks, and countless thunder tribulations crisscrossed the heavens. Huh! Lin Xingyo's heart jolted, and his gaze immediately turned towards the sky. What's going on? Why has such a heavenly phenomenon been triggered? Crack! The sky was completely torn apart, and countless thunder tribulations descended directly, striking towards the divine pattern violet gold sword in Lin Xingyo's hand. Hum, hum, hum. The divine pattern violet gold sword in Lin Xingyo's hand began to vibrate intensely, and suddenly broke free from his grip, transforming into a stream of light that shot towards the thunder tribulations descending from the void. Lin Xingyo did not stop it, because he had already formed a contract with the Heavenly Slayer Sword. So no matter where the sword went, as long as he willed it, the Heavenly Slayer Sword could return to his hand. Crack! Suddenly, 9 violet gold divine dragons tore through the sky, fiercely attacking the divine pattern violet gold sword. But in the blink of an eye, in the shocked gazes of countless onlookers, a beam of sword light shot up into the sky, instantly reducing the 9 violet gold divine dragons to dust. What's going on? Su Shihan, who was meditating under a peach tree on Piao Miao Peak, suddenly opened her eyes and looked directly at the beam of sword light that shot into the sky. Is this an emperor weapon? Su Shihan stared wide-eyed at the divine pattern violet gold sword battling in the sky, unable to regain her composure for a long time. After all, an emperor weapon was a great emperor's ultimate weapon, and almost every appearance of one would draw attention from the entire Chiyu continent. Even the emergence of an emperor weapon could lead to countless supreme masters falling in battle over it. This is a divine pattern violet gold sword, about to break through and become an emperor weapon. Su Shihan couldn't help but clench her palms, gazing at the divine pattern violet gold sword fighting against the heavenly thunder. Thinking about her current strength of 9 cave heavens, Su Shihan felt it was time to venture out into the world. In the previous life, she had proven the Tao and become an emperor. This life would be no different. She must not falter in her Tao heart. The strong are forged in flesh and blood, especially those who overcome countless hardships to become emperors, who understand the importance of survival. Wanshan Mountain. Su Shihan repeated the name several times, and a decision had already formed in her heart. No matter what, she must obtain the opportunity in the spirit domain of Wanshan Mountain. She must go to Wanshan Mountain. Fortunately, the small world of Wanshan Mountain seemed to have some kind of taboo, where cultivators above the cave heaven realm could not enter. Only those below the cave heaven realm could enter, unless they sealed their cultivation and became sealed beings. Chapter 20. Departure to Mount Wanshan. Time flies. The sun and moon race like a shuttle. When the third day arrived, countless eyes across the Chiyu continent turned towards Mount Wanshan, as it was well known that the spirit domain of Mount Wanshan was about to open. The opening of the spirit domain of Mount Wanshan was no trivial matter. After all, everyone now knew that a celestial weapon was about to emerge from the spirit domain of Mount Wanshan. Faced with a celestial weapon, no faction on the Chiyu continent could remain indifferent. Almost all of them dispatched their forces to rush towards Mount Wanshan. Even the Yu Hua dynasty mobilized the entire nation's strength. They wanted that celestial weapon more than anyone else, as they intended to slay the white-clad emperor to restore their national fortune. Let's go. At this moment, Su Shihan and their group from the Heavenly Sword Sect were boarding the flying swords of the sect's elders, drawing envious gazes from countless onlookers. They were setting off for Mount Wanshan. With only a few days left before the opening of the spirit domain of Mount Wanshan, the Heavenly Sword Sect had summoned Su Shihan and the others to depart. Wait, I'm going with you too, Lin Xingyo said, squeezing out from the crowd while holding a white tiger. What are you doing here? Dongfang Qingyun frowned coldly, disdainfully glancing at Lin Xingyo before impatiently asking, What are you doing here? Of course, I'm going to accompany my disciple, Lin Xingyo smiled, looking at Su Shihan. Nonsense. Dongfang Qingyun was furious. This useless person really doesn't know what's good for them. We're not going on a leisurely trip. We're heading to the spirit domain of Mount Wanshan to vie for opportunities. Having such a useless person along would only make them look bad. Qingyun, just take him along, Yu Buyan said with a smirk. After all, he's never been down the mountain before. It's a good opportunity for him to broaden his horizons. Come up then. Dongfang Qingyun was momentarily stunned, but quickly understood Yu Buyan's intentions. With an arrogant posture, he beckoned Lin Xingyo. Image him. Lin Xingyo responded, leaping onto the flying sword and sitting down beside Su Shihan. Su Shihan, however, felt utterly embarrassed. As the master of the peerless, emotionless empress, she had such a worthless person as her master. It was truly humiliating. Let's go. Dongfang Qingyun's lips curled into a sinister smile as he channeled his spiritual energy to control the flying sword. Together with the 12 disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect and the elders, They flew towards Mount Wanshan. Yu Buyun, on the other hand, smiled. He had long wanted to explore the peak of mysterious tranquility, but he had never found a good opportunity. Now that Lin Xingyo, this good-for-nothing, was gone, he could thoroughly search the peak of mysterious tranquility. Lin Xingyo and the others flew for 4 days before finally arriving at Bai Di City outside Mount Wanshan. Bai Di City. The city was bustling with activity. The streets were lined with various shops, with vendors shouting their wares, selling not only daily necessities but also various items needed by cultivators. The city was home not only to humans, but also to many spirit and beast races. Giant barefoot men, ancient violent apes, Qiongqi. Lin Xingyo even saw some snake women and alluring fox spirits walking around the streets. Why are you here? As Lin Xingyo passed by a Qilong, Su Shihan walked over with an unhappy expression. Do you know how much trouble I went through to find you? Ah. Lin Xingyo was momentarily stunned. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. It's just that there are so many pure-blooded divine beasts on the streets, I couldn't help but be mesmerized. Bai Shi shot Lin Xingyo a fierce glare, her face clearly expressing her displeasure. Because she understood very well. Lin Xingyo was indeed mesmerized by the divine beasts on the street because he probably wanted to capture them and take them back to eat. You're lying. Su Shihan glared at Lin Xingyo, then followed his gaze and saw several graceful fox spirits throwing flirtatious glances at him. Her face immediately filled with displeasure. Shihan, don't misunderstand, Lin Xingyo suddenly realized. I didn't look at those fox spirits at all. Humph. Su Shihan glanced at Lin Xingyo and walked away in a huff. Shihan, don't be angry, Lin Xingyo hurried after her, his face twisted in anxiety. I really didn't look at those fox spirits. Su Shihan didn't respond to Lin Xingyo, but inside, she was filled with surprise. She was actually a little angry. This feeling was quite strange. It made her feel sad and anxious, as if something she cherished might be taken away by someone else. Su Shihan could hardly believe it. She actually had such a strange psychological reaction. Meanwhile, Lin Xingyo followed her with an expression of helplessness. Chapter 21. The Spirit Realm. Hey, everyone, look. Chapter 21. The Spirit Realm. Hey, everyone, look. Amidst the noisy commotion, a sudden shout broke through the air. The Spirit Realm of Mount Wansunda has opened. It's open. The entire area fell silent in an instant, and all eyes turned towards the distant end of Mount Wansunda, where a breathtaking eruption of myriad rays of light shot into the sky. The Spirit Realm of Mount Wansunda has opened. The city of White Emperor immediately buzzed with activity. Various races emerged, including flying pigs, winged bulls, ancient ferocious birds soaring through the air, towering mountain-backed giants, and tree spirits rooted in the void. Of course, the majority were humans, a dense, black mass, all flying towards Mount Wansunda. Shihan, the spirit realm of Mount Wansunda has opened. This is your opportunity. Go for it. I'll wait for you in the city of White Emperor. Lin Xingyo gently touched Su Shihan's face and said, looking in the direction of the spirit realm. Okay, wait for me here, Su Shihan replied. Don't go anywhere. Don't worry. Lin Xingyo embraced Su Shihan and said, I'll wait for you here. I won't go anywhere. The world of cultivators is brutal. The only way to protect Su Shihan is to let her journey with me. An eagle must spread its wings to soar. It needs a sky to grow, and now it's time for me to let Su Shihan venture forth. Wait for me. Su Shihan looked at Lin Xingyo with a tender gaze and said, then flew towards Mount Wansunda, transforming into a streak of light. Lin Xingyo shook his head helplessly, watching Su Shihan disappear. With a flash, he appeared at the bamboo village of Tai Demon Emperor on Mount Wansunda. White Emperor, is that you? Lin Xingyo stood calmly at the entrance of the bamboo village, looking at Tai Demon Emperor and said, Old man, why aren't you happy to see me? Aren't you going to invite me in for a cup of your enlightened tea? Humph. Tai Demon Emperor's expression changed, and he waved his sleeve, saying, Don't think I don't know what you're up to. I'm warning you, Don't even think about my enlightened tea tree, or I'll fight you to the end. All right, all right. Lin Xingyo strolled in casually, plopping down on a stone bench and said, Don't be so worked up, huh? Humph. Tai Demon Emperor glared fiercely at Lin Xingyo, completely uninterested in engaging with him. He knew Lin Xingyo's visit was never for anything good. There must be some trouble he was seeking. Come on. Lin Xingyo smiled, revealing his white teeth, and said, Old man, go make me a cup of enlightened tea. Your tea is quite good. I still remember its taste from last time. You wicked thief. Tai Demon Emperor's face turned red, and he almost wanted to slap Lin Xingyo away, saying, I'm telling you again, don't even think about my enlightened tea tree. Old man, let me tell you. Lin Xingyo looked at Tai Demon Emperor seriously and said, I have a connection with your enlightened tea tree. You can ask it yourself if you don't believe me. Tai Demon Emperor was so furious he felt like spitting blood. The enlightened tea tree was his life. Anyone who dared to say such things would have been killed with a single palm strike. But facing Lin Xingyo, he didn't dare to make a move, because he simply couldn't defeat him. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Let's take a look at the situation in the spirit realm of Mount Wansanda first. Lin Xingyo smiled and patted Tai Demon Emperor's shoulder. Humph. Tai Demon Emperor glanced at Lin Xingyo, waved his sleeve, and a magical mirror floated up, showing many figures within. Yuan Shihan? Lin Xingyo saw Su Shihan's figure. At that moment, she had just slashed an ancient demon beast in half with a single sword strike. Little girl, that ancient demon beast is mine now. A handsome red-robed youth walked directly towards Su Shihan, his mouth curling into a cruel smile as he said arrogantly, If you know what's good for you, get out of here, or I'll kill you with one sword strike. Die! Su Shihan immediately attacked, thrusting her sword towards the red-robed youth. You. The red-robed youth knelt on the ground, clutching his bleeding chest, looking at Su Shihan as she sheathed her sword and left, completely devastated. He was a disciple of the Heavenly Tao sect, with a cultivation level of the 7th cave heaven. Seeing Su Shihan kill an ancient demon beast, he had wanted to claim it forcefully. But he hadn't even managed to block a single strike from Su Shihan. The humiliation was unbearable. Kill. The red-robed youth roared in his heart, suddenly standing up and rushing towards Su Shihan with lightning speed. But in the next moment, without even turning her head, Su Shihan's sword pierced through the red-robed youth's neck. What a fast sword! It's open! The entire area fell silent in an instant, and all eyes turned toward the distant end of Mount Wansun, where a breathtaking eruption of myriad rays of colorful light shot into the sky. The spirit realm of Mount Wansunda has opened. Suddenly, a shout broke the noisy atmosphere. The spirit realm of Mount Wansunda has opened. It's open. The entire area fell silent instantly, and all eyes turned to the distant end of Mount Wansunda, where a breathtaking display of countless rays of light erupted. The spirit realm of Mount Wansunda has opened. The city of Baidi suddenly buzzed with activity as representatives from various races appeared, including flying pigs, winged cows, ancient ferocious birds soaring through the sky, towering mountain-back giants, and tree spirits rooted in the void. Of course, the most numerous were humans, a dense crowd flying towards Mount Wansunda. Shihan, the spirit realm of Mount Wansunda has opened. This is your opportunity. Go for it. I'll wait for you in the city of Baidi. Lin Xingyo gently touched Su Shihan's face and looked towards the spirit realm of Mount Wansunda. Okay, wait for me here, Su Shihan replied. Don't go anywhere. Don't worry. Lin Xingyo embraced Su Shihan and said, I'll wait for you here. I won't go anywhere. The world of cultivators is brutal. The only way to protect Su Shihan is to let her journey with me. An eagle must spread its wings to soar. It's time for me to let go and allow Su Shihan to venture forth. Wait for me. Su Shihan looked at Lin Xingyo with tenderness and said, then flew towards Mount Wansunda, her sword turning into a streak of light. Lin Xingyo shook his head helplessly, watching Su Shihan disappear. then leaped and appeared in front of the bamboo village of the Tai Yao Huang on Mount Wansunda. White Yi Di Zun, is that you? Lin Xingyo stood calmly in front of the bamboo village, looking at Tai Yao Huang. Old man, why aren't you happy to see me? Don't you want to invite me in for a cup of your enlightenment tea? Humph. Tai Yao Huang's expression changed, and he waved his sleeve. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. I'm warning you, don't even think about my enlightenment tea tree, or I'll fight you to the end. All right. Lin Xingyo walked in carefully, plopping down on a stone bench. Don't be so uptight, huh? Humph. Tai Yao Huang shot a fierce glance at Lin Xingyo, completely uninterested in engaging with him, knowing that Lin Xingyo's visit was bound to bring trouble. Come on. Lin Xingyo smiled, showing his white teeth. Old man, go make me a cup of enlightenment tea. Your tea is quite good. I still remember its flavor from last time. You wicked thief. Tai Yao Huang's face turned red, almost wanting to slap Lin Xingyo away. I'm telling you again, don't even think about my enlightenment tea tree. Old man, let me tell you. Lin Xingyo looked at Tai Yao Huang earnestly. I have a connection with your enlightenment tea tree. You can ask it yourself if you don't believe me. Tai Yao Huang was so furious he felt like vomiting blood. The enlightenment tea tree was his life. Anyone else who dared to say such a thing would have been killed with a single palm strike. But facing Lin Xingyo, he didn't dare to act, knowing he couldn't beat him. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Let's take a look at the situation in the spirit realm of Mount Wansunda. Lin Xingyo smiled and patted Tai Yao Huang's shoulder. Humph. Tai Yao Huang glanced at Lin Xingyo, waved his sleeve, and a mirage mirror floated up, showing many figures within. Yuan Shihan. Lin Xingyo saw Suveraine's figure, who was at that moment cutting an ancient beast in half with a single sword strike. Little girl, this ancient beast is mine now. A handsome red-robed youth walked towards Su Shihan, his face twisted with a cruel smile. Be smart and get out of here, or I'll kill you with one sword strike. Die. Su Shihan immediately attacked, thrusting her sword towards the red-robed youth. You. The red-robed youth knelt on the ground, clutching his bloody chest, looking at Su Shihan as she sheathed her sword and left, utterly devastated. He was a disciple of the Heavenly Tao sect, already at the 7th level of the cave heavens, and had just seen Su Shihan kill an ancient beast. Intending to take it by force, he never expected to be unable to withstand a single strike from her, a humiliation he couldn't bear. Kill. The red-robed youth roared in his heart, suddenly standing up and rushing towards Su Shihan with lightning speed. But in the next instant, Su Shihan didn't even turn her head, her sword piercing through the red-robed youth's neck in a flash. What a fast sword! The city of White Emperor immediately buzzed with activity. Various races appeared, including flying pigs, winged cows, ancient ferocious birds soaring through the skies, towering mountain-backed giants, and tree spirits rooted in the void. Of course, the most numerous were humans, a vast, dense crowd, all soaring toward Mount Wansunda. Shihan, the spirit realm of Mount Wansun has opened. This is your chance. Go seize it. I'll wait for you in White Emperor City. Lin Xingyo gently stroked Su Shihan's face, gazing towards the spirit realm of Mount Wansun, and said, Shihan, the spirit realm of Mount Wansun has opened. This is your opportunity. Go for it. I'll wait for you in White Emperor City. Okay, wait for me here, Su Shihan replied. Don't go anywhere. Don't worry. Lin Xingyo pulled Su Shihan into his arms and said, I'll wait for you right here. I won't go anywhere. The world of cultivators is brutal. The only way to protect Su Shihan is to let her journey with me. An eagle needs the sky to spread its wings. It's time for me to let go and allow Su Shihan to venture forth. Wait for me. Su Shihan gazed softly at Lin Xingyo and said, Wait for me, before she soared toward Mount Wansun, her sword turning into a streak of light. Lin Xingyo shook his head helplessly, watching Su Shihan disappear into the distance. In a flash, he appeared at the bamboo village of Tai Demon Emperor on Mount Wansun. White-clothed Emperor, is that you? Lin Xingyo stood calmly at the entrance of the bamboo village, looking at Tai Demon Emperor and said, "Old man, why don't you seem happy to see me? Aren't you going to invite me in for a cup of your enlightenment tea?" Humph. Tai Demon Emperor's expression changed, and he waved his sleeve, saying, "Don't think I don't know what you're after. I'm telling you, don't even think about my enlightenment tea tree, or I'll fight you to the death." All right. Lin Xingyo strolled in nonchalantly, plopping down on a stone bench, saying, "Don't get so excited, now." Humph. Tai Demon Emperor shot Lin Xingyo a fierce glare, completely unwilling to engage with him, knowing that Lin Xingyo's arrival was sure to bring trouble. Come on. Lin Xingyo smiled faintly, revealing his white teeth. "Old man, go make me a cup of enlightenment tea. Your tea is quite good. I still remember it fondly from last time." "You wicked scoundrel." Tai Demon Emperor's face turned red, itching to slap Lin Xingyo away. "I'm warning you again, don't even think about my enlightenment tea tree." "Old man, let me tell you." Lin Xingyo looked at Tai Demon Emperor seriously. "I have a connection with your enlightenment tea tree. You can ask it yourself." Tai Demon Emperor was so furious he felt like spitting blood. The enlightenment tea tree was his life. Anyone else who dared to speak like that would have been struck dead by him. But facing Lin Xingyo, he didn't dare to act, knowing he couldn't beat him. "Forget it, let's not discuss that anymore," Lin Xingyo said with a smile, patting the Tai Demon Emperor on the shoulder. "Let's take a look at the situation in the spirit realm of Mount Wansen." Humph. Tai Demon Emperor glanced at Lin Xingyo, waved his sleeve, and a magical mirror floated into the air, displaying many figures within. Yuan, Shirhan. Lin Xingyo saw Su Shirhan's figure, and she was in the process of slicing an ancient demon beast in half with a single sword strike. "Little girl, this ancient demon beast is mine." A red-robed young man, who was somewhat handsome, walked directly towards Su Shirhan, his face twisted with a cruel smile. "Be smart and get out of here, or I'll kill you with one sword strike." "Die!" Su Shirhan immediately acted, thrusting her sword toward the red-robed young man. You. The red-robed young man fell to his knees, clutching his bloody chest, watching Su Shirhan withdraw her sword and leave, utterly devastated. He was a disciple of the Heavenly Tao sect, already at the level of 7 cave heavens, and had just seen Su Shirhan slay an ancient demon beast. He had wanted to take it by force, but he hadn't even managed to block a single strike from Su Shirhan, and this scene was utterly humiliating. Kill. The red-robed young man roared inwardly, suddenly rising and charging towards Su Shirhan at lightning speed. But in the next moment, without even turning her head, Su Shirhan's sword pierced through the red-robed young man's neck. What a fast sword! Chapter 22. The Boundless Fire Domain. Worthless. Su Shirhan glanced casually at the red-robed youth sprawled on the ground, shook the blood-dripping long sword in her hand, and sheathed it before walking towards a group of people. "Look, it's Qi Yun." Many people around were exclaiming at Qi Yun, who had just entered and killed 2 ancient demon birds, but Su Shirhan never even deigned to look at him. Qi Yun was indeed blessed with extraordinary talent, but in Su Shirhan's eyes, he was insignificant, merely an ant with 7 dongte. Although he had just slashed 2 ancient demon birds with a single sword strike, Su Shirhan was absolutely confident that if she had acted, she could have killed Qi Yun with a single sword. Boom! At that moment, the spiritual domain of the Wan Shan Mountain suddenly shook, followed by 9 beams of light shooting into the sky, forming a terrifying dome that instantly enveloped the entire Wan Shan Mountain's spiritual domain. What's happening? Has a fairy palace opened? Countless eyes turned towards the direction where the 9 beams of light shot out. "Let's go, let's check it out." After a while, everyone who had recovered from their shock shot towards the direction of the 9 beams of light almost simultaneously. Fellow Taoist, 9 fairy palaces have opened, and immortal weapons are about to appear. Tai Demon Lord poured a cup of enlightenment tea for Lin Xingyo, his gaze serious as he looked at Lin Xingyo. This will surely be another storm of blood and rain. Who cares? Let them kill each other. Lin Xingyo shrugged, his gaze falling on Tai E Demon Lord. It won't end until they've shed rivers of blood. Cough, cough, cough. Tai E Demon Lord understood that Lin Xingyo was right. The appearance of immortal weapons almost always resulted in rivers of blood and mountains of corpses, with countless supreme experts falling, as who wouldn't want an immortal weapon? To be invincible in the world. Old demon. Lin Xingyo's gaze shifted, looking towards a region engulfed in raging flames and asking, "What is that place? Why do I feel it's extraordinary?" "That is the boundless fire domain," Tai E Demon Lord replied. "A great emperor once fell there, and thus a fiery region like this was formed." "Oh." Lin Xingyo nodded. "No wonder this place attracts Shirhan. Is there something strange about this place?" As Lin Xingyo looked towards Su Shirhan, she, who was already in the boundless fire domain, lowered her gaze. Her eyes swept across the depths of the fire domain, and suddenly, she flew towards the depths of the fire domain at an astonishing speed. Of course, all the cultivators who had reached the boundless fire domain were flying towards its depths, as there was a golden light shooting straight into the sky. Seeing this, almost everyone understood. The direction of the golden light was where the fairy palace was located, so thousands of powerful cultivators all flew towards the depths of the boundless fire domain. Among them was Qi Yun, who was said to possess the potential of an emperor, the unparalleled young Qi dragon, the tyrannical Tao Dai, the Thunder Clan's divine son, Lei Yun. Almost all these powerful cultivators flew towards the boundless fire domain, and soon, a dense crowd arrived at the location where the golden light shot into the sky. It was a fairy palace. On the fairy palace, giant stones were carved with words, powerfully inscribed with the 4 characters, Fire, Cloud, Cave, Heaven. The cultivators who arrived here did not hesitate, and almost all shot into the Fire Cloud Cave at the first moment. After all, they had come here to seize treasures and elixirs. It was naturally first come, first served. "Humans, you are blocking my path." Outside the Fire Cloud Cave, a massive young Qi dragon flew over, directly roaring at the creatures in front of the cave. "Make way for me at once, or I will crush you all." Chapter 23. The Flame Cloud Cave. Retreat, quickly retreat. Just as the young Qi dragon flew over Su Shirhan's head, a group of people suddenly burst out of the Flame Cloud Cave in a panic frenzy. "Sister Su, hurry and leave." Tang Qianquan, while rushing forward, shouted to Su Shirhan, "There's a killing array inside the Flame Cloud Cave. All living beings who rushed ahead have perished." Upon hearing this, Su Shirhan's intended steps came to an abrupt halt. She swiftly retreated, her movements lightning fast. Boom, boom, boom. No sooner had Su Shirhan retreated 300 meters when a powerful, destructive force exploded within the Flame Cloud Cave. In an instant, hundreds of powerful cultivators were obliterated by this formidable energy. Wow! All the creatures standing around, covered in soot, gazed at the flames gushing out of the Flame Cloud Cave with lingering fear. The force was simply too strong. Even the mighty Tao Dai and the young Qi dragon were injured. All right. After a long while, as the flames gradually subsided, the creatures outside the Flame Cloud Cave rushed toward it once more, saying, "The aftershocks of the killing array have dissipated. Let's go in together." "Sister Su, let's go together." Lu Yunfei approached Su Shirhan and said, "With Brother Tang here, we can protect you." Humph. Su Shirhan didn't even glance at Lu Yunfei. She left him with a cold, dismissive back and swiftly flew toward the Flame Cloud Cave. She held nothing but disdain for Lu Yunfei and his ilk. Who was she? She was the reincarnation of the ruthless empress. Did she need protection from such insignificant ants? In Su Shirhan's heart, she felt nothing but contempt and disdain for Lu Yunfei and his companions. Of course, she wouldn't deign to acknowledge them. After all, she was the ruthless empress. Such insignificant beings weren't even worthy to walk beside her, let alone protect her. What's with the arrogance? As he watched Su Shirhan's distant figure, Lu Yunfei clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with intense anger. "One day, I will conquer you." Yunfei, let's go. Tang Qianquan, however, didn't notice Lu Yunfei's expression. Instead, he gazed at Su Shihan's retreating figure, his eyes burning with a fiery desire. Let's go in and take another look. Lu Yunfei, of course, didn't dare to object. He followed Tang Qianquan into the flame cloud cave. The cave was deep. The entrance was a wide, fiery stone path leading deep into the flame cloud cave. Following closely behind Su Shihan, Tang Qianquan and the others soon reached the depths of the cave. The killing array within the flame cloud cave had been dispelled. The cavern was filled with lava pools spewing molten rock, and scattered around were broken artifacts and human bones. Boom! Suddenly, a burst of radiant light erupted from the flame cloud cave, followed by 3 blazing dragon bones shooting out from a lava pool. Quick, look, it's 3 dragon bones. A cry rang out among the crowd, and in an instant, all the creatures reacted. They rushed toward the 3 dragon bones with lightning speed. I, Qi Yuan, am here. All you insignificant ants, step aside. How dare you lay your hands on such divine treasures? Qi Yuan, who possessed the demeanor of an emperor, shot forward and reached out to seize the 3 dragon bones in midair. The divine son of the Lei clan is here. Who dares to claim invincibility? The divine son of the Lei clan will surely slay them. Chapter 24. Desperate Competition. A bunch of insignificant ants. The young Qi dragon soared into the air within the flame cloud cavern, exuding a powerful dragon aura as it declared, "In front of me, the young Qi dragon. All of you are but withered bones of the mortal world. Kill, 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 kill." Qi Yuan and the others no longer wasted words and immediately unleashed their strongest attacks, clashing within the flame cloud cavern. They were all fighting with everything they had to seize the dragon bones. They had cut down countless strong warriors on their path, and blood and death instantly enveloped the entire cavern, claiming the lives of countless beings. Yet, no one gave up. Almost everyone was like a madman, fighting fiercely, because this was the path of cultivators, a journey of blood and opportunity, with no retreat, only charging forward through bloodshed. Kill. My son Qi Yuan truly lives up to his reputation as an invincible talent, absolutely dominating the crowd, unmatched by anyone. Qida, standing outside the spirit domain of the divine mountains, exclaimed with a face full of joy as he saw Qi Yuan overpower the competition and seize a dragon bone. No one exposed the truth. Instead, everyone enthusiastically flattered him, instantly elevating Qi Yuan's status to that of a god descending from the heavens, invincible in the world. In contrast, Su Shihan and the others were belittled to a much lower status. But, in the next moment, Qida, outside the spirit domain of the divine mountains, suddenly narrowed his eyes, gazing into the flame cloud cavern as Su Shihan shot toward his son Qi Yuan. That young woman. Her aura is incredibly strong. Brother Qida, no need to worry. Seeing this, Song Wuji immediately put on a flattering smile and said to Qida, "Qi Yuan possesses an invincible talent, and a mere young woman daring to challenge him will surely be suppressed by Qi Yuan." Upon hearing this, Qida's face immediately showed an arrogant expression, as he indeed had that confidence, for his son Qi Yuan's reputation as a future emperor was already well known. A mere young woman daring to challenge his son Qi Yuan. Qida seemed to already see the scene of Su Shihan being slain by Qi Yuan, but in the next moment, his expression froze, and his eyes revealed a look of shock as he gazed at Su Shihan. Slap! At the same time, within the flame cloud cavern, in the shocked eyes of countless onlookers, the one who was said to possess the talent of an emperor, Qi Yuan, was struck away with a single sword strike from Su Shihan. Too sudden. The crowd hadn't even reacted yet. What was happening? Qi Yuan was struck away by Su Shihan with a single sword blow, and seeing this, everyone around was wide-eyed and gaping, completely dumbfounded. Bold, Demonis, you have no honor, daring to ambush my son. Qida, reacting first, jumped out excitedly, pointing at Su Shihan and shouting in disbelief, absolutely despicable and shameless. Song Wuji, however, was completely dumbfounded. He had a whole speech prepared to flatter Qi-yun. But now, Qi-yun had been struck away with a single sword strike from Su Shirhan. This left him utterly unprepared, his face showing an expression of utter dismay as he looked at Su Shirhan. This demoness is too bold. Chida's cold eyes were exceptionally icy as he gazed at Su Shirhan, clenching his fists and planting the seeds of killing intent, daring to harm my son Qi-yun. Once she comes out of the spirit domain of the divine mountains, I, Chida, will personally slay her. Brother Chida, no need to worry. Hearing this, Song Wuji immediately forced a smile, as if his face was filled with chrysanthemums, and flattered. Have faith in Qi-yun. He possesses the talent of an emperor, and this mere woman only succeeded in ambushing him for a moment. The next moment, Qi-yun will surely slay her. Chapter 25. True Dragon Divine Blood. Woman, you've enraged me. In the Flame Cloud Cavern, Qi-yun had completely lost control. Clenching his fists, he launched a furious attack on Su Shirhan, shouting, Iron Wire Fist, break. You're seeking death? Su Shirhan's cold gaze hardened as she brandished her Wuqing Jian, striking toward Qi-yun with blinding speed. Qi-yun, for the sake of our shared humanity, I will spare your life if you surrender the dragon bone. Otherwise, I will cut you down where you stand. Arrogant. Qi-yun was utterly enraged. He was a man with the potential to become a great emperor. Yet this mere girl dared to speak to him in such a manner, showing no regard for him at all. Die! Qi-yun, his heart filled with the seed of killing intent, moved with incredible speed. His fist, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom, shot towards Su Shirhan with savage ferocity. Insect, your opponent is me? As Qi-yun's fist was about to strike Su Shirhan, a roar echoed through the cavern. Looking up, he saw the young chimera, its face filled with fury, darting over Su Shirhan's head and charging straight at him. Hand over the dragon bone, and I might grant you the chance to serve as my divine pet. Otherwise, I will crush you here and now. Four-legged worm, get out of my way. Seeing the young chimera approach, Qi-yun's eyes turned bloodshot as he launched a brutal counterattack. Since you're seeking death, I'll deal with you first before killing that woman. Arrogant. The young chimera almost laughed at Qi-yun's words, its expression one of pure mockery. It was a young chimera, born with divine protection. Its combat prowess was unparalleled in its era. To think that a mere human dared to claim he could slay it was utterly ridiculous. Die! The young chimera was utterly enraged. Its massive, cow-like dragon eyes locked onto Qi-yun as it let out a thunderous roar, then coiled its body and surged forward, intent on crushing him. Boom! In the Flame Cloud Cavern, a blood pool reeking of foulness suddenly exploded under the combined attacks of the Thunder Clan's divine son, Lei Yun, and the Tao Tai. Instantly, a myriad of radiant talisman lights surged into the sky. In the next moment, to the astonishment of everyone present, 9 drops of true dragon divine blood, each resembling a small sun, shot out from the blood pool. True dragon divine blood? Seeing this, not only the creatures within the Flame Cloud Cavern, but also those outside the divine mountains of the spirit realm were utterly shocked. True dragon divine blood? It was now an invaluable divine treasure, with even a single drop capable of driving people insane. Yet, here in the Flame Cloud Cavern, 9 drops had appeared. All eyes were instantly drawn to them. Almost everyone held their breath, tightly gripping their palms, their eyes fixed on the 9 drops of true dragon divine blood hovering in midair within the cavern. They opened their mouths several times, wanting to say something, but no words came out. True dragon divine blood? A single drop was enough to transform a cultivator's bloodline and foundation. Seeing the 9 drops of true dragon divine blood suspended in the air within the Flame Cloud Cavern, all the creatures present instantly reacted, their eyes filled with bloodlust as they charged towards the divine blood. The slaughter began. Death engulfed everyone, as they all desperately fought for the blood. However, no matter who managed to seize a drop, they were immediately attacked by everyone else. Soon, blood and corpses piled up throughout the flame cloud cavern. Yet, the slaughter did not stop. Instead, it grew even more brutal. Everyone in the flame cloud cavern was blinded by rage, fighting with everything they had to claim the true dragon divine blood and the dragon bone. Insect, dare you compete with me, Lei Yun? Chapter 26. Seizing the True Dragon Blood. Hemph! Su Shirhan forcibly captured a drop of true dragon divine blood in her hand, then fixed her gaze on Lei Yun with eyes as cold as 10,000-year-old ice, saying, "You think you're so powerful, huh? How about we test that?" "Human, you're courting death?" Lei Yun clenched his fists, his killing intent palpable as he glared at Su Shirhan. "I am the divine son of the Lei clan. I advise you to hand over the true dragon divine blood, or I will make you suffer a fate worse than death." "You want the true dragon divine blood in my hand?" Su Shirhan casually glanced at Lei Yun, raising her sword to point at him. "Unless you can defeat my sword, you will never get the true dragon divine blood from me." "Woman, you're asking for it." Lei Yun was utterly enraged. His 9 dantian opened simultaneously, and a series of radiant lights rose behind him. In an instant, he launched a lightning-fast punch straight at Su Shirhan. He, Lei Yun, was the divine son of the Lei clan. His cultivation had long surpassed the realm of the 9 dantian. Moreover, the Lei clan was an immortal power in the Chiwe continent. Wherever he went, people groveled before him. Yet, this little woman dared to look down on him. As the divine son of the Lei clan, how could Lei Yun endure such disrespect? He had to teach Su Shirhan a lesson, to make her understand the dire consequences of offending him. Lei Yun palm break. Lei Yun's eyes reddened as he formed palm techniques, shattering the void as he surged forward like a meteor, crashing violently towards Su Shirhan. Feng Lei sword, slash. Seeing Lei Yun's palm approach, Su Shirhan immediately raised her sword and slashed at him. Instantly, the 8 trigrams sealed the heavens, and the universe reversed. A long sword infused with wind and thunder pierced through the 8 trigrams diagram, slashing directly toward Lei Yun. Bang! Lei Yun's palm, which had shattered the void, collided with Su Shirhan's sword, and a powerful shockwave erupted at the point of impact. However, the next moment, Lei Yun did not retreat, but instead surged forward at an incredible speed, closing in on Su Shirhan. "Human, die. I won't let you live." Bang! Before Lei Yun could finish his sentence, Su Shirhan suddenly sank her body, clenched her fist, and with a powerful upward punch, struck Lei Yun's jaw. Ugh! Lei Yun had no time to react. His body flipped backward and crashed heavily to the ground. But in the next instant, Su Shirhan's sword light followed, piercing straight through Lei Yun's glabella. You dare kill me?" Lei Yun spat out blood, his eyes wide with disbelief as he glared at Su Shirhan, his voice filled with rage. "I am the divine son of the Lei clan. You dare kill me? The entire Lei clan will not let you off." Noisy! Su Shirhan's cold eyes darkened, and with a forceful thrust, she drove her bloodied sword through Lei Yun's skull, pinning him to the ground. Wow! Zhang Xian and Yi Shanshan of the Heavenly Dao sect stared at Su Shirhan in complete shock. Lei Yun, the divine son of the Lei clan, whose cultivation had reached the 9 dantian realm, had been killed by Su Shirhan. This was a monumental disaster. After all, Su Shirhan had killed the divine son of the Lei clan. The Lei clan was an immortal power in the Chiwe continent. Not only would Su Shirhan suffer, but even the entire Heavenly Sword sect might be doomed. "Human, you dare kill the divine son of the Lei clan? The Lei clan will hunt you down, no matter where you hide." Chapter 27. Just kill them. Humph, is that so? Upon hearing this, Su Shirhan immediately shook the blood-stained longsword in her hand and slowly raised her head to look around at the crowd of Thunder Clan members, saying, "Then all of you can go with him. You, what are you going to do?" The surrounding Thunder Clan beings, seeing Su Shirhan's gaze fall upon them, all instinctively took a step back, saying, "You've already brought about a great calamity. If you continue to act disrespectfully towards us, then you and the Thunder Clan will become irreconcilable mortal enemies. Humph! Su Han would not hold back, for she had always believed in one principle. Being merciful to enemies is being cruel to oneself. Now that she had already killed the Thunder Clan's divine son, the enmity had been sealed. The hatred had been sown. These people would inevitably seek revenge on her in the future. Since that was the case, it was better to kill them all now to prevent them from coming after her later. Moreover, she cultivated the Tao of emptiness, desireless, emotionless, decisive when it's time to be decisive. There was no way she would leave herself any hidden dangers. Therefore, Su Han did not hesitate at all and directly attacked the Thunder Clan members. In no time, hundreds were slain by her. Human, I'll be waiting for you to emerge from the spirit domain of the Divine Mountains. Outside the spirit domain of the Divine Mountains, countless elders of the Thunder Clan roared in anger, especially the Thunder Clan's Grand Elder Lin Kuan, who watched helplessly as Su Han slaughtered the Thunder Clan members, his eyes nearly bursting with fury. At that time, I will make you experience all the myriad tortures of my Thunder Clan. Human, you are too arrogant. The Cheonchi engaged in the battle at the Fire Cloud Cave saw Su Han kill Lei Yun and roared in furious outrage. How dare you kill my friend? Now I will crush you for him. With a roar, Cheonchi shook off its opponent, Tao Tai, and charged furiously towards Su Han. However, Tao Tai had no intention of letting Cheonchi go and directly stepped forward to block its path, saying, "Your opponent is me. Don't even think about harming that human woman. Tao Tai, you deserve to die." Cheonchi, blocked by Tao Tai, immediately let out a furious roar and then launched a frenzied attack on Tao Tai. Soon, the two divine beasts were locked in a bloody battle. Kill! Su Han, however, did not pay much attention to this. Gripping the blood-stained long sword in her hand, she charged towards the beings fighting over the true dragon divine blood and began slaying them. In no time, she had seized 8 drops of true dragon divine blood, though the process was far from easy, almost entirely a matter of life and death struggles. Of course, Su Han was quite strong. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to obtain so much true dragon divine blood. However, seeing this, the young Chi dragon was completely infuriated. For these opportunities were all supposed to be his, yet he was completely held back by Chi Yun. Both sides fought with all their might. He was unable to break free and had fought Chi Yun to a standstill over 1,000 rounds, which the young Chi dragon could not accept. After all, he was a powerful being of the Dragon Clan, even if not a pure-blooded divine dragon, still a descendant of the Dragon Clan. His bloodline and bones were unparalleled in the world, and his cultivation had reached the level of a 9 Caverns king. Yet now, he couldn't kill a mere human who was only at the 7 Caverns level. The young Chi dragon was utterly enraged. Initially, he thought Chi Yun was just at the 7 Caverns level and had a true dragon bone in his possession, as well as a drop of true dragon divine blood. The young Chi dragon had assumed it would be easy to deal with Chi Yun, to take the true dragon bone and true dragon divine blood from him, which was why he had moved ahead of Su Han to attack Chi Yun. But he never expected that what he thought was just a 7 Caverns weakling turned out to be incredibly strong, almost freakishly so. This human, I cannot let him live. Chapter 28, Dragon's Might. This human, I must kill. The young Chi dragon was completely consumed by madness. Its fiery dragon eyes, fixated on Chi Yun, radiated tangible rage as it declared, "Human, you have truly enraged me. I am prepared to unleash the forbidden techniques of my dragon race to slay you. Come, let's fight." Chi Yun, however, clenched his fists with overwhelming battle intent. Almost as soon as the words left his mouth, he raised his iron fists and launched a ferocious assault on the young Chi dragon. "Human, forgive my rudeness." Seeing Chi Yun charging at it, the young Chi dragon immediately opened its massive jaws and unleashed a thunderous roar toward Chi Yun, shouting, "Dragon Clan's forbidden technique, Dragon Roar, crush them all." Roar! The sonic blast from the young Chi dragon immediately transformed into a terrifying force that swept through the entire Huayun cave. The cave began to crack like a spiderweb. Screams, howls. The entire Huayun cave was engulfed in chaos, with countless lives being extinguished. In an instant, the cave transformed into a living hell. Senior brother, save me? As countless lives perished within the Huayun cave, a cry of despair echoed. Su Shihan turned her head and saw Yi Shanshan, a disciple of the heavenly sword sect, tightly hugging her senior brother Zhang Xian. Her eyes were filled with uncontrollable fear as she cried out, "Senior brother, I don't want to die." Yi Shanshan's face was pale, her eyes brimming with terror. "I'm really scared. I want to live." "Junior sister, don't be afraid." Zhang Xian gritted his teeth and forced a smile at Yi Shanshan. "If we're going to die, I'll die with you." "Senior brother, I?" Hearing this, Yi Shanshan threw herself into Zhang Xian's arms, sobbing, "I don't want you to die." Zhang Xian gave a bitter smile, knowing there was no escape. After all, he had only opened 3 heavenly gates. There was no way he could withstand the crushing power of the young Chi dragon's dragon roar. But the next moment, to Zhang Xian's astonishment, the expected explosion that would have obliterated him never came. He looked up in shock to see Su Shihan had erected a barrier of light in front of them, blocking the young Chi dragon's attack. "Su Junior sister." Zhang Xian gazed at Su Shihan, who stood resolutely in front of them, shielding them. For a moment, he felt a strange sensation welling up within him. A sense of security? Especially when he looked at Su Shihan's back, Zhang Xian was struck by how imposing and towering her figure seemed. Unexpectedly, he felt a desire to submit and follow her. "Chi dragon, have you had enough?" Su Shihan, however, paid no attention to Zhang Xian's expression. Her cold eyes fixed on the young Chi dragon as she roared, "Do you intend to annihilate all life within this Huayun cave? Human, what business is it of yours?" Hearing this, the young Chi dragon turned its gaze towards Su Shihan with overwhelming killing intent. "They are nothing but ants. To die under the might of my dragon's aura is a blessing they could never hope to achieve in 8 lifetimes." "Shut up." On Su Shihan's breathtakingly beautiful face, an icy aura of murderous intent formed, as if carved from the depths of eternity. "Chi dragon, you've enraged me. Now, I must cut you down." "You? Just you? Human, don't spout nonsense. Do you think you can kill me? Do you even know what kind of existence I am? You're far from capable of slaying me." The young Chi dragon almost laughed at Su Shihan's words. Its expression was a mix of mockery and disdain. While it acknowledged Su Shihan's strength, killing it was still beyond her capabilities. Chapter 29. A Lone Battle Against Many. "Chi dragon, I'm angry now." Su Shihan's aura exploded, and rays of multicolored light rose from behind her. 9 cave heavens materialized around her as she raised her sword and slashed horizontally at the roaring Chi dragon cub, declaring, "Prepare to die." Roar. Seeing Su Shihan charging at it, the Chi dragon cub immediately unleashed a dragon roar, a devastating attack aimed directly at her, snarling, "Human, you're seeking your own death." As soon as the Chi dragon cub finished speaking, its face twisted into a grotesque and bloodthirsty expression, confident that this single attack would surely obliterate Su Shihan. After all, the dragon roar was a forbidden technique of the Chi dragon clan. In ancient times, their ancestors had used this move to slay powerful beings from the immortal realm. Now, how could a mere mortal like Su Shihan withstand its most powerful attack? "Human woman, I don't believe you can survive this." Outside the spirit domain of the Divine Mountains, the Lei clan watched through a magical mirror, their faces filled with contempt and bloodlust as they anticipated the scene of the Chi dragon cub killing Su Shihan. Alas, what a pity! The Dragon Emperor of the ancient Forbidden Land suddenly opened his eyes and gazed toward the spirit domain of the Divine Mountains, saying, "This girl has a fine bone structure. She had the potential to be a remarkable talent, but her actions are too reckless. It seems she will meet her end here." Wow, How powerful! Outside the spirit domain of the divine mountains, countless gazes were filled with awe as they looked toward the ancient forbidden land. Who would have thought that after all these years, he still lives? And even more surprising is that the esteemed Dragon Emperor would express regret over a human girl. Even if she were to become invincible across the 9 heavens and 10 earths in the future. Right now, facing the Chi Dragon Cub's full power, her death is inevitable. Within the spirit domain of the divine mountains, all the creatures focus their attention on the magical mirror, eager to witness the demise of this nearly invincible genius girl under the Chi Dragon Cub's full attack. But the next moment, the usually bustling crowd fell silent, their mouths agape and eyes wide with astonishment. Su Shihan did not die. In front of everyone's shocked gaze, she slashed her sword, sending the Chi Dragon Cub flying and crashing into a pool of magma. Human, you are quite impressive. Within the flame cavern, a powerful Tao Wu, its body surrounded by 9 cave heavens, looked down at Su Shihan with an air of superiority, saying, "Given your talent, I shall grant you an opportunity. Would you like to become my slave?" Tao Wu, you are quite strong. Su Shihan flicked her sword, her cold eyes radiating an overwhelming killing intent as she stared at Tao Wu, saying, "But I have no interest in you. You are nothing but a mere insect. I only wish to stew you in a pot, with plenty of scallions, as Tao Wu meat is tender and delicious. Human, you are arrogant." Hearing this, Tao Wu was instantly enraged, glaring at Su Shihan. "I have given you such an opportunity, yet you do not weep with gratitude and dare to speak to me in this manner. Do you know the gravity of your crime? If you don't like it, come and fight." Without wasting words, Su Shihan raised her blood-stained sword and pointed it at Tao Wu, declaring, "I guarantee I will kill you. Human, your opponent is me now." Chapter 30. The Slaying of the Divine Sun. You win first, then I'll speak. The young Chi Dragon let out a roar and shot out from the magma, charging violently towards Su Shihan. "You ambushed me earlier, which is why you managed to hit me with a single strike. This time, I must make you understand my power. Come, I will surely cut you down." Su Shihan's breathtakingly beautiful face, like the eternal ice of the ages, gathered an overwhelming aura of killing intent. After all, Chi Dragon meat is quite delicious. "Woman, you are strong." Chi-Yun also shot over. "But this is exactly what I, Chi-Yun, have been waiting for. I will defeat you and carve out my path to invincibility. Chi-Yun, I can give you a chance to live now. Hand over the true dragon bone and true dragon divine blood on your body." Su Shihan's gaze was icy as she continued to look at Chi-Yun. "Otherwise, I will surely cut you down." "Woman, that's what I wanted to say to you." Chi-Yun looked at Su Shihan and said, "Hand over the 8 drops of true dragon divine blood on your body. I, Chi-Yun, can protect you. You're seeking death." Seeing Chi-Yun and the others attacking from all directions, Su Shihan's cold eyes darkened as she immediately gripped the sword in her hand. Meanwhile, outside the spirit domain of Mount Wan God, the Lei clan and Cheetah were all wearing expressions of utmost glee. Especially the Lei clan, because this time, they were absolutely certain that Su Shihan, trapped in the flame cloud cave, was definitely doomed. Now, 3 powerful cultivators were attacking her simultaneously. Cheetah and the others didn't believe Su Shihan could survive. Of course, everyone else, who had just calmed down, felt their hearts rise again at this moment. All of them focused intently on the illusion mirror, wanting to see how Su Shihan would fight against 3 opponents. "Look, my son Chi-Yun is the first to attack." Outside the spirit domain of Mount Wan God, Cheetah, seeing Chi-Yun closing in on Su Shihan, immediately wore an expression of utmost pride. "This time, this demoness won't escape being killed by my son Chi-Yun, and the 8 drops of true dragon divine blood on her body will surely be his. How can a mere woman deserve such a fortune?" Surrounding them, instead of feeling speechless, everyone began to enthusiastically praise Cheetah's words, absolutely certain of his claims. All eyes were fixed on the illusion mirror, waiting for Chi-Yun to slay Su Shihan. But, in the next instant, Su Shirhan took a step forward, raising the sword in her hand. In front of countless shocked gazes, she swung her sword at Qi Yun and the others. In an instant, the Yin-Yang 8 trigrams sealed the heavens and reversed the universe. And the fusion of spiritual power and soul power created a torrential rain of swords that erupted from the 8 trigrams diagram behind Su Shirhan, instantly engulfing Qi Yun and the others. My son Qi Yun. Outside the spirit domain of Mount Wan God, Qida's eyes were bloodshot as he watched Qi Yun being slashed by countless swords in the flame cloud cave. You mere demoness, how dare you use such a technique to injure my son Qi Yun? I, Qida, am watching you. Once you leave the spirit domain of Mount Wan God, I will make you experience the pain of being cut by 10,000 blades. Who dared to harm my son? The wilderness mountains of the Red Moon continent trembled, and following that, a Taowu king shrouded in overwhelming demonic energy leaped out from the wilderness mountains. It spat out a long halberd that cleaved through the heavens, slashing towards Mount Wan God. Whoever harmed my son, die. Chapter 31. Who is so arrogant? Hey, who is this? Lin Xingyo, who had been sipping tea in Zhu village of Mount Wan, stretched out his hand and grabbed into the void, saying, Such a big temper? Come over here. Master, why are you here? When the king of Taowu found himself in Lin Xingyo's grasp, his expression changed immediately, and he glared at Lin Xingyo with wide eyes. How did you bring me here from the wilderness mountains? Why are you so angry? Who provoked you? Tell me, and I'll help you slap them. Smack. Lin Xingyo pursed his lips, slapped the king of Taowu, and then looked at him, saying, It's you? Go ahead and slap. Master, you must be mistaken. Upon hearing this, the king of Taowu twisted his face into a forced smile, looking at Lin Xingyo with a flattering expression. How could I dare to upset you? Don't scare me like this. I have a weak heart. I can't handle this. There's no mistake. It's you. Lin Xingyo tightened his grip on the king of Taowu, his eyes blazing with killing intent as he said, Just now, weren't you full of arrogance, wanting to kill my disciple? Have you forgotten already? Master, this is definitely a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Upon hearing this, the king of Taowu trembled in fear. Just now, I was blind as a dog, and I didn't recognize that extraordinary talent as your disciple. If I had known she was your disciple, I wouldn't have dared to lay a finger on her, not even with 1,000,000 guts. Humph. Lin Xingyo narrowed his eyes, his face showing clear dissatisfaction. So, you're blaming me? It's my fault for not telling you she was my disciple, so the mistake is on me, right? Master, I dare not. Upon hearing this, Tao Wu's face turned pale with fear. I am guilty. I am a scoundrel. Master, please give me a chance to redeem myself. Humph. Lin Xingyo pursed his lips, his expression becoming even more displeased. Tao Wu, open your eyes and look. Your son and so many living beings surrounded my disciple. Did I interfere? This is ultimately a matter for the young. You, such a powerful being, attacking these children. Do you think that's appropriate? Master, I am guilty. Tao Wu was stunned and immediately put on a look of deep remorse. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Good, you admit your guilt. Lin Xingyo smacked his lips a few times, then handed the king of Taowu to Tai Zhenhuang, saying, Go, Tai Zhenhuang, boil the pot, and take him to the kitchen to stew. After watching for so long, I'm really a bit hungry. What? Upon hearing this, both Tai Yaohuang and Tao Wu stared at Lin Xingyo, their mouths opening several times, but they couldn't utter a single word. This is terrifying. The king of Taowu is a celestial emperor at the first level of the divine realm. Yet this man wants to stew him. Hearing this was like a bolt from the blue, scaring Tai Yaohuang and Bai Shiyu into trembling, barely able to regain their composure for a long time. This is simply too horrifying. Master, please, no? After a while, the king of Taowu, barely recovering from his shock, immediately pleaded with a pitiful expression, looking at Lin Xingyo, You can't kill me. I still have several wives waiting for me to support at home. If you kill me like this, how will they live in the future? White-clad Emperor, please spare the king of Taowu this time. Seeing this, Tai Yaohuang couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, then turned to look at Su Shihan in the illusion, twisting his face as he pleaded to Lin Xingyo. After all, this is his first offense. Give him a chance, and besides, he didn't hurt your disciple. Look how mighty and awe-inspiring your disciple is. All right. Lin Xingyo loosened his grip and casually glanced at the king of Taowu, saying, then, I'll let him off this time for the sake of Tai Yaohuang. If you dare to disrespect my disciple again, I will make sure you experience the full extent of my wrath. Master, I dare not. Chapter 32. I shall slay the dragon. Roar. The young Chi dragon in the fire cloud cave roared and coiled its massive body, spitting out a bone mirror that erected a luminous screen, blocking Su Shihan's rain of sword strikes. Kill. The Taowu also went berserk, spitting out a bone blade that flashed like lightning, slicing towards Su Shihan. Meanwhile, Qi Yun was even more ferocious, with 7 heavenly openings rising around his body. Clenching his fists, he charged straight at Su Shihan. Look, this is my son, Qi Yun. Outside the spiritual domain of Mount Wan. Seeing this, Cheetah couldn't help but become extremely excited, exclaiming, with his iron fists, who in the 9 heavens and 10 earths can stand against him? This ignorant demon girl is about to be crushed by my son, Qi Yun. Cheetah brother, you're absolutely right. Upon hearing this, Song Wuji immediately displayed a fawning smile, as obsequious as it could possibly be. Your son truly has the potential for invincibility. Stepping on the void, his pair of iron fists have already blown apart the ignorant demon girl's rain of swords. Impressive. Upon hearing this, Cheetah's eyebrows shot up, and the pride in his eyes deepened even more. The surrounding crowd also began to flatter him, and seeing this, Cheetah's expression became increasingly delighted, as if he could already see Qi Yun crushing Su Shihan. But, the next moment, the excited expressions on Cheetah and the others' faces abruptly froze. Their eyes widened in horror as they stared at Su Shihan. Moonfall palm break. Su Shihan suddenly made her move, raising her left hand in front of countless shocked gazes and delivering a lightning-fast palm strike towards the charging Qi Yun. In an instant, Su Shihan's palm print soared into the air, accompanied by a piercing whistle, slamming into Qi Yun's iron fists. Crack! Qi Yun's fists braced with all his strength, but immediately felt an irresistible force surge through him. The next instant, before he could react, his entire body was blasted away, crashing into the blood pool. Roar! Before Su Shihan could relax, the young Qi dragon's tail had already swept in, striking her arm and sending her flying. Clang, clang, clang. Hit by the young Qi dragon, Su Shihan staggered back, her feet pounding the ground for more than a dozen steps before she managed to steady herself. But the next instant, the young Qi dragon pounced again. Thunderbolt sword, slash. Seeing the young Qi dragon charging, Su Shihan didn't dare to delay. She immediately stepped forward, left hand forming a seal, right hand raising her sword and thrusting it fiercely towards the attacking dragon. Hum, hum, hum. With a single thrust, a giant sword filled with wind and thunder pierced through the 8 trigrams diagram in front of Su Shihan, slashing towards the charging young Qi dragon. Bone mirror break. Seeing Su Shihan's giant sword coming, the young Qi dragon immediately spat out a bone mirror. The giant sword and the bone mirror collided, and a dazzling explosion of light erupted at the point of impact. However, Su Shihan and the young Qi dragon's attacks didn't dissipate. Instead, they clashed fiercely, shattering the surrounding space like glass. Thunderbolt sword, break. Seeing this, Su Shihan immediately drew all the spiritual energy from her dantian, unleashing it with all her strength towards the young Qi dragon, as 9 heavenly openings opened around her body. Human, prepare to die. The young Qi dragon also went mad, channeling all its power into the bone mirror, intending to finish Su Shirhan with this strike. Roar! At that moment, the Tao Wu finally arrived, spitting out a bone blade with extreme ferocity, roaring, "Human, die!" Chapter 33, Bloodlust Reaches Frenzy. Human, can you still refuse to die? Seeing this, the Lei clan and Chida's group were absolutely elated. After all, everyone knew that during a contest of spiritual energy, if a formidable enemy intervened, the person involved would almost certainly meet their doom. Tao Wu, my child, no, don't. The Tao Wu king of Bamboo Village in Mount Wanshan was on the verge of tears, watching helplessly as his young Tao Wu charged towards Su Shirhan. The thought of it made him want to die. After all, that was the disciple of the white-robed emperor. If his son killed her, it wouldn't just be his own death. The entire Tao Wu species in the Xianling realm might be wiped out. Tao Wu, stop harming my junior sister. Seeing this, Tang Qianquan stomped his foot, causing the ground to crack, and with a flick of his hand, a flying dagger shot directly toward the Tao Wu. Phew! The Tao Wu king let out a deep sigh of relief and stealthily glanced at Lin Xingyo, whose expression was grave. His heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally relaxed slightly. Roar! Inside the flame cloud cave, the Tao Wu had gone completely berserk. Just as it was about to strike and kill Su Shirhan, it was blocked by Tang Qianquan. The Tao Wu was utterly enraged. It opened its bloodthirsty maw and let out a roar, launching a frenzied assault on Tang Qianquan. It wanted to crush Tang Qianquan. After all, it was a descendant of the true dragon, and its cultivation had already broken through the 9 cavern heavens. If it could kill Su Shirhan now and receive a baptism of a drop of true dragon divine blood, it would surely become even more invincible in the future. Kill! Both the Tao Wu and the young chimera erupted with overwhelming killing intent. After all, the true dragon divine blood was of immense importance to them, so they desired it more than any other creature. What right did mere humans have to enjoy such a fortune? The true dragon divine blood was meant for them, yet it had been snatched away by 2 lowly humans. The Tao Wu and the young chimera were unwilling, so they both went berserk, launching attacks on Su Shirhan and her companions. Human, I now offer you a chance to submit. The young chimera leaped high into the air, attacking Su Shirhan with unrestrained ferocity. If you hand over the true dragon divine blood, I might consider taking you as my female pet and allowing you to serve me in bed. Otherwise, you will surely die here today. Hmph! On Su Shirhan's breathtakingly beautiful face, an icy aura of boundless killing intent began to form. As the reincarnated empress of the previous life, who had lived for over 100,000 years, she had never heard such words before. A mere mixed-blood young chimera dared to boast about taking her as a pet, and even wanted her to serve him in bed. This was the most arrogant statement she had ever heard. Even the chimera king of the previous life wouldn't have dared to speak to her in such a manner. Yet, this mixed-blood young chimera had the audacity to say it. This was an unforgivable blasphemy. She had to kill him, or else there would be no way to atone for his offense. Kill! Su Shirhan made up her mind and planted the seed of killing intent. With a wave of her hand, she drew her long sword and no longer held back her strength, unleashing a ferocious attack that struck the young chimera with lightning speed. This young woman's sword is incredibly fast. Countless creatures in Mount Wanshan were stunned as they watched Su Shirhan, their expressions filled with disbelief. How can her sword be so fast? It completely surpasses the limits of her age, fast enough to cut through the heavens with a single strike. Chapter 34, Slaying the Dragon. Roar! The young Chi dragon's eyes also revealed a look of fear, for Su Shirhan had undergone a dramatic transformation in momentum. Especially the long sword in her hand was faster than lightning, each strike able to break through his bone mirror and fiercely slash at his body. Human, you have truly enraged me. The young Chi dragon suddenly roared, raising its massive dragon claw and stomping down at Su Shirhan with incredible ferocity. Then try our dragon race's ultimate forbidden technique, the eightfold dragon art. Kill! Su Shirhan had already merged with her sword. Facing the dragon claw stomping down, she slashed out with her sword lightning fast. In an instant, a crescent moon-like sword glow struck the giant claw descending from the young Chi dragon. Clang! Su Shirhan's sword immediately clashed with the young Chi dragon's claw imprint, and the dazzling sword glow exploded beneath the giant claw. In the next moment, the young Chi dragon let out a frenzied roar, and a tornado-like sonic wave swept directly towards Su Shirhan. Piercing cloud finger break? Facing the sonic wave crushing down from the young Chi dragon, Su Shirhan extended her orchid finger and pointed at the dragon, unleashing an instant whirlwind that collided with the sonic wave attacking her. Bang bang bang! Su Shirhan and the young Chi dragon's powerful attacks clashed, instantly tearing apart that area and shattering it. Countless creatures who failed to dodge in time were annihilated. Human, you are indeed strong, but your brilliance ends here. The young Chi dragon had gone completely berserk. Raising its massive dragon claw, it stomped out a second step towards Su Yunshan. The second step of the eightfold dragon art. Thunder rumbles the heavens, slay. The young Chi dragon roared in fury, immediately drawing out all its power and stomping out a second step towards Su Shirhan with extreme ferocity. In an instant, 10,000 bolts of thunder streaked across the sky, shrouding the heavens with an apocalyptic aura that crushed down towards Su Shirhan. Heaven is Qian, earth is Kuan, yin-yang 8 trigrams seal heaven and earth. Reverse Kuan and Qian to break the heavens, wind and thunder surge, thunderclap sword. 1 strike breaks the heavens, 2 strikes annihilates the sky, void thunderclap sword style. Slash. Seeing the young Chi dragon stomp down, Su Shirhan immediately raised her sword and shouted to the heavens, void thunderclap sword style. Slash. In an instant, the yin-yang 8 trigrams sealed heaven and earth, reversed Kuan and Qian to break the heavens, and then a giant sword that cleaved through the void pierced the 8 trigrams diagram and slashed down from the sky. In front of countless stunned gazes, it beheaded the young Chi dragon in 1 strike and pinned it firmly to the ground. Wow! Seeing this scene, the usually noisy crowd was instantly stunned. Everyone opened their mouths wide, their eyes bulging, staring at Su Shirhan in the mirror, dumbfounded. What a powerful sword strike! 1 strike beheaded the young Chi dragon. Such a mighty sword strike was actually performed by a human woman. This human woman must not be left alive. She must be killed before she grows any stronger, or else in the future, she will surely suppress all races and leave them gasping for breath. This human woman, my Thunder clan must kill her. Outside the spirit domain of the myriad gods, the entire Thunder clan looked at Su Shirhan and harbored an indelible killing intent. No matter what, they could not let Su Shirhan live any longer. They must kill her. Grand Elder, it's time to have our sealers in the spirit domain of the myriad gods act. Chapter 35. Slaying the devouring sky bird. Human, you dare to kill my child. A giant serpent dragon, which had been suppressing the heavens over the east sea of the celestial realm, leapt out with a murderous aura, roaring toward the spirit domain of the 10,000 gods mountains. Wait, you will eventually leave the spirit domain of the 10,000 gods mountains, and then I will make you taste the full extent of my wrath. Hemph! Inside the fire cloud cave, Su Shirhan seemed to sense the overwhelming killing intent. She couldn't help but coldly glance at the void, as if peering through a millennium of ice, before she shot out like lightning toward Qi Yun, who was being entangled by the devouring sky bird. Qi Yun, I'll give you one last chance. Su Shirhan shook her blood-stained longsword and shot lightning fast toward Qi Yun, saying, hand over the true dragon divine blood and the dragon bone, or you will end up like the serpent dragon cub, becoming a mere ghost beneath my blade. Woman, unless you kill me, I will never hand over the true dragon divine blood in my possession, Qi Yun said, his fists shattering the devouring sky bird's attack, his gaze bloodshot as he stared at Su Shirhan. Fine, then I shall kill you. Su Shirhan didn't waste any more words. She raised her sword and struck Qi Yun with a single killing blow. Human, you overstep your bounds. Seeing Su Shirhan attack Qi Yun, the devouring sky bird immediately spread its wings, which could blot out the sky, and roared, "This ant is mine. If you dare to steal him from me, I'll kill you. Devouring sky bird, if you come any closer, I'll cut you down." As Su Shirhan's sword struck toward Qi-yun, her cold, ice-like gaze fell upon the devouring sky bird, and a torrential killing intent enveloped it. "Human, you're reckless." Hearing this, the devouring sky bird was instantly incensed. Who was he? He was the devouring sky bird. Whether it was his bloodline or his innate talent, he was unparalleled in the world. Moreover, he was a powerful sealer. If it weren't for the order and rules restricting his full strength, he would have already wiped out countless weaklings like Su Shirhan. Now, this human dared to threaten him. The devouring sky bird could not let her live. "Human, you've truly enraged me." The more the devouring sky bird thought about it, the angrier he became, and the more his pride was wounded. He roared at Su Shirhan with unrestrained fury, "Now, I will crush you. Ant, don't seek death." Su Shirhan, however, coldly glared at the devouring sky bird and then swung her sword lightning fast, delivering a dozen strikes toward Qi-yun. Seeing this, the devouring sky bird was completely enraged. After all, in all his years, he had never encountered a human who dared to treat him with such disrespect. Kill. The devouring sky bird could no longer hold back. He spread his massive wings and swept them towards Su Shirhan with a lightning-fast slash, roaring, "Human, die." Devouring sky bird, this is your own doing. Seeing the devouring sky bird attack, Su Shirhan immediately frowned and shouted, "Heaven is Qian. Earth is Kuan. The 8 trigrams seal the heavens and earth. Reverse Qian and Kuan to break the heavens. The wind and thunder surge. The thunderclap sword shocks the heavens. Tai Su thunderclap sword style. Slay." The devouring sky bird didn't even have time to react, his words still unspoken, when the heavens-shattering Tai Su thunderclap sword style descended like a thunderbolt. In front of countless shocked gazes, a single sword strike severed the devouring sky bird's head. How is she so strong? Outside the spirit domain of the 10,000 Gods Mountains, seeing the devouring sky bird killed, almost everyone stared at Su Shirhan with their mouths agape, their eyes wide in shock. She killed the serpent dragon cub with one sword strike, and now she's killed the devouring sky bird with another. Chapter 36. The Battle Against Qi-yun. Wow! The various creatures in the flame cloud cave, having just snapped out of their shock, couldn't help but gasp in unison, instinctively taking a step back. Among them, Zhang Xian and Yi Shanshan from the Heavenly Dao sect were completely petrified, their eyes fixed on Su Shirhan. Could a human really be this strong? She had not only slain an ancient demon bird, but also a young Qi dragon, a creature of unparalleled lineage, with a single sword strike. This was too powerful. It had completely surpassed the limits of humanity, leaving all living beings in awe. "Qi-yun, my son." Outside the spirit domain of the 10,000 gods, Qi-da roared at Su Shirhan, "Kill this woman, and you will be the number 1 in the world." "Qi-yun, this is your last chance." Su Shirhan, on the other hand, held her blood-dripping sword in reverse grip, her cold eyes fixed on Qi-yun. "Hand over the true dragon's divine blood and dragon bones you've obtained. Otherwise, I really will kill you." "Woman, you're dreaming." Qi-yun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face twisted with ferocity as he glared at Su Shirhan. "If you want them, come and take them by force. Die." Su Shirhan no longer wasted words and lunged at Qi-yun with her sword. Initially, she hadn't intended to kill him, as he was, after all, a human talent of his generation. Su Shirhan hadn't planned to take his life. After all, humanity was weak in the Xianling realm. The 100 races were flourishing. They had almost suppressed humanity in the Xianling realm to the point of being unable to lift their heads. Therefore, Su Shirhan hadn't wanted to kill Qi-yun, as he could have grown into a powerful human warrior. But his repeated refusal to hand over the true dragon's divine blood and bones forced Su Shirhan to finally bear the thought of killing him. "Kill." "Qi-yun, however, had completely gone berserk. His fists glowed with swirling spiritual energy as he launched a lightning-fast barrage towards Su Shihan. He, Qi Yun, had the potential to become an emperor. Though he was only at the seventh Heaven's Gate, he was nearly invincible within the Heaven's Gate realm. Now, Su Shihan had repeatedly challenged him. He, Qi Yun, had to kill her. She would become a stepping stone on his path to invincibility, solidifying his unyielding belief in his own might. Iron Fist Strike Kill. With his decision made, Qi Yun's fists shattered the void as they punched through the air with a piercing howl, unleashing a torrent of over 1,000 strikes at Su Shihan. Yet, Su Shihan showed no signs of panic. She not only deflected all his punches, but also suppressed him, forcing him to retreat continuously. Kill. Qi Yun's fighting spirit began to crumble as the battle wore on. Su Shihan was simply too terrifying. Whether it was her understanding of techniques or her control of power, she was clearly superior. The longer the fight went, the more he found himself unable to retaliate. The situation had completely tilted in her favor, with him being pushed back without any chance to counterattack. This can't be. Outside the spirit domain of the 10,000 gods, Cheetah was utterly furious, his eyes wide with disbelief as he roared, "My son, Qi Yun, has the potential for invincibility. How could he be suppressed by such a mere girl? This is absolutely impossible, impossible."
Ugh.
After shouting a few times, Cheetah spat out blood, his anger overwhelming him, and he collapsed straight to the ground, nearly falling over. Fortunately, the attendants by his side reacted quickly, swiftly supporting him and moving him to the side. They pinched his nose, poured water. After a flurry of actions, they finally managed to wake him up. Cheetah's heart was filled with hatred. His eyes locked onto Su Shihan as she pursued Qi Yun, his gaze so intense that he seemed ready to devour her alive. Chapter 37. The Furious Fire Spirit. Boom! Just as Cheetah was seething with anger, a thunderous explosion erupted from within the fire cloud cave. A divine light shot into the sky, and in the shock of countless onlookers, a divine seed suddenly burst forth from the blood pool inside the fire cloud cave. Roar! Seeing this, the Taodai quickly bit down on the divine seed and darted out of the fire cloud cave with incredible speed. For a moment, the stunned creatures all turned their gazes toward the fleeing Taotai. Once they realized what was happening, they all chased after the Taotai, intent on seizing the divine seed from its mouth. A divine seed? That was a divine artifact left behind by ancient gods, and whoever obtained it could cultivate something extraordinary. Therefore, almost all the creatures who reacted in time chased after the Taotai, hoping to snatch the divine seed from its mouth. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, the surroundings of the fire cloud cave erupted into complete chaos. Powerful fire spirits began to charge toward the area from the endless fire domain, as if they had been summoned. They immediately went on a rampage, slaughtering the creatures of the fire domain. "Qi Yun, where do you think you're going?" Su Shihan shouted, holding a blood-dripping long sword, ready to chase after Qi Yun, who was trying to escape during the chaos. However, her steps suddenly halted. Inside the fire cloud cave, countless humans were surrounded by fire spirits, and many of the weaker ones were being slaughtered. Seeing this scene, Su Shihan finally couldn't bear it any longer. She raised her sword and charged toward the surrounded humans, swiftly slaying dozens of powerful fire spirit beasts. "Quick, follow me." After slaying a dozen fire spirit beasts, Su Shihan directly called out to Zhang Xian and the others, "I'll take you out of here alive." Zhang Xian and the others didn't dare waste any time. They quickly gathered together and followed Su Shihan, pushing their way out of the fire cloud cave. However, the rampaging fire spirits were incredibly numerous. Although their individual strength wasn't overwhelming, their sheer numbers were terrifying. They stretched as far as the eye could see, like ants, charging at them without fear of death. "Kill!" Su Shihan didn't utter another word. With a 7-foot-long sword in hand, she slashed at the fire spirits that charged at them, each strike taking down a large group. Of course, Zhang Xian and the others were also giving their all, unleashing their strongest attacks against the fire spirits, especially Tang Qinchuan's Rain of Blades, which was an excellent tool for clearing the path. Many of the fire spirits that charged at them were blown apart by his blade rain, and soon they surged forward like a flood, pushing their way out of the fire cloud cave. Senior brother, can we survive and leave this place? Yishanshan, who had just emerged from the fire cloud cave, looked at the fire spirits attacking them and despair filled her face. Are we going to die here? Junior sister, don't worry. Zhang Xian smashed a powerful fire spirit and reassured Yishanshan, as long as I'm here, I'll definitely protect you and get you out of here alive. Senior brother. Yishanshan opened her mouth several times, wanting to say something, but the words never came out. She hadn't wanted to come here in the first place, and she was extremely timid and afraid of death. But for the sake of being with Zhang Xian, she had unhesitatingly entered this divine mountain realm. The dangers here, however, had far exceeded her limits. She felt like she was going to die here, but if she could die in senior brother's arms, she thought it would be a fulfilling end. Although she had never told Zhang Xian that she loved him, if she could die in his arms, Yishanshan felt that her life would be complete. Chapter 38. Breaking through the encirclement. Sister, let's go. Zhang Xian, on the other hand, grabbed Yishanshan's hand without paying any attention to her expression. He pushed her forward, as the fire spirits attacking them were simply too numerous. Zhang Xian felt reassured only when he was holding Yishanshan's hand. Kill! Su Shihan was relentlessly charging forward, and soon they had fought their way through several miles. The ground was littered with the shattered remains of fire spirits. Soon, Su Shihan and the others spotted a familiar figure. It was the Taodai that had stolen the divine seed. However, its current situation was quite perilous, as Zhu Jin and Qiongqi were all attacking it, trying to wrest the divine seed from its mouth. Of course, there were also many fire spirits surrounding them, all launching frenzied attacks, as if they wanted to annihilate them all here. Let's go take a look. Su Shihan's eyes darkened. With a sweep of her 7-foot-long sword, the radiant sword aura she unleashed instantly cut a dozen fire spirits in half at the waist. Then, with lightning speed, she dashed toward the Taotai and the others. Roar! The Taotai was in a frenzy, as it had finally obtained the divine seed, only to be besieged by Qiongqi and the others, who sought to take it from him. Who was he? He was the Taotai, a paramount ruler of the cave heavens, a descendant of the ancestral dragon, and he would never allow these lesser beings to take the divine seed from him. Kill! The Taoya's malevolence erupted completely. 9 cave heavens rose around him, and a torrent of talismans enveloped the sky, launching an overwhelming assault on Qiongqi and the others. However, Qiongqi's cultivation was not inferior, all of them being at the peak of the 9 cave heavens, and their methods were also extremely formidable. Taodai, run! As the Taodai engaged in a life-and-death struggle with Qiongqi, a shout suddenly rang out. Looking up, it saw a 100-zhang sword aura descending before it, directly separating him from the battle with Qiongqi. Human, help me kill Qiongqi and Zhu Jian. Seeing Su Shihan come to his aid, the Taodai immediately shouted to her, I can share this divine seed with you. All right, I'll help you. Upon hearing this, Su Shihan immediately attacked Qiongqi. The latter, however, was instantly enraged, charging at Su Shihan with almost lightning speed. After all, Su Shihan possessed 8 drops of true dragon divine blood and 2 true dragon bones. Therefore, Qiongqi did not hesitate to launch an attack, declaring, Human, hand over the true dragon divine blood and dragon bones in your possession. I, Qiongqi, can show mercy and spare your life. Otherwise, I will surely slay you. Is that so? Su Shihan's face, suffused with an overwhelming aura of killing intent, seemed like that of an ancient deity or demon, radiating an immense murderous will. You think you're so powerful? Then come and fight. Roar! Upon hearing this, Qiongqi was completely enraged. Instantly, it opened its bloodthirsty maw, revealing 9 sharp fangs, and launched a fierce assault on Su Shihan. Wind and Thunder Sword Rain. Slash. As Qiongqi unleashed its 9 sharp fangs, Su Shihan immediately executed her sword technique, the Wind and Thunder Sword Rain Slash. In an instant, countless swords infused with wind and thunder energy shot forth, forming an 8-ga formation that instantly engulfed Qiongqi. Roar! Trapped within the Wind and Thunder Sword Rain Slash, Qiongqi let out an unwilling roar before being slain by Su Shihan's attack. The sight left all the surrounding beings gaping in shock, their mouths agape. Human, you dare kill my offspring. Mark my words, I will make sure you suffer a fate worse than death. Chapter 39. The Demon Cloud Cave. Human, you're doomed. Seeing Su Shihan kill the young Qiongqi, Zhu Jian immediately glared at her with intense killing intent and said, You dare to kill a young Qiongqi. Unless you never leave the divine mountain spirit realm, you will surely be hunted down by the Qiongqi clan. By then, even if you can escape to the heavens or the depths of the earth, you will have no chance of survival. Bothersome. Su Shihan shook the 7-foot-long sword in her hand. Her icy gaze, like that of 10,000-year-old black ice, fell upon Zhu Jian as she said, I not only want to kill the young Qiongqi, I also want to slay you. Zhu Jian, looking at Su Shihan, was rendered speechless. After all, he knew how formidable she was. Not only had she killed the young Qiongqi, but even the powerful young Qi dragon had fallen by her hand. Human, I suddenly remember I have some urgent matters to attend to, so I won't continue this battle with you here. After steadying himself and glancing at Su Shihan, Zhu Jian gritted his teeth and made the most difficult decision of his life. Everyone, follow me. Humph. Su Shihan didn't stop Zhu Jian and his group. After all, the current situation wasn't suitable for a battle here, so she let them pass. Human, let's go as well. Taodai, of course, wouldn't stop Zhu Jian either. After collecting the divine seed, he joined Su Shihan and the others in pushing their way out of the infinite flame domain. They fought their way out for 30 miles. Ultimately, only a handful remained out of the original 10, finally breaking out of the infinite flame domain. Then, the group flew toward another immortal mansion. They flew westward for over 100 miles. They arrived at a cave shrouded in black mist, known as the Demon Cloud Cave, where countless creatures were flying into it. Qi Yun. As soon as they arrived at the Demon Cloud Cave, Su Shihan immediately spotted Qi Yun's figure. He was fiercely charging into the cave, as if something inside was drawing him in. Let's go take a look. Seeing Qi Yun, Su Shihan didn't hesitate for a moment, instantly shooting toward his location like lightning. Why is this woman here? Seeing Su Shihan approach, Qi Yun immediately used all his strength to charge forward. In front of the Demon Cloud Cave, a shimmering curtain of light blocked the entrance, and almost all the creatures were trying to rush through it. But the path wasn't that simple. After all, the entrance was only so big, and not everyone could barge in. Moreover, the curtain of light in front of the Demon Cloud Cave was slowly disappearing, as if it were a teleportation gate. If they missed this opportunity, they wouldn't be able to enter. Seeing this, Su Shihan understood why the creatures in front of the Demon Cloud Cave were fighting. They were all competing for the chance to enter the Demon Cloud Cave. After all, this was an immortal mansion, and it must contain incredible opportunities, just like the Flame Cloud Cave. Qi Yun, where do you think you're going? Su Shihan, however, couldn't care less about all that. All she wanted now was to catch Qi Yun and take the true dragon divine blood from him. Seeing Su Shihan approach, Qi Yun immediately disregarded everything and charged toward the Demon Cloud Cave, carving out a bloody path with sheer force, eventually plunging into the curtain of light and escaping into the Demon Cloud Cave. Qi Yun, it won't help you to flee into the Demon Cloud Cave. Seeing Qi Yun escape into the Demon Cloud Cave, Su Shihan immediately followed like lightning, saying, I, Su Shihan, will definitely catch you. Unless you hand over the true dragon divine blood, you will never escape my grasp. Chapter 40. The Divine Beast, Golden-Haired Roar. This place? Su Shihan followed Qi Yun into the Demon Cloud Cave, but after passing through the shimmering barrier, she found herself not with Qi Yun, but in a vast desert with swirling yellow sands. A human? Su Shihan was deep in thought when suddenly she heard a roar. Turning her head, she saw a golden-haired beast with an arrogant expression staring at her. Human, to have made it this far into the Demon Cloud Cave, you must be quite talented. Seeing Su Shihan look over, the golden-haired beast raised its head proudly and said, I'll give you a chance now. Would you like to become my female pet? Get lost. Su Shihan's cold, suffocating expression immediately surged with an overwhelming aura of Sa Yi. Get out of my way, or I'll cut you down with a single sword strike. Huh. The golden-haired beast was momentarily stunned, not reacting immediately. But when it did, it was furious. It was a divine beast, the golden-haired roar. Wherever it went, others would grovel and submit, hoping it would spare them a glance and take them as pets. But this mere human, not only did she not grovel or submit, but she dared to tell it to get lost. The golden-haired roar was absolutely incensed. Did this lowly human not fear its reputation? Human, very well. You are very bold. The golden-haired roar glared at Su Shihan with intense anger. Since you dare to be so disrespectful to me, I'll have to show you just how powerful I, the golden-haired roar, truly am. Let's see if I'm worthy to be your master. Come fight. Su Shihan raised her sword and pointed it at the golden-haired roar. If you can withstand 3 of my moves, I might consider taking you as a battle pet. You're too arrogant. Hearing this, the golden-haired roar was completely enraged. It let out a furious roar and lunged at Su Shihan. Moonfall palm break. Seeing the golden-haired roar charge, Su Shihan swiftly sidestepped and delivered a powerful palm strike toward it. Roar. The golden-haired roar, seeing the incoming palm strike, immediately spat out a beam of light as thick as a barrel, which collided with Su Shihan's palm strike. Then, with a mighty claw, it swung down toward her head. Slap! Su Shihan dodged and swung her sword horizontally at the golden-haired roar. The beast reacted quickly, rolling to the side to avoid the strike, then leaping up and charging at her with lightning speed. Get lost! Seeing the golden-haired roar come at her again, Su Shihan kicked out with a powerful strike, sending the beast flying with a burst of force. Roar! The golden-haired roar crashed into the sand, then stood up, shaking its head vigorously. Its fiery eyes glared at Su Shihan. Human, are you showing off your superiority in front of me? I, the golden-haired roar, have decided. I must make you my pet. Su Shihan's cold gaze darkened, ignoring the golden-haired roar completely. Instead, she dashed forward with her sword, aiming to strike it down. Who was she? She was the reincarnation of the ruthless empress. This golden-haired roar dared to think of making her its pet? Su Shihan intended to show it with her sword that it wasn't worthy. Her power was such that this golden-haired roar should be the one submitting to her, not the other way around. To think it could make the ruthless empress its pet? It was still 100,000 years too early for that. Human, come at me. Seeing Su Shihan charge, the golden-haired roar looked at her proudly. Watch as I defeat you in one move. Pot of crushing ruin. The golden-haired roar summoned its broken pot, its face lighting up with glee. This wasn't just any broken pot. It was crafted by its ancestors based on the Emperor of Ruthlessness's devouring demon pot. While it might not have the power of the devouring demon pot, the golden-haired roar was certain it was more than enough to subdue Su Shihan. But in the next moment, its expression froze. In its horrified gaze, it saw Su Shihan slap the pot away with a single hand, her blood-stained sword now pressed against its forehead. Chapter 41. The Burial Ground. Golden-haired howl. Hand over your slave seal. Su Shiwan's cold eyes gazed down at the golden-haired howl, who dared not resist and immediately handed over the slave seal to her. All right, let's go. After forming the slave seal with the golden-haired howl, effectively making it her battle pet, Su Shiwan did not linger and left the area with the creature. They continued forward. Along the way, they encountered several waves of strong enemies, but all were defeated by Su Shiyuan. Soon, they exited the desert region and arrived at a cliff edge. Many people were gathered there. All of them had emerged from the desert region. Everyone stared at the 8 large iron chains connecting to the other side of the cliff, hesitant to proceed. The chains were shrouded in countless thunderbolts. Anyone who tried to cross would surely be struck down. However, no one was in a hurry. The thunderbolts were dissipating, and it was estimated that in about half an hour, they would be able to cross. "Human, we've finally found you." The Taodai, along with Zhang Xian and the others, approached Su Shiyuan. "Humph!" Qi Yun's fingers clenched tightly, his face cold as he glared at Su Shiyuan. His steps toward her halted abruptly. Earlier, he had intended to ambush Su Shiyuan, but seeing the Taodai approach, he stopped. After all, he wasn't confident in facing such powerful enemies, though his resolve to kill Su Shiyuan had only deepened. Su Shiyuan, however, merely glanced coldly at Qi Yun before ignoring him, nodding in acknowledgement to the approaching Taotai. "Humph!" Qi Yun snorted coldly, his face showing clear displeasure. It was evident that his determination to kill Su Shiyuan had intensified. "Look, the thunderbolts are dispersing." All eyes turned to the 8 iron chains at the cliff's edge. Before anyone could react, some ancient beasts had already climbed onto the chains and crossed over. The other creatures quickly followed suit. But with so many creatures, 8 chains were simply not enough. Moreover, the dissipating thunderbolts might reemerge and cover the entire chain area again. Thus, everyone was fiercely competing for the chance to climb onto the chains. The slaughter began. Creatures fought ruthlessly for the opportunity to cross the chains and reach the other side. Especially powerful figures like Qi Yun unleashed the most brutal methods, making it difficult for anyone to survive more than a few moves against them. In an instant, countless 7 or 8 Dongtan geniuses were slain, their bodies soaked in blood. Of course, Su Shiyuan and her group were also competing. However, unlike Qi Yun and others, they didn't engage in unrestrained slaughter. With Su Shiyuan and the Taodai leading the way and the fierce golden-haired Howl guarding the rear, many creatures wisely chose to step aside. Clang, clang, clang. Su Shiyuan and her group quickly climbed onto the chains and rapidly made their way to the other side. Qi Yun, on the other hand, didn't have it so easy. Alone, with no support, he had to rely on his bare fists to carve a path through, facing pressures several times greater than Su Shiyuan's group. The ancient beasts didn't show him any mercy, attacking him relentlessly in an attempt to knock him off the cliff. A tacit understanding had formed among them. The ancient beasts were targeting humans. They consciously aimed their attacks at humans, especially those like Qi Yun who possessed the potential to become emperors. Yet, Qi Yun was truly formidable. Facing hundreds of ancient beasts, he fought like an ancient war god, carving a bloody path through them. This sight left everyone in awe. They were all deeply impressed by Qi Yun's strength, as few present could match his ability to break through such a path. Ha, ha, ha. Qida of the Wan God Mountain was unusually excited, shouting, "My son truly lives up to his potential as an emperor. He is invincible in this era." Humph! Countless icy gazes from the Wan God Mountain shot toward Qida, instantly converging into a terrifying wave of Sa Yi that enveloped him. Thud. Qida's legs buckled under the pressure, and he fell to his knees, drenched in cold sweat. Several times, he tried to speak but couldn't utter a word. The burial ground. A voice suddenly echoed among the creatures, and all eyes turned to the mirage. Qi Yun and the others had crossed the chains and arrived at the burial ground of the King of Hades Valley. Phew. The mere mention of the King of Hades Valley's burial ground sent a chill down everyone's spine, as it was no ordinary place. It was the resting place of countless ancient gods. Entering it could lead to encounters with extremely powerful vengeful spirits. Once entangled by such spirits, one would never escape the burial ground. However, there were also great opportunities. Many ancient gods had buried their weapons with them, So entering the burial ground could lead to obtaining ancient weapons or even partial inheritances. Thus, despite the dangers, every time it opened, many would risk their lives to enter and seek fortune. Boom! The burial ground suddenly trembled violently, and a torrent of dazzling light and runes surged forth, forming a massive 8-trigram gate that slowly opened. The creatures couldn't hold back. They all rushed toward the open 8-trigrams gate. Of course, this was also accompanied by fierce battles. As they surged toward the Bagua gate, they struck out at the creatures around them, felling them one by one. In such a situation, humans were the most vulnerable. Due to the vast difference in strength, many human geniuses became prey for the ancient beasts. Many onlookers from the Wan God Mountain were heartbroken, watching their descendants being devoured by ancient beasts. Their hearts ached with pain, but there was nothing they could do. This was the world of cultivators, brutal and bloody, where everything had to be fought for with blood and tears. No one would show mercy. Humans tremble. Countless powerful ancient beasts looked with contempt and mockery at the humans being eaten by their young in the mirage, their expressions satisfied. Humans, be careful. The Taodai shielded Zhang Xian and the others, unleashing a torrent of flames so scorching that it could incinerate the skies, reducing a long-snout ancient crocodile to ashes. Phew! Zhang Xian and the others took a deep breath. Entering the King of Hades Valley's burial ground was fraught with peril. On this blood-red expanse, one had to remain vigilant against the attacks of vengeful spirits and defend against the relentless hunts of ancient beasts. Survival was an arduous challenge. Senior brother, look at that. Yi Shanshan pointed at a sudden burst of white light from the blood-red earth. Junior sister, hurry and chase. Zhang Xian shouted, immediately giving chase. That's a powerful treasure. Chase it. The Taodai and the others showed excitement, quickly pursuing the light. They chased westward. After dozens of kilometers, they finally cornered the powerful treasure on a mountaintop. It was a broken blade. The blade was covered in the marks of time. Facing the Taodai and their pursuit, it refused to submit. Instead, it fiercely attacked them. Such a spirited treasure was not to be easily let go, so they all unleashed their strongest attacks to subdue it. The broken blade suddenly shuddered, and a burst of radiance rose, the next moment striking fiercely at the Taodai, blocking its path. Roar! The Taodai didn't dare underestimate it, summoning a golden giant bell to block the blade's attack. The broken blade couldn't break through and turned to slash at the golden-haired howl. The golden-haired howl had a broken pot for defense. Naturally, it wasn't afraid of the blade's attack. Unable to break through, the blade turned to strike at Su Shiyuan. Su Shiyuan's strength was evident. In an instant, she exchanged over 100 blows with the blade using her long sword, finally blasting it away over 10,000 meters, nearly shattering the blade itself. The broken blade, faced with such intense attacks from Su Shiyuan and the others, was ultimately captured by the golden-haired howl using its broken pot. Of course, Su Shiyuan and her group did not stop there. Instead, they tirelessly continued searching the blood-red expanse for more treasures. Although most of the artifacts here were damaged, each one was incredibly powerful. For a cultivator, these treasures held an almost endless allure. Chapter 42, Bloody Battle. Ha 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 ha. I, Qi Yun, am truly blessed by heaven to have obtained such a powerful divine weapon. Su Shirhan, where are you? With all 7 of his Dantian realms activated, Qi Yun gripped a halberd in his hand, and a series of radiant lights rose behind him. His posture was domineering as he looked around arrogantly and roared, I, Qi Yun, am here to defeat you now. Human, you've disturbed us. As Qi Yun arrogantly surveyed his surroundings, several exceptionally powerful ancient beasts, each with all 9 of their Dantian realms activated, surrounded him from all sides, saying, hand over the treasure in your possession, and we might spare your life. Humph! Qi Yun snorted coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. In the next moment, he charged at the mighty ancient beast, the 9-headed golden lion, with his halberd in hand, exuding overwhelming killing intent. Die! Qi Yun unleashed his full might, and with a single strike of his halberd, he slammed it down onto the nine-headed golden lion's head. Roar! The nine-headed golden lion was enraged. As an ancient beast born with divine favor, how dare a mere human attack him? He was determined to crush Qi Yun in an instant. Roar! The nine-headed golden lion raised all 9 of its heads, and with all 9 Dantian realms erupting with spiritual energy, it formed an invincible lion seal, clashing directly with Qi Yun's halberd. Bang! The 2 powerful attacks collided, and an instant energy storm erupted at the point of impact, creating a massive mushroom cloud that spread out in all directions. Kill! Qi Yun's furious roar echoed as his halberd, sweeping like 1,000 troops, struck again at the nine-headed golden lion. In the next moment, a blood-soaked golden lion's head was severed and fell to the ground with a scream. Roar! The nine-headed golden lion went completely berserk. Having lived for so long, it was the first time it had lost a head to a human. Enduring immense pain, it attacked Qi Yun with frenzied desperation. At the same time, the other powerful ancient beasts surrounding Qi Yun also launched their attacks, their powerful runic waves engulfing the entire area. But Qi Yun truly lived up to his potential as a future emperor. Facing 4 or 5 powerful ancient beasts, he fought like a reincarnation of Xiangyu, the overlord of Chu, wielding his halberd and driving them into disarray, with the nine-headed golden lion suffering the most. 8 of the nine-headed golden lion's heads had already been severed by Qi Yun. It was no longer grotesque. Human, you've truly enraged me. The nine-headed golden lion went berserk, summoning powerful treasures and attacking Qi Yun with near madness. But with his halberd in hand, Qi Yun was invincible against them. After a fierce battle, several ancient beasts were soon slain by him. Realizing he was no match, the nine-headed golden lion, before Qi Yun could attack, spat out 9 dazzlingly radiant fangs and turned to flee. But Qi Yun wouldn't let the nine-headed golden lion escape. After slaying the last powerful ancient beast, he chased after the nine-headed golden lion like a thunderbolt. Roar! The nine-headed golden lion was terrified, transforming into a streak of light as it fled. It soon covered a distance of 100,000 miles, but Qi Yun relentlessly pursued, staying right behind it. Big brother, save me! The nine-headed golden lion suddenly cried out and dashed to the side of the Taotai, gasping heavily with blood-soaked body, its eyes filled with utter terror. What the hell is this? The Taotai was bewildered. He clearly remembered that he had never taken any underlings, and now this lion, so wretchedly battered, was trying to cozy up to him. There must be no good intentions behind it. Su Shirhan, you're here? Wielding his halberd and with all 7 Dantian realms activated, Qi Yun approached from the opposite side with an incredibly arrogant posture. Upon seeing Su Shirhan, his expression turned utterly ferocious. Qi Yun? Su Shirhan also looked at Qi Yun, gripping the Tai Chu sword tightly in her hand. Die! Without wasting words, Qi Yun roared, and his halberd, like lightning, struck down at Su Shirhan. You're courting death. Su Shirhan drew the Tai Chu sword, and a silver moon-like sword aura slashed towards Qi Yun. Clang! The sword and halberd clashed fiercely, and an instant energy storm erupted, flattening 6 or 7 nearby mountains. Kill! Qi Yun's eyes were bloodshot, his killing intent overwhelming, as he unleashed a barrage of attacks with his halberd on Su Shirhan. He wanted to avenge his humiliation. He wanted to defeat Su Shirhan. He wanted to completely erase this woman from his world. But Su Shirhan was the reincarnation of the ruthless empress. Even if Qi Yun were to defy the heavens, he could never turn the tide in front of her. Su Shirhan's Tai Chu sword swiftly overpowered Qi Yun, who wielded the might of a supreme warrior, rendering him completely defenseless. The nine-headed golden lion was nearly blinded by the shock of this sight. How strong was Qi Yun? No one knew better than him. Just moments ago, 5 powerful ancient beasts, had fought him, and all were slain by Qi Yun. He himself had lost 8 of his lion heads. He had fled for 100,000 miles just to save his life. Now, a mere human woman, with just a 7-foot-long sword, had suppressed the nearly invincible Qi-yun. Honestly, the 9-headed golden lion could hardly believe his eyes. How could a mere human woman be so powerful? Qi-yun, hand over the dragon true blood and the true dragon bone, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, this will be your burial ground. You dream. Qi-yun glared at Su Shihan with bloodshot eyes and roared, "Unless you can kill me. Fine, then I'll kill you." Su Shihan's cold gaze deepened, and with all 9 Dantian realms activated, she unleashed 300 lightning-fast strikes with her Taichu sword towards Qi-yun. Kill! Qi-yun, drenched in blood, roared furiously, and his halberd sliced through space, sending wave after wave of energy towards Su Shihan. But Su Shihan faced him with utter composure, her Taichu sword blocking all of Qi-yun's attacks, occasionally piercing through his body. Wicked woman! In the Wanshan Mountain, Qida's eyes brimmed with tears of blood, his heart nearly unable to bear the burden. His son was destined to possess the potential of an emperor. He was fated to be invincible across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. But now, a woman had blocked his path to invincibility, defeating him time and time again. It would surely shake his invincible mindset, turning it into a heart demon that would forever prevent him from stepping onto the path of becoming an emperor. This wicked woman dares to block my son's path to invincibility. She deserves to be killed 10,000 times. Qida's eyes overflowed with blood, his heart already set on the absolute necessity of killing Su Shihan. In the future, even if it meant using the entire clan's strength, he would eliminate Su Shihan to clear the path for Qi-yun's journey to invincibility. But in the Wanshan Mountain's spiritual domain, Qi-yun's mindset was collapsing. Facing Su Shihan, he had completely lost his belief in invincibility. She was simply too strong. She was a wall standing before him. No matter how many opportunities he received, he could never surpass her, because she was simply too extraordinary. At such a young age as a woman, she possessed such unmatchable combat prowess. Qi-yun was plunged into despair. Qi-yun, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the dragon true blood and the true dragon bone, or I truly will cut you down. Su Shihan's breathtakingly beautiful face, like an eternal piece of profound ice, radiated a bone-chilling killing intent. Kill! Qi-yun did not submit. Although his mindset had collapsed, he would never bow his head, even if it meant dying in the final moment. Kill! Su Shihan no longer wasted words. Although she admired Qi-yun's unyielding fighting spirit, since he refused to submit and hand over the dragon true blood and the true dragon bone, she could only slay this genius. Kill! Su Shihan's heart was filled with the determination to kill, and her Taichu sword no longer held back. She struck at Qi-yun with lightning-fast precision, and soon he was forced into retreat, his body pierced by countless wounds. Huff! The 9-headed golden lion exhaled a cold breath, his eyes revealing a look of astonishment as he watched the fierce battle between Su Shihan and Qi-yun. In his mind, he had never witnessed such a brutal clash. Clearly outmatched, yet refusing to surrender, even as death loomed near. Did he truly fear nothing, not even death? Such a being, who feared death yet possessed such resolve, was something the 9-headed golden lion found utterly inconceivable. Woman, you've enraged me. I will end this with you, even if it means our mutual destruction. Burn my war blood, kill. Qi-yun's gaze was abnormally fierce as he stared at Su Shihan, a crazed glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He, Qi-yun, was born with the potential of a great emperor. Yet, why must the heavens create both a Zhou and a Zhuge Liang? At this moment, he knew he could not escape alive. Rather than succumbing, he would rather self-destruct and drag this woman down with him. In 20 years, he would rise again as a hero. With his decision made, Qi-yun gripped his halberd, igniting his war blood and soul force, charging recklessly towards Su Shihan. Human, retreat quickly. He's going to self-destruct. The Taodai, watching Qi-yun charge towards Su Shirhan, swiftly activated a golden bell, hurling it at lightning speed towards Su Shirhan. Boom! Qi-yun self-destructed. His 7 Dantian realms exploded. A tremendous force erupted from the depths of his body, and the shattered Dantian realms, unleashing a powerful energy storm that surged directly towards Su Shirhan. Puff! Su Shirhan, caught off guard, was blasted away by the immense force, crashing into a dozen giant mountains and landing in the rubble. My son! Cheetah let out a heart-wrenching cry, collapsing to the ground, his body limp, his hands trembling as he pointed at Su Shirhan, who was struggling to rise from the debris. Wicked woman, I, Cheetah, will surely kill you. Cheetah's heart was filled with hatred, his eyes fixed on Su Shirhan, as if he could devour her whole. Alas, what a pity! Countless onlookers were moved. Even ants seek survival. Yet Qi-yun chose to self-destruct, to perish together with his opponent. His unexpected action shocked the entire Wanshin Mountain. He could have been invincible in the world. Yet, he refused to yield, choosing instead to self-destruct. This outcome was something almost no one could have foreseen, not even Su Shirhan. However, she showed no excessive emotion. The path of cultivation was indeed ruthless. It was either you or me. Every step forward was fraught with life and death, for this was the world of cultivators. It was brutal and intense. To compete with heaven, earth, and oneself, to stand above the 9 heavens and transcend desires, was the path to becoming an emperor. Huff! Su Shirhan rose from the rubble, retrieving the dragon true blood and true dragon bone that Qi-yun had stolen. After standing for a long while, she exhaled slowly, bowed towards the direction where Qi-yun had dissipated, and left with a cold, resolute back, flying deeper into the depths of the Nether King Valley burial ground. Chapter 43, Completely Mad. Brother, are you tired? The 9-headed golden lion followed Taodai and the others to a valley, immediately fawning upon Taodai. Let me massage your legs for you, little brother. Go away. Taodai shot the 9-headed golden lion a glare, his face showing displeasure. Just moments ago, Qi-yun's self-detonation had severely injured Su Shirhan, who was now recovering in a cave behind them. Taodai and the golden Hynoc was guarding her. He had no interest in conversing with the 9-headed golden lion. Whoosh! A chilling gust of wind suddenly swept past, followed by a swarm of floating vengeful spirits flying overhead. Several unprepared creatures were caught in their path and devoured, their agonized cries echoing as they met their gruesome end. The Valley of the Underworld was fraught with danger. Taodai and the others had only been here for a few days, yet they had already witnessed countless horrors. There were deadly entities that could kill without a trace, such as Yunling, malevolent spirits, broken weapons, and ancient killing formations. Even a single blade of grass could be lethal. Every step in the Valley of the Underworld was perilous, as no one knew when a misstep could lead to death. Brother, don't be mad. The 9-headed golden lion forced a smile, saying, I just thought you might be tired from standing, so I wanted to help massage your legs. Lion, get lost. Taodai lifted his head, his gaze scanning the surrounding valley. Someone's coming. Huh. The 9-headed golden lion turned his head, spotting figures emerging from all directions. The 5 spirit clans? The golden Hynoc, on guard, stared at the approaching 5 spirit clans, asking, What are you doing here? This is our territory. Take one more step, and I'll eat you. Hemph! The sealers from the 5 spirit clans, surrounding them with disdain, sneered at the golden Hynoc. Little beast, if you know what's good for you, get out of our way. Otherwise, you'll be executed without mercy. Roar! The golden Hynoc was enraged. His clan, the golden Hynocs, were ancient divine descendants. How dare the 5 spirit clans call him a little beast? As an ancient divine descendant, he couldn't tolerate such disrespect. 5 spirit clans, stop where you are. If you take another step, don't blame me for unleashing bloodshed, Taodai declared, his gaze sweeping over the encircling 5 spirit clans with an aura of authority. The members of the 5 spirit clans were furious. They didn't want to provoke Tao Dai and the Golden Hynock, as they were ancient divine descendants. However, to kill Su Shirhan, they had to get past them. Anyone who stood in their way would be slain. The 5 spirit clans had no choice. To eliminate Su Shirhan, they had to kill Tao Dai and the Golden Hynock. Without hesitation or further words, they charged forward, launching an all-out attack. Tao Dai and the Golden Hynock were fully enraged. They unleashed a torrent of furious attacks on the 5 spirit clans, quickly turning the area into a sea of blood. Yet, the 5 spirit clans showed no sign of retreat. Instead, they surged forward with even greater ferocity, their powerful soul techniques and precious arts engulfing the entire area. Countless mountain peaks were shattered, and the ground cracked under the onslaught. Tao Tai and the Golden Hynock stood like 2 immovable mountains in front of the cave, ensuring that Su Shirhan remained unharmed. Senior brother, let's go out and help. I think Tao Tai and the others are injured. If this continues, they might not hold out for long, Yi Shanshan, guarding Su Shirhan inside the cave, said to her senior brother Zhang Xian, watching the fierce battle outside. Junior sister, we can't go out. We are Su Shirhan's final line of defense. If Tao Tai and the others can't hold them off, we will self-detonate to protect her. We must not let them harm her in any way. Zhang Xian and the others stood guard in front of Su Shirhan, their expressions resolute. Yi Shanshan nodded firmly. Her senior brother was right. After all, she owed Su Shirhan her life. Huff. Su Shirhan exhaled deeply. She was aware of the situation outside. However, she was currently focused on healing her injuries. The spiritual energy within her was flowing steadily, and interrupting the process now could worsen her condition or even lead to chi deviation. So, despite knowing the danger outside, she was powerless to act. Kill. The 5 spirit clans were now completely bloodthirsty, unleashing their most powerful soul techniques and precious arts in a frenzy against Tao Tai and the Golden Hynock. Roar. The 9-headed golden lion couldn't withstand the onslaught. A powerful technique sent him flying, smashing through dozens of mountains before collapsing, unconscious. Kill. The 5 spirit clans grew even more frenzied. With the 9-headed golden lion out of the way, they saw an opening, and dozens of powerful figures charged straight towards Su Shirhan. Junior sister, protect Su Shirhan. Zhang Xian bellowed, his 4 spiritual apertures fully unleashed. He shot forward with lightning speed, channeling the full power of his apertures, and charged toward the intruders. Zhao Song, let's move. 6 Harmony's fist break. Zhang Xian clenched his fist, the spiritual energy glowing around his palm. With a thunderous roar, he launched a powerful punch at a nearby spirit clan member. A mere ant dares to challenge the sun and moon? Watch as my thunder palm crushes you. Qi Lintian, a formidable warrior from the Rain clan of the 5 spirit clans, sneered at Zhang Xian, his 7 Dongtan fully unleashed. A thunderous palm strike, crackling with lightning, surged forth and slammed directly into Zhang Xian. Crack! Zhang Xian didn't even have time to scream before being sent flying by Qi Lintian's blow. Trash! Utterly worthless. Qi Lintian stepped forward, his foot crushing Zhang Xian's head. Die! With a cruel twist of his gaze, Qi Lintian's lightning-infused foot descended toward Zhang Xian's head. He relished the thought of crushing such a weakling's skull, but in the next instant, his eyes widened in horror. Boom! Zhang Xian, moments from being crushed, chose to self-detonate. A powerful energy storm engulfed Qi Lintian. No! Qi Lintian screamed in terror, desperately trying to shield himself from the devastating force. But he was too close, and unlike Su Shirhan, who had a divine artifact protecting her, he was instantly consumed by Zhang Xian's explosive power. No, senior brother. Yi Shanshan's eyes widened in horror as she screamed and rushed toward the scene. But Zhang Xian's self-detonation sent her flying, the shockwave tossing her aside. A few members of the 5 spirit clans, who had been standing on the outskirts, scrambled to their feet, covered in dust. Their gazes turned toward Su Shirhan, who was forcibly trying to regain control of her spiritual energy. Quick, kill her. The 5 spirit clans focused their attention on Su Shirhan, charging toward her with lightning speed. But in the next moment, Zhao Song and the others, battered and bloodied, rose from the rubble with grim determination. I am Zhao Song. As long as we're here, none of you will pass. Kill. Zhao Song roared, his spiritual energy surging. He charged forward, wrapping his arms around a powerful member of the Wind Clan and detonating himself in a final, desperate act. Kill. Kill. From the ruins, 2 surviving spirit clan members lunged towards Su Shirhan. They had to kill her. She couldn't be allowed to live. And now, no one could stop them. But then, a figure rose from the rubble. Though her clothes were torn and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, her presence was towering as she stood in front of Su Shirhan, blocking the path of the intruders. It was Yishanshan. She wouldn't let them pass, even if she was the only one left. Even if, in their eyes, she was nothing more than an ant. Even if she was timid and afraid of death. To repay Su Shirhan's life-saving grace, she would stop them at all costs. Senior brother, I'm coming. Next life, let's be husband and wife. Yishanshan's gaze was resolute as she stared at the 2 charging spirit clan members, throwing herself at them with reckless abandon. She had already made up her mind. Zhang Xian had already self-detonated, and now she was preparing to do the same. She wanted to die with Zhang Xian. Fall back, quickly fall back. Chun Yunxiao of the Wind Clan screamed in panic, quickly retreating at high speed. But it was too late. Yishanshan had already shot forward, a powerful surge of energy erupting from her body, instantly forming a destructive force that engulfed Chun Yunxiao and the others. Boom! The shockwave exploded, sweeping across everything, and Chen Yunxiao and the others, caught in the energy vortex, were blown to pieces. Crazy, they're all crazy. In his dying moments, Chun Yunxiao's mind was filled with these words. They had encountered a group of lunatics. Though their strength was negligible, they had used this insane act to forcefully take down over a dozen of their talented peers. These people were lunatics, fearless of death. Huff! Outside Mount Wansun, the various creatures finally recovered from their shock, their gazes filled with respect as they looked at Zhang Xian and the others in the mirror. Their sacrifice was too heroic. Not just anyone could do what they did. After all, everyone fears death. Yet, they chose to sacrifice themselves without hesitation to protect a single person and take their enemies with them. Su Shirhan had completely gone berserk. She suddenly stood up, letting out an ear-piercing scream, filled with boundless grief and self-reproach. In the next moment, she abruptly opened her eyes. She summoned the Divine Spring and the Dragon Core Pill, and without hesitation, she swallowed them both. Boom! 12 spiritual apertures suddenly erupted around Su Shirhan, and in front of countless shocked eyes, the 12 apertures merged into one, forming a single aperture capable of swallowing the heavens. Boom! A wave of light erupted from Su Shirhan, shattering the clouds in the sky. You all deserve to die. Su Shirhan had completely lost her mind, her murderous aura exploding. With a 7-foot-long sword in her hand, she transformed into a streak of light, cutting down over 100 members of the 5 spirit clans in one strike. Kill! Tears of blood streamed from the corners of Su Shirhan's eyes as an overwhelming killing intent enveloped the entire area. Quick, run! The members of the 5 spirit clans were all terrified, because at this moment, Su Shirhan was a killing god. With a phoenix phantom enveloping her body and the 7-foot-long sword in her hand acting as an invincible demonic weapon, wherever she went, death followed. Chapter 44. Slaughter. Wicked woman. Qi Jiangshan's heart was bleeding, and now he deeply regretted his actions. He should never have provoked Su Shirhan, because this woman was simply too extraordinary. She had opened 12 cave heavens and even merged them into one. Faced with such an extraordinary Su Shirhan, everyone was utterly shocked. Because the laws of heaven and earth had changed. 9 cave heavens were already the ultimate in the cave heaven realm. It was impossible for anyone to open a 10th cave heaven, Yet Su Shihan not only succeeded in opening 10, but she also broke the limit and opened 12 cave heavens, merging them into one. Why was she so extraordinary? She was even more extraordinary than the invincible emperor of heaven and earth from ancient times. This woman must be killed. There must be no second emperor of heaven and earth among humans. Countless creatures from the divine mountain roared in anger. They all wished they could devour Su Shihan alive, because she was simply too extraordinary. Such overwhelming power convinced almost all creatures that she must not be allowed to grow further. She had to be eradicated before she could fully develop, or else she would surely affect the fate of all races. Kill, kill, kill. Countless creatures roared, and the gathered killing intent was enough to shatter the heavens. Boom! When countless creatures directed their killing intent towards Su Shihan, a surge of immense, auspicious energy suddenly erupted from the depths of the Nether King's Valley burial ground, followed by rays of multicolored light that illuminated the entire sky. A divine weapon. Is it about to appear? All the creatures' gazes turned toward the depths of the Nether King's Valley burial ground, as it was well known that this must be the divine weapon from the spiritual domain of the divine mountain about to emerge. Let's go. Su Shihan completed the carving of the final tombstone for Zhang Xian and the others, clenched her fist tightly, and deeply gazed at the shattered valley. After composing her emotions, she turned her gaze toward the depths of the Nether King's Valley burial ground and said, "Understood." Tao Tai and the others responded and quickly followed Su Shihan as they flew toward the depths of the Nether King's Valley burial ground. They were all deeply grieved. Of course, the most heartbroken was Su Shihan, which was why she had gone completely mad earlier and slaughtered all the members of the 5 spiritual clans. But the world of cultivators was cruel and bloody. To compete for the opportunity to ascend and become an emperor, one inevitably embarked on a path of blood and slaughter. Slaughter and death. These were the trials every cultivator had to endure, because this was a path paved with blood and tears, unless you wished to remain an ordinary person. Boom! The multicolored light in the Nether King's Valley burial ground grew even brighter, and the divine weapon's pressure pierced through the heavens. In the void, it seemed as if a call was urging everyone to find someone extraordinary who could draw it forth. Su Shihan and the others headed westward. After flying dozens of miles at top speed, they finally arrived at the depths of the Nether King's Valley burial ground. Before them lay a black expanse of land, a blood-red river, filled with overwhelming murderous aura, encircled the black land, and to cross it, one had to traverse the river. But crossing the river was no simple task. Countless vengeful spirits floated on the surface of the river, their claws and fangs bared, roaring at the approaching creatures. It was as if they were warning all living beings. Anyone who dared to cross, they would devour. Kill, eliminate all humans first. One powerful creature after another stepped forward, their bloodthirsty gazes fixed on the humans on the blood-red land. Kill, kill, kill. All the creatures charged toward the humans with overwhelming killing intent. Seeing this, the humans were all panic-stricken. Even the divine sons and saintesses from the great holy lands turned pale, because the ancient beasts were clearly stronger than the humans. If a fight broke out, the humans would undoubtedly be wiped out. Humans, come here and face your death. The dominant Pishio grinned savagely, his demeanor incredibly arrogant as he glared at the trembling humans. We don't want to compete anymore. The few humans immediately knelt down and kowtowed, pleading, "We'll leave now, just please spare our lives." Humph! The Pishio's cold, beastly eyes narrowed, his killing intent overwhelming as he glared down at the pleading humans. "You insignificant ants, do you dare to live when I command you to die?" The terrified humans were already paralyzed with fear, and facing the dominant Pishio, they tried to speak several times but couldn't muster a single word. Cowards, what is there to fear in death? They want to kill us. Even as we die, we should bite off a piece of their flesh. Why grovel and beg for mercy like this? They won't spare us anyway, right? Tang Qianchuan stepped out from the crowd, his eyes filled with blood and killing intent as he glared at the approaching ancient beasts. Yes, let's fight them. Even if we die, we'll go out in a blaze of glory. Many people shouted. Insignificant ants, do you think you can struggle? The Pishio sneered contemptuously at Tang Qianquan and the others. Then all of you can die. As soon as the Pishio finished speaking, it opened its mouth and swallowed the few pleading humans in one gulp, then charged at Tang Qianquan with overwhelming momentum. Tang Qianquan roared in anger and shot his flying daggers directly at the Pishio. Roar! The Pishio let out a furious roar, and the flying daggers Tang Qianquan shot at it were all shattered by its sound wave. Its massive claw smashed through the air, creating a deafening storm as it slammed toward Tang Qianquan. Thud! Tang Qianquan, unable to maintain his stance, let out a pained groan and was sent flying backward. In the next moment, the Pishio quickly followed up, its powerful claw striking lightning fast toward him. Tang Qianquan managed to dodge, but his left shoulder was still hit hard by the Pishio, sending him flying through the air and crashing to the ground, spitting blood. Human, you can die now. The Pishio glared at Tang Qianquan with a ferocious expression and swiftly lunged forward, its jaws aiming to finish him off. Beast, stop harming my senior brother. Lu Yunfei let out a thunderous roar, his movements as swift as a thunderbolt as he lunged toward the Pishio. His long sword, radiating with immense energy and glowing runes, descended with a force that could cleave through the heavens, aiming straight for the Pishio. But in the next moment, the Pishio turned and pinned Lu Yunfei to the ground with a single claw, then let out an angry roar, lowered its head, and opened its bloodthirsty mouth, biting toward Lu Yunfei. Beast, I'll fight you to the death. Lu Yunfei let out a pained cry, and instantly, his 9 cave heavens roared, his inner spiritual energy erupting, leading to a self-detonation that unleashed a formidable force, blasting the Pishio away. Kill! Tang Qianquan's entire body burst with overwhelming killing intent, and he immediately unleashed his ultimate technique, the 1,000-blade sky slash. In an instant, countless flying daggers sliced through the sky like a storm of needles, all shooting toward the Pishio. Roar! The Pishio howled in pain, its body covered in blood, its gaze filled with savage fury as it looked at Tang Qianquan. It was enraged. The Pishio, a creature of immense power, had been injured by 2 insignificant humans, and its boundless ferocity was fully unleashed. It was determined to crush these humans, to make them understand the tragic consequences of provoking its wrath. Kill! The Pishio went completely berserk, charging toward Tang Qianquan at lightning speed. It opened its bloodthirsty mouth and let out a furious roar, shattering all the flying daggers, then lunged toward Tang Qianquan. Insignificant human, watch as I devour you in one gulp. The Pishio glared at Tang Qianquan with a ferocious expression, its bloodthirsty maw already descending over his head, poised to devour him in one gulp. But a silver moon sword light suddenly surged, directly striking the Pishio's neck, and in the shocked gazes of everyone present, a massive head fell to the ground with a thud. Roar! Countless ancient beasts roared, their bloodthirsty gazes all fixed on Su Shirhan, who had made the strike, and they charged at her with madness. Kill! Su Shirhan's exquisitely beautiful face, enough to take one's breath away, was now as cold as the depths of an eternal glacier, radiating an overwhelming aura of Sa-Yi. Roar! The ancient beast, a giant ape, had arrived, roaring furiously at Su Shirhan, its iron claws smashing toward her with immense power. Kill! Su Shirhan's cold gaze was low and heavy. In her hand, a 7-foot-long sword flashed like lightning, slanting upward from below in a reverse diagonal motion. The sword light that surged instantly sliced through the body of the raging ape, splashing blood and brain matter all over Su Shirhan's face. Kill! Without any hesitation, Su Shirhan stepped over the corpse of the raging ape, her sword dripping with blood, and in an instant, she charged toward an ancient beast, the dragon crocodile. With a swing of her blood-soaked sword, she beheaded the dragon crocodile. Kill! Countless creatures roared in anger, and the entire blood-red land had descended into chaos. One powerful creature after another was beheaded and drenched in blood, quickly piling up into mountains of corpses. Everyone was wounded, as no one could escape the carnage. Slaughter was displayed to its fullest extent, and almost all creatures were deeply entrenched in it. Many creatures chose to self-detonate before death, pulling their opponents down with them, since survival was no longer an option. Compared to the brutal ancient beasts, humans appeared the most pitiful. In this slaughter, they were far too weak. Even with 9 cave heavens, they couldn't match the strength of ancient beasts of the same level. Thus, the human geniuses were almost wiped out in the carnage. Sister, don't worry about me. In the midst of the bloody battle, Tang Qianquan coughed up blood, looking at Su Shihan, who was protecting him, and wailed, "Save yourself. I, Tang Qianquan, do not wish to drag you down, for my life is worthless." Su Shihan ignored him, merely gripping her blood-soaked sword, standing guard in front of Tao Tai and Tang Qianquan. No matter what creature dared to approach, she would strike it down with a single sword. Soon, piles of corpses began to form in front of her. Gradually, her position became an uncrossable dead zone. No creature dared to challenge her divine might, for she was simply too extraordinary. Standing there, she was like a mountain. Even an army of thousands or tens of thousands could not cross her threshold. Kill! The black armored python and the others had broken through the heavens. There was only blood and death. Those who survived crossed the blood river to obtain divine weapons, or even immortal artifacts, while the dead would forever remain here. Chapter 45. Rivers of Blood. Roar! The slaughter on the Crimson Land finally ceased, and thousands of lives perished forever, their blood merging into rivers that were mysteriously absorbed by an unknown force. Boom! A snow-white bone bridge suddenly rose from the blood river, directly connecting the Crimson Land to the black soil on the opposite shore. Human, you go first. The black armor Jiaolong and the others swallowed hard, all gazing at Su Shihan with apprehension. No one dared to cross the bridge ahead of her. They all awaited her lead. Her strength was undeniable, and they feared provoking her wrath, lest she strike them down with a single sword slash. Thus, they all stepped aside, giving Su Shihan the precedence. Tap, tap, tap. Su Shihan didn't hesitate. She stepped forward, leading Tao Tai and the others toward the bone bridge. Soon, they set foot on the bridge and headed toward the Black Land. A series of sharp, ear-piercing sounds echoed. The vengeful spirits floating on the blood river all madly charged toward them. However, the bone bridge seemed to have some kind of barrier, firmly repelling the vengeful spirits that crashed against it. Nonetheless, the journey was unsettling. Cease fighting. Burial ground. As Su Shihan and the others descended from the bone bridge, they were met with 2 massive stone tablets. The tablets bore the inscriptions "Cease Fighting" and "Burial Ground," respectively. This place, as the name suggested, was the true resting place of the gods, yet combat was forbidden here. For this was the resting place of ancient deities. No one was allowed to fight here. It was the least they could do to show respect. Seeing this, the other creatures did not dare to act recklessly, for this place clearly was no ordinary sight. Let's go in and take a look. Hearing this, the creatures all headed toward the depths of the Black Land. Soon, they arrived at a graveyard. Countless towering stone tablets stood tall. Within the graveyard, snow-white maple trees, formed from the divine and demonic energy, swayed gently, their pure, flawless petals drifting in the wind. Occasionally, celestial music echoed through the graveyard, interspersed with the occasional haunting demonic melody. From time to time, powerful auras erupted from the tombs, forming colossal phantoms that roared to the heavens, as if struggling to break free from their graves and live another life. The tomb of the Earth War god, Zhou Zhentian? Could this be the legendary Zhou Zhentian, who roamed the 9 heavens and 10 earths, dominating the world with his might? He was buried here after his death. No wonder his descendants could never find his tomb. The tomb of the Starry Sky War god, Qinyu? Is this the starry sky war god Shinyu, who possessed the power of the stars? Why is he buried here as well? The creatures were all in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. The towering tombs of gods and demons stood out prominently on the black land. Good heavens! How could all these figures be buried here? Could it be that even such mighty beings could not achieve immortality? Countless voices expressed their astonishment, for the beings entombed in these graves were no ordinary individuals. Each one had been invincible in their prime, yet they were all laid to rest here. The tomb of the Phoenix Heavenly Empress? Su Shihan stood in shock before a massive tombstone, her heart almost giving way as she nearly collapsed to the ground. The Phoenix Heavenly Empress. She had always been someone Su Shihan admired. It was rumored that she had traversed the path to immortality, entering the Shan and achieving divinity. But why was her tomb here? Could it be that the rumors were false, and even the Phoenix Heavenly Empress had failed to traverse the path to immortality, instead falling and being buried here? Su Shihan's heart was in turmoil. Who stands at the end of the immortal path? To see the beginning is to know the end. Could it be that the end of the immortal path is ultimately emptiness, and that billions of lives are forever bound by the shackles of mortality? Su Shihan stared at the massive tomb of the Phoenix Heavenly Empress, her mind unable to recover for a long time. The vicious Heavenly Emperor once told the sovereign of the wild heavens that there is an immortal realm in the world, where all things can achieve eternal life. But what was happening now? These invincible beings all claimed to have traversed the path to immortality, entering the divine realm and achieving divinity. Yet why were their tombs here? Could it be that the legends of the world were all false? Su Shihan's heart wavered, and she spat out a mouthful of blood, stumbling back a dozen steps. Her eyes were filled with disappointment. Boom! Just as Su Shihan's spirit was on the verge of collapse, a ray of light suddenly shot out from the Phoenix Heavenly Empress's tomb, instantly enveloping Su Shihan within its radiance. A set of crimson phoenix garments materialized on her body. A powerful divine thought then entered Su Shihan's mind, as if passing on some ancient legacy. Gradually, the dim light in Su Shihan's eyes suddenly brightened, and her face showed a firm expression. Boom! The graveyard exploded. 9 pillars of light rose into the sky, and the 9 survivors all received great fortunes within the graveyard. Seeing this, many creatures from the Divine Mountain were excited, especially the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect, who was moved to tears. The heavens are blessing the Heavenly Sword Sect. The Heavenly Sword Sect had produced only 2 such outstanding disciples throughout its millennia-long history. Now, with the addition of the ancient demon god's legacy, if they could grow successfully, who in the world could stand against the Heavenly Sword Sect in the future? Boom! At that moment, another towering pillar of light shot up from the graveyard, instantly drawing all eyes toward it. There, a pitch-black spear appeared, its runes covering the sky as it vibrated, as if struggling to break free and rise from the ground. That spear! Countless eyes turned toward it. Even Lin Xingyo from Bamboo Village stood up, while the nearby Tai demon ancestor trembled, exclaiming, could it be the legendary great weapon, the Devouring Spirit Spear? The Devouring Spirit Spear? Lin Xingyo narrowed his clear eyes, scrutinizing the spear in the mirror. Is it powerful? Powerful? This is far more than just powerful. The Devouring Spirit Spear is said to be a great weapon left behind by the ancient immortal realm in our world. Its power has long surpassed that of imperial weapons, making it a formidable immortal artifact. Interesting. Lin Xingyo pursed his lips. The spear is not bad. I like it. From now on, this spear is mine. Yours. Tai Demon Emperor felt a toothache. Who wouldn't want to claim such a spear as their own? Even Tai Demon Emperor wanted to seize it. But he knew he wasn't worthy. For such a thing wasn't something anyone could possess. After all, it was an immortal artifact, and without invincible strength, wielding such a great weapon would be suicidal. Boom! The Devouring Spirit Spear vibrated, its overwhelming runes rising into the sky, wrapped in 7-colored immortal light. With another violent shake, countless mountain peaks crumbled, the earth split apart, and a terrifying aura shattered the void. Chapter 46. Life and Death Together. I'll pull out the spear. The black armored dragon roared and dashed towards the soul-devouring spear. Many other creatures also rushed forward. However, Su Shirhan blocked Tao Dai and the others, then swiftly retreated over 1,000 meters. Instantly, a series of light waves surged from the ground. The black armored dragon and the other creatures were immediately reduced to ashes by the surging malevolent aura from the soul-devouring spear. Damn! The nine-headed golden lion shrank its neck, its face showing fear. The might of the soul-devouring spear was too powerful. Just a trace could obliterate them. What do we do? Tao Dai turned to look at Su Shirhan, but she frowned and decided to abandon the attempt to seize the divine weapon. She wasn't a fool. She could clearly see how powerful the soul-devouring spear was. With their current strength, they couldn't approach the soul-devouring spear. A single wisp of its malevolent energy could obliterate them. Tao Dai and the others felt an unwillingness to give up. After risking their lives to reach this point, the divine weapon was right in front of them. Did they not even have the courage to try pulling it out? Human, I'm not leaving. I want to pull out that spear, Tao Dai said, his beastly eyes burning with fervor as he stared at the soul-devouring spear. Big brother, you're awesome. The nine-headed golden lion forced a smile, like a blooming chrysanthemum, and said, little brother is willing to go with you. The golden horned beast also stepped forward and said, I also want to give it a try. Su Shirhan frowned and eventually couldn't help but advise them against it. She didn't want Tao Dai and the others to die because they couldn't pull out the soul-devouring spear. No, it wasn't that they couldn't pull it out. Given their current strength, they couldn't even approach the soul-devouring spear. The malevolent energy emanating from it was far beyond their ability to resist. Going forward would mean certain death. Su Shirhan didn't want Tao Dai and the others to die, so she stopped them from going. Boom! The soul-devouring spear suddenly shook violently, releasing waves of rule-like power, like ripples in water. In the next moment, the nine-headed golden lion's blood began to boil, as if it were about to burst out of its body and fly towards the spear. Big brother, save me! The nine-headed golden lion cried out in terror, but before Tao Dai could react, it started vomiting blood profusely. The blood turned into a blood mist and drifted towards the soul-devouring spear. The soul-devouring spear, as if famished for ages, immediately absorbed all the essence blood spewed by the nine-headed golden lion. In the next instant, it turned its gaze toward the golden-horned beast and Tao Dai, its rule-like force descending upon them, aiming to siphon their essence blood as well. Primordial sword, open. Su Shirhan's cold brows furrowed as she summoned the primordial sword, a gift from Lin Xingyo. Without hesitation, she thrust the sword forward, positioning it in front of Tao Dai and the others. In that instant, the overwhelming sword aura from the primordial sword collided with the rule-like force emanating from the soul-devouring spear. Boom! The primordial sword and the soul-devouring spear clashed, causing the entire graveyard to split apart. Countless piercing shrieks filled the air, and soon, one powerful weapon after another shot out from the tombs. A terrifying tide of divine weapons formed, descending to kill, as if venting their anger at being disturbed. Oh my God! The nine-headed golden lion was scared out of its wits, instantly collapsing to the ground, trembling and not daring to move. It was simply too terrifying. The divine weapons erupting from the burial ground formed a torrential tide, descending upon them. Facing this onslaught, even beings several realms beyond their Dongtanjing strength would be doomed. However, the expected attack of divine weapons didn't come. Curious, the nine-headed golden lion looked up and saw that the weapons descending were all being desperately blocked by Su Shirhan with her sword. The golden-horned beast gazed at the cold and elegant Su Shirhan, feeling an inexplicable emotion welling up inside. Admiration? How is this possible? I'm actually feeling this way towards a human. The golden horned beast looked into Su Shirhan's eyes, which suddenly seemed different from before. It was as if, at this moment, Su Shirhan had become his goddess in his heart. As all eyes were on Su Shirhan, she suddenly groaned and staggered back several steps, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Even so, Su Shirhan's sword did not fall. She was using all her strength to resist the attacks from the divine weapons. However, her strength was too weak. Even with a divine weapon in hand, she couldn't unleash even a fraction of its power. Under the powerful attacks of the divine weapons, Su Shirhan couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Human, give up? It's okay if we die, but if you continue like this, you'll die too, Cao Dai roared with red eyes, his emotions extremely agitated. Cao Dai understood. Su Shirhan was protecting them. Without their burden, with her abilities, she could definitely escape from here. But she didn't leave. She was helping them block the attacks from the divine weapons, giving them a chance to survive. She must have been captivated by my majesty, so now she's risking her life to save me? My goddess, I'm in love. The nine-headed golden lion looked up at Su Shirhan, its eyes filled with a different kind of emotion. But Su Shirhan continued to bleed, her body constantly retreating, as the attacks from the divine weapons were too fierce. Roar! The golden horned beast went berserk, instantly summoning a broken pot and smashing it towards the attacking divine weapons. In the next moment, Cao Dai and Tang Qianquan also summoned their own treasures and launched them forward. But against the divine weapons of ancient gods, their treasures were utterly insignificant, as the difference was too vast. Roar! Cao Dai and the golden horned beast let out a roar to the heavens. They realized that as long as they didn't die, Su Shirhan wouldn't leave. Finally, they made a difficult decision. Rather than all dying here, they would let Su Shirhan live. Boom! Cao Dai and the golden horned beast activated all 9 of their Dongtian, unleashing a torrent of Fuan Xiagong that immediately formed 2 massive divine beast silhouettes surrounding them. Human, live for us. After saying this, Cao Dai and the golden horned beast's eyes were filled with unwavering determination. They broke out of Su Shirhan's protective circle and, wielding their treasures, furiously attacked the incoming divine weapons. Come back! Su Shirhan's eyes turned red as she used all her strength to try to protect them again, but her strength was too weak. Facing the tide-like onslaught of divine weapons, she couldn't get through. Sister, you must leave. Tang Qianquan gritted his teeth and charged out. He owed Su Shirhan his life earlier, and now was the time to repay it. Kill! Tang Qianquan roared, channeling all the spiritual energy within his body. In an instant, all 9 of his Dongtian opened, unleashing his powerful soul techniques to attack the tide-like onslaught of divine weapons. But in the blink of an eye, Tang Qianquan, Cao Dai, and the others were struck down by the divine weapons, their deaths extremely brutal. Yet, they all roared at Su Shirhan, hoping she would escape. But Su Shirhan wouldn't leave. She desperately swung the primordial sword, her body covered in blood, as she tried to get closer to them. Su Shirhan didn't want to leave. She wanted to protect them, didn't want them to die. But the divine weapons descending wouldn't let Su Shirhan have her way. They all went berserk, attacking her ferociously. Roar! Countless people on Divine Mountain clenched their fists, watching this scene in the Nether King's Valley burial ground, all deeply moved. They were kindred spirits, unafraid of death, just wanting the other to survive. Seeing this, everyone was deeply touched. But everyone understood. None of them could survive. Now that the disturbed divine weapons had formed a tide, with their current strength, no matter how extraordinary they were, they couldn't survive. Because they simply couldn't withstand the attacks of so many divine weapons. Even the extraordinarily talented Su Shirhan couldn't do it. Chapter 47. The Trap. Boom! At this moment, the burial ground of the underworld valley suddenly shook violently, and an overwhelming surge of malevolent energy exploded, causing the blood in Su Shirhan and the others' bodies to boil uncontrollably, spilling out almost uncontrollably. No, I can't die. Su Shirhan, eyes wide with fury, roared at the power of the devouring god spear that was closing in. A mere weapon dares to kill me. Taichu sword, break for me. Boom. The Taichu sword in Su Shihan's hand was fully activated, and the overwhelming sword intent clashed head-on with the devouring god spear in a powerful strike. The sword light, several zhang wide, slashed directly onto the spear. Clang! The collision between the Taichu sword and the devouring god spear instantly created a series of shockwaves that sent Su Shihan and the others flying tens of thousands of meters away. Ugh! Su Shihan couldn't hold back and fell to her knees, vomiting large amounts of blood. As for Tao Tai and the others, they weren't faring any better. All barely hanging on to life with their injuries. Clang! Gritting her teeth and summoning the last bit of strength in her body, Su Shihan threw out 6 or 7 bottles of healing elixirs towards Tao Tai and the others. Then, she summoned a bottle for herself, opened it, and swallowed the contents. Having done all this, Su Shihan felt as if all the strength in her body had been drained. She finally collapsed weakly onto the black ground, while Tao Tai and the others, after taking the medicine, also lay down exhausted, as they weren't faring much better than her. Clang! The Taichu sword, however, went berserk, launching a frenzied attack on the devouring god spear. It seemed to have awakened its will, determined to protect its master by shattering the spear. Boom! The devouring god spear was enraged. Born as the #1 demonic weapon of the immortal realm, it had followed countless demon lords, killing countless living beings and shattering numerous immortal weapons. Now, a mere imperial weapon dared to disrespect it. Shatter! The devouring god spear vibrated, unleashing overwhelming malevolent energy that shattered the heavens. An irresistible force crashed into the Taichu sword. Snap! The Taichu sword was shattered. In an instant, it broke into countless fragments. The devouring god spear unleashed its full might, with one rule after another erupting from its body, all shooting towards the fragments of the Taichu sword. It was determined to completely obliterate the Taichu sword. But in the next moment, a torrent of runic light rain rose, and the shattered fragments of the Taichu sword, like stars and rivers, quickly broke through the devouring god spear's attacks, all shooting towards the spear. Clang, clang! The fragments of the Taichu sword devoured the devouring god spear, striking it one after another, causing the spear to erupt with boundless waves of water, furiously attacking the sword fragments. Snap! The devouring god spear finally broke free from its constraints, thrusting fiercely into the void, almost piercing through the boundary of the divine mountain spirit realm. But it was still a hair's breadth short. Not only did it fail to pierce through the boundary of the divine mountain spirit realm, but it almost got broken by the realm's rules. Boom! The devouring god spear went completely berserk, turning into a black light and flying towards the territory of the divine mountain spirit realm. The screams of countless living beings echoed. It was slaughtering the divine mountain spirit realm, and countless lives were being slaughtered, with blood staining the earth red. Its massacre did not stop, as it was almost reaping all the lives in the divine mountain spirit realm. In an instant, countless beings were fleeing. But who could escape its divine might? Soon, the divine mountain spirit realm fell silent, as it had slaughtered all the living beings in this realm. Swoosh! The devouring god spear reappeared in the underworld valley burial ground, without any hesitation, thrusting towards Su Shihan. Clang! The Taichu sword blocked the devouring god spear's attack, preventing it from harming Su Shihan, but the devouring god spear was not willing to give up. It had to kill all the living beings in this realm. Otherwise, it could not pierce through the boundary and escape this place. Clang! The devouring god spear once again shattered the reassembled Taichu sword and quickly stabbed towards Su Shihan. Chirp! Su Shihan's body vibrated, and the crimson phoenix robe she wore erupted with a series of radiant lights. Following that, the flaming dragon bones soared into the air, all unleashing divine might that swept towards the devouring god spear. Clang! The three dragon bones were like three divine swords, all striking the devouring god's spear at high speed, forcing it back by hundreds of meters. Boom! The devouring god's spear was completely enraged. As the saying goes, even a clay bodhisattva has 3 points of fire. The devouring god's spear, today reborn against the heavens, could not even kill a woman. What face did it have to emerge into the world? Kill. The devouring god's spear planted the seed of killing intent, instantly carrying overwhelming momentum, furiously attacking the Taichu sword and the 3 dragon bones that dared to block it. Soon, the heavens and earth were shattered. Countless mountain peaks were flattened. The devouring god's spear went completely berserk, battling the Taichu sword for hundreds of thousands of miles. Finally, with a loud explosion, the divine mountain's spirit realm was pierced, and the overwhelming cracks caused the entire realm to be completely shattered. Snap! A giant claw stretched into the divine mountain's spirit realm, and with a single spread of its fingers, it grabbed Su Han and the others from the underworld valley burial ground. Chapter 48. It's my turn to take the stage. Alright, it's time to end this. Lin Xingyo of Bamboo Village, Mount Wanshan, suddenly opened his eyes and stood up, looking towards the Cheongqi king who had just grabbed Su Han and the others out of the Netherworld Valley. He declared, "Now it's my turn to step in." Activating Martial Dao, Heavenly Eyes. Activating 3 Invincible Supreme Bones. Activating Character Equipment Skill Slots. Activating Skill, Fist of Shattering Heaven. Activating Skill, Dragon Subduing Palm. Activating Portable Small World. Lin Xingyo couldn't help but feel excited as the voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Integrating Martial Dao, Heavenly Eyes. Integrating 3 Invincible Supreme Bones. Integrating Character Equipment Skill Slots. Integrating Skill, Fist of Shattering Heaven. Integrating Skill, Dragon Subduing Palm. Lin Xingyo's heart trembled. In an instant, 3 supreme bones covered in overwhelming runes condensed behind him, and a divine eye with intricate patterns opened on his forehead. The system's equipment interface then activated. The skill bar interface was fully activated. Powerful skills lit up, and Lin Xingyo felt himself grow several times stronger than before. Kill! With a sudden roar, Lin Xingyo stepped forward and unleashed a powerful hand strike. Snap! A bloody giant claw fell from the sky, followed by a bone-chilling scream from the Cheongqi king. Kill! The 5 spirit clans quickly reacted, launching a furious barrage of attacks towards the spot where Su Han had fallen. Unleash the supreme bones. Lin Xingyo instantly appeared in front of Su Han, stomping his foot down. A surge of runes erupted, and a primal force burst forth from his body. In an instant, a 300-meter radius was enveloped by the boundless domain. Time and space stopped, and all external forces were blocked. This is the power of the 3 supreme bones. Amazing! Lin Xingyo was overjoyed. With all 3 supreme bones activated, he could form the boundless domain, isolating all external forces within a 300-meter radius in front of him. Truly invincible. While reveling in his joy, Lin Xingyo's gaze finally fell upon the group of demon overlords outside the boundless domain, including the Qian Lion King. The white-robed emperor, how is he here? The Qian Lion King and the others were dumbfounded, shivering as Lin Xingyo's cold gaze swept over them. This man was a demon slayer. They had suffered many losses at his hands before, and now that he was standing up for Su Han, they all felt the urge to retreat. But how could Lin Xingyo let them go? He instantly blocked their path and began a merciless slaughter, for these creatures had tried to harm his disciple. He couldn't leave them alive to become future threats. Just as Lin Xingyo was about to finish off the Qian Lion King and the others, the void suddenly trembled. The soul-devouring spear broke free from the laws of Mount Wanshan's spirit domain and shot out with explosive force. Boom! The spear's overwhelming aura engulfed the entire Mount Wanshan. In the next moment, it charged forward amidst countless horrified gazes. Death! Death! Countless powerful beings were slaughtered. The soul-devouring spear was on a rampage, as if it had been starving for too long, eager to feast on the lives of all living creatures. Humph! Lin Xingyo's cold eyes darkened. He picked up Su Shihan, placing her into his portable small world, and prepared to confront the soul-devouring spear. But before he could act, a beam of heavenly light shot towards him. The Great Yu dynasty has made their move. Countless beings looked up at the sky, where a towering figure appeared above the heavens, attempting to seize the soul-devouring spear. Humph! Lin Xingyo snorted coldly, his face showing clear displeasure. He certainly wouldn't let the Great Yu dynasty succeed. After all, he was now an archenemy of the dynasty, and if they obtained the soul-devouring spear, it would only bring him trouble. Spear, come. Lin Xingyo stomped his foot and reached out to grab the soul-devouring spear. Then, glaring at the powerful enemy from the Great Yu dynasty, he roared, "Kill!" With the soul-devouring spear in hand, Lin Xingyo moved like a thunderbolt, charging towards the Great Yu dynasty's mighty emperor and shattering him with a single blow. But in the next instant, 3 more emperors broke through the void, crossing 10,000 miles to strike at Lin Xingyo with their blades. Clang! Lin Xingyo's cold eyes darkened as he raised his spear to clash with them. The intense impact shattered 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers, and countless living beings were reduced to ashes by the shockwaves. Soul-shattering blade, strike? The 3 emperors wielded the soul-shattering blade together, unleashing hundreds of attacks on Lin Xingyo. In an instant, the entire sky was shattered, and countless mountains and rivers crumbled. Soul-devouring spear, kill? With the spear in hand, Lin Xingyo fought like a warlord reborn, clashing with the 3 emperors. Kill! Lin Xingyo went completely berserk, his killing intent exploding. The soul-devouring spear in his hand shattered the heavens and split the earth, quickly forcing the 3 emperors to flee. Good heavens! How is the white-robed emperor so powerful? The once chaotic battlefield fell silent, with everyone staring in shock. He's actually driving 3 emperors to flee in panic. White-robed emperor, it's my turn to act. The eastern dragon, Qilong, leapt out from the East Sea, charging towards Lin Xingyo. Heaven is Qian, Earth is Kuan, the 8 trigrams define the universe. Reverse Qian and Kuan to break the void. The heavenly dragon sword shatters the heavens, destroys the earth, and slays gods and demons. Heavenly dragon sword style, annihilate. Qilong launched a powerful attack, directly targeting Lin Xingyo. In an instant, the 8 trigrams sealed the sky. Qian and Kuan reversed, the heavens and earth inverted. 8 5-clawed heavenly dragons roared out from the 8 trigrams diagram, transforming into a long sword that furiously struck at Lin Xingyo. Chapter 49. The Battle of Emperors. Martial Dao Heavenly Eye, annihilate. Lin Xingyo's cold gaze deepened, and his entire body radiated an overwhelming divine aura. Facing the incoming long sword, he directly opened the 3rd eye on his forehead. In an instant, a golden light burst forth, shattering Qilong's sword into fragments. Martial Dao Heavenly Eye? My goodness! The White Emperor, he has actually cultivated the supreme divine technique, the Martial Dao Heavenly Eye? Why does he have such talent? The Martial Dao Heavenly Eye is an extremely difficult divine technique to cultivate. He succeeded. He truly is an unparalleled figure. Is he truly invincible in the Red Moon continent? Countless gazes turned towards Lin Xingyo, each face filled with incredible shock. Roar! Qilong, however, was completely enraged. In an instant, 3 rivers of laws manifested around his body, fully displaying his strength as a 3rd heaven emperor. Qilong had lived for over 100,000 years. He had never encountered a human like Lin Xingyo, who dared to repeatedly oppose him. Today, Qilong would slay an emperor. He would make this arrogant and ignorant human understand what it means for a dragon's might to be unoffendable. Kill. Wind, fire, and lightning. 3 rivers of laws surged around Qilong, and 3-colored divine light rose behind him. With incredible speed, he launched a devastating attack towards Lin Xingyo. Kill. The three emperors of the Great Yu dynasty also arrived. They hated Lin Xingyo with a passion, wishing they could devour his flesh and drink his blood. The three emperors of the Great Yu dynasty all unleashed their most powerful attacks towards Lin Xingyo. They were determined to kill him, for they harbored an unforgivable grudge. A bunch of ants. Lin Xingyo's body trembled, and a shockwave of power that shook the heavens erupted. Gripping the soul-devouring spear, he no longer held back. With a single strike, he obliterated one of the emperors of the Great Yu dynasty into pieces. With a flick of his hand, he toppled Qilong, stepped forward, and unleashed a torrent of punches on Qilong's head, smashing his eyeballs out before stopping. Who else? Lin Xingyo stepped on Qilong's head, his body drenched in blood, and stood up like a demon god, roaring at the surroundings. Hemph! A cold snort echoed through the void, and then a figure stepped out from the sky. Hand over the soul-devouring spear and the girl in your hands. I, Shimen Shui of the Sword Dynasty, can spare your life. Oh! Lin Xingyo narrowed his icy eyes and scrutinized Shimen Shui. Want it? Then come and fight. You're seeking death. Shimen Shui glared at Lin Xingyo, and his killing intent exploded. A massive sword appeared in his hand, and with lightning speed, he thrust it towards Lin Xingyo. Clang! Lin Xingyo's spear struck out, clashing with Shimen Shui's massive sword. The impact was like a nuclear explosion, creating a massive shockwave that flattened tens of thousands of mountains and rivers. You're not bad. Lin Xingyo suddenly lifted his head, his gaze locking onto Shimen Shui. At least you've gotten me out of my boredom. Hemph! Shimen Shui's brows furrowed, and his sword transformed into a river of sword Dao rules, rushing towards Lin Xingyo. Soul-devouring spear. Break. Lin Xingyo's body was enveloped by a colorless domain, and his soul-devouring spear rapidly struck towards Shimen Shui's river of sword Dao rules. In an instant, the entire world seemed to shatter like a spider web. Kill. Shimen Shui's sword shattered the void, and the river of sword Dao rules aimed directly at Lin Xingyo. However, Lin Xingyo was undefeated in his era, and with the soul-devouring spear as his weapon of mass destruction, no matter how extraordinary Shimen Shui was, he could not harm Lin Xingyo in the slightest. Kill. Shimen Shui was blinded by rage. He was a fifth heaven emperor of the sword Dao, his sword capable of slicing through stars and cutting time itself. Yet, he couldn't do anything to the White Emperor? I, Shimen Shui, will definitely slay him and seize that invincible divine weapon, making it the national treasure of my sword dynasty, guarding our dynasty for generations. Shimen Shui glared viciously at Lin Xingyo, his sword repeatedly slashing towards him. Kill. At that moment, several more furious roars echoed from the void, and 6 or 7 emperors with overwhelming killing intent shot forward. All of them targeted Lin Xingyo, unleashing their most powerful attacks, aiming to collectively obliterate him. You're courting death. Lin Xingyo's colorless domain protected him as he faced the 8 powerful emperors, striking out with overwhelming force, without any hesitation or fear. Kill. Roars of fury, waves of slaughter. Each person unleashed their strongest attacks, quickly causing the entire mountain of the gods to collapse, countless lives obliterated, and countless mountains and rivers shattered. 8 emperors fought against Lin Xingyo. The aftermath of the battle was so intense that the group eventually moved from the mountain of the gods to the outer reaches of the starry sky. In this domain, Lin Xingyo no longer held back, nearly exhausting all his strength. 9 rivers of laws appeared around Lin Xingyo's body, and his colorless domain protected him as he quickly forced the 8 emperors into retreat. Kill. Shimen Shui's sword unleashed a blade aura that stretched for tens of thousands of miles, narrowly missing Lin Xingyo's face as it cleaved through the galaxy. With a swift motion, he then swung his sword back, aiming it directly at Lin Xingyo once more. Clang! Lin Xingyo's spear blocked the strike, and in the next moment, he darted forward, delivering a palm strike to Shimen Shui's chest. Slap! In panic, Shimen Shui exchanged a palm strike with Lin Xingyo, and his entire body was sent flying, crashing into a small planet and obliterating it. Huff! Lin Xingyo exhaled, barely having a chance to relax, when two more emperors attacked from behind. Sky-shattering fist, break. Lin Xingyo stomped his foot, abruptly turned, and with both fists clenched, launched a powerful strike towards the two emperors charging at him. Slap, slap. Lin Xingyo's fist imprints covered the sky, sending them flying. However, Shimen Shui charged forward again, forcing Lin Xingyo to roar, soul-devouring spear, kill. Swoosh. The soul-devouring spear transformed into a black bolt of lightning, fiercely stabbing toward Shimen Shui, and the two clashed once more. The battle for the spear. As soon as Lin Xingyo turned, the group of emperors pounced on the soul-devouring spear, fiercely attempting to seize it. But the soul-devouring spear was no ordinary weapon. Despite their combined efforts, they couldn't subdue it, and instead, they were left bloodied and battered. Of course, Lin Xingyo wasn't idle either, almost exhausting all his strength as he attacked the 8 emperors. Although he could injure them, killing them was not easy. After all, they were all emperors. Although not yet immortal, their bodies were extraordinarily strong, and these individuals all possessed fifth heaven or higher strength. The slaughter continued. It didn't stop. Emperor's blood splattered across the sky, smashing one star after another. By this point, it wasn't just the 8 emperors. Even Lin Xingyo showed signs of fatigue, but no one was willing to back down. In the starry sky, 9 emperors were engaged in a frenzied battle, nearly shattering the outer reaches of the starry sky. However, Shimen Shui and the others were beginning to feel fear. Because Lin Xingyo was fighting 8 emperors alone, he had nearly killed them countless times. If not for their extraordinary abilities as emperors, they would have been slain by Lin Xingyo in this battle. Chapter 50. The Battle of the Divine Emperors. Boom! In the southern region of the Crimson Moon continent, within the land of the deceased gods, a towering giant with a back as high as a mountain and covered in sky-obscuring talismans suddenly thrust out a pair of pale, bony hands from a tomb. With a mighty roar, it tore apart a colossal mountain, dug its way out of the earth, and stood up, its gaze dull and lifeless. Roar! 9 rivers of laws swirled around the mountain-backed giant as it clenched its hands, instantly summoning 2 immense axes engraved with divine patterns. With a thunderous roar, it leaped into the void, charging towards the outer Xingkou. Oh, whoa! At the same time, in the eastern region, the Immortal Mountain, a chariot drawn by 9 dragons appeared, carrying a supreme emperor of the 9th realm, also heading towards the outer cosmos. Boom! From the western region, the Blood Sea, a Buddha of the 9th realm emerged, his body enveloped by celestial Buddhist scriptures. Together with the golden-winged Peng Emperor from the northern region, they both surged towards the outer reaches of the cosmos. Roar! The 8 emperors besieging Lin Xingyo were filled with terror as the overwhelming aura of emperors from all directions locked onto them. It seemed that these mighty beings were not targeting Lin Xingyo, but were all charging towards them. In an instant, they realized the truth. There were 4 emperors of the 9th realm. They were not aiming for Lin Xingyo, but for them. These 4 emperors were nearing the end of their lives and had likely marked them as prey. They intended to drain them dry before engaging in a life-and-death battle with Lin Xingyo. The 8 emperors, understanding their predicament, tried to flee, but they couldn't escape, for their chi had already been locked, and none could hope to survive. Faced with this, they all panicked. But soon, the 4 emperors of the 9th realm descended, and in the next moment, the 8 emperors, filled with unwillingness, became the prey of the 4 divine emperors, drained and devoured by secret techniques. Human, you are quite delicious. Let me eat you. The mountain-backed giant opened its blood-soaked maw, its expression ferocious as it roared at Lin Xingyo. Humph! Lin Xingyo smirked disdainfully, glaring at the giant. He raised his devouring god spear, saying, "Big guy, if you want to eat me, come and fight me." Human, are you provoking me? The mountain-backed giant gripped its 2 axes engraved with divine patterns, its brows furrowed in anger. It leaped forward, bringing one axe down on Lin Xingyo with a mighty slash. Clang! Lin Xingyo's 9 rivers of laws trembled as he swung his devouring god spear to block the giant's attack. Instantly, a violent force exploded in rings around him, shattering the ground. Sky-shattering fist, break. Lin Xingyo's fist blasted through the void, carrying the might of destruction, and struck the mountain-backed giant with lightning speed. Trifling skills, trying to show off in front of me? Watch as I crush you with a single palm, human. The mountain-backed giant glared at Lin Xingyo with a ferocious gaze. It raised its hand and slammed it down on Lin Xingyo's fist with a powerful blow, shouting, "Bull charge, break!" Crack! In an instant, waves of light surged, the void shattered, and 1,000,000 miles of rivers and mountains were leveled to the ground. Big guy, you've angered me. Lin Xingyo took a deep breath, and in an instant, all the spiritual energy in the outer realm was drained dry. Towering divine laws and Tao runes surged from behind him, and his devouring god spear erupted with boundless killing intent. Kill! Lin Xingyo's eyes shot out 2 beams of golden light as he thrust his spear at the mountain-backed giant. In an instant, the spear's killing intent exploded, transforming into countless demon soldiers and gods, howling as they charged at the giant. Hmph! The mountain-backed giant disdainfully glanced at Lin Xingyo as he approached. With a mighty stomp, a sea of purple chi surged, and its pair of divine axes, engraved with patterns, cut through everything in their path, annihilating the demon soldiers and gods conjured by the spear's killing intent. Kill! The giant's right axe struck the devouring god's spear like lightning, while its left axe slashed towards Lin Xingyo's face. Colorless domain activate. Lin Xingyo's body trembled as the 3 supreme bones in his back activated, and the colorless domain spread out, blocking the giant's axe within the domain. With a cold glare, Lin Xingyo roared, "Great completion, ancient saint body! Kill!" Boom! Lin Xingyo's body erupted with towering talismans, transforming into a golden ancient saint body. His blood surged to its peak, and boundless power surged from the depths of his body, as if a peerless demon lord had descended to suppress the heavens. Dragon-subduing palm, break. Lin Xingyo let out a thunderous roar and swiftly struck out with a palm, sending a 5-clawed golden dragon roaring towards the mountain-backed giant. Roar! The mountain-backed giant went berserk. It was a god of ancient times, its bloodline tracing back to the primordial gods, unmatched in this world. Now, a mere human dared to challenge it. It deserved to die. Primordial bloodline awakening. Kill. The mountain-backed giant's head was surrounded by 9-colored divine light, and behind it, a terrifying primordial demon god shadow roared and charged at Lin Xingyo. Kill. Lin Xingyo led with the golden dragon, wielding the devouring god spear and the dragon-subduing palm, his colorless domain activated. Like a divine emperor descending, he unleashed a torrent of attacks at the mountain-backed giant with lightning speed. Roar! The mountain-backed giant was now consumed by rage. Since its birth, it had survived the primordial era and the most brutal dark ages, even fighting against the emperor of the ancient era. Now, it couldn't even suppress a mere human. It was completely mad. It was a god of ancient times, though it had slept for countless ages. Yet, a mere human dared to challenge its divine might. It must be annihilated. Kill. The mountain-backed giant unleashed a furious counterattack, its pair of axes cleaving through the heavens and earth, shattering countless stars, and carrying the might of devouring the heavens and destroying the world as it relentlessly attacked Lin Xingyo. Kill. Lin Xingyo stood firm, his devouring god spear wreaking havoc, causing the sun and moon to lose their radiance and the heavens to collapse. His boundless killing intent and battle spirit shattered the sky as he relentlessly drove the mountain-backed giant to roar in fury. Heaven is Qian, earth is Kuan. The 8 trigrams of yin and yang form the 2 principles. Reverse Qian and Kuan to shatter the heavens, stir the wind and thunder with the demon axe, 1 slash to break the heavens, 2 to destroy the world, divine axe slaughtering heaven style, annihilate. The mountain-backed giant raised its two divine axes, slashing down at Lin Xingyo like a thunderbolt. In an instant, the 8 trigrams sealed the heavens, the Qian and Kuan reversed, and wind and thunder surged. The two axes, capable of cleaving the heavens, shot out a lightning-fast 8 trigrams diagram, slashing towards Lin Xingyo. Devouring God Spear, kill. Facing the giant's divine technique, Lin Xingyo roared, his devouring God Spear vibrating as he leaped towards the giant. Instantly, rings of energy exploded around him as he thrust his spear at the mountain-backed giant. Clang! The heavens and earth were shattered, countless stars collapsed, and the destructive aura swept through the entire galaxy, tearing it apart. Kill! Lin Xingyo was now consumed by fury, his devouring God Spear swinging wildly, each strike aimed at the mountain-backed giant's vital points. Finally, like a meteor chasing the moon, his spear broke through the giant's axis. A single spear thrust sent the giant hurtling 10,000 miles away. In the next instant, the devouring God Spear shot out. A spear pierced through its skull. A spear pinned it to a massive monument, its blood and brain matter splattering across the ground. Chapter 51. Slaying Enemies with the Sword. At the same time, Lin Xingyo also lost his footing, stomping his feet violently on the ground dozens of times, before collapsing to his knees with a gush of blood spilling from his mouth. But before he could fully fall, a formidable figure strode toward him from across the battlefield. White-robed Emperor, you seem quite fortunate. Dare you face my sword? Yang Zhantian, the Thunderwind Sword Immortal of Deathless Mountain, stepped forward, his gaze piercingly cold as he addressed Lin Xingyo. Why wouldn't I dare? Lin Xingyo suddenly raised his head, his boundless battle intent surging as he declared, "Come at me if you want to fight." Thunderwind Sword kill? Yang Zhantian's eyes darkened as he formed a sword with his fingers, slashing down at Lin Xingyo like a meteor. Primordial Bone, activate. Lin Xingyo's body shuddered violently, and in an instant, an invisible domain formed, blocking Yang Zhantian's incoming attack. Heaven is Qian, Earth is Kuan, Yin and Yang split into the 8 trigrams, reversing Qian and Kuan to shatter the heavens, raining swords to shatter the heavens and earth, annihilating gods and demons in one strike. Sword rain, cut. Yang Zhantian gripped his sword with both hands, chanting incantations as a series of thunder-wrapped thunderwind swords hovered around him, quickly blotting out the sky above. Cut. Yang Zhantian's 9-sword Dao laws resonated, and the sky-covering sword rain shattered mountains and rivers, severed time, and rained down like a meteor shower, all aimed at Lin Xingyo. Clang, clang. The sky-covering sword rain rained down, all striking Lin Xingyo's invisible domain, shattering into streams of light instantly. Not a single sword managed to pierce through the invisible barrier. White-robed Emperor, take my strongest strike. Kill. Yang Zhantian roared, his voice echoing through the air. His Thunderwind Sword, like a thunderbolt shattering the heavens, shot toward Lin Xingyo with explosive force. Thunderwind Sword Immortal, I have a sword called Annihilating the Heavens. Would you like to feel its overwhelming killing intent? Lin Xingyo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes icy as he looked up at Yang Zhantian. You know how to wield a sword? Yang Zhantian smirked with disdain. No one in the Crimson Moon continent was worthy of drawing a sword in his presence, for he was the emperor of the Sword Dao. Kill. Yang Zhantian's sword had already shot forward, piercing through Lin Xingyo's invisible domain in an instant. The blade, lightning fast, aimed directly at Lin Xingyo's head. Sword come. Lin Xingyo's thunderous command echoed, and instantly, the void resonated with the sound of wind and thunder. A 10,000-mile rainbow shot forth, annihilating the heavens. Lin Xingyo grasped the Annihilating the Heavens sword, his eyes snapping open as he forcefully clashed with Yang Zhantian's incoming strike, declaring, Slay the enemy. Clang. Yang Zhantian's Thunderwind Sword and Lin Xingyo's Annihilating the Heavens sword collided, and instantly, golden and purple sword lights exploded, cutting down tens of thousands of mountains within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Kill. Lin Xingyo, gripping the annihilating the heavens sword, stomped his foot and slashed down at Yang Zhentian once more. The void couldn't withstand Lin Xingyo's full force, shattering around him. The spatial rifts spread like a spider web, disintegrating. Kill. With Lin Xingyo's sword already slashing toward him, Yang Zhentian, in the midst of battle, responded with all his might. Clang! The surrounding void exploded, and Yang Zhentian, bearing the brunt of Lin Xingyo's full force, was blasted away, his body enveloped in waves of devastating energy. Lin Xingyo quickly pursued, his sword striking Yang Zhentian like a bolt of light. Boom! Yang Zhentian crashed onto a blazing star, like a small sun, instantly causing the entire star to explode. Kill. Lin Xingyo's speed didn't falter as he slashed at Yang Zhentian with 10,000 strikes, cutting through dozens of stars in an instant and finally landing a decisive blow, leaving Yang Zhentian bleeding profusely in the ruins. White-robed Emperor, you've truly enraged me. I haven't been this enraged in 100,000 years. Yang Zhentian's icy gaze locked onto Lin Xingyo, who had slashed him into the ruins. Suddenly, he clenched his hands, shattering his 9 sword Dao laws, and transformed into a massive sword crackling with thunder, slashing toward Lin Xingyo. In return for this, feel the fury of 100,000 years. Humph! Lin Xingyo didn't retreat but instead charged forward, roaring as he slashed at the massive sword-formed Yang Zhentian. Boom! The void shattered, the galaxy trembled, and the stars behind the massive sword were instantly reduced to ruins. A torrential wave of energy devoured everything in sight, but Lin Xingyo's sword was raised once more. Annihilating the heaven's sword, cut. Lin Xingyo channeled all his strength, activating his invisible domain as he unleashed 1,000,000 strikes in an instant, shattering the heavens and earth. Clang! The massive sword was blasted away, cleaving a star in half. Before it could react, a 10,000-mile purple sword beam sliced through the void, striking the massive sword. Clang! The massive sword was once again sent flying, with imperial blood gushing out. But in the next moment, Lin Xingyo was upon it, unleashing tens of thousands of furious strikes. Snap! The massive sword finally couldn't withstand Lin Xingyo's onslaught, being sliced in half by a single strike. A torrent of blood rained down like a storm, blasting dozens of stars into oblivion. Cut down. Lin Xingyo's momentum was overwhelming, his ancient sacred body fully unleashed, his invisible domain protecting him, and his sword blazing like a comet. He unleashed hundreds of millions of furious strikes on the shattered massive sword, reducing it to fragments. With the final strike, the annihilating the heavens sword pinned Yang Zhentian's head to the side of a mountain-sized giant. Boom! 2 divine weapons locked their imperial souls, transforming into 2 rule-filled deep wells that devoured them entirely. The annihilating the heavens sword, in particular, ignited a raging soul fire, rapidly evolving toward becoming the ultimate divine weapon. The imperial blood and soul of the Thunderwind Sword Immortal seemed drawn to it, merging into it at an astonishing speed. Chapter 52. Battle against the Golden Eagle Emperor. Amitabha. The Western Domain Buddha approached, his hands clasped in front of him as he stood before Lin Xingyo, saying, "Benefactor, truly your talents are blessed by heaven. I observe that you have a connection with our Buddha. Would you consider laying down your sword and attaining enlightenment to avoid a calamity of bloodshed?" Attain enlightenment? Lin Xingyo sneered disdainfully, showing no respect for this powerful Buddha. He had just witnessed this formidable Buddha turn Shiman, Shui of the Sword Dynasty, into a skeleton with a single breath. Now he was being told to attain enlightenment? There was no doubt in his mind that this old monk had ulterior motives. Buddha, you are indeed kind. He is already at his limit. With our combined strength, if we strike together, we can surely bring him down. Then, each of us can claim one of the divine artifacts. The Golden Eagle Emperor, his body ablaze with flames, approached menacingly. Amitabha. The Western Domain Buddha clasped his hands together, his face filled with compassion as he moved closer to Lin Xingyo, saying, "Benefactor, your time to decide is running out. Lay down your sword and attain enlightenment to avoid further bloodshed. If you insist on fighting us, you will surely fall here." "Is that so?" Lin Xingyo narrowed his sharp eyes, staring fiercely at the Golden Eagle Emperor and the Buddha like a lone wolf. "If you think you're so powerful, then come at me. Today, I will fight to the death and shatter the heavens." "You're seeking death." The Golden Eagle Emperor glanced at the soul-devouring spear and the heaven-sundering sword pinned to the stone tablet. "You have no imperial artifacts in your hands. What makes you think you can compete with two emperors? Be smart and come over here to die." "Humph." Lin Xingyo's lips curled into a cold sneer, for he knew that unless he fought to the death and defeated a few emperors of the ninth heaven, he would never leave this place. "White Robe Emperor, since you refuse to submit, I, the Golden Eagle Emperor, can only kill you today." "Kill." The Golden Eagle Emperor spread his wings, unleashing 1,000 golden feathers that transformed into swords, soaring into the air before shooting lightning fast towards Lin Xingyo. Lin Xingyo stomped his foot on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood from his chest, then wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and straightened up. "Do you think I can't defeat you without imperial artifacts? Very well. Let me show you how my fist can shatter you." "Humph." The Golden Eagle Emperor's lips curled in disdain as he fully unleashed his 10,000 sword feathers, slashing towards Lin Xingyo. "Then take this attack first." "All right." Lin Xingyo activated his colorless domain, leaping into the air with his fists wrapped in a torrent of spiritual energy, and slammed them down like two bolts of white lightning towards the Golden Eagle Emperor. Shattering Heaven Fist Break. Lin Xingyo's colorless domain blocked the Golden Eagle Emperor's attack, and his fists exploded through the sky, instantly closing the distance to the Golden Eagle Emperor. Crack, crack, crack. The Golden Eagle Emperor spread his wings, directly shattering Lin Xingyo's incoming fists. In the next moment, he spat out a Vajra staff, which slammed into Lin Xingyo's colorless domain. Bang! The Vajra staff, covered in divine patterns, shattered Lin Xingyo's colorless domain with a single strike, grazing his cheek and shattering a star. Then, the Golden Eagle Emperor shot forward, his golden wings like two heavenly blades, striking Lin Xingyo with lightning speed. Ugh! Lin Xingyo let out a pained grunt as his body was sent flying 1,000,000 miles by the Golden Eagle Emperor's attack, crashing into a star and shattering it. Good! Countless beings roared in excitement, especially the nobles of the Yuhua dynasty, who were overjoyed, for there was no one in the world who wanted Lin Xingyo dead more than they did. But, in the next moment, the cheers on everyone's faces froze as a streak of light shot into the sky, and before countless eyes, Lin Xingyo unleashed tens of thousands of attacks on the Golden Eagle Emperor, who had just sent him flying with a powerful strike, causing the Emperor to cry out in pain. Kill! Lin Xingyo fully unleashed his fury, his golden light streaming from his eyes, and his fists shattered the heavens and the earth as he unleashed 100,000 punches on the Golden Eagle Emperor, shattering the very heavens and earth around him. Great might of the heavenly dragon, venerable earth store. Great Dharma spell, Prajna Buddha, Prajna Paramitha hum. Flying dragon in the sky. The Western Domain Buddha struck from behind Lin Xingyo, his hands clasped together as he unleashed a move called Flying Dragon in the Sky, instantly summoning 9 great heavenly dragons that span the heavens, roaring as they attacked Lin Xingyo from behind. Heaven is Qian, Earth is Kuan, Yin-Yang 8 trigrams seal heaven and earth, reverse Qian and Kuan to break the firmament, 5 elements and 10,000 phenomena shatter heaven palm. 1 strike shatters heaven, 2 strikes destroys demons, thunder and wind shatter heaven palm, break. Lin Xingyo sent the Golden Eagle Emperor flying with a punch, then abruptly turned around, shocking countless onlookers as he formed seals with his hands and unleashed a palm strike towards the Western Domain Buddha. Chapter 53. Slaying the Golden Wing Pong. Thud. Above the heavens, the Yin-Yang 8 trigrams sealed the sky and reversed the universe. A palm print powerful enough to crush the world instantly shot out from the 8 trigrams formation, shattering the 9 great heavenly dragons of the Western Domain Buddha into dust. The powerful shockwaves that surged around obliterated dozens of stars. Kill. Lin Xingyo roared, then lightning fast. He launched a powerful punch towards the Western Domain Buddha. Crushing Heaven Fist, break. Lin Xingyo's fist surged into the sky, aimed directly at the Western Domain Buddha's head, and crashed down with devastating force. Amitabha. The Western Domain Buddha, with heavenly dragons coiling around him, suddenly unleashed a blinding surge of Buddhist light behind his head, stretching endlessly. Boundless Buddhist scriptures and divine radiance swallowed the heavens and the earth. Great Sun Tathagata palm, break. Facing Lin Xingyo's raging punch, the golden Buddha shadow behind the Western Domain Buddha suddenly opened its eyes. Then, a massive palm capable of crushing the heavens shot forward, meeting Lin Xingyo's punch head-on. Thud. Lin Xingyo's aura exploded, and rings of destructive energy rippled out, turning millions of miles of void into chaotic time streams. Kill. Lin Xingyo, not deterred by his first strike, launched another punch, shattering the void. The fist's energy waves created a temporal rift, crashing directly toward the Western Domain Buddha. Amitabha. The Western Domain Buddha clasped his hands together, and his divine, radiant eyes suddenly opened. In an instant, a golden Buddhist wall appeared, blocking Lin Xingyo's attack. Thud. Lin Xingyo's furious punch crashed into the golden Buddhist wall, forming a massive mushroom cloud that exploded with devastating force. This power. No. Before Lin Xingyo could finish, his body was sent flying, crashing into a star and obliterating it. This monk is suspicious. That golden Buddhist wall of his is incredibly powerful. It reflected all my attack back at me. I just endured my own full-strength strike. In the ruins, Lin Xingyo, bloodshot-eyed, stared at the Western Domain Buddha, whose Buddhist scriptures surged with killing intent. The monk's golden Buddhist wall was even stronger than his own colorless domain. White-robed Emperor, you shall die. Golden-winged Peng Emperor was ecstatic, charging from the void with a Vajra staff aimed at Lin Xingyo. Vajra staff, kill. Amitabha, kill. Simultaneously, the Western Domain Buddha clasped his hands together, summoning a 9-story pagoda to suppress Lin Xingyo. The white-robed emperor is finally done for. Countless gazes turned toward the outer realm of the cosmos, eagerly awaiting the sight of Lin Xingyo being slain by 2 emperors. Alas! However, many living beings sighed, lamenting that such a heroic and mighty figure, capable of swallowing mountains and rivers, would ultimately fall to the attacks of the emperors. What a pity! A once invincible emperor, surrounded and slain by emperors, is truly regrettable. But in the blink of an eye, the once noisy scene fell into complete silence. Everyone present was frozen in shock. Good heavens! What just happened? 2 more emperors have fallen? All the living beings of the Red Moon continent stared in horror at the void. Blood rain fell from the sky. The fall of 2 peak-level 9th-tier emperors instantly triggered heavenly phenomena. A sense of inexplicable sorrow enveloped the heavens, as if the heavens themselves were mourning. Ding. The system has detected that the host has slain a 9th-tier ancient divine descendant, obtaining supreme ancient bloodline. Does the host wish to integrate it to enhance their strength? Ding. The system has detected that the host has slain the Thunderwind Sword Immortal, obtaining supreme sword Dao loss. Does the host wish to integrate them to enhance their strength? Lin Xingyo's expression brightened, as he immediately chose to integrate. 2 powerful forces surged through his body, especially the ancient bloodline, which instantly brought him back to his peak condition. Excellent! Lin Xingyo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and suddenly stood up from the ruins. His icy gaze locked onto the Western Domain Buddha and golden-winged Peng Emperor. Kill! Lin Xingyo's aura surged as he clenched his fists and charged toward the Western Domain Buddha and golden-winged Peng Emperor. Monkey! Golden-winged Peng Emperor's face twisted in a snarl as he thrust the Vajra staff forward with lightning speed. Die! Sword, come! Lin Xingyo's cold eyes narrowed as he grasped the Zhuantian sword that flew toward him. He then met Golden-winged Peng Emperor's Vajra staff head-on. Slay the enemy! Clang! The Zhuantian sword and the Vajra staff collided, and a series of massive shockwaves erupted, shattering the surrounding space. Pagoda of Domination, annihilate. At the same time, the Western Domain Buddha's Pagoda of Domination arrived, swallowing Lin Xingyo within. Asterisk monkey, you won't escape our grasp. Now, prepare to be reduced to ashes by the Pagoda of Domination. Asterisk. Golden-winged Peng Emperor grinned maliciously, relaxing completely as he saw Lin Xingyo trapped within the pagoda. He knew Lin Xingyo was doomed. The Pagoda of Domination was a Buddhist imperial artifact. Any living being trapped inside would inevitably be refined into ash. But in the next moment, Golden-winged Peng Emperor's eyes widened in horror as he stared at his chest. The devouring god spear had pierced through it, pinning him to the shattered ruins. It was too sudden. He hadn't even reacted before the spear impaled him, and in an instant, his life force was being devoured. No, I can't die. Asterisk I am the Golden-winged Peng Emperor, a peak-level 9th-tier emperor. How can I die like this? Asterisk. Golden-winged Peng Emperor panicked. He felt the approach of death. The scent of death crept closer, and his flesh, bones, and veins withered. He knew, if this continued, he would truly die here, even with his 9th-tier emperor's cultivation. No, Golden-winged Peng Emperor frantically struggled, using all his might to pull the devouring god's spear out of his body, but to no avail. His heart fell into despair. The scent of death grew stronger. This was no illusion. If he couldn't stop the spear's devouring, he would die. No, I can't die here. Buddha, save me. Golden-winged Peng Emperor let out a desperate roar, his eyes blazing with an intense desire to survive as he turned to the Western Domain Buddha. In his final moments, he hoped for salvation, but all he received was the Buddha's cold, unfeeling gaze. Boom! Golden-winged Peng Emperor's body shuddered as the devouring god's spear completely devoured him. With a final, unwilling glance at the Western Domain Buddha, his eyes closed as he perished. Chapter 54, Defeating the Buddha. Amitabha. The Western Domain Buddha wore a cold expression, his gaze fixed on the heavenly ceiling pagoda, as his power was barely holding it together. Lin Xingyo inside the pagoda was about to burst out. The Western Domain Buddha's face showed disbelief, for the heavenly ceiling pagoda had not only sealed away a 9 heavens emperor, but had once sealed 6 or 7. Now, it couldn't even handle Lin Xingyo. Heavenly ceiling pagoda, seal and kill. The Western Domain Buddha's eyes turned crimson as he channeled all his strength, pushing the pagoda with everything he had to seal and kill Lin Xingyo. Sky-shattering fist, break. Lin Xingyo, with one hand holding a sword and the other a fist, stood within the pagoda and unleashed 10,000 powerful blows in rapid succession. Devouring God Spear, break. Lin Xingyo suddenly roared, summoning the devouring god spear that had killed the Golden Peng Emperor and struck the pagoda, imprisoning him. Crack! The heavenly ceiling pagoda shattered under the spear's impact, and Lin Xingyo shot out, his heaven-slaying sword slashing fiercely at the Western Domain Buddha. Bang! A golden light Buddhist wall rose before the Western Domain Buddha, reflecting Lin Xingyo's attack back at him, sending him flying 10,000 miles. Ugh! Lin Xingyo groaned in pain, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Facing the rapidly approaching Western Domain Buddha, he immediately erected his colorless domain. Bang! The charging Western Domain Buddha struck Lin Xingyo's colorless domain with full force, sending him flying tens of thousands of miles. Damn! Lin Xingyo was thoroughly enraged. The bald monk's techniques were extraordinary, especially his golden light Buddhist wall, which left Lin Xingyo feeling powerless. But Lin Xingyo was not one to give up easily. By this point in the battle, It was a fight to the death. So Lin Xingyo roared, gripping the devouring god spear, and as rings of energy exploded around him, he thrust the spear fiercely at the approaching Western Domain Buddha. Bang! Lin Xingyo's spear struck the golden light Buddhist wall, cracking it with spiderweb-like fissures. But at the same time, an irresistible force surged back, slamming into Lin Xingyo. Bang! Lin Xingyo was sent flying, his body smashing a star behind him into fragments. Heaven is Qian, earth is Kuan. The 8 trigrams seal heaven and earth. Reverse Qian and Kuan to shatter the void. Rise with the wind and thunder. The Buddhist art to sever the ancient, 10,000 ancient Buddha palm, seal and kill. From the void, the Western Domain Buddha descended, with wind and thunder swirling. A radiant palm print crashing down towards Lin Xingyo. Bang! Lin Xingyo didn't have time to rise, and was sent flying 1,000,000 miles by the Western Domain Buddha's palm. The Western Domain Buddha followed up, unleashing a flurry of fist and palm strikes that battered Lin Xingyo, causing him to spit blood repeatedly. Bald monk, you've enraged me. Kill! Lin Xingyo was completely enraged. Wielding the heaven-slaying sword and devouring god spear, he shot up from the ruins like lightning, launching a ferocious assault on the Western Domain Buddha. Clang! Lin Xingyo still couldn't break through the Western Domain Buddha's golden light Buddhist wall, and each attack only injured himself. But Lin Xingyo didn't give up, because with each strike, although the golden light Buddhist wall wasn't pierced, the cracks were growing larger. Even if just for a brief moment, it was enough for Lin Xingyo, who believed that eventually he could break through the Western Domain Buddha's golden light Buddhist wall. Kill! Lin Xingyo fought with complete frenzy, each attack shattering the heavens and the earth, temporarily suppressing the Western Domain Buddha's attacks. Heaven is Qian, earth is Kuan. All Buddhas bow in reverence, eternal as the ages, boundless Dharma, thousand-handed Buddha, slaying heaven and demons, thousand-handed Buddha, arise. The Western Domain Buddha's body shook, 9 rivers of laws unfolded, and behind him, a thousand-handed Buddha opened its eyes. Thousand-handed Buddha, seal and kill. The Western Domain Buddha unleashed his full might, the thousand-handed Buddha behind him with 1,000 hands and eyes, crushing down on Lin Xingyo, shattering the void. Kill! Lin Xingyo was fearless, facing the thousand-handed Buddha's assault. He activated 3 supreme bones, erected his colorless domain, and with the devouring god spear in hand, unleashed a torrent of billions of strikes on the Western Domain Buddha's golden light Buddhist wall. Bang! The Western Domain Buddha's golden light Buddhist wall finally shattered under Lin Xingyo's relentless assault, and with a single spear thrust, Lin Xingyo pierced the Western Domain Buddha's shoulder, sending him flying tens of thousands of miles, crashing into a pile of ruins. Boom! The Western Domain Buddha, struck by Lin Xingyo's spear, instantly used his powerful Buddhist arts to explode his body, and after a ripple in the void, he reformed his golden Buddhist body. Kill! Before the Western Domain Buddha could retaliate, Lin Xingyo charged forward with the devouring god spear, unleashing a fierce barrage of attacks on the Western Domain Buddha's reformed body, engulfing him in a sea of spear shadows. Kill! The Western Domain Buddha protected himself with his golden light Buddhist wall, while the thousand-handed Buddha behind him counterattacked Lin Xingyo. Their battle shattered the heavens and the earth, completely destroying a part of the world. Neither side showed any sign of stopping. Instead, they intensified their battle in the outer void of space. How strong are they? They've made the sun and moon dim, especially the white-clad emperor, who seems invincible. His battle spirit swallows rivers and mountains, facing so many powerful emperors. With just his own strength, he's killed 3. Why is he so strong? Countless people felt despair, especially the enemies of the Yuhua dynasty, who were utterly shattered in the face of Lin Xingyo's astonishing battle prowess. Their eyes were filled with despair. They knew they could never defeat the white-clad emperor in their lifetime, for he was already invincible under the heavens. Why is he so strong? Strong enough to make everyone despair. Is there no one in the world who can kill him? The forces of the Yu Hua dynasty roared in anger. They couldn't accept what was happening before their eyes. They longed for someone to kill Lin Xingyo, to utterly annihilate him in the outer cosmos. But they were all plunged into despair, for even the Western Domain Buddha couldn't kill Lin Xingyo. Who else in the world could? Western Domain Buddha, you can die now. In that instant, across the outer cosmos, Lin Xingyo's thunderous shout reverberated. Gripping the devouring god spear, he thrust it through the Western Domain Buddha, pinning him to the rubble. Lin Xingyo's colorless domain enveloped the Buddha, sealing his power to regenerate his body. Western Domain Buddha, you can take your leave now. Lin Xingyo coldly raised the heaven-slaying sword, looking down at the Western Domain Buddha pinned to the ground by the devouring god spear, and said, "This day next year will be your death anniversary." Chapter 55. The Slaying. Lay disciple, please cease. Chapter 55. Slaughter. Layman, please cease. The 800 arhats and 3 great Buddhas of the extraterrestrial Shinkong suddenly appeared around Lin Xingyo, saying, "If you spare the life of our Buddha, the Western Domain Buddhism is willing to meet any condition you propose." Although their faces were filled with compassion, the positions they stood in formed a powerful Buddhist formation. It was clear that they were both negotiating and threatening. If Lin Xingyo did not hand over the Buddha, the 800 arhats would undoubtedly activate the Buddhist formation to annihilate him. Oh! Lin Xingyo's cold gaze swept over the surrounding 800 arhats. And what if I say no? How dare you? 800 angry roars erupted simultaneously, and instantly, all the arhats unleashed overwhelming Fufa and Sa Qi, glaring at Lin Xingyo. The 800 arhats could slay an emperor. This was because they all possessed strength beyond the heavenly immortal realm. When combined and supported by the Buddhist Great Formation, they could severely injure any powerful emperor in the world. Buddhism? Lin Xingyo coldly uttered the 2 words, then raised his Du Tianjian high and plunged it into the Western Domain Buddha's head, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream. In the shocked gazes of countless onlookers, Lin Xingyo's Du Tianjian pierced through the Western Domain Buddha's head in one strike, absorbing both the Buddha's divine soul and blood into the sword. The Western Domain's 800 arhats were furious. Each of them clenched talismans, activating the Buddhist formation and charging towards Lin Xingyo. Ding! The system detects that the host has slain the Western Domain Buddha, obtaining the supreme Buddhist technique, Golden Light Buddha Wall. Does the host wish to integrate it into the skill bar to enhance their strength? Yes, integrate it. Lin Xingyo was elated and immediately chose to integrate it. Instantly, the Golden Light Buddha Wall technique lit up in his skill bar. Almost simultaneously, Lin Xingyo's gaze turned cold. Facing the approaching Buddhist formation of the 800 arhats, he directly activated his colorless domain and the Golden Light Buddha Wall. Boom! The moment the Buddhist formation descended, the 800 arhats were almost all Junfei, crashing tens of thousands of meters away. Countless onlookers gaped at Lin Xingyo, their mouths wide open as if they could swallow a dead rat. They were all staring at the Golden Light Buddha Wall floating around Lin Xingyo. The Golden Light Buddha Wall. It was an unrevealed secret of the Buddha, known only to the Buddha himself in the world. Now that the Western Domain Buddha had been slain, this powerful Buddhist technique should have been lost forever. Yet, Lin Xingyo had mastered it. For the Western Domain's 800 arhats, this was even more unbearable than being killed themselves. Demon, return our Buddhist technique at once, or our Buddhism will be at eternal enmity with you. After a while, the 800 arhats and 3 great Buddhas finally regained their senses. Their eyes bloodshot, they angrily shouted at Lin Xingyo. Humph! Lin Xingyo's cold gaze swept over the 800 arhats. If you want it, come and take it, but my fists will let you feel the fury of my Sachi Chongtan. These words, like a stabilizing needle, silenced the entire scene. The 800 arhats surrounded him, yet none dared to speak, for Lin Xingyo, with the Golden Light Buddha Wall, was invincible. Why haven't you scrammed yet? Lin Xingyo glared harshly at the 800 arhats, then turned his gaze towards the distance. Old turtle, You've been watching for so long. Are you here for a fight, or what? Cough, cough, cough. The true martial emperor, accompanied by the Azure Phoenix Empress, walked over and said, "We don't want the god-devouring spear. We just want to invite you to stay at our ancient forbidden land for a while." Lin Xingyo's cold gaze turned fierce as he glared at the true martial emperor. "You want to imprison me? Don't talk nonsense." The Azure Phoenix Empress glanced at Lin Xingyo, her face showing obvious dissatisfaction. Yes, they wanted to imprison Lin Xingyo. After all, with such strength, the ancient forbidden land, as the guardian of the Red Moon continent, had the duty to investigate him. However, they didn't want to fight, because they had to admit Lin Xingyo was very strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't be worthy of them calmly discussing with him here. Yet, Lin Xingyo casually glanced at the Azure Phoenix Empress and turned to leave. What a joke. Lin Xingyo pursed his lips. "I'm not stupid. Why would I let you imprison me? Human, you can't just leave like this." Seeing Lin Xingyo turn to leave, the true martial emperor suddenly stepped forward to block his path. "We're doing this for your own good. Look, you've killed so many emperors today. Without the protection of our ancient forbidden land, you definitely won't survive tomorrow." "Oh." Lin Xingyo revealed a taunting smile. "What's the point of going to your ancient forbidden land? It's full of old monks practicing, and there are no beauties to keep me company. I'm not going." Cough, cough, cough. The true martial emperor's expression stiffened, momentarily caught off guard. Recovering, he quickly said, "White Robe Emperor, if you come with me to the ancient forbidden land, I can't have the holy maiden of the ancient sacred land serve you. If that's not enough, the holy maiden of the primordial sacred land, the holy maiden of the Jade Pool sacred land, they can all be yours." Cough, cough, cough. Lin Xingyo winced. What was this old turtle thinking? But this suggestion wasn't bad. Bringing all the holy maidens of the major sacred lands to serve himself. That was quite creative. Why hadn't he thought of that before? Now that he was invincible in the world, he should capture all the holy maidens of the major sacred lands to wash his clothes and clean his floors. At night, he could. Lin Xingyo's thoughts wandered, and he couldn't help but indulge in fantasies. That would truly be the peak and climax of his life. White Robe Emperor, what do you think? The true martial emperor looked at Lin Xingyo and asked, "Old turtle, you're overthinking it." Lin Xingyo snapped back to reality, looking serious as he said to the true martial emperor, "I'm not the kind of person who lusts after beauty." "You." The true martial emperor opened his mouth several times, wanting to say something, but couldn't get the words out. "All right, I should be going." Lin Xingyo stood with his hands behind his back, leaving the true martial emperor with a cold, stern back. "But I can promise you this, if you ever have the time, you can come to my mountain to drink tea and discuss the Tao." "Is that possible?" The true martial emperor seemed dazed, his small, bean-like eyes gazing at Lin Xingyo's gradually disappearing back, filled with excitement. "Of course." Lin Xingyo glanced back with a slight smile, showing his white teeth. "If you come, we can sit and drink tea, discuss the Tao. Because just now, I happened to obtain a Wu Dao tea tree." Damn it! The Tai Demon Emperor's face turned coppery green, his heart filled with anger. He really wanted to rush over and bite Lin Xingyo to death. Although each of them wore a compassionate expression, the positions they stood in formed a powerful Buddhist formation. It was evident they were both negotiating and threatening. If Lin Xingyo did not hand over the Buddha, the 800 Arhats would undoubtedly activate the Buddhist formation to annihilate him. "Oh!" Lin Xingyo's cold gaze deepened as he surveyed the surrounding 800 Arhats, saying, "What if I say no? How dare you?" 800 furious roars erupted, and instantly, they all unleashed overwhelming Buddhist power, their killing intent directed at Lin Xingyo. The 800 Arhats could slay an emperor, for they all possess strength beyond the celestial immortal realm. When combined and aided by the Buddhist Great Formation, they could severely wound any powerful emperor in the world. Buddhist sect? Lin Xingyo coldly uttered these two words, then raised his Jutian sword high and stabbed it directly into the Western Domain Buddha's head, causing a heart-wrenching scream to echo. In the shocked gazes of countless onlookers, Lin Xingyo's Jutian sword pierced through the Western Domain Buddha's head in one strike, absorbing both his imperial soul and blood into the sword. The Western Domain's 800 arhats were enraged. Each of them clenched talismans and activated the Buddhist formation, charging towards Lin Xingyo. Ding! The system detects that the host has slain the Western Domain Buddha, obtaining the Buddhist supreme technique Golden Light Buddha Wall. Does the host wish to integrate it into the skill bar to enhance their strength? Yes, integrate. Lin Xingyo was overjoyed and immediately chose to integrate it. Instantly, the Golden Light Buddha Wall technique lit up in his skill bar. Almost simultaneously, Lin Xingyo's gaze hardened. Facing the Buddhist formation charging towards him, he activated the colorless domain and the Golden Light Buddha Wall. Boom! The moment the Buddhist formation descended, the 800 arhats were almost all flung away, crashing over 10,000 meters into the distance. Countless people widened their eyes, staring at Lin Xingyo with mouths agape, large enough to swallow a dead rat. They all gazed at the Golden Light Buddha Wall floating around Lin Xingyo. The Golden Light Buddha Wall. It was a secret technique of the Buddha, never passed down to anyone else in the world. Now that the Western Domain Buddha had been slain, this powerful Buddhist secret technique should have been lost forever. Yet, Lin Xingyo had learned it. For the Western Domain's 800 arhats, this was more painful than being killed themselves. Demon, return our Buddhist techniques. Otherwise, our Buddhist sect will be at odds with you until one of us is destroyed. After a while, the 800 arhats and 3 great Buddhas finally regained their senses. Their eyes bloodshot, they glared at Lin Xingyo and shouted angrily. Humph! Lin Xingyo's cold gaze deepened as he looked at the 800 arhats, saying, If you want it, come and take it. But my fists will let you experience the overwhelming killing intent of my wrath. These words, like a stabilizing pillar, silenced the entire scene. The 800 arhats surrounded him, each of them opening their mouths but not daring to speak. For Lin Xingyo, with the Golden Light Buddha Wall, was a death sentence for anyone who challenged him. Why haven't you scrammed yet? Lin Xingyo glared harshly at the 800 arhats, then shifted his gaze to the distance, saying, Old turtle, you've been watching for so long. Are you here to fight or what? Cough, cough, cough. Emperor Jinwu, accompanied by Empress Qingfeng, walked over and said, We don't want the soul-devouring spear. We just want to invite you to stay in our ancient forbidden land for a while. Tisi. Lin Xingyo's cold gaze deepened as he glared at Emperor Jinwu, saying, You want to detain me? Don't talk nonsense. Empress Qingfeng glanced at Lin Xingyo, her face immediately showing dissatisfaction. Yes, they wanted to detain Lin Xingyo. After all, Lin Xingyo was so powerful. As the guardians of the Chiwe continent, the ancient Forbidden Land had the duty to investigate someone like Lin Xingyo. However, they didn't want to fight, because they had to admit, Lin Xingyo was strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't be worthy of having them calmly negotiate with him here. Yet, Lin Xingyo casually glanced at Empress Qingfeng and turned to leave. What a joke. Lin Xingyo shrugged and said, I'm not stupid. Why would I let you detain me? Human, you can't just leave like this. Seeing Lin Xingyo turn to leave, Emperor Jinwu suddenly stepped forward, blocking his path and saying, We're doing this for your own good. Look, you've killed so many emperors today. Without the protection of our ancient forbidden land, you definitely won't survive tomorrow. Oh, Lin Xingyo smirked and said, Going to your ancient forbidden land? What's the point? It's full of old monks, no beauties to keep me company. I'm not interested. Cough, cough, cough. Emperor Jinwu's expression froze, momentarily at a loss for words. After regaining his composure, he quickly said, White Robe Emperor, if you come with me to the ancient forbidden land, I can have the holy maiden of the ancient sacred land serve you. If that's not enough, the holy maids of the Taichu sacred land and the Yaoqi sacred land can also all be yours. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Xingyo felt a toothache. What was this old turtle thinking? But his suggestion wasn't bad. Having the holy maids of the various sacred lands serve him. That was quite creative. Why hadn't he thought of that before? Now that he was undefeated in the world, he should capture all the holy maids of the sacred lands to wash his clothes and clean his floors. At night, he could. Lin Xingyo thought about this, his mind filled with fantasies. It truly felt like he had reached the pinnacle and climax of life. White Robe Emperor, what do you think? Emperor Jinwu asked Lin Xingyo. Old turtle, you're overthinking it. Lin Xingyo snapped out of his fantasies, looking serious as he said to Emperor Jinwu, I'm not the type to be swayed by beauty. You. Emperor Jinwu opened his mouth several times, wanting to say something but unable to find the words. All right, I should be going. Lin Xingyo stood with his hands behind his back, leaving Emperor Jinwu with a cold, stern back, saying, But I can promise you this. If you ever have time, you can come to my mountain to drink tea and discuss the Tao. Is that possible? Emperor Jinwu seemed dazed, his small, bean-like eyes gazing at Lin Xingyo's gradually disappearing back, filled with excitement. Of course it is. Lin Xingyo turned his head slightly, flashing a bright smile with his white teeth, saying, If you come, we can sit and sip tea while discussing the Tao, for I have just acquired a Wu Dao tea tree. Damn it! Emperor Tai's face turned a coppery green, his heart filled with anger. He really wanted to rush over and bite Lin Xingyo to death. Chapter 56. Don't force me to pretend to be awesome. The Sacred Mountain of 10,000 Gods. The collapse of the spiritual domain. It was a pain that countless factions preferred not to mention, especially for the demon ancestor Tai of the Sacred Mountain of 10,000 Gods. Every time he thought of Lin Xingyo, he couldn't help but clench his teeth in anger. But there was also a sense of helplessness. Not to mention Lin Xingyo having taken away his Wu Dao tea tree, the current mess at the Sacred Mountain of 10,000 Gods was enough to keep him busy and stressed. Moreover, he didn't dare to ask Lin Xingyo to return the Wu Dao tea tree, because he simply couldn't defeat him. Furthermore, the spiritual domain of the Sacred Mountain of 10,000 Gods had shattered. Millions of miles of mountains and rivers were broken, countless lives were lost, and it would take at least 100,000 years for the Sacred Mountain to regain its former glory. But all of this, at a great cost to the various living beings of the Red Moon continent, ultimately only served to benefit Lin Xingyo. It was infuriating. Countless beings wailed in dissatisfaction, but no one dared to seek trouble with Lin Xingyo anymore, because they all knew that as long as Lin Xingyo didn't come after them, it was a blessing from their ancestors. How is she, Doctor? A few days later, in White Emperor City, Lin Xingyo stood behind a doctor with a furrowed brow and asked, Her chi and blood are stagnated. She is possessed by malevolent energy, her heart meridian is blocked, and medicines are difficult to penetrate. At this rate, she may not last more than a few days, the doctor said with a look of despair, shaking his head helplessly. You incompetent fool, if you can't wake her up. Tang Qianquan angrily stood up, grabbing the doctor by the collar and shouting at him, Then I'll kill you right now. Tang Qianquan, stop. The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect stood up, his gaze fixed on Tang Qianquan as he scolded, What are you making a fuss about here? If you don't stop, get out. Alas, Lin Xingyo sighed helplessly. Everything was his fault. It was all because he hadn't protected Su Shihan well, which led to her current state of unconsciousness. Lin Xingyo was filled with self-blame and guilt. A few days prior, he had been engrossed in battling the Western Domain Flatoa and others, never anticipating that the conflict would harm Su Shihan, whom he had safeguarded within his portable small world. Now, witnessing her lying unconscious on the bed, Lin Xingyo was overwhelmed with regret. Third young master, don't be angry. Although I can't wake this young lady, I know there is someone in the Red Moon continent who can. The doctor, who was being held by Tang Qianquan's collar, stammered as he looked at Tang Qianquan. Who? Tang Qianquan's expression changed, and he glared at the doctor, the great emperor of the Medicine King Valley, Huang Loxi, can definitely save this young lady. Huang Loxi. The noisy scene quieted down, and one by one, everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath. Huang Loxi was no ordinary person. Not only did his cultivation at the great emperor level make everyone feel powerless, but his eccentric personality was enough to make everyone from the Heavenly Sword sect hesitate. What should we do? Tang Qianquan's eyes turned red with anxiety. If it were anyone else, he could use the power of the Tang clan to force them to act. But facing Huang Loxi of the Medicine King Valley, he was completely powerless. Because Huang Loxi never acted easily, nor did he casually save lives. Moreover, as a great emperor at the immortal level, Tang Qianquan didn't have the ability to persuade him. Alas, the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sword sect also sighed helplessly. Facing Huang Loxi of the Medicine King Valley, he had no solution either, because Huang Loxi was not only eccentric but also unpredictable, acting entirely according to his whims. The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sword sect understood very well that even if he went to the Medicine King Valley to plead, it might not be of any use. Medicine King Valley, Huang Loxi? Just as everyone was in a state of anxiety, Lin Xingyo's expression brightened, and he directly said, "That's easy. I'll have him come over right now." "You? Just you? A useless Fei Wu. Don't boast or you'll die. Do you know who Huang Loxi is? Can you really get him to come over?" Dongfang Qingyun looked at Lin Xingyo with a sarcastic expression, his face revealing extreme disgust and contempt. Tang Qianquan and the others also looked at Lin Xingyo with disapproving eyes, their faces full of disgust and annoyance. If it weren't for the fact that he had brought Su Shirhan back, they would have thrown Lin Xingyo out of the inn by now. "Lin Xingyo, get over there and stop causing trouble," the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sword sect said with a slight pause, glaring harshly at Lin Xingyo. Lin Xingyo didn't explain, as he saw no point in engaging with these people. But Dongfang Qingyun looked contemptuously at Lin Xingyo. "Grand Elder, don't be angry. This good-for-nothing claims to be so capable. Why don't we let him try?" Dongfang Qingyun, stop messing around? The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sword sect tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart, his cold eyes sweeping over Lin Xingyo and Dongfang Qingyun, especially Lin Xingyo, whom he wished he could slap to death. "What time is it now? A mere useless wretch dares to step forward and flaunt his supposed prowess. It's a disgrace to the Heavenly Sword sect. He had already made the Heavenly Sword sect lose face in front of the world, and now he dares to stand out and embarrass them further. Humph! Worthless wretch, just wait. When we return to the Heavenly Sword sect, see how I deal with you." The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sword sect clenched his fingers, his face cold as he glared at Lin Xingyo before turning away. "You don't believe me? Then I'll call Huang Loxi over here right now and show you." With that, Lin Xingyo stepped forward and pushed open the window, then roared at the sky, "Huang Loxi, get your ass to White Emperor City right now. I need to see you." "What the hell? Are you joking right now? Do you know how far White Emperor City is from Medicine King Valley? You just howl here. How could he possibly hear you? And you actually dare to call him Huang Loxi. Do you know how much trouble you've caused for the Heavenly Sword sect? Just wait. The forces of White Emperor City and the Medicine King Valley will definitely be here soon. When they arrive, see how you explain yourself? Don't expect the Heavenly Sword sect to help you this time. When the forces of the Medicine King Valley arrive, we'll hand you over to them immediately for them to deal with." A group of people surrounded Lin Xingyo, chattering non-stop, while the Grand Elder's face also showed a very unpleasant expression. It was clear. He also agreed with everyone's opinion that when the forces of the Medicine King Valley arrived, they would hand Lin Xingyo over, killing him to prevent him from causing further embarrassment. Humph! Lin Xingyo coldly snorted, his face cold as he looked at Dongfang Qingyun and the others as if they were idiots. At this moment, if it weren't for the sake of his master, Lin Xingyo would have already sent them on their way. Back then, if it weren't for his master bringing him to the Heavenly Sword sect, he would have long since turned into a pile of bones. Master! Thinking of his late master, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but feel a bit sorrowful. If his master hadn't brought him out of the northern desert all those years ago, he wouldn't have exhausted himself and passed away. The northern desert. Lin Xingyo couldn't help but clench his fists. The place where he had crossed over was in the northern desert. It was an extremely poor and remote village. Unfortunately, the village was massacred by a group of bandits. Everyone in the village was killed by them. Fortunately, at that time, he met his master, who risked his life to save him from the bandits, or else he would have been killed by them. These years without his master, Lin Xingyo had lived very unhappily in the Heavenly Sword sect. But because of his master's kindness, even though he had suffered humiliation, he still couldn't bring himself to harm the people of the Heavenly Sword sect. Humph! Lin Xingyo's gaze at Dongfang Qingyun immediately aroused his dissatisfaction, especially Lin Xingyo's calm and composed demeanor, which made Dongfang Qingyun furious. Damn! This good-for-nothing is acting tough now. I just want to see how this good-for-nothing will handle it when the people from the Medicine King Valley arrive. The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect glared harshly at Lin Xingyo. You really disappoint me. When we get back to the Heavenly Sword Sect, see how I deal with you. Yes. This good-for-nothing is still trying to put on an act at a time like this. Well, this is perfect. When the people from Medicine King Valley arrive, let's see how he dies. Tang Qianchuan and the others all looked at Lin Xingyo with extreme disgust, almost everyone waiting to see him humiliated and killed. Chapter 57. The Slap in the Face. Who called for me? As the group in the room waited for Lin Xingyo to make a fool of himself and be killed, a figure emerged from a spatial rift. Me. Lin Xingyo stood up calmly and addressed the man who had just appeared, Huang Loxi. Young friend, why is it you? Huang Loxi, as if ignoring the presence of Dongfang Qingyun and the others, walked straight towards Lin Xingyo, his face beaming with a smile like a blooming chrysanthemum. What do you need from me, old man? I need your help to save someone, Lin Xingyo replied, patting Huang Loxi on the shoulder. Save someone? Huang Loxi was momentarily stunned but quickly responded. Who is it? As long as they're still breathing, I'll do my best to save them for you. My disciple, Lin Xingyo introduced. If you can save her, I promise to do 3 things for your Medicine King Valley without any conditions. Ah! Huang Loxi let out an excited cry, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. His eyes, however, remained fixed on Lin Xingyo, completely ignoring the stunned expressions of Dongfang Qingyun and the others. Is that true? Yes. Lin Xingyo's cold gaze darkened, and his face showed signs of displeasure. Realizing his mistake, Huang Loxi immediately knelt down and kowtowed to apologize. Fortunately, Lin Xingyo didn't make things difficult for him and allowed him to check Su Shihan's pulse before letting him go. But Dongfang Qingyun and the others were utterly dumbfounded. Their eyes widened in shock as they stared at Lin Xingyo, their mouths agape, and the items in their hands dropping to the ground, frozen in disbelief. What was happening? Tang Qianchuan and the others were completely bewildered, especially Dongfang Qingyun, who had been eagerly waiting to see Lin Xingyo meet his end. This sudden turn of events left him utterly unprepared and utterly furious. Huang Loxi, the revered elder of Medicine King Valley, a mighty emperor, renowned throughout the land. He had just publicly knelt and apologized to a so-called trash in front of everyone. The scene before them felt so unreal. No, this can't be right. There must be something wrong. After some time, Dongfang Qingyun finally snapped out of his shock, his face filled with disbelief as he stared at the scene before him. He was convinced that he must be hallucinating. Otherwise, he must be dreaming, because there was no way such a scene could be real. It didn't feel real. It had to be fake. Such a ridiculous and absurd scene couldn't possibly exist in the world. A mighty emperor kneeling and apologizing to a so-called trash? Slap. In front of everyone's astonished gaze, Dongfang Qingyun suddenly slapped himself hard across the face. It hurts. As the slap landed, Dongfang Qingyun, his face contorted in pain, stared in disbelief at Lin Xingyo. Why does it hurt? After a long while, Dongfang Qingyun finally came to his senses, clutching his throbbing cheek as he gazed at Lin Xingyo in a daze. He wasn't dreaming, nor was he hallucinating. Everything before him was real. What he had just witnessed had truly happened. How is this possible? Dongfang Qingyun, his eyes bloodshot, stared at Lin Xingyo. Suddenly, his vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground, his qi and blood unstable, fainting dead away. Wow! The crowd gasped in shock, finally snapping out of their stunned state. Gazing at Lin Xingyo's back, they felt an overwhelming sense of intimidation, and a bizarre thought crossed their minds. Could he be the White Robe Emperor? No, that's impossible. The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect immediately dismissed this absurd thought, as he had personally assessed Lin Xingyo's talents. When Mu Jiangchen, the former peak master of the mysterious Cloud Peak, passed the position to Lin Xingyo, the entire Heavenly Sword Sect knew he was a disgrace to their reputation. Then what's going on now? The Grand Elder's mind was in turmoil. Suddenly, a light dawned on him, and he realized the truth. Huang Loxi of Medicine King Valley held such respect for this so-called trash. It must be because of the White Robe Emperor. A few days ago, the White Robe Emperor had publicly declared that Su Shihan was his disciple in front of the entire world. Now, Huang Loxi's actions made sense. He must have mistaken Lin Xingyo for the White Robe Emperor. That must be it. The Grand Elder's eyes gleamed with insight, firmly convinced of his deduction. Tang Qianquan and the others came to the same conclusion. Humph. Trash. Just wait until your true identity is exposed. Then we'll see how you die. Chapter 58. Embarrassment. Meow. Bayushi raised her head and glanced at Tang Qianquan and the others as if they were idiots, though she was deeply puzzled within. What's wrong with this killing god in front of us? He didn't hesitate to kill emperors in the outer realms, yet now he can remain indifferent in the face of these people's insults? Bayushi simply couldn't understand Lin Xingyo. After all, with Lin Xingyo's might, a single glance could obliterate all these insignificant ants. But why could Lin Xingyo remain so calm in the face of this? Could this be the mindset of an emperor, not deigning to take these ants seriously? Yes, that must be it. Bayushi nodded seriously, firmly believing in this view, for Lin Xingyo was no ordinary person. That level of existence was beyond her comprehension. If she understood it, she would already be a celestial emperor. Thinking this way, Bayushi's expression eased considerably. Young friend. This young lady's condition is very unfavorable, but fortunately, she has taken the dragon essence pill, which has temporarily preserved her life. I can manage that. However, I can only guarantee she lives for a month. If you want her injuries to heal completely, you must obtain the 7 Immortals Bloodgrass and the Phoenix Immortal Herb. Huang Loxi stood up gravely and said, What? 7 Immortals Bloodgrass? Phoenix Immortal Herb? Tang Qianquan, reacting instinctively, staggered back several steps, his face instantly filled with utter despair. 7 Immortals Bloodgrass. Phoenix Immortal Herb. Those were no ordinary items. Not even Tianjin sect, let alone Tang Qianquan himself, could obtain them, especially the Phoenix Immortal Herb, which was a taboo in the ancient Forbidden Zone. Whether it was the Tianjin sect or the Tang clan, facing the super-immortal power of the ancient Forbidden Zone, they didn't even have the right to speak to them, much less request the Phoenix Immortal Herb from the ancient Forbidden Zone. Oh, Lin Xingyo responded. Just those 2 things? That's not difficult for me. Not difficult? Tang Qianquan and the others all thought they were hearing things. Did this Fei Wu realize what he was talking about? Damn! He dares to say it's not difficult? Does he really think he's the White Emperor, that obtaining the 7 Immortals Bloodgrass and the Phoenix Immortal Herb is nothing? Tang Qianquan and the others all glared at Lin Xingyo with extreme ridicule and mockery. His response had enraged them, particularly the Tianjin sect's Grand Elder, whose face darkened with anger. Damn! I shouldn't have let this trash come along. This dog is completely tarnishing our Tianjin sect's reputation. If this gets out, the Tianjin sect's Grand Elder, feeling a headache coming on, lamented, I'll be the laughingstock of everyone. Ha ha ha, Huang Loxi looked at Lin Xingyo and laughed, as he quite liked Lin Xingyo's response. After all, this task was indeed very difficult for others. But for Lin Xingyo, it was merely a trivial matter. Except for the 7 Immortals Bloodgrass, which would require going to the ancient Forbidden Zone to pick, the Phoenix Immortal Herb would be a breeze. If Lin Xingyo were to request it, the ancient Forbidden Zone would certainly comply, especially since it was for Su Shihan. That old turtle would undoubtedly grovel and present it, as Huang Loxi was aware from the battle in the outer Xingkong that the old turtle had a particular fondness for Su Shihan. Damn! The Tianjin sect's Grand Elder's face flushed red as Huang Loxi's laughter became painfully grating to his ears. He felt that Huang Loxi was laughing at Lin Xingyo, laughing at the entire Tianjin sect. Embarrassing! As the Tianjin sect's Grand Elder was fuming with rage toward Lin Xingyo, Huang Loxi gave a few instructions and then dissipated in front of everyone, as his true body had not arrived. What was present was merely a spiritual projection. However, Lin Xingyo felt more at ease. Because before leaving, Huang Loxi told him that Su Shihan would wake up in a few days. By then, he would have emerged from seclusion at the Medicine King Valley and would come to Tianjin sect to treat Su Shihan. As long as Lin Xingyo could obtain the 7 Immortals Bloodgrass and the Phoenix Immortal Herb, he was certain he could help Su Shihan recover completely. In response to Lin Xingyo's unhesitating agreement, Tang Qianchuan and the others couldn't help but laugh derisively. Fortunately, they didn't waste too much time. After a brief Zhengdun, the group swiftly flew back to the Tianjin sect from the White Emperor City. After all, the spirit domain of the Divine Mountains had concluded. To avoid any further unfavorable incidents, the Tianjin sect's Grand Elder decided without hesitation to immediately return the group to Tianjin sect. After all, the White Emperor City had now become a hotbed of trouble, with countless eyes watching them. If it weren't for the fear of the White Emperor's prestige, preventing anyone from acting against them, they would have already been killed by some creatures in the White Emperor City. After all, Su Shihan and the others had killed many ancient powerful races in the spirit domain of the Divine Mountains, so the Tianjin sect's Grand Elder wanted to bring Lin Xingyo and the others back to Tianjin sect. Chapter 59. Taking you all for a ride. This flying with swords is pretty cool. I'll have to learn it too, Lin Xingyo said casually, holding Su Shihanyu in his arms as he watched the 7 flying swords of the heavenly sword sect's elders slicing through the sky. Damn it! Useless brat, don't irritate me, will you? You're a worthless piece of trash with no cultivation at all. What are you even talking about learning sword flying for? If others hear you, it'll just be another huge joke. Dongfang Qingyun glared fiercely at Lin Xingyo, truly infuriated by him, especially after his utter humiliation earlier. If not for the presence of the heavenly sword sect's elders, Dongfang Qingyun would have already thrown Lin Xingyo off the flying sword. But Lin Xingyo merely pouted, deliberately ignoring Dongfang Qingyun. He really had a soft spot for this sword flying technique. However, the pity was that, now that he was already invincible in the world, even traveling to the outer cosmos would only require a single thought. However, the system hadn't granted him the ability to fly with a sword. What a headache! Lin Xingyo frowned, gazing at Dongfang Qingyun and the others' graceful sword flying, his heart truly filled with longing. Humph! Dongfang Qingyun sneered at Lin Xingyo, then suddenly increased the speed of his flying sword, turning it into a streak of light shooting forward. Moreover, he deliberately weaved up and down, playing with the sword's trajectory. Dongfang Qingyun couldn't throw Lin Xingyo off, but teasing him like this gave him a certain pleasure. Meow! Bayushi, who had been sleeping in Lin Xingyo's embrace, suddenly opened her eyes upon seeing Dongfang Qingyun's deliberate antics. Her eyes revealed some displeasure, but seeing that Lin Xingyo didn't react, she didn't dare to trouble Dongfang Qingyun. Little lazy cat, you're awake. Lin Xingyo smiled faintly, raising his hand to stroke Bayushi's white fur. My senior brother here is just playful. Why don't you play with him a bit? Ah. Bayushi momentarily didn't react, but upon realizing, a mischievous expression appeared on her face. Suddenly, Dongfang Qingyun's sword trembled violently, and then the flying sword shot forward explosively, its speed instantly increasing tenfold. What's happening? Dongfang Qingyun instantly panicked, as his flying sword had been seized control of, its speed increasing tenfold, and even more terrifyingly, it continued to accelerate rapidly. This isn't good. Dongfang Qingyun let out a startled cry as he directly headed toward a colossal tree.
Smack!
Dongfang Qingyun screamed, his face instantly deformed, and many of his teeth knocked out. Ah! No, please. Just as Dongfang Qingyun recovered from the pain, they were about to crash into a cliff face. On the flying sword, everyone except Lin Xingyo shrieked in terror, especially Dongfang Qingyun. Since he was the one controlling the sword, he stood at the front. Whatever they hit, his face would be the first to take the impact. So, he was almost scared out of his wits by this sudden turn of events. Ah! I don't want to die. Help! Dongfang Qingyun finally couldn't hold it in, and in front of everyone, he was so scared that he wet himself, because he was truly terrified. Despite possessing the strength of a Zunjing now, having transcended the mundane world, one more step and he might ascend to godhood. But at this speed, if they really crashed into something, the next moment would be his end. His head would simply explode, as the current speed had already exceeded his limits. If not for some mysterious force protecting him, this speed alone could rip him apart. Little lazy cat, not bad. Even more thrilling, please. Bayushi let out an excited cry, ignoring Dongfang Qingyun and the other's screams, and the speed increased again by tenfold, almost instantly heading straight toward the cliff. Dead. Dead. Dongfang Qingyun almost shit himself, as it was just too terrifying. But the next moment, just as they were about to crash, the flying sword suddenly changed direction, almost scraping the cliff wall as it shot straight up into the sky at a 90-degree angle. Ah! Tang Qianxuan and the others all screamed with their eyes wide, especially Dongfang Qingyun, who no longer had his usual divine demeanor, instead looking like a frightened woman, crying. Meow! Bayushi was in high spirits. She had been feeling repressed for many days, especially since she, a once mighty immortal king-level Yaozun, had now become a pet in Lin Xingyo's arms. Now reduced to being a pet in Lin Xingyo's arms, the frustration in her heart had been impossible to vent. Now that she had such a great opportunity, how could she not indulge in a bit of mischief? Meow. Sis, taking you all for a ride? Sis, let's have some fun together. Bayushi's face was full of excitement, and she played with the flying sword, making it perform thousands of tricks, soaring through the sky and diving into the earth. Fly, fly away. Fly. Sis, taking you all for a ride? Chapter 60. You deserve to die. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Several hours later, at the martial arena of Tianjin sect, nearly everyone who had gathered was utterly shocked to see Dongfang Qingyun and the others kneeling on the ground, vomiting and looking like they had been electrocuted. Their disheveled, explosive hairstyles left everyone dumbfounded. What's going on here? Sect Master Dongfang, your hairstyle is so cool. What exactly happened to you? Why are you like this? A crowd gathered around, bombarding them with questions. Especially Dongfang Qingyun, who was known for his strict and disciplined demeanor in Tianjin sect. This wild hairstyle, however, was completely out of character for him. Not to mention the foul stench and the strong smell of urine that filled the air, which left the disciples' jaws dropping. Get away. Qi Zhantian, the sect leader of Tianjin sect, arrived with a group of elders, all of them looking at Dongfang Qingyun and the others in astonishment, trying to figure out what had happened. But these individuals were still suffering from the aftereffects of the incident. Their minds were still ringing, and they could only kneel on the ground, vomiting, unable to answer any questions. Let's go. Among the crowd, Lin Xingyo shook his head and, with Bayushi in his arms, teleported to the summit of Piao Miao Peak. Humph! As soon as Lin Xingyo approached the mountain gate, his brows furrowed, and an overwhelming aura of killing intent gathered on his face. The reason? The mountain gate had been seized by intruders. Judging by their attire, Lin Xingyo immediately recognized that these intruders were from Tianjin Peak and Songjin Peak. No doubt, they had taken advantage of his absence to seize Piao Miao Peak. But hadn't he left Kuei-nyo to guard the mountain? Had the lazy beast fled? This situation had touched a nerve for Lin Xingyo. To Tianjin sect, Piao Miao Peak was just a mountain. But to him, it was far more than that. It was his home, and his master was buried here. So, seeing their audacity, Lin Xingyo couldn't hold back anymore. "Hey, Uncle Lin, you're back? How come you didn't die outside?" Just as Lin Xingyo was about to erupt in fury, Tang Wu, one of the guards at the mountain gate, spotted him. Tang Wu stepped forward and said, "Uncle Lin, you don't have to come back here anymore. The sect leader and the grand elders have decided to merge Piao Miao Peak with Xianjian Peak. As for you, just get out of Tianjin sect." "What did you say?" Lin Xingyo's cold gaze fixed on Tang Wu, and an invisible aura of Sa-chi, killing intent, began to emanate from him. He was truly filled with Sa-nan, killing intent. If not for being at Piao Miao Peak and in front of his master's memorial tablet, Tang Wu would already be a lifeless body. After all, no one could remain composed in the face of such blatant humiliation. "You useless piece of trash, what are you yelling about? Look at yourself, what a pathetic mess. You've been allowed to stay on Piao Miao Peak for 3 years, which is already more patience than Tianjin sect could afford to show you. You'd better leave now, or don't blame us for being rude." The group at the mountain gate sneered at Lin Xingyo, their faces full of disdain. Their usual pretenses were gone, replaced by this ugly, malicious demeanor. "Oh!" Lin Xingyo stepped forward coldly, his gaze icy as he approached Tang Wu and the others. "So, you're trying to forcibly take over Piao Miao Peak? What are you talking about, trash? Piao Miao Peak has never been yours. You have some nerve. Piao Miao Peak belongs to Tianjin sect, not to a useless piece of trash like you." Tang Wu and his group were infuriated. Lin Xingyo was nothing but a worthless person, and now that he no longer held the position of Piao Miao Peak's master, he dared to act so arrogantly? He was simply courting disaster. "Oh, is that so?" Lin Xingyo's expression grew even colder. Piao Miao Peak had always been passed down through a single lineage, and its strength was not to be underestimated. Furthermore, the sacred spirit of Tianjin sect resided on Piao Miao Peak, making it a pivotal and respected part of the sect. According to the ancient teachings of the sect, no one was permitted to meddle in the affairs of Piao Miao Peak, much less attempt to seize it. However, now that Lin Xingyo was seen as nothing but a good-for-nothing, these individuals had cast aside the sect's teachings, openly seeking to expel him and take over Piao Miao Peak. "Oh, is that so?" Tang Wu smirked, his eyes filled with disdain as he glanced at Lin Xingyo, his inner thoughts screaming to just kill the man already. But he restrained himself, knowing it wasn't his place to act yet. "Trash, just leave. If you don't leave, and Yu Buyun from Cangjin Peak finds out you're back, you won't be able to leave at all." Some disciples from Tianjin Peak couldn't help but warn Lin Xingyo. After all, everyone in Tianjin sect knew that Yu Buyun wanted to kill him. During the last martial arts competition, Lin Xingyo had caused Yu Buyun to be punished. With Yu Buyun's vengeful nature, there was no doubt that he wouldn't let Lin Xingyo off easily. Now that Lin Xingyo no longer had the status of Piao Miao Peak's master, if Yu Buyun decided to kill him, no one would stop him. "Zhang Fei, go get his trashy belongings and hand them to him. Whether he can leave Tianjin sect or not will depend on his own luck." Tang Wu glanced at Lin Xingyo and waved his hand, signaling Zhang Fei to bring out a large bundle of Lin Xingyo's belongings. He tossed them heavily at Lin Xingyo's feet and said, "Trash, just leave. While no one's paying attention, run for your life." Zhang Fei felt a pang of sympathy but knew he couldn't intervene. After all, this was Tianjin sect, a place of cultivation. They couldn't allow a useless individual to remain here for long. Piao Miao Peak was a blessed land, and allowing someone like Lin Xingyo to stay would be a significant loss for the sect. As a useless individual who couldn't cultivate and possessed no power, this was his inevitable fate. All they could wish for was that he could survive and depart from Tianjin sect unscathed. Humph! Lin Xingyo's expression had turned extremely grim. He had completely lost any warmth towards Tang Wu and the others. After all, he owed nothing to Tianjin sect, and now that they had pushed him to this point, he had no reason to hold back anymore. Kill them all. Anyone who dares to take over Piao Miao Peak deserves to die. With his mind made up, Lin Xingyo strode toward Tang Wu and the others. They didn't stop him, thinking that Lin Xingyo staying here would only lead to his demise. But Lin Xingyo walked right past them, his steps steady as he approached the small courtyard where he lived. You deserve to die. Chapter 61. Madness. You all deserve to die. Lin Xingyo stood before the small courtyard on Piao Miao Peak, gazing at the dilapidated house and the chaos scattered across the ground. Flames of fury practically shot out from his eyes, especially when he saw that even his master's grave had been desecrated. In an instant, the murderous intent surging from Lin Xingyo nearly tore the void apart. Kill. Blood tears streamed from Lin Xingyo's eyes as the pent-up rage within him exploded. Divine radiance and Taoist rhythms surged behind him, crushing all the disciples from Tianjin Peak and Songjian Peak who were still looting Piao Miao Peak into dust. Despicable! Lin Xingyo roared in fury. Faced with the scene before him, he quickly understood what had happened. After all, it was not difficult for him to extract the memories of those he had killed using a small trick. Songjian Peak's Yu Buyun. Tianjin Peak's Qi Jinnan. I'll give you 3 seconds. All of you, come to Piao Miao Peak to die. Otherwise, I'll smash your 2 peaks with 1 punch. Lin Xingyo suddenly raised his head, his face contorted with rage as he bellowed. Who dares to cause trouble in our Tianjin sect? The void trembled as Qi Jinnan, accompanied by Yu Buyun and a group of others, appeared on Piao Miao Peak. Yu Buyun, in particular, was shocked at first upon seeing Lin Xingyo's back, but then his face twisted into a sneer. Trash, was it you howling like a madman here just now? Yes. Lin Xingyo abruptly turned around, his murderous gaze fixed on Yu Buyun. Why did you dig up my master's grave? Are you speaking to me? Yu Buyun exploded in anger. Who was this person before him, daring to speak to him like that? It seemed he had been dormant for too long. Many had forgotten his authority, allowing even a piece of trash to speak to him in such a manner. It was time to establish his might by killing this trash. With that thought, Yu Buyun's mind was made up. He strode menacingly toward Lin Xingyo. Wait. Qi Jinnan, the sect leader of Tianjin sect, blocked Yu Buyun's path. Unlike Yu Buyun, who acted rashly, Qi Jinnan sensed something unusual about Lin Xingyo today. His sudden appearance was already suspicious, so he stopped Yu Buyun. Sect leader, you don't need to interfere with this matter. This trash dared to speak insolently to me. I'll deal with him myself. When the Grand Elder returns, I'll take full responsibility for everything. Ignoring Qi Jinnan's attempt to stop him, Yu Buyun charged at Lin Xingyo with full force, his palm striking with deadly intent. It was clear. Yu Buyun was determined to kill Lin Xingyo, as his strike was unleashed with full force, intending to take Lin Xingyo's life in a single move. Idiot! Tang Wu glared fiercely at Lin Xingyo, already imagining the scene of Lin Xingyo being killed. Zhang Fei felt a bit helpless. He had already told Lin Xingyo to leave earlier. But not only did he refuse to go, he now came back here, howling and provoking Yu Buyun of Songjian Peak. Wasn't this courting death? The elders standing beside Qi Jinnan all sneered coldly at Lin Xingyo, eagerly anticipating the moment when Yu Buyun would crush him with a single palm strike. But in an instant, the entire scene fell into silence, and everyone, one by one, stared in stunned disbelief at Lin Xingyo. He had dodged the attack like a phantom, appearing right in front of Yu Buyun. Smack! With a cold glare, Lin Xingyo, in front of everyone's astonished gaze, raised his hand and pressed Yu Buyun's face to the ground. Then, with a series of brutal punches, he smashed Yu Buyun's head into pieces. Qi Jinnan and the others were dumbfounded. Lin Xingyo's speed was so incredible that they hadn't even reacted yet, but Yu Buyun was already dead, his head pulverized by Lin Xingyo's relentless fists. Qi Jinnan, it's your turn. Lin Xingyo straightened up, his blood-stained fist raised, his icy gaze locking onto Qi Jinnan. Me? Qi Jinnan was terrified. instinctively taking a few steps back. But after a moment, he stopped himself, realizing he was the sect leader of Tianjin sect and couldn't afford to lose face in front of so many people. Yet, the fear Lin Xingyo instilled in him was undeniable. It felt as if a single move from this man could take his life. Though this feeling was absurd, it was unmistakably real. Qijinan, I can let you live for another half an hour. But during that time, you must kneel and properly bury my master's remains. Otherwise, not only will you die, but no one in the entire Tianjin sect will survive, because I will kill every single one of you. Lin Xingyo's cold, piercing gaze locked onto Qijinan. His fingers clenched into a deathly grip as he spoke each word icily. How dare you? Trash. What makes you think you can speak to the sect leader like that? Tang Wu roared in anger after snapping out of his shock. Hmph! Lin Xingyo's icy gaze turned toward Tang Wu, and in an instant, in front of everyone's eyes, Tang Wu exploded into nothingness. Clang, clang, clang. Seeing Tang Wu's death, Qijinan and the others instinctively took several steps back. They finally realized the gravity of the situation. This man before them was terrifying, capable of killing them with just a glance. Qijinan, are you still hesitating? Lin Xingyo's gaze was locked onto Qijinan, who, with a resolute heart, refused to yield. He was the sect leader of Tianjin sect. This man before him was nothing but trash. Why should he fear him? He must have borrowed some kind of power to become so strong. Once that power faded, killing him would be as easy as killing a chicken. Don't be afraid. Qijinan steeled his resolve, his cold gaze fixed on Lin Xingyo. Worthless wretch, no matter what power you've channeled, I believe it will soon dissipate. After all, you're just a trash with no cultivation. Even if you've tapped into some mysterious force from Piaomiao Peak, you absolutely cannot kill me. With those words, Qijinan's confidence grew. It was common knowledge that Piaomiao Peak was shrouded in mystery, and only the successors of Piaomiao Peak knew its full secrets. That was why they had desecrated the tombs of Piaomiao Peak's successive heads, hoping to uncover the secrets passed down through generations and gain complete control over Piaomiao Peak. Unfortunately, despite digging up all the ancestral graves, they found nothing. Now, it seemed their only option was to capture this trash. He was likely the key to Piaomiao Peak's secrets, being the successor of Piaomiao Peak. Even though Mu Jiangxin had once said the secrets of Piaomiao Peak would not be passed down further, Qijinan now believed Mu Jiangxin had deceived everyone. This trash must know the ancient secrets of Piaomiao Peak. Otherwise, he couldn't be so powerful now. He must have tapped into some power from Piaomiao Peak to reach this level. However, such power would come with severe consequences, and this trash might die soon. As long as I can hold out, I should soon see him die. He just said I have half an hour to bury Mu Jiangxin's remains. That must be the time limit for the power he's using. Qijinan stared at Lin Xingyo, his mind firmly set on his theory. He was facing a trash relying on external power. As long as he could endure for half an hour, nothing would be frightening anymore. Qijinan, what are you waiting for? Are you waiting for me to make the first move? Lin Xingyo's cold gaze burned with fury, his murderous intent fixed on Qijinan. Hmph! Everyone, attack together. Qijinan's gaze hardened. His Tianlei sword, like a thunderbolt, slashed toward Lin Xingyo. Kill this arrogant fool. From now on, we'll share Piaomiao Peak. Kill. Kill. The surrounding elders and disciples all joined in, their flying swords shooting toward Lin Xingyo. Master, your disciple can't hold back any longer. Lin Xingyo's cold gaze darkened as he lifted his foot and stomped down. A colorless domain surged up from the ground, instantly blocking all of Qijinnan's attacks outside the domain. Destroy the heavens. Slay the enemy. Lin Xingyo's enraged roar echoed through the air. Following this, in the horrified gazes of Qijinnan and the others, a streak of sword light shot out and slashed across their necks in an instant. What? The white-robed emperor? You are the white-robed emperor? Qijinan and the others clutched their bleeding necks, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at Lin Xingyo's cold, composed back, before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Qi Jinnan did not even dare to close his eyes until the moment of his death, because he was utterly wrong. The man before him hadn't borrowed the power of Piao Miao Peak. No, he was already invincible. He was the white-robed emperor, the undefeated ruler of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The white-robed emperor? He was the white-robed emperor. What a foolish thing he had done, daring to dig up the grave of the white-robed emperor's master, and to leave his corpse exposed to the wilderness. Qi Jinnan knew he died justly, for he had committed the most foolish act in the world, heeding Yu Buyun's words and desecrating the tombs of Piao Miao Peak. Kuei Nyo, I ordered you to guard the mountain, yet you dared to flee in secret, leading to my master's remains being dug up. You deserve death. Chapter 62. The tiger unleashes its fury. Kill. Lin Xingyo clenched his hand, and the Kuei Nyo, who had been ecstatically enjoying himself in the wilderness, suddenly froze. He watched in horror as a sword that shattered the void descended and severed his head. I'm dead. The light in Kuei Nyo's eyes gradually dimmed, and the spark of life vanished. He was dead. In his final moments, his eyes were filled with disbelief, but he knew he had been slain by Lin Xingyo. Even after fleeing thousands of miles, a single thought from his opponent was enough to end him. The might of an immortal emperor. Too terrifying. He was still too young, thinking that hiding in the wilderness would grant him freedom. Yet, no matter how far he ran, the god of death needed only a thought to end him. Meow. Bashir trembled in fear, for the murderous aura surrounding Lin Xingyo was overwhelming. It seemed as if the heavens and earth were under his control, and no one could escape his wrath. White Tiger, guard the mountain gate. Anyone who dares to approach the Piao Miao Peak, kill them. Lin Xingyo's cold gaze fell upon Bashir as he spoke each word clearly. Meow. Bashir responded and turned to leave, quickly transforming into her true form. She stood fiercely at the entrance of Piao Miao Peak, blocking all the disciples of the Heaven Sword sect who had come rushing over. Master! Lin Xingyo knelt on the ground, his hands pressing into the earth as he bowed deeply. His killing intent was overwhelming. His master, who had dedicated his life to the Heaven Sword sect, had ended up in such a state, left to rot in the wilderness. Lin Xingyo was tempted to slaughter the entire Heaven Sword sect, but he knew his master would not want to see such a scene. Therefore, after killing Qi Jinnan and the others, he did not harm the rest of the sect. However, Yu Buyun was torn to pieces by Lin Xingyo, for it was this man who had caused everything. He had ordered the excavation of Piao Miao Peak, and even that wasn't enough. He went so far as to desecrate the graves of the successive leaders of Piao Miao Peak. Huff! Lin Xingyo knelt on the ground for a long time before exhaling deeply. He then personally buried Mu Jiangchen's remains, and after half a day, he gradually ensured the successive leaders of Piao Miao Peak were laid to rest as well. Grand Elder, something's wrong? It seems the Heaven Sword sect is in turmoil. Chapter 62. The tiger unleashes its fury. Kill. Lin Xingyo clenched his hand, and the Kuei Nyo, who had been ecstatically enjoying himself in the wilderness, suddenly froze. He watched helplessly as a sword that shattered the void descended and severed his head. I'm dead. The light in Kuei Nyo's eyes gradually dimmed, and the spark of life vanished. He was dead. Before his death, his eyes were filled with disbelief, but he knew he had been slain by Lin Xingyo. Even after fleeing 1,000 miles, a single thought from the opponent could end his life. The might of an immortal emperor. It was terrifying. He was still too young, thinking that hiding in the wilderness would allow him to live freely. Yet, even if he was 1,000 miles away, the god of death could end him with just a thought. Meow. Bashir trembled in fear, for the murderous aura surrounding Lin Xingyo was truly frightening. It seemed that the entire world was under his control, and no matter where you were, he could kill you. White Tiger, go guard the mountain gate. Anyone who dares to approach the misty peak, kill them. Lin Xingyo's cold gaze fell upon Bashir as he spoke each word clearly. Meow. Bashir responded and turned to leave, quickly transforming into her true form and fiercely guarding the entrance to the misty peak, blocking all the disciples of the Heaven Sword sect who had rushed over. Master! Lin Xingyo knelt directly on the ground, then prostrated himself and kowtowed heavily several times. His killing intent sword, his master, who had dedicated his life to the Heaven Sword sect, had ended up in such a state, left to rot in the wilderness. Lin Xingyo truly wanted to slaughter the entire Heaven Sword sect, but he knew his master would not have wanted to see such a scene. Therefore, after killing Qin Jinnan and the others, he did not harm the other members of the Heaven Sword sect. However, Yu Buyun was torn to pieces by Lin Xingyo, as it was this man who was responsible for everything. He had ordered the Misty Peak to be dug up, and even after that was not satisfied, he had desecrated the graves of the Li Daifengju of the Misty Peak. Huff! Lin Xingyo knelt on the ground for a long time before finally exhaling deeply. Then, he personally buried Mu Jiangchen's remains, and after half a day, he gradually buried the Li Daifengju of the Misty Peak. Grand Elder, something's wrong. It seems the Heaven Sword sect is in turmoil. As Lin Xingyo was burying the Li Daifengju, the Grand Elder and his group, who had returned in haste, noticed the unusual atmosphere in the Heaven Sword sect. Let's go take a look. The Grand Elder of the Heaven Sword sect frowned, leading a group of people as they shot towards the Misty Peak. Oh, whoa. As soon as the Grand Elder and his group approached, they saw Bai Shir, in her true form, swallow Dongfang Qingyun in one gulp, then let out a furious roar. Dozens of disciples who had charged forward were instantly turned into blood mist, their deaths beyond any doubt. How dare you, beast! Several Trifajang by the Grand Elder's side were seething with rage, shouting, How dare you wreak havoc in the Heaven Sword sect? Do you know what kind of place this is? If you know what's good for you, come over and accept your death. Humph! Bai Shir's face was full of disdain. 10,000 years ago, she naturally wouldn't dare to act arrogantly in the Heaven Sword sect. But now, even without Lin Xingyo lifting a finger, she, Bai Shir, could crush the entire Heaven Sword sect. Because 10,000 years ago, the Heaven Sword sect was still an unshakable force in the Chiwei continent, but now it was at most a second-rate sect. So Bai Shir's eyes were filled with disdain. After all, the Heaven Sword sect didn't even have a single immortal king-level expert, not even a Janhua Jing Changer. The strongest among them, the Grand Elder of the Heaven Sword sect, was only at the Shirdal Jing. In the Chiwei continent, a mere Shirdal Jing was far too weak. Any powerful force could obliterate the Heaven Sword sect, let alone an immortal king like Bai Shir. The Grand Elder of the Heaven Sword sect frowned, his face filled with Sa Yi. He was a Shirdal Jing expert. In this region of the Heaven Sword sect, he was the strongest cultivator, having already merged with the heavenly Tao, his hand reaching the source of the Tao. One more step and he could enter the Janhua Jing, cutting off his own body to comprehend his own Tao and laws. Now, a mere white tiger dared to cause trouble in the Heaven Sword sect. This was clearly not putting him in Yanli. Gaisa, beast, why don't you come over and accept your death? If the Grand Elder of our Heaven Sword sect were to strike against you, you would be reduced to dust in an instant. Oh! Bai Shir glanced at the Zhao Shao de Zhifar Zhanglao of the Heaven Sword sect with disdain. A mere Shirdal Jing is nothing more than an ant in my eyes. I don't even need to exert my full strength. A single killing intent is enough to cut you down. Believe it or not? In response to Bai Shir's words, the entire place fell into silence. After a moment, everyone erupted in anger, especially the Grand Elder of the Heaven Sword sect, whose face turned completely Qi. In the Chiwei continent, he might be an ant, but on this land, he was invincible. The Bai Shir in front of him, no matter how strong, couldn't be stronger than his Shirdal Jing. White Tiger, you're too arrogant. The Grand Elder of the Heaven Sword sect unleashed his full aura, drawing his sword and saying, Now, I will cut you down. Is that so? Bai Shir's entire body trembled, and the Weiya of an immortal king erupted instantly, forcing the Grand Elder of the Heaven Sword sect and his group to kneel on the ground, unable to even raise their heads. Immortal King? The Grand Elder of the Heaven Sword Sect's mind collapsed. The white tiger in front of him was actually an immortal king. How could an immortal king appear here? The Heaven Sword Sect was merely a third-rate force in the Chiwe continent. It was impossible to attract such a powerful immortal king. This made no sense. How could such a powerful existence like an immortal king appear in the Heaven Sword Sect? At this moment, not just the Grand Elder of the Heaven Sword Sect, but almost everyone widened their eyes, staring at the Bashir with overwhelming waya, all dumbfounded. Immortal King, we apologize. We didn't mean to offend you. Our disrespect towards you is unforgivable. But please, for our ignorance, forgive us this once. After a while, the Grand Elder of the Heaven Sword Sect finally came to his senses, prostrating himself on the ground, desperately kowtowing to Bashir, filled with terror. Bashir's face showed an expression of Alran. Having been a pet for so long to Lin Xingyo, she finally found a bit of that long-lost sense of superiority in front of the Grand Elder of the Heaven Sword Sect and his group. Immortal King, did someone from our Heaven Sword Sect offend you? The Grand Elder of the Heaven Sword Sect wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his wrinkled face filled with a smile like blooming chrysanthemums, extremely Chanmei as he said, "Tell me, I will deal with him." Tisi. Bashir glanced at the Grand Elder of the Heaven Sword Sect with disdain. You dare to deal with him? I'm just a pet in front of him, and you, a mere Shudaljing ant. He can blow you away with a single breath? Let's go, check it out. The Grand Elder of the Heaven Sword Sect furrowed his brows and led the group toward Piao Miao Peak. Oh, whoa. As they approached, they saw Bashir, in her true form, swallow Dongfang Qingyun in one gulp. Then, with a roar, dozens of disciples who had charged forward were instantly turned into blood mist, their deaths final. How dare you, beast! Several enforcement elders beside the Grand Elder of the Heaven Sword Sect were seething with rage, their eyes wide with fury. How dare you wreak havoc in our Heaven Sword Sect? Do you know what place this is? Surrender now and face your death. Himph! Bashir's face was full of disdain. 10,000 years ago, she certainly wouldn't have dared to be so brazen in the Heaven Sword Sect. But now, even without Lin Xingyo lifting a finger, she, Bashir, could crush the entire Heaven Sword Sect. 10,000 years ago, the Heaven Sword Sect was still a formidable force in the Chiwe continent, but now it was merely a second-rate sect. So, Bashir's eyes were filled with contempt. After all, the Heaven Sword Sect didn't even have a single immortal king or a self-shattering realm expert. The strongest among them, the Grand Elder, was only at the primordial path realm. In the Chiwe continent, reaching the Shudaljing was considered extremely weak. Any powerful faction could easily annihilate the Heaven Sword Sect, let alone someone like Bashir, an immortal king. The Grand Elder of the Heaven Sword Sect furrowed his brows, his face filled with a cold, determined expression. He was a cultivator at the Void Dao realm. In this region of the Heaven Sword Sect, he was the strongest cultivator, having merged with the principles of the universe and touched the origin of the Dao. One more step and he could enter the Cut Self realm, where he would sever his own existence to comprehend his own Dao and laws. A mere white tiger dared to wreak havoc in the Heaven Sword Sect. This was undoubtedly a blatant disregard for him. It deserved to die. Beast, why don't you come over and die? If our Grand Elder of the Heaven Sword Sect were to strike you, you would be reduced to dust in an instant. Oh! Bashir shot a disdainful glance at the shouting enforcement elders of the Heaven Sword Sect. A mere practitioner at the Su Dao level is nothing more than an ant in my eyes. I don't even need to exert my full strength. A single flicker of killing intent would suffice to end you. Believe it or not? Her response instantly silenced the entire area, but after a moment, everyone erupted in fury, especially the Grand Elder of the Heaven Sword Sect, whose face turned ashen with anger. In the Chiwe continent, he might be an ant, but in this land beneath his feet, he was invincible. This Bashir, no matter how strong, couldn't possibly be stronger than his Void Dao realm. White Tiger, you're too arrogant. The Grand Elder of the Heaven Sword Sect unleashed his full aura, drawing his sword. Now, I'll cut you down. Is that so? Baishir's body trembled as the overwhelming aura of an immortal king erupted, instantly forcing the Grand Elder of the Heaven Sword Sect and his entourage to their knees, leaving them unable to even raise their heads. Immortal. Immortal king? The Grand Elder of the Heaven Sword Sect's mind shattered. This white tiger before him was actually an immortal king. How could an immortal king appear here? The Heaven Sword Sect was merely a third-rate force in the Chiwe continent. It was impossible for such a powerful immortal king to be drawn here. This made no sense. How could an immortal king of such power appear in the Heaven Sword Sect? At this moment, not just the Grand Elder of the Heaven Sword Sect, but almost everyone stared with wide eyes at Baishir, whose overwhelming aura covered the world, all of them frozen in shock. Immortal. Immortal king, we're sorry. We didn't mean to offend you. Our disrespect is unforgivable. But please, for our ignorance, forgive us this once. After a while, the Grand Elder of the Heaven Sword Sect finally reacted. He prostrated himself on the ground, desperately kowtowing to Baishir, filled with fear and anxiety. Baishir's face showed an expression of arrogance. Having served as Lin Xingyo's pet for so long, she finally found a sense of superiority in front of the Grand Elder of the Heaven Sword Sect and his group. Immortal. Immortal king, did someone in our Heaven Sword Sect offend you? The Grand Elder of the Heaven Sword Sect wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. His wrinkled face filled with fawning smiles as he said, "Tell me. I'll deal with him." Tisi. Baishir glanced at the Grand Elder of the Heaven Sword Sect with disdain. You dare to deal with him? I'm just a pet in his presence, and you're nothing but an ant at the Void Dao realm. He could blow you away with a single breath. Chapter 63. The Immortal King as a Pet. Baishiyu, let them come up. As Baishiyu disdainfully raised her eyes to glance at the Supreme Elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect at the mountain gate, a voice suddenly echoed from the summit of the mysterious peak. Yes, Master. Baishiyu shuddered all over. Her gaze fell upon the Supreme Elder and the others from the Heavenly Sword Sect as she said, You lot, go up. My master wishes to see you. These words struck the crowd like a thunderbolt, leaving everyone in shock. The Supreme Elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect opened his mouth several times, wanting to say something, but no words came out. Those around him were equally stunned. A powerful immortal king, an almost invincible existence, and yet, he was merely someone else's pet. How powerful must the person on Mysterious Peak be? Could it be an invincible, immortal emperor? Yes, it must be an immortal emperor. Perhaps even the white-clad emperor. If not him, who else could have taken Baishiyu, such a powerful immortal king, as a pet? After recovering from his shock, the Supreme Elder's face immediately lit up with excitement. The white-clad emperor. The white-clad emperor. If the Heavenly Sword Sect could establish even the slightest connection with him, not only would they dominate the Red Moon continent, but the entire immortal realm would tremble before them. Excellent. The Supreme Elder's face immediately showed excitement, and he also thought of Su Shirhan in this context. No matter what, they must forge a connection with the white-clad emperor. Only then could the Heavenly Sword Sect restore its former glory of having kingdoms paying homage. Why haven't you gone up yet? Baishiyu's face showed dissatisfaction. She knew that Lin Xingyu was filled with murderous intent. If she failed to do anything properly in front of Lin Xingyu now, she might end up like the Ox Demon, dead. So, Baishiyu angrily demanded of the Supreme Elder and the others, Immortal King, please don't be angry. We're going up now. The Supreme Elder and the others realized their lapse and hurriedly apologized to Baishiyu. Go ahead, Baishiyu said indifferently, glancing at them before stepping aside and ignoring them. However, the Supreme Elder and the others trembled as they passed by Baishiyu, then walked cautiously toward the courtyard on Mysterious Peak. When the Supreme Elder and the others arrived at the courtyard on Mysterious Peak, they all widened their eyes in shock. What's going on? The Supreme Elder smelled the blood in the air and saw the bodies strewn across the ground, his body turning icy cold. Supreme Elder, there's someone ahead? One of the elders, drenched in cold sweat, pointed to Lin Xingyu's back as he knelt before Mu Jiangchen's tomb. You worthless wretch, what are you doing here? After reacting, the Supreme Elder stormed toward Lin Xingyu, furious, and demanded, What exactly happened here? Why are so many from the Heavenly Sword Sect dead? Kneel! Lin Xingyu ignored the Supreme Elder's questions and instead roared at him. If you fail to teach your disciples, it's your fault as a father. If you fail to discipline them, it's your negligence as a master. You share the karma for what's happened here. Huh. The Supreme Elder was instantly enraged. So many from the Heavenly Sword Sect were dead here, including even the sect master, Qi Zhennan. This worthless wretch not only refused to answer his questions, but dared to command him like this. This is outrageous. Has this wretch gone mad? How dare he be so disrespectful to the Supreme Elder? This is a grave offense, punishable by death by dismemberment according to sect rules. The elders were all furious, glaring at Lin Xingyu. This once humble, lowly wretch who had suffered their bullying now dared to speak to the Supreme Elder in such a manner, shocking them to the core. Wretch, are you mad? After a moment, the elders finally reacted, their anger boiling over as they turned on Lin Xingyu, berating him with words that humiliated him to the bone. Wretch, what exactly is going on here? The Supreme Elder, seeing that someone had gone to check Qi Zhennan's body, turned his gaze directly to Lin Xingyu and demanded harshly. I told you to kneel. Didn't you hear me? I won't say it a second time. Otherwise, you'll end up lying here with them. Lin Xingyu kowtowed to Mu Jiangchen, then slowly stood up, his gaze falling on the Supreme Elder. Huh. The Supreme Elder's expression froze for a moment before he erupted in fury. This wretch was utterly insolent. Having just been suppressed by an immortal king, he had come up hoping to meet the white-clad emperor and establish a connection. But instead, he was met with a sea of corpses. Now, this wretch dared to order him around. The Supreme Elder couldn't take it anymore. He wanted to kill. He would start by killing this wretch to vent his anger. After all, the wretch was useless. Keeping him alive would only bring shame to the Heavenly Sword Sect. Better to end him now and save the sect from further embarrassment. Wretch, what did you just say to me? How dare you order me to kneel? You're utterly disrespectful. Now, I command you to crawl over here and die. The Supreme Elder's face darkened as he glared at Lin Xingyu with murderous intent. Humph! Lin Xingyu's cold eyes narrowed. Zhang Tianzong, I've given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Then you can join them in hell? How dare you? The surrounding elders exploded, rushing forward and pointing at Lin Xingyu's nose, cursing him viciously, almost insulting his ancestors to the 18th generation. But Lin Xingyu didn't respond to a single word. He was unwilling to speak to a group of soon-to-be-dead individuals. Wretch, how dare you address me by name? You've been too insolent, too bold today. From now on, the Heavenly Sword Sect will no longer tolerate your arrogance. Come over here and die willingly, or I'll make you suffer the most excruciating death. The Supreme Elder, Zhang Tianzong, was trembling with rage, his cold eyes fixed on Lin Xingyu with murderous intent. Is that so? Lin Xingyu's entire body trembled, and divine radiance and Taoist energy surged from his back. His murderous intent exploded as his cold, bloodthirsty gaze fell upon the Supreme Elder. It seems it's time to eliminate you, this scourge. Chapter 64. I am the white-clothed emperor. Master, there's no need for you to lift a finger against these insects. Bai Shiyu stepped forward from behind Zhang Tianzong and the others, directly blocking their path of retreat. I can handle them. What? The crowd, which should have been bustling, stood frozen in shock. Bai Shiyu's words carried far too much meaning, leaving Zhang Tianzong and his group utterly stunned. The master of a heavenly king? This good-for-nothing is the master of a heavenly king? Then he must be the invincible white-clothed emperor of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Recovering from his shock, Zhang Tianzong's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. His eyes, filled with disbelief, glared at Lin Xingyu. How could he be the white-clothed emperor? No, it's impossible. He's just a worthless Fei Wu who has been useless for 10,000 years. How could he be the invincible white-clothed emperor of the 9 heavens and 10 earths? Zhang Tianzong refused to believe it. The two could not be reconciled. One was the invincible supreme being of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, while the other was a Fei Wu who had been useless for 10,000 years. How could they possibly be the same person? No, it must be an illusion. It has to be. Zhang Tianzong trembled as he roared at Lin Xingyo, his eyes wide with disbelief. Zhang Tianzong, this is no illusion. I am the white-clothed emperor. I could have ensured the prosperity of your heavenly sword sect for 1,000,000 years. But you've always treated me as a worthless wretch, and now you dare to desecrate my master's grave. The ties between me and the heavenly sword sect are now completely severed. Today, for the sake of my master, I must kill you. This will also cut the last thread of karma between the heavenly sword sect and me. Lin Xingyo summoned the heaven-shattering sword and held the soul-devouring spear as he looked at Zhang Tianzong and the others, speaking each word clearly. No, you can't kill me. I am the hope of the heavenly sword sect's rise. With me, the sect will surely regain its former glory in 10,000 years. And that was the hope your master worked for his entire life. If you spare me today, I promise I can fulfill your master's lifelong dream and make the heavenly sword sect even stronger than it was 100,000 years ago. Zhang Tianzong said excitedly, staring at Lin Xingyo. No need. Lin Xingyo waved his sleeve and looked at Zhang Tianzong with a calm gaze, speaking each word clearly. The heavenly sword sect cannot return to what it was 100,000 years ago, because its roots are already rotten. Unless all of you are killed, there might be a slim chance of it becoming what it once was. No. Zhang Tianzong panicked. His eyes revealed a look of fear. In the past, he had been high and mighty. Now, he was deathly afraid, because he knew that Lin Xingyo was capable of what he said and would indeed kill them all. Moreover, he understood that the heavenly sword sect was indeed rotten to its core, just as Lin Xingyo had said. Unless all the elders were killed and the sect's spirit was rebuilt, the sect might have a different future in 10,000 years. But he didn't want to die, and he didn't want the heavenly sword sect to change. After all, he had enjoyed his position of power for thousands of years. To be killed now would be a terrible fate. After all, he had worked hard to become the heavenly sword sect's grand elder. How could he be willing to die when he was enjoying such a life? But Lin Xingyo would not give him another chance. After all, you cannot wake someone who is pretending to be asleep. So, he would just cut him down with a single sword strike. Let him sleep forever. Who could blame them for being so greedy as to dare to dig up the secrets of the mysterious peak? Even his master's grave was not spared. Zhang Tianzong, die. Lin Xingyo was satisfied. With a single motion, the soul-devouring spear pierced through Zhang Tianzong's body, and the heaven-shattering sword cut down the other elders. Blood once again stained the courtyard. The corpses were all swept away by Lin Xingyo with a wave of his hand, thrown out to feed the wild dogs. Chapter 65. Shirhan awakens. 3 days quietly passed. The heavenly sword sect had mostly returned to its usual tranquility. However, it was no longer the same as before. All the troublemakers had been eradicated by Lin Xingyo. The current leaders were all handpicked and arranged by Lin Xingyo. Of course, his identity was known only to those few. The rest of the heavenly sword sect remained unaware. On the 4th morning, Lin Xingyo stretched, casually moved his body, and walked out of his room. The terrifying ferocity and killing intent that had enveloped him a few days ago had vanished. He had returned to his usual unassuming self. Lin Xingyo approached the willow tree, his eyes softening as he looked at it. Although Su Shirhan was still lying in bed and hadn't awakened, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but recall the past when Su Shirhan would sit beneath the willow tree to cultivate, and a tender expression flickered across his face. First, I'll practice my sword. Then, after I'm done, I'll need to help Shirhan clean up. With this heat, it's not good to leave her untouched. With that thought, Lin Xingyo walked to the courtyard, picked up the wooden sword, and practiced for 5,000 strikes. After finishing, he fetched a hoe and loosened the soil around the newly planted Wudao tea tree. He also tended to the sacrificial spirit of the Misty Peak. All right. Lin Xingyo wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, boiled some hot water, and slowly carried it into Su Shihan's room. Su Shihan was still asleep on the bed, but her body was kept clean and well-maintained by Lin Xingyo. Lin Xingyo frowned, dipped the towel into the basin, and gently wiped Su Shihan's face. However, a hint of doubt surfaced in his mind. Last time, didn't Huang Loxi from the Medicine King Valley say that Shihan would wake up in these 2 days? Why is there still no sign of her awakening? Thinking of this, Lin Xingyo sent a divine thought to Huang Loxi from the Medicine King Valley. He then threw the towel into the basin, wiped his hands dry on his clothes, and gently reached for Su Shihan's clothing, undoing the buttons on her collar. However, the next moment, a pair of cold, piercing eyes opened, and a sharp slap landed on Lin Xingyo's face.
Smack!
Lin Xingyo was stunned, his eyes wide as he looked at the now-awake Su Shihan. Several times, he tried to speak but couldn't find the words. "What do you think you're doing to me?" Su Shihan's voice was filled with fury, her stunningly beautiful face as cold as an ancient glacier, radiating an icy, bone-chilling sa-yi. She truly wanted to kill Lin Xingyo. To think that such a worthless man dared to touch her, the ruthless empress's body was unforgivable. Even if he was her master, he deserved to die. "Shihan, you're awake. That's wonderful. I've been so worried these past few days." Lin Xingyo snapped out of his daze and immediately hugged Su Shihan tightly, tears streaming down like beads. "Shihan, I'm sorry. This time, it's all my fault. I caused you such serious injuries, but don't worry, I'll definitely heal you. You, let go of me." Su Shihan was furious. This man was simply too sentimental. A grown man crying like a child, unable to show even a shred of masculinity. Su Shihan's disdain for Lin Xingyo began to grow once more. Such a man was truly unworthy to be her master. He lacked any true manliness, hugging her and crying like a child. It was infuriating. It was humiliating. Why did such a person have to be her master? She wished she could kill him right now with a single sword strike. Su Shihan's face turned ashen with anger, her cold voice cutting through the air. "You're hugging me too tightly. I can't breathe." "Ah, I'm sorry." Lin Xingyo immediately let go of Su Shihan, his voice trembling with excitement. "I was just so overjoyed to see you awake. Are you hungry? I'll go prepare something for you to eat." Gurgle. Su Shihan's stomach growled, betraying her hunger. After all, she had been unconscious for several days and hadn't eaten anything. Hearing Lin Xingyo mention food, her stomach immediately responded. "All right, wait here. I'll go prepare something for you to eat right now," Lin Xingyo stammered, his excitement making him incoherent. "Worthless man, you're at least good for something, or else I would have killed you today." Su Shihan shot Lin Xingyo a venomous glare, then watched his retreating back as she pulled the blanket aside and stood up. "Why am I here?" After a moment, Su Shihan looked around, her head aching as if it were splitting. She muttered to herself, "I was in the spirit domain of the divine mountains, wasn't I? How did I end up back here?" "The white-clad emperor?" Su Shihan frowned. "Could it be that he sent me back?" Thinking of the white-clad emperor, Su Shihan's face flushed with embarrassment, especially when she recalled the image of him holding her, her heart melting instantly. He's so powerful. With just his own strength, he slew 4 ninth heaven celestial emperors. His combat prowess is truly unmatched in this era. Only someone like him is worthy of me, Su Shihan. As she thought of the white-clad emperor's figure, her heart raced with excitement, and she even felt a longing to see him again. His eyes were so gentle. His embrace was so warm. She really wanted to see him again, even if it was just to gaze at him every day. As Su Shihan thought about this, she walked out of her room and looked around. Everything seemed the same as when she had left. "Huh, what's this?" Su Shihan's eyes widened, as she noticed the Wudao tea tree. She approached it, plucked a leaf, and examined it, her expression filled with shock. This tree, is it problematic? Could this be the legendary Wudao tea tree? Su Shihan's breathing quickened, her face flushed, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Because the tree before her was undoubtedly the Wudao tea tree. Every leaf was imbued with the essence of the great Tao, each one containing a fragment of the divine path. Phew! Su Shihan exhaled deeply, then quickly sat down cross-legged in front of the Wudao tea tree, eager to comprehend the Tao's mysteries and solidify her future path of cultivation. Hey! Shihan, what are you doing? You're still recovering from your injuries. Sitting on the ground like that will only worsen your condition. Get up. Lin Xingyo emerged from the kitchen with 2 bowls of spring onion noodles. Seeing Su Shihan sitting on the ground, he quickly called out, "Humph! What do you know?" Su Shihan shot Lin Xingyo a cold glance, her face filled with disdain and contempt. But the latter placed the bowls of noodles on the stone table and dragged Su Shihan over forcefully, saying, "What are you sitting there for? Don't you think the ground is dirty?" Su Shihan was nearly livid. She wanted to comprehend the Tao. She wanted to cultivate. What did the dirt on the ground matter? If she could gain even a sliver of insight, it would be of immense benefit to her future cultivation. Who cared about such trivialities? Worthless man, you're truly worthless. You don't understand anything. You're obstructing my cultivation. Those who block my path shall die. Su Shihan's killing intent surged, but the next moment, she froze. Because she couldn't summon even a trace of her spiritual energy. It was as if her powers had been sealed, and she could only be dragged to the stone table by Lin Xingyo. Shihan, come. I've made your favorite spring onion noodles. Eat this first, and then I'll get you a cushion to sit on and watch, okay? Lin Xingyo forced Su Shihan to sit down, then gently patted her head. Su Shihan swallowed, looking at the fragrant and appetizing spring onion noodles in front of her. She finally calmed down, realizing she was indeed quite hungry. Eating something first before continuing her cultivation seemed like a reasonable idea. Shihan, come, eat while it's hot. Lin Xingyo, with a tender expression, moved the poached egg from his own bowl to Su Shihan's, saying, "You don't need to be so hard-working in your cultivation. With your talent, becoming an emperor is just a matter of time." Of course. Su Shihan lifted her head, a proud smile on her face. After all, she now possessed the heavenly phoenix divine physique, and with such extraordinary talent, ascending to become an emperor was inevitable. However, the path of cultivation still required effort. Even the most prodigious geniuses needed to work hard to carve out a path to immortality. Chapter 66. Self-Righteousness. Sister, you're awake? While Su Shiyuan was conversing with Lin Xingyo, Tang Qianquan entered the courtyard of the mysterious peak with a few guardians. Su Shiyuan glanced up but ignored him. However, Tang Qianquan approached with great enthusiasm, saying, "Sister, you're eating noodles?" Without waiting for an invitation, Tang Qianquan directly sat beside Lin Xingyo and shot a sidelong glance at him, his expression clearly showing disdain. After all, he was the second young master of the Tang clan, a prodigy with extraordinary talent. Naturally, he looked down upon Lin Xingyo, a useless individual incapable of cultivating. Lin Xingyo pursed his lips but didn't respond, as he was just a junior and didn't want to engage with him. But Tang Qianquan wasn't willing to let Lin Xingyo off. He glared at him and indirectly mocked, "Uncle, is this all you're feeding sister? That's too shabby." Shabby? Lin Xingyo found it somewhat amusing. The bowl of spring noodles in front of him was no ordinary dish. Not to mention the broth, which was made from the bones of a top-tier demon king. Even the mushrooms and meat pieces in the noodles were not something ordinary people could afford. Lin Xingyo shook his head. He understood that with Tang Qianquan being merely a mortal, he wouldn't comprehend the immense value of this bowl of spring noodles. "Sister, don't eat that. Come with me to the Sword Vault Peak. I guarantee you'll eat delicacies every day, and occasionally, we can even have low-grade demon beast meat. It'll be 1,000,000 times better than staying here." "No. Su Shiwan glanced at Tang Qinchuan, her eyes revealing disdain and contempt. She wouldn't go. Here, she ate Demon King flesh every day. At night, she bathed in Demon Emperor's essence. Could the Sword Vault Peak offer such luxuries? No. Tang Qinchuan was stunned, unable to understand why Su Shiwan would refuse him. After all, countless people in the Heavenly Sword Sect would do anything to join the Sword Vault Peak. Yet, when such an opportunity was presented to Su Shiwan, she rejected it. Sister, maybe consider it again. If you join the Sword Vault Peak, not only will the cultivation resources and techniques be 1,000,000 times better than this desolate place, but you'll also have access to superior cultivation resources and techniques. Tang Qinchuan continued, unwilling to give up. Techniques. Resources. Su Shiwan sneered, though she didn't speak. Her thoughts were filled with disdain. Did she, the cold-hearted empress, lack techniques? As for resources, even if her current master was a bit lacking, she couldn't deny the abundance he provided. Sister? Tang Qinchuan stared at Su Shiwan, his expression full of expectation, thinking he had persuaded her by her silence. But the next moment, Su Shiwan bluntly rejected him. Tang Qinchuan couldn't accept this, as he believed Su Shiwan would surely be swayed by his words. After all, anyone with a sane mind would choose the better option. Yet, Su Shiwan repeatedly refused him. Was her mind damaged? How could she be so indifferent to his invitation to join the Sword Vault Peak? Didn't she even consider her options? Sister. Tang Qinchuan anxiously looked at Su Shiwan, then at the few dilapidated houses of the mysterious peak. Weeds grew everywhere on the ground. He couldn't understand why Su Shiwan would reject him. Wouldn't it be better to follow him to the Sword Vault Peak than stay here? All right, you can leave now. Lin Xingyo, who had been sitting silently, suddenly spoke. I have a few old friends coming. It's not convenient for you to stay. You can head down the mountain now. Huh. Tang Qinchuan frowned, his expression extremely displeased. He was the second young master of the Tang clan, the first genius of the Sword Vault Peak in tens of thousands of years. Not only was no one in the mysterious peak willing to speak to him like this, but even on the Heavenly Sword Peak, no one dared to address him so. Now, this good-for-nothing dared to drive him away. It was humiliating for Tang Qinchuan, and he glared at Lin Xingyo fiercely. If not for the fact that Lin Xingyo was Su Shiwan's master, he would have slapped him by now. You don't want to leave? Lin Xingyo pursed his lips, casually glancing at Tang Qinchuan and said, Then I'll have our cat escort you down the mountain. What the hell? Tang Qinchuan was furious. Chapter 66. Self-important. Sister, you're awake? While Su Shihan was conversing with Lin Xingyo, Tang Qinchuan entered the courtyard of the mysterious peak with a few guardians. Su Shihan glanced up but ignored him. However, Tang Qinchuan approached enthusiastically, saying, Sister, you're eating noodles? Without waiting for instructions, Tang Qinchuan directly sat beside Lin Xingyo and glared at him with disdain. He was the second young master of the Tang clan, blessed with extraordinary talent. Naturally, he looked down on Lin Xingyo, a Feiwu who couldn't cultivate. Lin Xingyo pursed his lips but didn't respond, as he was just a junior and didn't want to engage with him. But Tang Qinchuan wasn't going to let Lin Xingyo off the hook. He glared at him and indirectly taunted, Uncle, you're feeding sister such simple food. Isn't this too shabby? Shabby? Lin Xingyo found it amusing. This bowl of plain noodles wasn't ordinary. Not to mention the broth made from the bones of a top demon king. Even the mushrooms and meat in the noodles weren't something just anyone could afford. Lin Xingyo shook his head. He understood that someone like Tang Qinchuan, with his mortal body, couldn't comprehend the extraordinary value of this bowl of noodles. Sister, don't eat that. Come with me to Hidden Sword Peak. I promise you'll have delicacies every day, and a few days each month. We can even enjoy low-grade demon beast meat. It's 1,000,000 times better than here. No. Su Shihan glanced at Tang Qinchuan with disdain and contempt. She wouldn't go. Here, she ate Demon King meat daily. At night, she bathed in Demon Emperor essence blood. Could Hidden Sword Peak offer that? No. Tang Qinchuan was stunned, unable to understand why Su Han would refuse. Countless people in the Heavenly Sword sect would do anything to join Hidden Sword Peak. Now, such a great opportunity was in front of Su Han, yet she rejected it. Sister, think again. If you join Hidden Sword Peak, the cultivation resources and techniques will be 1,000,000 times better than this desolate place. Tang Qianquan still tried to persuade her. Techniques. Resources. Su Han sneered, though she didn't speak. Her eyes were full of disdain. Would the Wuqing Di lack techniques? As for resources, it goes without saying. This Fei Wu of a master might be a bit useless, but when it came to resources, Su Han had nothing to complain about. Lin Xingyo gave her too much. Sister? Tang Qianquan stared at Su Han expectantly, thinking he had convinced her since she remained silent. But the next moment, Su Han coldly rejected him. Tang Qianquan couldn't accept this, as he believed Su Han would be swayed. After all, anyone with sense would choose wisely. Yet Su Han repeatedly refused him. Was she injured in the head? How could she be so indifferent to his invitation to join Hidden Sword Peak? Couldn't she think and make a choice? Sister. Tang Qianquan anxiously looked at Su Han, then at the dilapidated houses of Mysterious Peak. Weeds grew everywhere. He couldn't understand why Su Han would refuse. Wasn't joining him at Hidden Sword Peak better than staying here? All right, you can leave now. Lin Xingyo, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. I have a few old friends coming. It's not convenient for you to stay here. You can go down the mountain now. Huh. Tang Qianquan frowned, extremely displeased. He was the second young master of the Tang clan, the first genius of Hidden Sword Peak in tens of thousands of years. Even on Heavenly Sword Peak, no one dared speak to him like this. Now, this Fei Wu was actually driving him away. It was humiliating for Tang Qianquan. He glared viciously at Lin Xingyo. If not for Lin Xingyo being Su Han's master, Tang Qianquan would have slapped him by now. You don't want to leave? Lin Xingyo pursed his lips and casually glanced at Tang Qianquan, saying, Then I'll have our cat escort you down. What? Tang Qianquan was furious. What did this Fei Wu just say? He's having a cat drive me down the mountain? Is this a joke? A cat can bully me? What kind of genius am I then? He was going to have a cat drive him down the mountain? Was this a joke? A cat could bully me? What kind of genius am I then? Chapter 67. Scared out of their wits. No way. I must teach this good-for-nothing a lesson. See if he still dares to humiliate me like this again. Tang Qianquan glared at Lin Xingyo with extreme anger, clenching his fists tightly, and the killing intent in his heart exploded instantly. He felt that Lin Xingyo was humiliating him, and for that, he was determined to regain his face and make Lin Xingyo pay. However, he didn't immediately act, as he didn't want to leave a bad impression in front of Su Han. This good-for-nothing. Su Han, seeing Tang Qianquan's murderous aura, frowned and glanced at Lin Xingyo, feeling extremely embarrassed. Because Lin Xingyo shouldn't have said that a cat would drive Tang Qianquan off the mountain. Even if you said a dog, it would have been better. Cats are such gentle animals. How could they possibly drive someone off a mountain? Isn't this intentionally making me lose face in front of others? Su Han thought more and more angrily, glaring fiercely at Lin Xingyo, then said to Tang Qianquan, You should go down the mountain. I need to cultivate. Tang Qianquan didn't want to leave. He had developed feelings for Su Han, which was why he had been visiting PMIFing so frequently. Lazy cat, wake up. Lin Xingyo glanced at Tang Qianquan and called to Bai Yushi, who was sleeping lazily on the windowsill. There's someone I dislike here who doesn't want to leave. Please wake up and throw him out for me. You. Tang Qianquan's anger couldn't be suppressed anymore, and he was about to punch Lin Xingyo, but in the next moment, his several bodyguards immediately stopped him. Second young master, don't be impulsive. There's something wrong with this place, especially that cat. It looks terrifying. Let's go down the mountain first. Go down the mountain? Tang Qianquan was almost furious. What did these people behind him mean? Was he really going to be driven down the mountain by a cat? If this got out, what face would I have left in Tianjin sect? Tang Qianquan didn't want to leave. Not only couldn't he leave, he also had to make Lin Xingyo, this so-called trash, pay, but the several bodyguards behind him were all trembling. Just a moment ago, they weren't afraid, but now, they were almost scared to death, because this small courtyard in front of them was far from simple. Just now, the heavenly mysteries were concealed. Now, everything was revealed. This overgrown, dilapidated small courtyard. What kind of courtyard was it? This was clearly a divine abode. Clearly a Taoist site. Everyone behind Tang Qianquan was shocked. Now that the heavenly mysteries had been revealed, the more powerful one's cultivation, the more one could feel the vastness and unfathomable depth of this place. Tang Qianquan and his group, with insufficient cultivation, naturally couldn't sense those deeper things. Huff! The several bodyguards from the Tang family all took a deep breath, like commoners from a slum, completely at a loss in front of the divine abode. This was too terrifying. Everything in front of them was too terrifying, filled with Taoist aura, shining with dazzling divine radiance. Meow! Bayushi on the windowsill jumped down. She just casually glanced at the several bodyguards behind Tang Qianquan, and instantly, they felt as if they were facing a prehistoric beast, their courage shattered. My God! What the hell is this cat? Its divine might is even more terrifying than the guardian beasts raised by the immortal sex. The several bodyguards behind Tang Qianquan were all drenched in cold sweat, looking at Bayushi approaching, almost stumbling and falling to the ground, unable to get up. Are you still not leaving? Lin Xingyo calmly looked at Tang Qianquan and the others. Or do you really need my cat to drive you down the mountain? I'm sorry, Senior. We'll leave immediately. We dare not trouble your cat. The several bodyguards behind Tang Qianquan, hearing Lin Xingyo's words, all turned pale with fright, hurriedly bowing and apologizing to Lin Xingyo. Senior? Tang Qianquan was dumbfounded looking at the several bodyguards behind him, his expression instantly freezing. These people were the bodyguards sent by the Tang family to protect him. Usually, except for being polite to himself, he had never seen them treat others like this. Now these bodyguards were showing such respect to a good-for-nothing. Witnessing this, Tang Qianquan opened his mouth several times, wanting to say something, but it was as if his throat was blocked, unable to utter a word. Su Shihan also looked puzzled at Lin Xingyo. But after a long time, she didn't see anything unusual, although she was very puzzled inside. But she didn't say anything. After all, she always considered herself the ruthless empress, so naturally, she wouldn't care about such a trivial matter. Then you can leave. Lin Xingyo waved his hand. Don't come again in the future, because I don't like it? Su Shihan was dumbfounded as she looked at Lin Xingyo. Is this person really as worthless as he seems? Useless fool, you're finished. Don't ever be alone outside, or I, Tang Qianquan, will definitely kill you. Tang Qianquan coldly glared at Lin Xingyo, flicking his sleeve, leaving a cold, stern back for Lin Xingyo, and left with the several bodyguards. You've caused trouble? Su Shihan looked at Lin Xingyo with both worry and anger. Why did you talk to him like that earlier? With his vengeful nature, he will definitely seek revenge. Shihan, don't worry. Lin Xingyo shrugged, unconcerned. If he doesn't know his place, I don't mind killing him. Su Shihan was speechless. You're a good-for-nothing. Do you really have to act so tough? Even I, the ruthless empress, dare not make such bold claims, considering he has the Tang family backing him. Humph. After a while, Su Shihan, still angry, flicked her hand and stood up, walking towards the enlightenment tea tree, no longer paying attention to the annoying Lin Xingyo. Shihan, you're not eating anymore, then I'll take it. Lin Xingyo smiled, picking up the bowl on the table. What's there to eat? I'm already full of anger. Still eating. Su Shihan pouted, her face dark, glaring angrily at Lin Xingyo, feeling extremely upset inside. Shihan, don't sit on the ground. It's quite cold. Wait here for a moment. I'll take this bowl to the kitchen. I'll bring you a cushion right away so you can sit and watch slowly. Lin Xingyo didn't look at Su Shihan's expression, carrying the bowl as he walked towards the kitchen, speaking to her. Himph. Su Shihan snorted coldly, pouting angrily. I don't need you to care. Ah, little troublemaker. Lin Xingyo brought the bowl to the kitchen, took a cushion, and walked over, patting Su Shihan's head. Just like 3 years ago. Still so cute when you're angry. Cute? Su Shihan was stunned, then reacted, her expression on her face even more displeased. She, the ruthless empress, could be described as cute in his eyes? That's because he doesn't know what kind of murderous aura I have when I'm angry. If you ever see me killing someone, will you still say I'm cute today? Su Shihan glared fiercely at Lin Xingyo, instantly imagining Lin Xingyo seeing her kill someone, scared to the point of rolling on the ground, peeing himself. Shihan, what's wrong with you? What interesting thing did you think of? You're smiling so happily? Lin Xingyo smiled gently, his face showing a tender expression as he asked. Himph, I don't need you to care. Coming back to her senses from her daydream, Su Shihan glanced at Lin Xingyo, spread the cushion on the ground, and sat in front of the enlightenment tea tree, ready to observe and contemplate. But soon, her face showed a puzzled expression, and after a while, she couldn't help but ask Lin Xingyo, where did this tea tree come from? Ah, the tea tree. Lin Xingyo was stunned, then replied, it rooted itself here when it came back. No way. Su Shihan showed a disbelieving expression on her face, but soon she looked relieved, her face showing excitement. Right. This Wudao tea tree is a spiritual root of heaven and earth, and it must have known that I, the ruthless empress, have shattered my body to be reborn, so it came to accompany me on my path to becoming an emperor. Su Shihan's eyes gleamed with wisdom, and she was extremely confident in this thought of hers. However, if this were to be known by Tai, the demon emperor of Mount Wanshan, he would probably be so angry that he would spit out blood. Lin Xingyo, however, had no idea what Su Shihan was thinking. But seeing that Su Shihan didn't ask further, Lin Xingyo breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he really didn't want to explain this matter. It was just too troublesome. After a while, seeing that Su Shihan was sitting in front of the Wudao tea tree, cultivating, Lin Xingyo didn't speak to her again. Instead, he prepared some fresh meat, cut it into pieces, and started feeding Bai Yushi. Chapter 68. The Empress of Azure Phoenix. Achu. Lin Xingyo, who had dozed off while sitting in the courtyard, suddenly opened his eyes and stretched, looking around. Huh. Huang Loxi, why hasn't he arrived yet? Lin Xingyo rubbed his slightly throbbing head, held the cat in his arms, and muttered to himself while gazing at the sky. Meow. Bai Yushi used to resist being treated like a pet by Lin Xingyo, but now, she wore an expression of utter bliss. It's so comfortable. His entire being is filled with the essence of the Tao, exuding the fragrance of the great path. Being held in his arms, every pore feels alive and relaxed. With this kind of comfort, I never want to leave his embrace. Lazy cat, you've gotten fat. Lin Xingyo chuckled, gently stroking Bai Yushi's fur, and glanced at Su Shihan, who was seated in front of the Wudao tea tree, meditating. Meow. Bai Yushi showed a hint of displeasure on her face, but she dared not be rude to Lin Xingyo. She knew how powerful he was, and if she accidentally angered him, she would be in trouble. Snap. Just as Bai Yushi's expression turned sour, the space before them trembled, and 3 powerful figures emerged from a spatial rift. Huang Loxi, old tortoise, you've finally arrived. Lin Xingyo stepped forward, hugged Huang Loxi, and patted his back vigorously, saying, I thought I couldn't invite you. Huang Loxi was a bit uncomfortable, as he had been an emperor for so many years and had never been hugged like this before. The Empress of Azure Phoenix beside him coldly glanced at Lin Xingyo, her gaze directly landing on Su Shihan, who was seated in front of the Wudao tea tree. Huh. The Wudao tea tree of the great emperor of the primordial chaos. How did it end up here? The Empress of Azure Phoenix turned her gaze back to Lin Xingyo and asked. Lin Xingyo smiled warmly, as if enveloped by a gentle breeze, and said, Great Emperor of the primordial chaos, I liked this Wudao tea tree, so I borrowed it from him. Himph. The Empress of Azure Phoenix flicked her sleeve, showing her displeasure. She wasn't naive. It was obvious that Lin Xingyo had bullied the great emperor of the primordial chaos and taken his Wudao tea tree by force. Yet, he dared to speak so glibly about it. This despicable thief was too arrogant. The Empress of Azure Phoenix glared fiercely at Lin Xingyo, her disgust evident as she sat down on a stone bench in the courtyard. Lin Xingyo ignored her and instead turned his gaze to Jinwu Emperor and Huang Laxi, saying, "Old tortoise, I told you about this a few days ago. Now, you won't be stingy with a leaf of the Phoenix Immortality Elixir, will you? We can give you the Phoenix Immortality Elixir, but Shi Han must pledge herself to us and become the divine maiden of the ancient Forbidden Land. Otherwise, no deal," the Empress of Azure Phoenix said, her tone unyielding. "What if I don't agree?" Lin Xingyo asked, looking at the Empress of Azure Phoenix. "Are you planning to take it by force?" "You dare." The Empress of Azure Phoenix slammed her hand on the stone table and stood up, her cold eyes fixed on Lin Xingyo, radiating murderous intent. "Why wouldn't I dare?" Lin Xingyo retorted with Ba Qi. "If you push me too far, I'll flatten your ancient Forbidden Land without a second thought." "You." The Empress of Azure Phoenix was furious. She had never heard such arrogant words. A mere human dared to threaten flattening the ancient Forbidden Land. "Both of you, calm down." Huang Laxi hurriedly stepped forward, saying, "After all, you both care for this girl. Why can't you sit down and discuss this peacefully?" "Azure Phoenix, don't lose your temper." Jinwu Emperor also stepped forward to pacify the Empress of Azure Phoenix, saying, "We're not here to make enemies with the White Robe Emperor. Our purpose is to form a good relationship, not to quarrel and bicker." "Humph." The Empress of Azure Phoenix glared at Lin Xingyo and turned her head away, refusing to acknowledge him. Jinwu Emperor, on the other hand, smiled and said to Lin Xingyo, "Fellow Taoist, you mentioned inviting us for a discussion on the Tao. Now that we're all here, you wouldn't just have us sit here like this, would you?" "How could I?" Lin Xingyo's expression changed, and he quickly realized his oversight. After all, he was the one seeking their help, so he politely offered, "Please, have a seat. I'll go prepare some tea for you." With that, Lin Xingyo went into the kitchen, washed some spirit fruits and divine herbs, and brought them out, serving each of them a cup of Wudao tea. With these preparations, the group of emperors began to chat. The Empress of Azure Phoenix, however, remained aloof toward Lin Xingyo, occasionally throwing a cold remark or two to express her dissatisfaction. Lin Xingyo didn't pay her any mind. This old bird needed to be taught a lesson. One day, he would definitely subdue her and make her experience his might firsthand. Yes. Lin Xingyo reinforced his resolve. He must ride the Empress of Azure Phoenix, never indulging her arrogance. Once she was thoroughly subdued and turned into his mount, she would obediently converse with him. The Empress of Azure Phoenix had no idea what Lin Xingyo was thinking about her. If she knew, she would likely erupt on the spot, and a battle between two emperors might ensue. Suddenly, Shi Han opened her eyes, looking at Lin Xingyo and the others with confusion. She couldn't understand. So many people had arrived in the courtyard, yet she hadn't sensed a thing. It was all too strange, especially since she was now a powerhouse at the Dongtianjing level. It was impossible for her not to sense the arrival of so many people while meditating. However, at that moment, Lin Xingyo waved his hand, and an invisible barrier shattered. Lin Xingyo had established a boundary around Shi Han. This was mainly because she was in the middle of her cultivation. He didn't want anyone to disturb her. After all, being interrupted during cultivation could easily lead to a cultivation deviation. Therefore, Lin Xingyo had created a barrier around Shi Han to isolate her from the outside world. "Shi Han, you're awake?" Lin Xingyo immediately stood up and introduced her, saying, "Let me introduce you to them. They are Huang Laxi, Old Tortoise, and Old Bird." Chapter 69. Tea Tasting and Philosophical Discussions. Old Bird. The Phoenix Empress nearly spat out blood at Lin Xingyo's introduction. She truly wanted to slap him to death. She, the Phoenix Empress, was a phoenix who had cultivated to the level of an emperor. not to mention her unparalleled origin. Just her identity as a phoenix made her unmatched in the celestial spirit realm. Because she was a branch of the phoenix bloodline, her status was not just unmatched in the celestial spirit realm, but even if she were to break through the heavenly Tao and walk the path to immortality to reach the immortal domain, her status would still be supremely noble. Now, just a mere human dared to call her an old bird. It was simply infuriating. What kind of peculiar individuals has this good-for-nothing encountered? Su Shihan frowned, looking towards the true martial emperor and the others. However, with her current cultivation level, she couldn't discern their true forms. But when her gaze fell upon the Phoenix Empress, she was suddenly shocked, her face showing an expression of disbelief. Heavenly Phoenix Empress? Su Shihan was a bit excited, her eyes fixed on the Phoenix Empress as she stood up, then asked nervously, "Are you the Heavenly Phoenix Empress?"
No.
The Phoenix Empress smiled at Su Shihan, showing a loving expression. No? Su Shihan stared at the Phoenix Empress, showing a disappointed expression, but the next second, the Phoenix Empress spoke. "The Heavenly Phoenix Empress is my senior sister. I am the Azure Phoenix Empress." "What? You are the Azure Phoenix Empress?" Su Shihan was completely stunned. The Azure Phoenix Empress was an invincible existence across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. She, along with the true martial emperor, the White Tiger Heavenly Emperor, and the Azure Dragon Emperor, guarded the outer perimeter of the ancient Forbidden Zone on the Red Moon continent, preventing the creatures within from wreaking havoc in the celestial spirit realm. Almost everyone in the celestial spirit realm knew that if it weren't for their protection, not only the Red Moon continent, but even the creatures of the celestial spirit realm would not be able to survive. Because many powerful beings had always wanted to invade the celestial spirit realm through the ancient Forbidden Zone. If those powerful beings from the ancient Forbidden Zone were to enter the celestial spirit realm, all life there would surely be annihilated. "Yes, I am the Azure Phoenix Empress. Little girl, would you like to become my disciple and be my personal disciple?" The Azure Phoenix Empress looked at Su Shihan and asked. Su Shihan, I would like to. "No, I don't agree." Lin Xingyo stood up, looking at Su Shihan very seriously. "Shihan, you need to think carefully. Without my consent, if you were to become the disciple of the Azure Phoenix Empress, that would be betraying your sect." "Humph." Su Shihan frowned, her face immediately showing a very displeased expression. A mere mortal dared to block her path to becoming a disciple of an emperor, truly tired of living. Dare to block my path, die. Alas, this matter shouldn't be rushed. However, if your disciple is willing to become the disciple of the Azure Phoenix Empress, then inheriting 2 masters wouldn't be a bad thing, would it? Right. Well said, the true martial emperor spoke. Fellow Taoist, you are about to head to the ancient Forbidden Zone and the ancient medicinal garden to gather the 7 immortal blood spirit grass. If your disciple can become the disciple of the Azure Phoenix Empress, it would also mean that someone will take care of her for you while you're in the ancient Forbidden Zone, wouldn't it? This? Lin Xingyo was stunned, because the true martial emperor was correct. The ancient Forbidden Zone was no place for just anyone. It was perilous beyond measure. With Su Shihan only at the Dongtianjing level, there was no way he could take her along on such a dangerous expedition. "Little friend, don't hesitate. I think this is a good idea." Huang Loxi spoke up. "A disciple? She can have more than one master and receive more care. Plus she can learn more skills, isn't that right?" "This?" Lin Xingyo hesitated for a long time, finally looking at Su Shihan. "Shihan, you decide for yourself?" When he said this, Lin Xingyo felt a pang of heartache. After all, they had been together, relying on each other, for 3 years. Now, to see Su Shihan call someone else master, Lin Xingyo truly felt bad. It seemed that Su Shihan, who had been eager to change her master, hesitated upon sensing Lin Xingyo's pain and reluctance. Su Shihan looked at Lin Yufan's unhappy expression, several times opening her mouth to say something, but the words stuck in her throat. Can I become the disciple of the Azure Phoenix Empress?" Su Shihan looked at Lin Xingyo, hesitated for a long time, then lowered her head, twisting her clothes nervously. Yes, you can. Lin Xingyo nodded helplessly. Seeing this, Su Shihan was surprised to find that she herself felt bad, as if she had made a wrong decision. Good. The true martial emperor's face blossomed with joy, while the Azure Phoenix Empress stepped forward and hugged Su Shihan, showing an exceptionally happy smile. She, the Azure Phoenix Empress, finally had an heir. She had waited for this moment for 100,000 years. Now, finally, someone could inherit her legacy, preventing her life's work from being lost forever. Seeing this, Huang Loxi laughed loudly. Good, a joyous occasion. We should drink 3 cups. The true martial emperor turned to Lin Xingyo and asked, Fellow Taoist, when do you plan to depart next? Little friend, you should hurry to the ancient forbidden zone. Time waits for no one. Huang Loxi said. Lin Xingyo nodded firmly. For Su Shihan's sake, he indeed needed to leave soon. After all, her condition couldn't wait. If anything unexpected happened, Lin Xingyo would regret it for the rest of his life. Su Shihan, however, was completely confused, not understanding what Lin Xingyo and the others were talking about. The ancient forbidden zone. Su Shihan naturally knew about this place, but she couldn't believe Lin Xingyo was going there, because that was a place only great beings of the heavenly immortal level could enter. Any lower-level cultivator going there would be seeking death. Moreover, he was just a mere nobody. What right did he have to go to the ancient forbidden zone? Chapter 70. The Ancient Forbidden Zone. The Ancient Forbidden Zone. Several days later, Lin Xingyo stood alone before a colossal stone tablet, towering over 1,000 zhang high. In the center of the tablet, besides the large characters reading Ancient Forbidden Zone, were 4 blood-red words, Trespassers will die. These words were not painted with any ordinary pigment, but were etched with the essence blood of countless ancient divine beasts. Even after countless years, the lingering killing intent remained as intense as ever. This is the most terrifying place in the Chiyu continent, the Ancient Forbidden Zone. It doesn't seem as horrifying as the legends make it out to be. I wonder why Old Turtle and the others were so afraid to come here. Lin Xingyo stood before the stone tablet, gazing at the undulating mountain ranges, deep in thought. In order to find the 7 immortal blood spirit grass within the ancient forbidden zone, he had left the mysterious peak and arrived here. Looking at the serene mountain range before him, Lin Xingyo felt a bit disoriented. The mountains didn't seem as terrifying as Emperor Zhenwu and the others had described. After observing for a long time and finding no signs of danger, Lin Xingyo shook his head and began to step into the ancient forbidden zone. As soon as he entered, invisible rule turbulence around him began to ripple and shatter like water waves. However, this was invisible to ordinary people, and even though Lin Xingyo wasn't ordinary, he couldn't see it either. After all, his abilities came from the system, so he couldn't perceive the rule turbulence that was powerful enough to crush a true immortal. Step by step, Lin Xingyo advanced swiftly, covering 30,000 li in the blink of an eye. He continued westward, but when he reached the 100,000 li mark, a bloodied woman stumbled toward him, pleading for help. Taoist friend, please save me. Lin Xingyo winced. He had almost made it through 10,000 miles without incident, and now this damsel in distress scenario was unfolding. He wasn't quite used to such situations. Moreover, before entering the ancient forbidden zone, the Emperor of True Martial had repeatedly warned him not to interact with anyone once inside. Now faced with this plea for help, he was torn between saving her or not. After all, the woman was quite ethereal, with a look that somewhat resembled Liu Yifei. If he brought her back, she might make a good companion. Moreover, before entering the mountains, Emperor Zhenwu had repeatedly warned him. Once inside the ancient forbidden zone, do not engage with anyone. Now, faced with this damsel in distress, Lin Xingyo was torn. Should he save her or not? After all, the woman was quite ethereal, with a look that resembled Liu Yifei. If he brought her back to warm his bed, it wouldn't be such a bad deal. Taoist friend, save me. I will do anything for you in return. Anything? Lin Xingyo felt a little excited and was about to step forward to help, but suddenly, a massive fire-breathing giant lizard charged out of the woods, roaring ferociously. Human, this woman is mine. Get lost, or I'll eat you. The fire-breathing lizard raised its head high, glaring down at Lin Xingyo with disdain. Humph! Lin Xingyo's eyes darkened, and an annoyed expression crossed his face. A mere flame lizard at the immortal king level dared to show off in front of him. If it weren't for the fact that the lizard looked so disgusting, Lin Xingyo would have already knocked it out with a single punch, set it on fire, and slow-cooked it in a pot. Human, didn't you hear me speaking to you? The flame lizard frowned, radiating murderous intent as it glared at Lin Xingyo. However, the latter merely glanced at the lizard without responding, instead reaching out to catch the woman who was about to fall. This woman's figure is quite curvaceous, and she's quite soft to the touch. Lin Xingyo's expression softened as he reveled in the sensation, but the flame lizard was furious. It spewed out a massive burst of fire, aiming to incinerate Lin Xingyo. Open the bone of supremacy? Lin Xingyo glanced down at the pale, unconscious woman in his arms and stepped forward, instantly activating the colorless domain. The flames spewed by the flame lizard were immediately blocked. This is bad. The flame lizard's expression changed, realizing it had encountered a formidable opponent. Without waiting for Lin Xingyo to act, it let out a roar and fled back into the woods. Did I say you could leave? Lin Xingyo's cold gaze darkened as he teleported in front of the flame lizard, raised his fist, and took a deep breath. With a powerful punch, he slammed it into the lizard's head. Crack! A loud scream echoed as the flame lizard's massive body was sent flying, crashing through a forest and flattening it. Take this! Lin Xingyo charged forward, punching down on the flame lizard in a brutal display of force, nearly bursting its eyeballs. Master, please stop. I was blind to have offended you. I am willing to submit and follow you. Please spare my life. The flame lizard cried out in desperation. Follow me? No thanks. You're so ugly. I wouldn't want you even if you begged. Lin Xingyo sneered, ignoring the lizard's plea and continuing his relentless beating, intent on finishing it off. The flame lizard was dumbfounded. What kind of person was this? It wasn't exactly handsome, but it wasn't entirely useless either. After all, it was a demon lord at the 3rd level of the Immortal King realm. Outside this ancient forbidden zone, it was practically a godlike existence. Yet, this guy was ready to kill it just because it was ugly. It was infuriating, but the flame lizard had no choice. The opponent's strength was overwhelming. With its own level of cultivation, it stood no chance. Master, I was wrong. Please stop. If you spare my life, I can offer you 2 divine herbs. The flame lizard had no choice but to submit again. 2 divine herbs? That's not bad. Lin Xingyo stopped, looking down at the flame lizard. And hand over 20 drops of your demon lord essence blood. I might consider sparing you. Otherwise, I'll finish you off. 20 drops of essence blood? The flame lizard nearly fainted from anger. Essence blood was vital for beasts. Each drop was incredibly precious. This guy was asking for 20 drops at once. If it lost 20 drops of essence blood, its cultivation would drop to the 1st level of the Immortal King realm, and it would take at least 1,000 years to recover its current strength. You don't want to? Lin Xingyo's gaze darkened as he looked at the flame lizard. Then I'll just send you to hell. Master, no. I'll do it. 20 drops of essence blood. Right here? The flame lizard forced a smile, almost in tears, but eventually, it squeezed out 20 drops of essence blood, placing them in a jade bottle and offering them to Lin Xingyo. And the 2 divine herbs. Lin Xingyo accepted the essence blood without hesitation, then turned his gaze back to the flame lizard. Master, don't worry, here they are. The flame lizard quickly produced the 2 divine herbs and handed them over. Master, can I leave now? Go ahead. Chapter 71. Offering oneself in return. You're awake? Several hours later, Lin Xingyo, seeing the woman he had saved on the road awaken, spoke to her indifferently. It's good that you're awake. Thank you, fellow cultivator, for saving my life. I am Chu Yun. Lin Xingyo raised his hand, cutting her off before she could finish. There's no need for formalities. Given your decent looks, I'll give you a chance to offer yourself in return. Offer myself in return? Chu Yun nearly lost her composure, feeling an urge to slap Lin Xingyo. She was the sunset fairy of the Kanglan continent in the immortal spirit realm. Her pursuers were almost bursting through the gates of her sect. Her cultivation had reached the first level of the immortal king realm, only a hair's breadth away from the second level. And now, this man was suggesting she offer herself in return. It was too bold. If this were Kanglan continent, merely uttering such words would have been enough for Lin Xingyo to be minced into pulp by her admirers without her lifting a finger. Well, Lin Xingyo added some wood to the fire under the pot. If you're not willing to offer yourself in return, then warming my bed would be fine too. Don't worry, I'll treat you well. You. Chu Yun was utterly flustered. What kind of person was this? She had lived for so long, yet never encountered anyone who dared to be so disrespectful to her. If not for the fact that he had saved her, Chu Yun would have already taken action against him for his words. Huh. Why aren't you speaking? You're not going back on your word, are you? You did say, as long as I could save you, you'd do anything. Now, you're not going back on that, are you? Lin Xingyo frowned, staring at Chu Yun. Chu Yun opened her mouth, but found herself momentarily speechless. She recalled blurting out such words in her panic while fleeing and encountering Lin Xingyo. But was she, the esteemed sunset fairy, really going to warm his bed? No, absolutely not. She was the goddess of countless men's dreams. How could she stoop to such a level? What would people think of her then? Forget it. Women's words are never to be taken seriously. Since you're unwilling, you can leave. Lin Xingyo pouted, suddenly waving his hand. Leave. Chu Yun was completely stunned. She had a lot to say, but now that Lin Xingyo was telling her to leave, she was momentarily at a loss, frozen in place. Time to eat. Lin Xingyo ignored Chu Yun, instead lifting the pot lid and using 2 wooden chopsticks to stir the contents before picking up a large piece of meat and starting to eat. Gulp. Seeing this, Chu Yun's stomach growled loudly. She hadn't eaten in a long time and was genuinely hungry. Fellow cultivator, may I join you? Chu Yun approached, swallowing hard and timidly asking Lin Xingyo. You want to eat? Lin Xingyo held up a piece of dripping meat, looking at Chu Yun. Then come and eat with me. Thank you, fellow cultivator. Chu Yun stepped forward without hesitation, using the wooden chopsticks to pick up a piece of meat. Don't worry. I will definitely repay your kindness today. Lin Xingyo pouted, not paying her words any mind. Whether she repaid him or not didn't matter to him. After all, many people were just fleeting figures in life, coming and going in a hurry. If one wanted to repay, it was better to do it now. Talking about the future? That was just empty talk, so Lin Xingyo didn't take her words seriously. However, after a few bites of the meat, Chu Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. This is delicious. What kind of meat is this, with such rich essence? And there are divine herbs cooked with it? Chu Yun exclaimed, her whole body trembling as she focused her gaze. She noticed that the rising steam contained an invisible Taoist aura, transforming into mythical beasts dancing in the wind. Good heavens! Such phenomena only occur with legendary, earth-shaking elixirs, don't they? Seeing Chu Yun's expression, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but smile. He was quite confident in his cooking skills, having reached the pinnacle after 3 years of signing in under the system's torture. With a smile, Lin Xingyo looked at Chu Yun. If you like it, eat more. Chu Yun agreed, instantly discarding any semblance of goddess-like demeanor. She began wolfing down the meat from the pot. No good. After a while, Chu Yun inwardly exclaimed, feeling her spiritual energy suddenly go berserk. Her injured body, like a rejuvenated old tree, began to recover. Boom! Chu Yun's body suddenly trembled violently. The boundary between the first and second levels of the Immortal King realm shattered. She had directly crossed from the first level to the second level of the Immortal King realm, leaping an entire realm in an instant. Chu Yun was utterly shocked. What's going on? What kind of divine treasure did I just consume to leap an entire realm in the blink of an eye? This is too incredible. The meat in this pot. Each piece must be priceless, otherwise, how could I have made such a breakthrough? Chu Yun stared at Lin Xingyo, wanting to say something but unable to utter a word. Ah! Lin Xingyo, holding the wooden chopsticks, looked at Chu Yun, his face twisted in regret. He regretted it. He shouldn't have invited this woman to eat with him. The pot of meat he had simmered for hours was completely devoured by Chu Yun. Now, only some broth remained. After all that effort, he had only managed to eat one piece of meat, the rest being consumed by Chu Yun. Damn, knowing how much this woman can eat, I shouldn't have called her over. Lin Xingyo glared at Chu Yun, regretting his kindness. He almost wanted to slap himself. It seemed he really shouldn't be so nice in the future. Chapter 72. A bit exciting. The next morning, golden sunlight rose from the east, bathing the entire world in its warm glow. Lin Xingyo, still in his sleep, unconsciously reached out to feel around. Lin Xingyo suddenly opened his eyes, and the sight before him sent a chill down his spine, for he found himself holding Chu Yun in his arms. Buzz buzz. Faced with this scene, Lin Xingyo felt his head was about to explode. Last night, wasn't he sleeping over there? How did he end up here? Ah, you scoundrel, I'll kill you. Just as Lin Xingyo was still in shock, a piercing scream suddenly rang out. Looking down, he saw Chu Yun, her face filled with rage, slapping him hard. Smack! Chu Yun's palm landed heavily on Lin Xingyo's face. Realizing what had happened, Lin Xingyo quickly apologized to her. But Chu Yun was completely devastated. Her chastity, as the fairy of the sunset, was gone. Ah! Chu Yun pushed Lin Xingyo away with all her might, her entire being in a frenzy. You scoundrel, I'll kill you. After a moment, Chu Yun finally regained her composure and suddenly drew her long sword, lunging at Lin Xingyo with the speed of a lightning strike. Miss, please calm down. I really didn't mean to last night. Lin Xingyo sidestepped and pulled Chu Yun into his arms, saying, I'll take responsibility for you, at most. Chu Yun was so furious she felt like spitting blood. She was far from satisfied with Lin Xingyo's response. As the fairy of the sunset, she was naturally beautiful and graceful. She could never look up to someone like Lin Xingyo, a rogue who dared to take advantage of her when she was unprepared at night. She, the fairy of the sunset, would never fall for someone like that. Sister, where are you? Was that your voice just now? Just as Chu Yun was struggling against Lin Xingyo's hold, several calls came from the forest. Oh no! Chu Yun's heart skipped a beat. She knew it was her junior sister, Iwanjua, who had come looking for her. She immediately told Lin Xingyo to let go of her, straightened herself up, and warned him not to tell anyone about what had happened between them. Only then did she respond to the calls from the forest. Soon, a group of over 20 people flew toward them. Sister, we finally found you. I was so scared last night. I thought I'd never see you again. Iwanjua ran up and hugged Chu Yun tightly. The others who followed were all concerned about Chu Yun, but a few pairs of eyes landed on Lin Xingyo with intense hostility. Lin Xingyo pursed his lips, not intending to engage, and turned to leave. But one of them, a handsome man with a broad sword on his back, had no intention of letting Lin Xingyo go. He stepped forward and blocked his path. Jihaowen, what are you doing? He's my friend. Don't be rude to him. Chu Yun, who had been talking to Iwanjua, suddenly turned her gaze toward them, her face darkening as she spoke to Jihaowen. Oh! Jihaowen's eyebrows shot up, and the murderous intent in his eyes grew even more intense. Jihaowen, move aside. Chu Yun shot Jihaowen a fierce glare and quickly stepped in front of Lin Xingyo, shielding him behind her. Lin Xingyo was a bit surprised by her actions, but Ji Haowen's murderous intent was even more apparent on his face. Fairy of the Sunset, there's no need to be nervous. I just wanted to get to know this fellow cultivator. I mean no harm. Chu Yun didn't buy it. She could feel Ji Haowen's hostility. If she didn't protect Lin Xingyo, Ji Haowen would definitely make things difficult for him. Most likely, he would find a secluded spot and kill him, as he had done before, never allowing any man other than himself near her. Chu Yun had always hated him, but he was like a fly, constantly buzzing around her, impossible to get rid of. Of course, the main reason was that she couldn't defeat him. After all, his cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the Immortal King realm, only a step away from becoming a quasi-emperor realm expert. Chapter 73. The Beast of Ruin. Roar. Suddenly, a series of angry roars echoed through the air, and the clouds in the sky burst apart. In the next moment, the animal herds in the forest instantly formed countless waves of beasts, scattering in all directions in a desperate run. This is bad. It's the Beast of Ruin. Yi Guaner and the others were all shocked, their faces showing expressions of fear. Run. Chu Yun, reacting instinctively, grabbed Lin Xingyo's hand. But Yi Guaner despairingly said, "It's no use, we can't escape. The Beasts of Ruin are everywhere. What do we do?" Chu Yun's face also showed despair, for the Beasts of Ruin were the most terrifying creatures in the ancient Forbidden Zone, nearly indestructible and extremely powerful. Unless there was a quasi-emperor level expert, it would be difficult for them to break out of the encirclement of the Beasts of Ruin. What should we do? Are we really going to perish here? Yi Guaner and the others were all panicking. They were all experts at the Immortal King realm. Outside the ancient Forbidden Zone, they were gods, but here, they were nothing more than ants. Follow me. Ji Haowen's gaze darkened as she surveyed the surroundings, then shot westward at an extreme speed, saying, "I will definitely lead you out. Let's go." Yi Guaner and the others were momentarily stunned but quickly reacted, following Ji Haowen in a westward breakout. Chu Yun, who had grabbed Lin Xingyo, didn't give him a chance to speak and flew after them while holding him. Chu Yun understood. There was only a chance if they followed Ji Haowen, as she possessed the strength of a peak Immortal King. Even though Lin Xingyo seemed somewhat mysterious, he certainly wasn't as strong as her, so Chu Yun pulled Lin Xingyo along. Roar. The Beasts of Ruin didn't intend to let them go. With a blood-curdling roar, a giant hand, large enough to cover the sky, engulfed in flames, slammed down at them with full force. Boom! With a single slap, the Beast of Ruin shattered the void, and the overwhelming flames covered the entire sky. Divine laws of destruction, like spiderwebs, enveloped this part of the world. Immortal Slaying Blade break? Ji Haowen's angry shout rang out as she drew the massive blade with glowing divine patterns from her back and slashed it lightning fast at the Beast of Ruin's palm, blocking their path. Snap! Ji Haowen's blade shattered the 1,000-zhang-wide palm in front of her, and the space instantly collapsed inward, forming a terrifying black hole that swallowed everyone inside. Some, unable to dodge in time, were instantly shredded into dust by the terrifying force. Ah! I don't want to die. Yi Guaner screamed, while behind her, Chu Yun's face was ashen. Caught in the vortex, Ji Haowen coughed up blood continuously. Even though she possessed the strength of a peak Immortal King, she still couldn't withstand the powerful destructive force of the black hole, which was formed by her strongest attack and the Beast of Ruin's power. Am I, Ji Haowen, going to die here? No, I can't die. I, Ji Haowen, am a peak Immortal King, a godlike existence outside the ancient Forbidden Zone. I absolutely cannot die here, never. Angry, unyielding roars echoed within Ji Haowen's mind as death approached. Suddenly, a massive flaming palm came crashing down towards him. Clang! In her panic and despair, Ji Haowen raised the immortal slaying blade in her hand and desperately blocked. In an instant, a force so powerful it was insurmountable slammed into her. In the blink of an eye, her immortal slaying blade shattered. Her arms bled, and in the midst of the excruciating pain, Ji Haowen's vision darkened as she crashed toward Lin Xingyo. Roar! The beast of ruin was completely enraged, pounding its chest with mountain-sized claws. It let out an angry roar at Lin Xingyo and the others, and the resulting sonic boom instantly reduced a radius of 10,000 miles to rubble. Iguaner and the others, unable to withstand the sonic blast, all bled from their orifices, their eyes rolling back as they plummeted from the sky. Roar! The beast of ruin let out another furious roar, and its massive claws swept across, grabbing several immortal kings and, before Lin Xingyo could react, stuffing them into its mouth and chewing them up.
Ugh.
Seeing this, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but feel nauseated. He casually tossed Chu Yun and the others, who had been knocked unconscious by the sound wave, into his portable small world. Then, with lightning speed, he launched a fierce punch at the powerful beast of ruin. Boom! The beast of ruin, formidable enough to be unmatched by Ji Haowen and the others, didn't even have time to react. With a single punch from Lin Xingyo, it exploded into fragments, its massive body crashing to the ground. This guy wasn't as strong as I imagined, huh? Lin Xingyo pursed his lips, blew on his fist, and casually glanced at the beast of ruin he had just obliterated, shaking his head. But, the next moment, Lin Xingyo's smug expression froze. The beast of ruin he had just obliterated with a single punch had regenerated from its shattered body and stood up, furiously launching hundreds of punches at him, shattering the surrounding space. Fist of shattering heaven, break. Lin Xingyo's cold eyes darkened as he activated the boundless domain. He took a deep breath, sucking in the spiritual energy from a radius of 10 million miles, then raised his fist and fiercely exchanged punches with the enraged beast of ruin. Crack, crack, crack. Lin Xingyo's powerful punches shattered the void, directly clashing with the beast of ruin. In an instant, a radius of tens of thousands of miles became a wasteland, with countless spatial rifts tearing the world apart. But, the next instant, the ancient forbidden zone was filled with countless roars, and the fiery beasts of ruin all roared as they charged toward them. Damn! Seeing this, Lin Xingyo's face turned black. Although he wasn't afraid of these beasts of ruin, if he was surrounded and attacked by tens of thousands of them, it would be troublesome, as these creatures were nearly indestructible. Go! Lin Xingyo gritted his teeth, summoned the heavenly slaying sword, stepped on it, grasped the god-devouring spear, and flew outward at high speed. Roar! The tens of thousands of beasts of ruin closing in weren't willing to let Lin Xingyo escape so easily. They all roared and surged toward him, unleashing indiscriminate attacks. God-devouring spear, kill. Lin Xingyo, standing on the heavenly slaying sword and holding the god-devouring spear, faced the frenzied beasts of ruin like an invincible war god. He pushed forward relentlessly. Everywhere the spear reached, the beasts of ruin were obliterated with a single strike. Roar! The beasts of ruin were completely enraged, each one furiously attacking Lin Xingyo, turning a radius of 10,000 miles into a complete wasteland. Although Lin Xingyo was strong, facing so many powerful beasts of ruin, he was in a difficult situation. However, fortunately, he had the god-devouring spear to lead the way and the golden light Buddha wall and boundless domain for protection. Despite the frenzied attacks from the beasts of ruin, despite the overwhelming odds, he managed to break through their encirclement and fought his way to a distance of 10,000 miles beyond. Damn! These guys aren't as strong as an emperor, but having tens of thousands of them swarm up is no joke. The worst part is they're nearly indestructible. Even the god-devouring spear can't kill them. It seems that old Turtle wasn't lying to me. This ancient forbidden zone really is a highly dangerous forbidden area. I believe even an ordinary emperor would get killed instantly if they came in. However, it's not much of a threat to me, since I'm at the peak of the 9th level of the immortal emperor realm. Lin Xingyo escaped the encirclement of the beasts of ruin, holding the god-devouring spear in his hand, and couldn't help but show a hint of smugness on his face. But, the next second, before he could react, a giant hand descended from the sky and slapped him squarely in the chest.
Ugh.
Lin Xingyo groaned in pain, his eyes wide with disbelief as he watched the giant hand dissipate in the air. He was sent flying 1,000,000 miles, crashing into the rubble and falling unconscious. Chapter 74. Scaring the hell out of someone. In the dead of night, the howling wind roared past, and countless powerful savage beasts emerged from the forest. Their emerald green eyes flickered like ghostly flames in the darkness, sending chills down one's spine. Cough, cough, cough. From the ruins where the beasts passed, a series of sharp coughs suddenly echoed. In the next moment, a pale hand shot out from beneath the fragmented yellow soil, followed by another. The two hands clawed at the surface, and then a mud-covered head emerged from the ground. Where am I? How did I end up here? Ji Haowen looked around in confusion, only to find himself surrounded by skulls. At first glance, it seemed as if he had arrived in hell. I must be dead. Ji Haowen's scalp tingled. The sight before him was truly terrifying, especially with the skulls scattered everywhere, making him feel as if he had fallen into the depths of hell. But then, the soil beside him suddenly erupted with more pale hands clawing their way out, followed by even more. Ah! Ji Haowen stared in shock, his scalp crawling with fear. His instincts kicked in, and he scrambled backward in panic, his hands and feet frantically clawing at the ground, until he reached the shelter of a large boulder. But the next second, a mud-covered head suddenly emerged from beneath his crotch. Ghost! Ji Haowen started to shout, but stopped abruptly when he realized the person was familiar. His natural sense of authority kicked in, and his panicked expression was replaced by an air of majesty. Master, where are we? How did we end up here? The advisor who had emerged from beneath Ji Haowen's crotch looked at him and asked in bewilderment. We. Ji Haowen opened his mouth but couldn't find the words. In his mind, he had already believed himself to be dead, so he was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Ha, ha, ha. We're alive, Master. It's all thanks to you. If it weren't for your blade shattering the attack of the ruined beast and creating a black hole that swallowed us, we wouldn't be here now. As Ji Haowen was still reeling, several others who had emerged from the ground began to exclaim excitedly. They all turned to Ji Haowen, showering him with praise. We're not dead. After a moment, Ji Haowen finally snapped back to reality and stood up, his expression regaining its usual arrogance. Master, your might is boundless. You've truly led us to safety. The group surrounded him, boosting his ego even further. Meanwhile, Chu Yun, who had also awakened, ignored Ji Haowen and instead searched the area for Lin Xingyo, but she couldn't find him anywhere. Sister, what are you looking for? Are you looking for him? Yu Wanwan asked, looking at Chu Yun. Chu Yun was startled. He's gone? Sister, you're not serious, are you? You're really looking for him? Yu Wanwan's face was filled with shock. Meanwhile, Ji Haowen, with a cold expression, said, If he's gone, then he must be dead. Before Ji Haowen could finish, a voice that grated on his ears rang out. Lin Xingyo emerged from the soil, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his gaze locking onto Ji Haowen. You're alive. That's great. Chu Yun was stunned, then rushed toward Lin Xingyo, throwing herself into his arms before he could react. The atmosphere froze. Realizing her mistake, Chu Yun tried to pull away, but Lin Xingyo held her in place. You too. Ji Haowen was furious, his face turning red, his body trembling. Seeing the woman he coveted so deeply in Lin Xingyo's arms, he felt both heartache and a burning desire to kill Lin Xingyo on the spot. Come here. You. Die. After a moment of silence, Ji Haowen pointed at Lin Xingyo with murderous intent. I'll let you die with a whole body. You dare. Chu Yun was furious. She had long since grown tired of Ji Haowen's relentless pursuit. His audacity to speak to Lin Xingyo like that only fueled her anger. She confronted Ji Haowen fiercely. If you dare touch him, I'll kill myself. You. Ji Haowen was pushed to the brink, his inner rage exploding. His cold eyes radiated tangible killing intent, his fists clenched into a livid shade of iron. It was clear he had reached his limit. Sister, what are you doing? Just now, Lord Ji saved us. Can't we just let this go? Seeing the tension, Yi Wanwan quickly stepped in to mediate. But Ji Haowen wasn't buying it. He glared at Chu Yun with murderous intent. Lady Luoxia, are you forcing my hand? And what if I am? Chu Yun stood her ground, her attitude unyielding. This only further enraged Ji Haowen. However, before he could act, several of Ji Haowen's advisors stepped forward. They huddled together, whispering something, and eventually, Ji Haowen's expression softened, though it remained icy. He shot a cold glare at Lin Xingyo, even giving him the middle finger, making it clear that he wouldn't let this go. Lin Xingyo, however, just smiled. A mere ant dared to bare its fangs before him. If it weren't for his intervention, the man would have already become ruined beast fodder. Phew. Yi Wanwan exhaled in relief, glad that things hadn't escalated further. Her expression softened, though her gaze toward Lin Xingyo remained unfriendly. Sister, let's go. Chu Yun shot a fierce glare at Ji Haowen and pulled Lin Xingyo, intending to leave. But Ji Haowen wasn't about to let them go. He stepped forward, blocking their path. Lady Luoxia, don't leave. I was wrong earlier. I apologize. Besides, the outside is filled with ruined beasts. It's dangerous for you to go out like this. Sister, Lord Ji is right. We should leave at dawn. Besides, we're heading to the ancient medicine garden. Without Lord Ji's help, we won't find it. After all, he's been there before. Yi Wanwan quickly stepped in, pulling Chu Yun back. And with ruined beasts roaming the mountains, it's too dangerous to go alone. Chu Yun hesitated. While she wanted to leave, she knew Yi Wanwan was right. They were in the ancient forbidden zone. Their strength alone wouldn't be enough to survive here, so she was torn. Miss Chu, it's fine. Lin Xingyo smirked, his tone teasing. It's late. We can leave tomorrow. Lady Luoxia, I was wrong earlier. I won't overstep again, Ji Haowen said, though his cold gaze never left Lin Xingyo. It was clear his desire to kill him hadn't waned. Lin Xingyo, however, didn't take him seriously. With his mere peak-level immortal king strength, he wasn't worth worrying about. But Yi Wanwan's last remark caught his interest. He decided to stay, especially since this man knew about the ancient medicine garden. If he dared to provoke him, he'd soon learn just how extraordinary Lin Xingyo truly was. All right, I'll stay, but you're not to interfere in my affairs. Otherwise, I'll leave, even if it means dying here, Chu Yun said firmly, staring at Ji Haowen. Lady Luoxia, don't worry. I won't meddle in your affairs, Ji Haowen said sincerely. Humph. Chu Yun snorted coldly, not giving Ji Haowen a good look. She understood very well that Ji Haowen's sudden drastic change in attitude couldn't be simple. There must be something more behind it, likely some scheme he was plotting. However, she wasn't overly worried, as she had come prepared. So, without further interaction with Ji Haowen, she turned to Lin Xingyo and said, Come, let's find a place to sleep. Sleep? Lin Xingyo was momentarily stunned. This happiness came too suddenly. It was utterly unexpected. Realizing what was happening, Lin Xingyo's face immediately lit up with an exceptionally excited expression. Humph. In contrast to Lin Xingyo's joy, Ji Haowen's eyes now held not only the previous anger but also a torrent of hatred and killing intent. Lin Xingyo, just wait. When we reach the ancient medicine garden, I, the immortal king, will make sure you know exactly how you will die. Chapter 75. A Dangerous Journey. The next morning, as soon as the sky began to brighten, the group set off. They headed west, deeper into the ancient forbidden zone. Chu Yun flew with Lin Xingyo on her sword, following behind Ji Haowen and the others. Throughout the journey, Lin Xingyo clung tightly to Chu Yun, his eyes revealing a look of comfort, while Ji Haowen in front of them was livid with anger. The resentment in his heart was overwhelming. He almost wished he could cut Lin Xingyo down with a single sword strike. Bastard, don't hold me so tight? Chu Yun suddenly glared at Lin Xingyo during their flight, clearly displeased. It makes me very uncomfortable. I'm sorry, Lin Xingyo stammered, squeezing a bit harder. I didn't mean to. Humph. Chu Yun wasn't buying it. Clearly, It was intentional. Otherwise, why would he hold her so tightly? Damn it! Ji Haowen was on the verge of exploding. The sight of this shameless couple was too much to bear. He had been single for so long. His left hand wasn't tired, but his right hand was getting a bit sore. Finally, he found someone he liked, thinking he wouldn't have to keep training his Qilin arm. But just as things were looking up, this Lin Xingyo had to come along and ruin everything, forcing him to continue training his arm. The anger in Ji Haowen's heart was almost too much to bear. If it weren't for not wanting to offend the Immortal Moon sect, he would have already struck down this shameless couple and ended their flirtatious antics that were driving him mad. Sister. Yi Guaner blushed, her face turning red. Was this really her sister? The one who seemed so detached from worldly affairs? She had actually spoken such embarrassing words in front of so many people. Even if they were overcome by passion, there was no need to express it so openly. With so many people around, their shameless behavior made it difficult for others to know how to react. Head, be careful. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Everyone focused their attention and saw a massive ball yun emerge from the forest, carrying a huge log in its arms, and it swung the log at Ji Haowen with full force. You're asking for it. Ji Haowen, already brimming with unreleased fury, saw the towering ball yun charging at him. Without hesitation, he clenched his fist and launched a lightning-fast punch toward the ball yun. Crack! Ji Haowen's punch, shattering the void, clashed with the ball yun's strike, and the powerful impact instantly pulverized the log the ball yun was holding. Iron Fist break. Ji Haowen capitalized on his momentum, swiftly delivering a follow-up punch that shot upward, slamming into the giant ape's jaw. The punch sent the giant ape flying, crashing into a forest and flattening a large area. Well done. Master, you're truly extraordinary. You defeated such a formidable giant ape with just one punch. The surrounding advisors all gathered around Ji Haowen, fawning over him with excessive praise. Even Yi Guaner's face glowed with admiration, her eyes filled with stars. Ji Haowen had been incredibly dashing just now. That posture, that punch, for Yi Guaner, it was simply exhilarating. As for her gaze toward Lin Xingyo, it was cold and indifferent. She couldn't understand why her sister, Chu Yun, would choose someone like Lin Xingyo, who seemed like a good-for-nothing, over the outstanding Ji Haowen. But, in the next moment, countless massive ball yun emerged from the forest, charging at them. In an instant, the two sides clashed. Lin Xingyo didn't dare to fight. Not only was he injured, but the memory of the giant palm that had suddenly appeared and struck him down during his battle with the Shirso yesterday still filled him with fear. Lin Xingyo was filled with fear just thinking about it. He understood that there must be beings even more powerful than him guarding the ancient forbidden zone. If he attacked these ball yun, it was likely to provoke that terrifying existence again. Therefore, facing the attacks of the ball yun, Lin Xingyo hesitated and didn't dare to strike back. He had to obtain the 7 immortal blood spirit grass and return alive. Otherwise, Su Shuryan would be doomed for life. Head, what should we do? The number of ball yun is increasing. After fighting for a while, a few of Ji Haowen's advisors looked fearful. Let's break through and escape. Ji Haowen's expression was grim. He had just shown off a bit, finally feeling a sense of superiority in front of Chu Yun. But now, they were being attacked by a swarm of giant apes. It was infuriating. However, Ji Haowen didn't indulge in heroic fantasies. After slaying a dozen formidable ball yun, he led his advisors in a breakout attempt, while Chu Yun and Yi Guaner were left behind, forgotten. Lord Ji, take me with you. Yi Guaner swiftly dispatched a few giant apes and quickly made her way toward Ji Haowen. Chu Yun, too, didn't dare to take any risks. She brought Lin Xingyo along and moved closer to the group. After all, she was only at the 2nd level of the Immortal King realm, and facing so many giant apes alone was too dangerous. Follow me closely. Ji Haowen, having regained his composure, began to lead the way forward while shouting to Yi Guaner, I'll take you all out of here. With that, Ji Haowen's fists unleashed a deadly force, cutting through the attacking giant apes like a hot knife through butter. Chu Yun and the others followed closely behind, making their way through the chaos. Roar! The Ba Yun, though unwilling, could only watch as Ji Haowen and the others disappeared into the distance. However, no one dared to fly through the air anymore. They all stowed their swords and moved quickly through the forest, as flying would make them too conspicuous. If they had encountered a pack of Shirso earlier, escaping would have been much more difficult. After the encounter, everyone began to flatter Ji Haowen, while Lin Xingyo, following silently behind Chu Yun, was completely ignored by the group. Useless. Yi Guaner disdainfully glanced at Lin Xingyo. She couldn't understand why, despite being human, the difference between them was so vast. What made her even more angry was that her sister had chosen someone like Lin Xingyo, who seemed like a good-for-nothing, over the outstanding Ji Haowen. Head, if we keep going, we should reach the Broken Soul Valley. After traveling roughly 100,000 miles, one of Ji Haowen's advisors, holding a crude map, looked at the area ahead, which was shrouded in ominous mist, and spoke up. Broken Soul Valley? Upon hearing the name, everyone's faces showed fear. Compared to the current area, the Broken Soul Valley was far more dangerous. Yes. Ji Haowen nodded, no longer showing the panic from the previous night. Instead, he appeared extremely calm, as if everything was under his control. However, Chu Yun and the others were filled with worry. Head, should we go there now? After a while, one of Ji Haowen's advisors, with a worried expression, asked him. Not yet. Ji Haowen frowned and said, let's rest first, gather some food, and fill our stomachs before going there. This response was naturally met with agreement. Even Lin Xingyo was in favor. After all, no one wanted to go hungry. So, everyone split up to gather firewood and hunt some beasts, which they cleaned and roasted over a fire. Lin Xingyo didn't participate in any of this. Chu Yun was afraid that if Lin Xingyo went out to find food, something might happen to him, so she kept him by her side, not allowing him to help with the preparations while watching Ji Haowen's advisors busy themselves. Chapter 76. Unexpected. It smells so good. After a while, Ji Haowen and the others had roasted the monster meat to a golden yellow, and the aroma of the roasted meat wafted through the air. Gulp! Lin Xingyo swallowed hard, his stomach rumbling uncontrollably. Glutton! Chu Yun shot a displeased glance at Lin Xingyo, feeling a bit embarrassed by his obvious hunger. But soon, her own stomach let out an even louder rumble, and her entire face turned crimson with embarrassment. Mistress Luoxia, are you hungry? Ji Haowen glared fiercely at Lin Xingyo, then cut off a hind leg of the monster and offered it to Chu Yun with a flattering smile. Here, the meat is already cooked. You can eat it first? Chu Yun wanted to refuse, but her hunger was too strong, so she took the leg from Ji Haowen and started eating. However, she quickly realized that Lin Xingyo hadn't eaten yet, so she called out to him, You jerk, come over and eat with us. Oh! Lin Xingyo responded, but Ji Haowen's face instantly darkened. He was so furious that he wished he could slap his size 46 shoe onto Lin Xingyo's face. Sister, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you two to eat together? There's plenty of monster meat. Why don't we ask Lord Ji to cut another piece for him? Yi Guaner quickly interjected when she sensed the tension. Chu Yun was startled, and then realized her own lapse in judgment. But she also felt puzzled. She clearly disliked this jerk, so why did she often find herself instinctively protecting him? This feeling is so strange. I clearly hate him, so why do I act this way? Holding the monster leg, Chu Yun stared at Lin Xingyo, murmuring to herself, could it be that I don't hate him, but actually like him now? No, impossible. Chu Yun shook her head vigorously, refusing to believe her own thoughts. How could she possibly like someone who seemed so ordinary, even a bit like a rascal? Absolutely impossible. After all, she was the beloved Mistress Luoxia, admired by all. How could she fall for someone who appeared mysterious yet ordinary? Sister, are you all right? Yi Guaner blinked, looking at Chu Yun's flushed face with confusion. I'm fine. Ji Haowen, could you please cut another piece of meat for him? Chu Yun snapped back to reality, glancing at Lin Xingyo unintentionally before addressing Ji Haowen. Ji Haowen's face was full of displeasure, especially since Chu Yun had asked him to personally cut meat for Lin Xingyo, which felt like a great humiliation. He was a peak immortal king, the current head of the Ji family, a figure of great status wherever he went. He was always the one being served, never the one serving others. Now, he was being asked to cut meat for a nobody. He absolutely refused. But then his expression changed suddenly, revealing a mischievous smile. He cut off the roasted fire phoenix's rear end and handed it to Lin Xingyo, saying, "Here, this is for you to eat." Everyone present looked at Lin Xingyo with mocking gazes, especially Yi Guaner, who couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yes, someone who hasn't done anything deserves to eat the rear end? Lin Xingyo pursed his lips, not bothering to respond. But Ji Haowen wasn't going to let Lin Xingyo off the hook. Holding the chicken butt, he taunted, "Worthless trash. Come, take it and eat. I, your lord, am rewarding you." Achoo. Lin Xingyo glanced at Ji Haowen indifferently, rubbed his nose as if uncomfortable, and then sneezed directly at Ji Haowen. In an instant, snot flew all over Ji Haowen's face, and even more shockingly, the chicken butt in his hand magically ended up in his own mouth. I'm sorry. I just had a sneeze because my nose was itchy. I didn't mean to spray you, Lord Ji. You're such a capable person. Why didn't you dodge? Lin Xingyo quickly took out a tissue and started wiping Ji Haowen's face. Ji Haowen was completely enraged. This scoundrel deserved to die 1,000 deaths for spraying snot all over his face. How would he face others now? He was the dignified head of the Ji family, a nearly invincible peak immortal king. No one had ever dared to disrespect him like this before. A mere nobody had the audacity to spray snot on his face. This is blasphemy, an insult. He must not live to see tomorrow. Kill him. Just as Ji Haowen was about to unleash his killing intent, a shout rang out, "Master, it's bad. Look, there are void beasts approaching." Everyone panicked upon hearing this and looked up to see a dozen enormous void beasts heading their way. Damn, run. Why are you all standing there like idiots? Lin Xingyo pressed the tissue onto Ji Haowen's face, grabbed the roasted meat, and quickly pulled the stunned Chu Yun to run. Run. Head towards Broken Soul Valley. After a moment, Ji Haowen and the others snapped out of their panic and started running towards Broken Soul Valley. Chu Yun, having regained her senses, also ran towards the valley. Roar. The void beasts spotted them, and upon seeing Lin Xingyo, they went berserk, surrounding them from behind as if they recognized him and were furious. Hurry, hurry, everyone. Head into Broken Soul Valley. Once we're inside, the void beasts won't dare to follow. Ji Haowen shouted as he ran, urging everyone to hurry. They all understood and sprinted towards the valley. However, they encountered many wild beasts on the way, but as a group of immortal kings, they managed to kill all the beasts blocking their path. But the void beasts didn't want to let them escape into Broken Soul Valley and quickly closed in. Roar, roar. Two relatively smaller void beasts suddenly flew over their heads, opened their massive jaws, and blocked their path. Charge through. Ji Haowen roared, his fists glowing with power as he unleashed two massive energy fists that shattered the air. He charged forward, aiming directly at the two raging void beasts. The other immortal kings also joined in, including Chu Yun and Yi Guaner, who unleashed their most powerful attacks. Roar. Facing Chu Yun's group's attacks, the two void beasts pounded their chests furiously, opening their massive jaws and roaring violently. The shockwaves from their roars shattered all the attacks from Chu Yun and the others. Iron Fist break. Ji Haowen roared, his fists shattering the void beast's shockwaves, and one after another, his punches landed on the beasts' bodies. Roar, roar, roar. The two void beasts let out unwilling roars, but they were blown apart by Ji Haowen's powerful strikes. Well done. Master is invincible. With his iron fists, he shattered the mighty void beasts. Powerful. The aides behind Ji Haowen couldn't help but cheer excitedly. Lin Xingyo pursed his lips, showing his displeasure. The two void beasts Ji Haowen had defeated were smaller than usual, with half the strength. If they had encountered a void beast like the one from yesterday, Ji Haowen wouldn't be so boastful now. He'd probably be knocked out, just like yesterday. Ji Haowen's expression twisted, clearly displeased. He had just been basking in praise, and this Lin Xingyo dared to call him a theft. It infuriated him to the point where he wanted to twist off Lin Xingyo's head. Don't speak. Hold on to me tightly. I'll take you to Broken Soul Valley. Chu Yun shot a fierce glare at Lin Xingyo, feeling genuinely annoyed by him. Just moments ago, he had sprayed snot all over Ji Haowen's face, and now he was mocking Ji Haowen again. Dealing with Lin Xingyo was both infuriating and oddly pleasing. But in the next instant, Chu Yun's face darkened immediately. She turned her head and angrily pinched Lin Xingyo, snapping, "You scoundrel! Who told you to grab my chest so tightly? You told me to hold on tight?" Lin Xingyo twisted his face into an innocent expression, looking at Chu Yun as he spoke. "You." Chu Yun was so angry that she almost lost her balance and fell to the ground. Yi Guaner beside her couldn't help but wince in pain. What kind of people were these two? With void beasts approaching, they were still flirting and bickering. Did they not want to live? Roar! As Ji Haowen blasted apart two weaker void beasts, several more powerful ones finally arrived from behind. In an instant, they became furious and swung their massive claws toward Lin Xingyo and the others. Boom! When the void beasts' mountain-like claws came crashing down, the surrounding 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers were instantly shattered. Even the clouds in the sky were torn apart, and powerful shockwaves formed rings, sweeping Lin Xingyo and the others away for several thousand miles in an instant. Unleash the supreme bones. Facing this moment, Lin Xingyo, amidst the screams of countless onlookers, directly activated the colorless domain. Unfortunately, it only covered 6 or 7 people, while those left outside the domain were instantly blown apart by the overwhelming energy, their limbs shattered. Chapter 77. I'm not dead. Boom. After a while, Lin Xingyo let out a pained grunt and his body was suddenly flung toward a towering peak, instantly reducing it to rubble. From the rubble, Lin Xingyo pushed away a massive boulder in front of him, shook off the dust from his clothes, and stood up to survey his surroundings. He found himself in an area shrouded in ghostly mist. The surroundings were barren mountains, devoid of any green plants, giving off an eerie and terrifying atmosphere. I'm not dead. In the ruins, Ji Haowen shook off the dirt from his body, looking at the Broken Soul Valley in front of him with an unusually excited expression. Master, it's all thanks to your boundless magical power that we were able to survive, otherwise, we would have all been wiped out by that beast just now. Several of Ji Haowen's surviving advisors, despite coughing up blood, all surrounded him, flattering and fawning over him. That's right. Upon hearing this, Ji Haowen immediately raised his eyebrows, his face showing an unusually excited expression. Everyone could tell. He firmly believed that all of this was his accomplishment. Even when he saw Chu Yun standing up, his face showed a look of extreme pride. Lin Xingyo couldn't help but want to slap him to death. If it weren't for him summoning the colorless domain earlier, Ji Haowen would have been killed by the beast with a single slap, leaving no room for his current smugness. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Xingyo looked at Ji Haowen with displeasure, but still couldn't help coughing, as he was already injured yesterday and had just been hit by the beast again. He was now even more injured. However, no matter what, if Ji Haowen didn't know his place and tried to provoke him, killing him would be as easy as lifting a hand. Master, what should we do next? Ji Haowen's advisors looked around and then all turned to him, asking about their next plan. Let's rest for a while first. After all, we are heading to Broken Soul Valley anyway, Ji Haowen said, shaking his head slightly as a splitting headache hit him. Yes, master. Ji Haowen's advisors responded and then sat down one by one, summoning some pills to swallow, and then began to meditate and heal their injuries. Of course, Ji Haowen also sat down, as he too had been injured in the past 2 days. Chu Yun, come. This divine herb is for you. Lin Xingyo helped Chu Yun, who had climbed out of the rubble, and handed her a divine herb given to him by the fire lizard. Xinling grass. Chu Yun was stunned as she held the Xinling grass, which was enveloped in divine radiance, flowing with colorful light, and filled with abundant spiritual energy. It wasn't the Xinling grass that stunned her. It was the fact that such an extraordinary divine herb was given to her without any hesitation by Lin Xingyo. This truly shocked Chu Yun. After all, a superior divine herb was extremely precious to her, and if she could consume this Xinling grass, her injuries would basically be healed. You jerk, thank you. After a while, Chu Yun finally reacted, her beautiful eyes looking at Lin Xingyo with gratitude. It's nothing. Lin Xingyo smiled slightly, showing his white teeth. If one isn't enough, I can give you another. No need. Keep it for yourself. Chu Yun shook her head, refusing Lin Xingyo's kindness, as the Xinling grass was enough to heal her injuries. Hey, my senior sister doesn't want it, so give it to me. Yi Weiner, pale-faced, walked around from behind Lin Xingyo. We want some too. Upon hearing this, Ji Haowen and his group all showed greedy expressions, but Lin Xingyo just pursed his lips and ignored them. He did have divine herbs, but they weren't some common radishes or cabbages. He wasn't going to distribute them to everyone. Stingy. Yi Weiner pouted, looking at Lin Xingyo with dissatisfaction, as she too was a supreme immortal. It was humiliating for her to lower her head and ask Lin Xingyo for a divine herb, only to be refused. Do you still have divine herbs? Chu Yun bit her lip, her face turning red, unconsciously gripping her clothes as she looked at Lin Xingyo, somewhat nervously asking, Could you give one to my junior sister? After all, she's also seriously injured. Sure. Without any hesitation, Lin Xingyo summoned another divine herb and handed it to Chu Yun, then give this divine herb to her. Thank you. Chu Yun's eyes softened as she looked at Lin Xingyo, then handed the divine herb to Yi Weiner, who glared fiercely at Lin Xingyo before huffing and walking away. Ji Haowen and his group watched this scene, several times opening their mouths to say something, but ultimately didn't speak, as asking Chu Yun to get Lin Xingyo to give them some divine herbs was too embarrassing to ask. Ji Haowen couldn't afford to lose face like that. However, Ji Haowen's gaze toward Lin Xingyo grew even colder, and his advisor's gazes also became sinister and terrifying. If Lin Xingyo were just a worthless nobody, they wouldn't be so eager to kill him. Now that they saw Lin Xingyo didn't seem to have any extraordinary abilities, yet seemed to have many divine herbs, they couldn't help but want to kill him and take all his divine herbs. Cough, cough, cough. Over here, Lin Xingyo suddenly coughed violently a few times, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. But soon, he wiped the blood clean, though this scene was all caught in Ji Haowen's eyes. Humph! Ji Haowen's venomous eyes stared at Lin Xingyo, his mouth showing a smirk that wasn't even slightly concealed. If it weren't for his concern about Chu Yun, he would have already made a move on Lin Xingyo. Huff! Lin Xingyo deliberately turned his head, cleaned the blood from his hand, and then summoned a roasted beast leg to start eating. Damn it! Ji Haowen almost went berserk, but he suppressed his anger and glared fiercely at Lin Xingyo, who was eating with relish, his heart already cursing Lin Xingyo's ancestors to the 18th generation. Compared to Ji Haowen's anger, his advisors weren't any better, and their anger was even greater than Ji Haowen's. After all, the fire was started by them, the meat was roasted by them, yet they didn't get to eat a single bite, and now Lin Xingyo was enjoying it all. They didn't dare to ask for any, because if Lin Xingyo refused, their dignity as supreme immortals would be completely lost today. Chapter 78. The White-Clothed Divine King. Let's go, move out. After several hours of recuperation, Ji Haowen and the others finally opened their eyes and set off toward the depths of the soul-severing valley, which was shrouded in ghostly mist. They traveled for about 10 miles. The journey was relatively safe. However, there were still dangers, as occasional ghostly beasts roamed the soul-severing valley. Although not as powerful as void beasts, they were still quite troublesome. Clop, clop, clop. Lin Xingyo and the others cautiously navigated through a narrow canyon. After moving forward about 500 meters, a strong stench of blood suddenly wafted toward them. Everyone, be careful. Yiguaner's body tensed, her expression extremely nervous as she said, "Something's ahead." In response to this situation, there was no need for Yiguaner to remind them. Almost everyone was instinctively on guard. The strong smell of blood in the soul-severing valley was already a warning to everyone. It signaled that the front was very unsafe. There was a high possibility that they could all die here. However, Ji Haowen and the others did not retreat, as they had to pass through the soul-severing valley to reach the ancient medicinal garden. Clop, clop, clop. Lin Xingyo and the others continued to move forward. To be honest, even Lin Xingyo felt a bit scared in the eerie soul-severing valley. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a bone-chilling cold wind swept through the valley, brushing past the back of Lin Xingyo and the others' necks. Who's there? Ji Haowen's expression changed, and he quickly turned around. But there was nothing behind him. Yet, in the next moment, another gust of cold wind seemed to blow past his neck. Startled, Ji Haowen immediately turned back, only to feel a chill run down his spine. There was still nothing behind him. Master, what's wrong? Ji Haowen's advisors all looked at him in surprise. The latter, however, was extremely panicked as he looked at them and said, "Can you check if there's something standing behind me?" Ah! Upon hearing this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Yiguaner and Chu Yun, who were standing beside Lin Xingyo, clutched his arm tightly, their faces pale with fear. Lin Xingyo was speechless. After all, you're all celestial kings. Outside this ancient forbidden zone, you're considered gods. Now, you're all scared out of your wits. Where did your arrogance go? Master, is there really a ghost? Hearing this, everyone panicked again. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but feel exasperated. What's wrong with these people? They're all top-tier existences. How could mere ghosts affect them? But the next moment, Lin Xingyo's gaze froze. He too felt a cold, eerie wind brush past his neck. Damn it! Lin Xingyo's expression hardened. He immediately unleashed a hint of Emperor's might, intending to shatter whatever ghostly entity had touched his neck. But soon, his face showed shock, as the sensation did not dissipate. What's more, the scene before him had completely changed. He found himself in a vast, white expanse, standing on a blood-soaked battlefield. A peerless white-clothed divine king, wielding a broken giant blade, slashed down a rampaging chi dragon with a single strike. Kill! The white-clothed divine king, drenched in blood and gripping the broken blade, led countless human warriors in a relentless charge against the horde of savage beasts pouring into the battlefield. Countless warriors fell in the bloody struggle, but more surged forward without fear of death. Swords clashed, and blood stained the earth. Yet, not a single human retreated. They all charged forward without regard for their lives, using their flesh and blood to hold back the invasion of the beasts. I, the white-clothed divine King Jiang Taishu, vow to defend humanity's eternal survival, even at the cost of my life. Kill. On the battlefield, the white-clothed divine King Jiang Taishu, holding the broken blade, was surrounded by 9 ascending order laws. His eyes fierce, he swung the blade into the sky, shattering 100,000 miles of mountains and rivers in an instant. But at that moment, a war spear that pierced the heavens shot toward him, pinning him to the ground. Jiang Taishu spat out a mouthful of blood, his gaze filled with unwillingness as he looked toward the sky. But in the next instant, a colossal hand that seemed to span the heavens crushed down on this area. Boom! Lin Xingyo's expression changed as the vision before him shattered. When he regained his focus, he saw Jiang Taishu, the white-clothed divine king, drenched in blood, holding the broken blade, with a shattered war spear piercing his chest. His eyes wide, he stared directly at Lin Xingyo. Holy shit! Lin Xingyo's eyes widened in horror, nearly peeing his pants. He had just witnessed this man being obliterated by a single palm strike. Yet, here he was, standing right in front of him, very much alive. It was too eerie. Who are you? I'm just a man with a grudge, so whatever you want, don't drag me into it. I just want to live a carefree life, not fulfill any of your unfinished business. Lin Xingyo composed himself and said to Jiang Taishu, who was standing right in front of him, I am the white-clothed divine king Jiang Taishu. Will you inherit my will? Jiang Taishu, with his wide, copper-like eyes, looked at Lin Xingyo and spoke each word clearly. No, I won't. Lin Xingyo pursed his lips and directly refused. This guy was just too creepy. Lin Xingyo just wanted to live a carefree life. He didn't want to get entangled in any karma with this man. But Jiang Taishu had no intention of letting Lin Xingyo leave. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo's face immediately showed dissatisfaction. Humph! You mere ghost spirit dare to block me? Don't you know that angering me would result in a single glance to obliterate you? After a moment, Lin Xingyo's gaze darkened, and his face showed extreme anger as he spoke to Jiang Taishu. I am the white-clothed divine king Jiang Taishu. Will you inherit my will? Jiang Taishu, however, had no other words. He just kept repeating this phrase, blocking Lin Xingyo. Get lost. Lin Xingyo's brow furrowed, his expression extremely displeased. He really didn't understand what this guy wanted. He had already made it clear that he didn't want to get involved and just wanted to live a carefree life. Yet, this guy just wouldn't leave him alone. It was infuriating. Chapter 79, Ghost Grandpa. You bastard. What's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Over here, Lin Xingyo was reprimanding Jiang Taishu, while Chu Yun beside him was red with anxiety. Fairy Luoxia, don't waste your effort. He's not going to make it. His soul must have already been devoured by the ghosts of Soul-Severing Valley. No matter how loud you shout now, you won't wake him up because his soul has already been devoured. Ji Haowen was overjoyed, especially when he saw Lin Xingyo's motionless figure. He felt much more at ease. The surrounding people also felt particularly satisfied, as they had long wished for Lin Xingyo's demise. Fairy Luoxia, let's go. Ji Haowen's smile was unconcealed as he said, even if an immortal from the immortal realm descended, they wouldn't be able to save him. No one who has fallen into this state in Soul-Severing Valley has ever survived. Sister, let's go. Yi Wanwan glanced at Lin Xingyo and eventually grabbed Chu Yun's hand. Although she didn't particularly like Lin Xingyo, seeing him die like this left her feeling somewhat uneasy. I want to take him with us, Chu Yun said. Fairy Luoxia, why go through the trouble? Now that he's a living corpse, why don't we dig a hole here and let him rest in peace in Soul-Severing Valley? No, he's not dead yet. He will definitely come back to life, Chu Yun said with extraordinary determination. Is that so? Ji Haowen and the others almost burst out laughing at Chu Yun's words, and even Yi Wanwan showed a different expression. Fairy Luoxia, don't be naive. Such a thing will never happen in Soul-Severing Valley. A person whose soul has been devoured by ghosts cannot come back to life. Ji Haowen sneered, speaking with unwavering confidence. Fairy Luoxia, please accept your loss. He definitely won't come back to life. Since there's no danger here, let us help you dig a hole and bury him properly, shall we? Ji Haowen's aides all surrounded her, speaking to her with obsequious smiles. Get lost. Chu Yun's cold eyes darkened as she summoned a jade flute and held it in her hand. If anyone dares to touch him, I'll fight you to the death. Chu Yun wasn't stupid. These people weren't genuinely trying to help her bury Lin Xingyo. They were clearly after something on Lin Xingyo's body, which was why they were so eager to help her bury him, intending to loot his belongings. Sister, let them bury him. We still need to go to the ancient medicine garden to find the water of life to save our immortal moon sect's divine soul. Carrying a dead body like his would be very inauspicious. Yi Wanwan continued to persuade Chu Yun. Besides, he's already dead. Carrying his corpse would be disrespectful to him. This? Chu Yun opened her mouth but couldn't find the words to say, as Yi Wanwan was right. It was only proper to bury the dead. Carrying his corpse would indeed be disrespectful. Sister. Yi Wanwan grabbed Chu Yun's hand, her eyes anxious as she looked at her. Fine. I'll bury him myself, Chu Yun said after a moment of silence, looking at Ji Haowen and the others. All right. Ji Haowen and his group, though somewhat reluctant, didn't care much about the items on Lin Xingyo's body now that he was dead. After all, they were immortal kings. They wouldn't stoop to taking something from a dead man. But, the next moment, as Ji Haowen and the others watched with wide eyes, eagerly seeing Chu Yun dig a hole and prepare to bury Lin Xingyo, Lin Xingyo suddenly opened his eyes in front of everyone's terrified gaze. No good, he's a zombie. Run. Ji Haowen and the others were all shocked, turning and running only to fall to the ground one after another, with Yi Wanwan nearly wetting herself in fear. What are you doing? Lin Xingyo was a bit surprised, not understanding why these people were acting so rashly. Why were they all so scared? This was truly incredible. These powerful figures, who could step on the heavens and earth with a single stride, why were they now reduced to such a state? You, don't come near me. I don't want to die. Don't come over and eat me. After a while, Ji Haowen finally recovered from his shock, looking at Lin Xingyo with bloodshot eyes and trembling as he shouted, "Tisk!" Lin Xingyo playfully bared his teeth at Ji Haowen, and to his surprise, Ji Haowen's pants were soaked. Holy crap! Lin Xingyo couldn't believe his eyes. A peak immortal king, someone of such stature, was actually scared to the point of wetting his pants by him. This was truly incredible. Master! Ji Haowen's aides were also dumbfounded, as Ji Haowen had always been an imposing figure in their eyes. But now, this scene left them speechless. Chu Yun and the others blushed with shame, their eyes showing disgust, especially Yi Wanwan, who showed extreme revulsion. She had always held Ji Haowen in high regard. But now, his image in her heart had plummeted to the lowest point. You bastard! You deserve to die. Ji Haowen also came to his senses, instantly becoming extremely furious as he charged at Lin Xingyo, intending to kill him with a single blow. Stop! Lin Xingyo raised his hand and shouted at Ji Haowen, "Take one more step and you'll bump into Grandpa Zhang's face." Ah! Ji Haowen screamed, instinctively stumbling and falling to the ground, then crawling backward in panic. Ghost? Where is the ghost? He's right in front of you, dressed in white cloth, holding a broken blade, known as the white-clad divine King Jiang Taishu, seeking to pass on his legacy to you. Lin Xingyo smirked, looking at the panicked Ji Haowen. What? White-clad divine King Jiang Taishu? Ji Haowen's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. Even his aides were all terrified, their eyes wide as they stared at the figure in front of Ji Haowen. The white-clad divine King Jiang Taishu. That was a figure from the era of Emperor Yi, with many connections to him. He was an invincible warlord. Now standing right in front of them, not just Ji Haowen, even Chu Yun and the others showed expressions of shock. Scared? Lin Xingyo playfully looked at Ji Haowen and the others. Call me Grandpa, and I can have him stop bothering you. Chapter 80. There's a pit ahead, my lord. My lord, please take it slow. There's a pit ahead. After a while, the few sycophants who had knelt before Ji Haowen of the soul-severing valley, now wearing smiles as wrinkled as chrysanthemums, crowded around Lin Xingyo, fawning over him and guiding him forward. Humph! Ji Haowen's face was cold, his gaze sharp and furious as he stared at Lin Xingyo. His fists were clenched so tightly that they had turned a shade of bronze. He truly wanted to kill someone. Lin Xingyo had gone too far, not only stealing his woman but now even poaching his own subordinates. Of course, Ji Haowen knew they were forced into submission. But there was nothing he could do about it. Lin Xingyo had control over the ghost spirit Jiang Taishu. If he so much as frowned, Jiang Taishu could devour him on the spot. After all, one of his subordinates had just refused to submit, and Lin Xingyo had immediately commanded Jiang Taishu to consume his soul. Now, no one dared to defy him. Ji Haowen, come here. That rock ahead is blocking my path. Move it out of the way for me. You. Ji Haowen could no longer suppress his anger, for there was indeed a rock in front of Lin Xingyo. But it was a pitifully small rock. He could easily step over it with a single stride. Yet now Lin Xingyo demanded he move it. This was outright humiliation. He was a peak-level immortal king, his combat prowess unmatched in the world. If anyone outside dared to speak to him like this, they would have been slapped to death long ago. Lin Xingyo's eyes narrowed, and he turned to glare at Ji Haowen. You're unwilling? Then I'll have to call upon Jiang Taishu. Ji Haowen's mind went into chaos, but he dared not delay. He immediately rushed over, crouched down, and moved the rock aside. Not bad, good to see you know how to obey. Lin Xingyo patted Ji Haowen's shoulder. Keep it up, I'm counting on you. All right, let's go. Lin Xingyo casually glanced at the furious Ji Haowen. With your snail's pace, when will we ever leave the soul-severing valley? Upon hearing this, Ji Haowen was truly infuriated. Because it wasn't them slowing down the pace. It was Lin Xingyo who kept stopping and starting along the way. Otherwise, they would have already left the soul-severing valley. You worthless wretch, bullying me like this, it seems you don't need to reach the ancient herb garden. I'll have your head before we even leave this valley. Ji Haowen clenched his fists tightly, his gaze filled with venom as he watched Lin Xingyo's retreating figure, silently vowing to make him pay for his insolence. You'd better rein it in. If you keep humiliating Ji Haowen like this, once we leave this valley, he'll likely go all out to kill you. Chu Yun followed behind Lin Xingyo, glancing at the nearly furious Ji Haowen, and spoke up. Don't worry. I still have plenty of ways to deal with him, Lin Xingyo said nonchalantly, a smile playing on his lips. Pretentious. Yi Ning shot Lin Xingyo a fierce glare. She didn't believe for a second that Lin Xingyo had any other tricks up his sleeve to deal with Ji Haowen. If he didn't, why not just leave now? The reason he didn't dare leave was obvious. He feared Ji Haowen and his men would kill him. After all, everyone knew that ghost spirits couldn't leave the soul-severing valley. Sigh. Chu Yun sighed, feeling a bit helpless. To be honest, seeing Ji Haowen in such a state made her incredibly happy, as she had detested him for thousands of years. But she understood very well. Lin Xingyo's treatment of Ji Haowen was likely half for her sake, but the consequences of such actions could be dire. If Ji Haowen were to snap, they might all end up dead. Sigh. Never mind, if it comes to it, I'll just stay with him in the soul-severing valley forever. Chu Yun silently resolved, her gaze fixed on Lin Xingyo. Lin Xingyo, however, didn't notice the expressions on Chu Yun and the others' faces. With a swagger that left no room for doubt, he strode forward. Tap, tap, tap. Soon, Lin Xingyo and the others had passed through the soul-severing valley. But the valley was far from peaceful. There were several instances where they nearly met their end at the hands of the valley's ghost spirits, but thankfully, Jiang Taishu intervened, ensuring they made it through unscathed. Damn, finally leaving this cursed place. As Lin Xingyo stepped out of the soul-severing valley, he gazed at the lush, green mountains and rivers outside, exclaiming in relief. Humph, humph. Ji Haowen smiled. His face was filled with a joy so intense it was almost comical, but inwardly, he silently vowed that the moment they left the valley and the threat of Jiang Taishu was gone, he would kill Lin Xingyo without hesitation, making him pay for daring to offend him. Chu Yun, let's go, out of the valley. Before Chu Yun could react, Lin Xingyo grabbed her hand and flew out of the soul-severing valley. Behind them, Chu Yun quickly caught on. Wait, we can't leave now. The moment we step out of the valley, Ji Haowen will definitely kill you. Him? Lin Xingyo was momentarily stunned, then turned his gaze toward Ji Haowen behind him, smirking as he pulled Chu Yun's hand and flew out without a care. Master! The few sycophants who had previously fawned over Lin Xingyo now all changed their demeanor, their faces filled with murderous intent as they glared at Lin Xingyo. They had made up their minds. No matter what, they couldn't let Lin Xingyo leave the ancient forbidden zone alive, even if it meant Yi Ning and Chu Yun had to die as well. Their most humiliating moments had been witnessed by him, and if they didn't kill Lin Xingyo, they would have no face to return to their ancestors or to the gods. Kill. Ji Haowen didn't hesitate. His cold eyes locked onto Lin Xingyo, and he channeled all his spiritual energy, ready to unleash a devastating blow the moment Lin Xingyo left the valley. Kill, kill, kill. The other sycophants beside Ji Haowen also surged with murderous intent, following closely behind Lin Xingyo as they flew toward the exit of the soul-severing valley. Are you really not afraid? Chu Yun bit her lip, her voice tense as she asked Lin Xingyo, who merely smiled, showing off his pearly whites. Don't worry, they won't dare kill me. Pfft. Yining shot Lin Xingyo a look of disdain, as if he were an idiot. She didn't have much faith in Lin Xingyo. She thought Lin Xingyo was courting death, and a foolish kind of death at that. After all, everyone knew Ji Haowen and his men would attack him the moment they left the valley. Yet, instead of finishing them off in the valley, he actually let them follow him out. Yining couldn't fathom how Lin Xingyo could be so confident, unless he was a great emperor himself, which was impossible for him to survive against Ji Haowen and his men. Wait. Yining's expression suddenly changed, her face filled with astonishment. But soon, she shook her head. She didn't dare believe her own suspicions, for someone of that stature wouldn't be traveling with them. Then what gives him such confidence? What kind of ace does he have up his sleeve? Chapter 81. Bringing humiliation upon oneself. Kill. Yi Jinyan was still pondering. Ji Haowen and the others, however, had already made their move. Each unleashed their strongest attacks, aiming directly at Lin Xingyo's back. Lord Jiang. Lin Xingyo suddenly turned around and shouted loudly. Instantly, a golden Buddha wall rose from the ground in front of him. Bang! 3 or 4 energy waves exploded, and Ji Haowen and the others were sent flying, their eyes wide with shock, landing directly in the mud. Fortunately, when they heard the mention of Lord Jiang, their attacks had weakened slightly. Otherwise, the backlash from their attacks, deflected by the golden Buddha wall, would have been enough to kill them on the spot. What just happened? What did that good-for-nothing mean by shouting Lord Jiang? Could it be that the ghost spirit from Soul-Severing Valley followed him out? Yi Jinyan stared at Lin Xingyo in disbelief, her expression frozen. Not just Yi Jinyan, even Chu Yun's expression had frozen. Lord Jiang. Lord Jiang. The White Robe God King, Jiang Tai-Su, had actually followed them out. He had transformed into a golden Buddha wall, blocking Ji Haowen's attack. How powerful was the White Robe God King Jiang Tai-Su? Even though he had been dead for countless years and had now become a ghost spirit, his combat power was still terrifyingly strong. Lin Xingyo had no idea what they were thinking. If he had known, he would have been furious. The reason he had shouted, Lord Jiang, earlier was merely to scare Ji Haowen and the others, not wanting to kill them all. Of course, this was because Ji Haowen knew where the ancient herb garden was located. Otherwise, he would have already been dealt with by Lin Xingyo. However, the White Robe God King Jiang Tai-Su had not managed to leave Soul-Severing Valley. But Lin Xingyo could sense his presence, and the voice kept repeating in his mind, I am the White Robe God King Jiang Tai-Su. Do you wish to inherit my will? Lin Xingyo was on the verge of breaking down. The constant repetition in his mind was driving him crazy. Enough, stop it. Seeing that they had left Soul-Severing Valley, Lin Xingyo finally spoke without restraint, I agree. Okay? Ding! Congratulations, host, for accepting the White Robe God King's will to protect humanity. The serial check-in mission has been activated. Completing the mission will grant corresponding rewards. A final reminder, if the mission fails, the host will be forcibly erased by the system. What? Lin Xingyo was initially quite happy, but hearing the last sentence almost made him explode with anger. However, the system didn't care about his emotions and immediately displayed 3 check-in missions. Lin Xingyo didn't dare to dwell on it too much, as failing the mission would result in being erased. So, he directly opened the first check-in mission. The subsequent missions were grayed out, likely requiring the completion of the first mission to activate them. Lin Xingyo didn't consider the later missions. Upon opening the first one, he found that it required him to check in at the ancient herb garden. This made him laugh outright. He was already planning to go to the ancient herb garden. Now, he was being given a check-in mission for free, which was quite satisfying. However, Ji Haowen and the others weren't as happy. They were still stuck in the mud, unable to get up. Ji Haowen, if you're not dead, get up. Otherwise, I'll have Lord Jiang come help you. Lin Xingyo regained his composure and turned his gaze toward Ji Haowen and the others. Since the mission had been accepted, it was now time for Ji Haowen to guide him. Sir, please don't be angry. We're coming. Ji Haowen's aides were in agony, but they didn't dare to show any resentment. They climbed out of the mud, dried off their clothes with their powers, and forced a smile as they walked toward Lin Xingyo. You're not pigs, so why do you like jumping into mud puddles so much? Let's go. Lin Xingyo rolled his eyes, having no emotional attachment to these people. He was merely using them for now, but if they dared to try and kill him again, Lin Xingyo wouldn't hesitate to eliminate them all, leaving only Ji Haowen to guide him. Let's go. Although Ji Haowen's aides harbored hatred in their hearts, their actions showed no hesitation. The previous blow had left them badly injured, so while they wanted to kill Lin Xingyo, they dared not show it. After all, they truly feared Lord Jiang. Humph! Ji Haowen, however, slammed his fist into the mud, then reluctantly stood up, eventually leading Lin Xingyo and the others toward the ancient herb garden. After leaving the vicinity of Soul-Severing Valley, Ji Haowen and the others guided Lin Xingyo, flying about 90,000 miles, until they reached a towering peak that pierced the clouds. The peak was protected by a barrier, preventing Lin Xingyo and the others from flying up. The entrance to the ancient herb garden was located at the top of the peak, and they could only reach it by climbing the stone steps. However, the stone steps were also protected by a barrier. It prohibited the use of spiritual energy, relying solely on physical strength. Facing this restriction, Ji Haowen's gaze fell on Lin Xingyo again, as he believed that on the stone steps of the peak, he would surely be able to kill Lin Xingyo. Chapter 82. A bit embarrassing. Forbidden Zone. Lin Xingyo followed Ji Haowen to the entrance of the stone steps leading to the giant peak. At the entrance, two blood-red characters were inscribed in immortal blood, Forbidden Zone. However, the place became lively as soon as they arrived, for many powerful beings had gathered here. Not only humans, but also many powerful ancient spirit races were present. Giants of the mountain, iron-shouldered divine monkeys, azure dragons. These usually rare and powerful beings had all appeared at the entrance of the ancient medicinal garden. Master, we've arrived just in time. The seal at the entrance to the ancient medicinal garden is about to open. Look, the divine tide at the entrance is receding. It should dissipate completely in a few more hours. Ji Haowen nodded. Everything was as his advisor had said. The entrance to the mountain would open in a few hours. Hey, look who's here, Ji Xianwang. Ji Xianwang, you're late this time. If you had come a few hours later, you would have made a wasted trip. Ji Xianwang, come join us. Everyone around greeted Ji Haowen with familiarity and flattery, indicating his high status among the crowd. Hey, brother Ji. At that moment, a shout rang out. Ji Haowen looked up and saw a fat man with a big belly waddling towards him, saying, Where have you been farming? Damn it, it's that fatty. Seeing the man approaching, Ji Haowen immediately wanted to hide, but the fat man had already locked onto him and blocked his path, saying, Brother Ji, why aren't you acknowledging me? Ji Haowen's expression was panicked. He really didn't want to see this fat man now, for he was too embarrassed. If Lin Xingyo made things difficult for him again, he would have no face left in the immortal moon continent. Hey, Lady Luoxia. As Ji Haowen was feeling uneasy, the fat man's gaze was drawn to Chu Yun with a look of admiration, and he immediately approached her with a wide, ingratiating smile. But, the next moment, Lin Xingyo directly stepped in front of the fat man, blocking his way. Seeing this, Ji Haowen couldn't help but smile happily. Now, he disliked both of them, and if they could fight, it would be quite entertaining. Ji Haowen, is this fat man your friend? Lin Xingyo casually glanced at Ji Haowen and said, Get him out of here for me. Huh. The fat man was momentarily stunned. Then his face showed a complex expression. Ji Haowen felt like dying. Facing Lin Xingyo's command, his entire face turned red, especially under the shocked and astonished gazes of the crowd, which made him want to turn and run away. This incident had completely stripped him of his dignity. Every person present was a big shot, and with Lin Xingyo's command, his status had plummeted to the bottom. Brother Ji, could this be an ancestor of the Ji family? The fat man, finally reacting, sized up Lin Xingyo and shook his head, saying, "Doesn't seem like it. Brother Ji, have you become someone's servant?" The fat man emphasized the word servant heavily, and the crowd's reaction changed from shock and astonishment to complete stupefaction. Who was Ji Haowen? He was the invincible Xianwang of the immortal moon continent, with cultivation at the peak of the Xianwang realm. Not just in the immortal moon continent. Even in the immortal spirit realm, he was a figure who could shake the earth with a stomp. Yet now, he had become someone's servant. This was too incredible. Damn it, fatty. How could I, a great Xianwang, become someone's servant? Even if I die, I would never do such a thing, never bring shame to the Ji family. Ji Haowen, reacting from his fury, clenched his fingers until they turned blue and shouted with bloodthirsty eyes. Is that so? The fat man looked Ji Haowen up and down, his face showing a mocking expression. Ji Haowen, not bad. Your backbone impresses me. I've decided to give you a chance to become my servant. Lin Xingyo raised an eyebrow and looked at Ji Haowen. Ji Haowen exploded. His inner rage burst forth, and his icy gaze fixed on Lin Xingyo, barely restrained. He was the head of the Ji family, a peak Xianwang. Wherever he went, he was a figure of awe and respect. Now, in front of so many people, Lin Xingyo dared to humiliate him like this. Ji Haowen was utterly mad. The noisy scene around them instantly turned silent, everyone frozen in shock. The person in front of them wanted to take Ji Haowen as a servant? This was too crazy. But Lin Xingyo's gaze remained fixed on Ji Haowen, asking, Ji Haowen, you don't want to? Humph. Ji Haowen let out a cold snort, and his murderous intent exploded. His eyes turned crimson as he launched a punch at Lin Xingyo, shouting, How dare you humiliate me? I'll kill you. Lin Xingyo waved his sleeve and suddenly looked up at Ji Haowen, saying, Ji Haowen, you've grown bold, daring to attack me. Then I'll call the Ghost Lord. Bang! At these words, Ji Haowen's expression changed, and his punch, aimed at Lin Xingyo, barely missed, brushing past his ear. Boom! Ji Haowen's punch struck, instantly turning a mountain range behind Lin Xingyo into dust. Then, in front of everyone's stunned gaze, he quickly distanced himself from Lin Xingyo by over 1,000 meters, his eyes filled with terror. Master, please don't be angry. Don't be angry. It was our master's fault earlier. We apologize to you. Please don't summon the Ghost Lord. Several advisors, finally reacting, quickly approached Lin Xingyo, flattering and pleading. Humph! Lin Xingyo let out a cold snort, his gaze falling on Ji Haowen, saying, Ji Haowen, you've missed a chance to become my servant, and that will be your greatest loss in life. As these words echoed, the entire crowd erupted in commotion. Everyone turned to look at Lin Xingyo, even the fat man. Amazing! After a while, the fat man finally reacted and couldn't help but give Lin Xingyo a thumbs up. Behind him, Chuyun couldn't help but tug at Lin Xingyo's clothes. She didn't want Lin Xingyo to continue antagonizing Ji Haowen. After all, Ji Haowen was a monstrously powerful figure. If Lin Xingyo continued like this, she was afraid Ji Haowen would use underhanded means against him. Chapter 83. The Ascent? Hey look, the entrance is about to open. The usually noisy scene suddenly fell silent, and all eyes turned toward the entrance to the mountain. The divine tide was receding. The terrifying pressure and the violent order of the great path were gradually dissipating along with the retreating divine tide. Boom! The entrance to the mountain suddenly shook violently, and dazzling radiant light burst forth like a tsunami, sweeping toward the living beings. Yet, without fear, the creatures shot toward the entrance like lightning. Lin Xingyo was among them. Following Chuyun and the others, he stepped onto the stone steps leading up the mountain. But soon, Lin Xingyo's face showed a look of shock, for a powerful force was pushing against him from the steps. It was irresistible. The force was pushing him back, as if the mountain did not welcome their ascent. Interesting, Lin Xingyo raised an eyebrow, a playful expression on his face. However, Chu Yun seemed to be struggling. Despite her strength as a heavenly king, climbing this towering mountain was no easy feat. Roar! After walking for a while, a furious roar came from ahead. Then, a terrifying storm ape let out a scream and exploded right in front of everyone's eyes. It had failed to resist the force pushing against it and was thrown out violently, exploding mid-air. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Ah! Senior sister, I don't dare to go any further. I don't want to die here, Yuankai said, her face pale with fear. Chu Yun opened her mouth but couldn't find the words. She was also afraid. However, the Ji-Ling of the Immortal Moon sect was approaching the end of its lifespan. If she failed to obtain the Water of Life, the Ji-Ling of the Immortal Moon sect would perish, leading to the collapse of the entire sect. The world of cultivation was cruel. Even the strongest power needed support. Without it, they would likely be devoured by their powerful enemies. So, Chu Yun had no choice but to press on and obtain the Water of Life to save the Immortal Moon sect. Wang Kai, go down, Chu Yun said, her voice steady. Wait for me at the bottom. If I obtain the Water of Life, you can help me escape. Otherwise, we might not survive. Chu Yun calmed herself, her gaze falling on Yuan Kai as she embraced her. Yuan Kai was stunned, her eyes fixed on Chu Yun, unable to speak for a long moment. Go. Before Yuan Kai could react, Chu Yun pushed her away with a palm. Yuan Kai, listen. If I don't come back alive, you must return to the Immortal Moon sect. Do you hear me? After saying this, Chu Yun seemed to relax inwardly. She didn't want Yuan Kai to accompany her on this dangerous journey. If the Immortal Moon sect had to sacrifice someone, it would be her alone. Chu Yun, don't worry. I will protect you. Even if it's a sea of fire, I will ensure you survive. As Chu Yun watched Yuan Sai's disappearing figure, a strong hand suddenly embraced her tightly. Believe me, I am with you. Chu Yun turned her head, staring at Lin Xingyo in a daze, unconsciously nodding. At this moment, she felt this man was so warm. Ji Haowen's face was far from pleasant, her expression stretched long with displeasure. Duanda, the fat man following behind, also looked uncomfortable. Chu Yun was his goddess. He had loved her for so many years. Seeing her was a rarity, yet this scoundrel Lin Xingyo had the audacity to touch her. Duanda was indignant. He, Duanda, was a mighty heavenly king, even if he wasn't as handsome as Lin Xingyo. But he had the skills. Why couldn't he earn his goddess's favor? Was it just because he wasn't handsome? Duanda couldn't help but snort coldly at Lin Xingyo's back. He decided he would find an opportunity to teach this pretty boy a lesson. Human, you're in my way. As Duanda was silently vowing revenge, a furious shout came from behind him. Turning around, he saw a golden-skinned, towering mountain giant, over 10 zhang tall, glaring at him with wide, copper bell-like eyes. Move aside, or I'll crush you with one step. Don't get angry. You go first. Facing the mountain giant, Duanda immediately backed down, quickly stepping aside to let the giant pass. There was no choice. Duanda didn't dare provoke him. This mountain giant was the king of the Kangmang Mountains on the Immortal Moon continent, with a cultivation level of a quasi-emperor. Angering him could truly result in being crushed underfoot. The mountain giant casually glanced at Duanda, then stepped over his head with a massive foot, heading toward Lin Xingyo. Ji Haowen, standing behind Lin Xingyo, quickly moved aside to make way for the giant. But Lin Xingyo remained unmoved. Holding Chu Yun's hand, it seemed he didn't notice the mountain giant's approach. Seeing this, Ji Haowen and the others' expressions became quite lively, as if they were already witnessing the mountain giant crushing Lin Xingyo with a single step. But, the next moment, they all gaped, staring at the scene in front of them, frozen in shock. The quasi-emperor level mountain giant had shrunk. In the blink of an eye, the towering mountain giant, once over 10 zhang tall, had shrunk to the size of a fist. Even more astonishingly, he was now held in Lin Xingyo's hand. Hiss! For a moment, countless living beings gasped in astonishment, staring at Lin Xingyo in silence. The scene before them was simply too shocking. The mountain giant was the king of the Kangmang Mountains. With a cultivation level of a quasi-emperor, he was a force to be reckoned with on the immortal moon continent. Yet now, he was held in Lin Xingyo's hand. This was too shocking for everyone. Ghost Lord, Jiang Taibai. Ji Haowen's mind jolted, and after a long moment, he regained his senses, feeling a chill run down his spine. He believed Lin Xingyo's strength must be due to the Ghost Lord Jiang Taibai aiding him. Roar! The mountain giant was furious. Countless times before, he had held humans in his hands and devoured them one by one. Now, he himself was held in the hand of a tiny human. The scene made him think of many things, but the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Human, how dare you treat me like this? Do you know how murderous I am right now? The mountain giant's eyes turned crimson, his voice hoarse as he roared at Lin Xingyo. Noisy, Lin Xingyo muttered, uninterested, and sealed him before tossing him into his pocket. Then, his gaze fell on Chu Yun. Let's go. We're moving forward. Chapter 84. Pocketing a Semi-Emperor. Let's go. Chu Yun was somewhat stunned, struggling to process the scene unfolding before her. It was simply too overwhelming. A whole semi-emperor, one of the most revered beings, had just been kicked into a pocket by Lin Xingyo. How powerful must he be to possess such a transcendent ability? Fellow Taoist, wait for me. Duanda's face was beaming like a sunflower, and without waiting for the others to react, he quickly rushed toward Lin Xingyo. Fellow Taoist? Lin Xingyo was startled, his face revealing an intriguing expression. Duanda, however, was as obsequious as could be, arriving right in front of Lin Xingyo. Seeing this, the others also quickly caught on and began shamelessly praising Lin Xingyo. In contrast, Ji Haowen, who was left behind, received no attention at all. Humph! Ji Haowen was not accustomed to this situation. Previously, everyone had been fawning over him, but now they were all praising Lin Xingyo. Left alone, he felt an unbearable sense of discomfort. Master, could he be an emperor? The few advisors beside Ji Haowen licked their dry lips, looking at Lin Xingyo, who was surrounded by adulation, and asked, An emperor? He's not worthy. Ji Haowen clenched his fists tightly, his face cold as he looked at Lin Xingyo and said, He's just using Ghost Elder Jiang Taishu. If not for Jiang Taishu's intervention, he would have been crushed into pulp by the mountain-back giant long ago. Upon hearing this, Ji Haowen's advisors found it reasonable. The white-robed god king Jiang Taishu was an emperor in life and a ghost capable of turning the tide and splitting the heavens in death. With his help, Lin Xingyo indeed had the ability to seal the mountain-back giant and stuff him into a pocket. Moreover, this was the ancient medicinal garden's upward path. It suppressed all their abilities, forcing them to rely solely on their physical strength to make progress. Thus, they were willing to believe Ji Haowen's words and firmly concluded that Lin Xingyo must have relied on Ghost Elder Jiang Taishu's power. After all, Ghost Elder Jiang Taishu was not a living being and naturally possessed the ability to ignore the rules here. With this thought, the advisors couldn't help but feel a chill. Lin Xingyo, in their eyes, was practically invincible here. With this realization, the advisors who had been standing beside Ji Haowen immediately changed their expressions. Ignoring Ji Haowen's displeased look, their already wrinkled faces squeezed out smiles like chrysanthemums. Master, you're so amazing. That mountain-back giant dared to show off in front of you, so it's right to seal him and let him know the miserable fate of offending you. The advisors surrounded Lin Xingyo and, like the others, began praising him. Humans, you've angered me. Once we leave this ancient medicinal garden and the seal is lifted, watch how I will crush you all. Inside Lin Xingyo's pocket, the mountain-back giant roared furiously. Shut up. Lin Xingyo slapped the pocket, then was led forward by the crowd, who treated him like a star surrounded by a galaxy. Clang, clang, clang. The group ascended the stone steps, climbing over 1,000 steps. Many couldn't withstand the increasing pressure and regretfully chose to retreat. Huff! Chu Yun gasped for breath, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Looking at the seemingly endless stone steps, her face showed despair. She couldn't go on. The pressure ahead was growing stronger, and every step seemed to risk someone's life. Chu Yun, you can't go on. How about I carry you? Lin Xingyo smiled, pulling Chu Yun's hand and crouching in front of her. Fellow Taoist, me too. Duanda quickly approached. Lin Xingyo was feeling a headache coming on. What was wrong with these people? They were all celestial kings. Yet now they couldn't even keep up with a woman, especially this fat guy, who actually expected him to carry him. Did he not see how heavy he was? Chu Yun, come on. Lin Xingyo glanced at Duanda and said to the hesitant Chu Yun, otherwise, this fat guy will climb up. I don't want to carry him. Chu Yun agreed and finally climbed onto Lin Xingyo's back. The latter squeezed her firm buttocks and chuckled, let's go. You. Chu Yun's face turned crimson with shame, glaring at Lin Xingyo, who was fuming inside. The latter, however, turned his head slightly and smiled. Chu Yun, you're so soft there. Chu Yun. Duanda and the others were furious. That was their goddess, and they had to watch her being carried away by someone else. The pain in their hearts was unbearable. However, their faces also showed shock. In that instant when they looked forward, they could see that Lin Xingyo's body was surrounded by the Tao, immune to all laws. What kind of transcendent ability did he possess? That overwhelming aura, just a wisp of which could kill a true immortal realm expert. Yet, Lin Xingyo could carry Chu Yun up the steps as if walking on flat ground. The destructive rule power formed a vacuum around him, completely isolating that destructive force. Chapter 85. The Terrifying Black Altar. Jiang Taishu. Ji Haowen clenched his fists, glaring at Lin Xingyo carrying Chu Yun on his back, his eyes brimming with overwhelming sa-chi. However, he dared not make a move. He feared Ghost Master Jiang Taishu. In his mind, Lin Xingyo's current strength was entirely due to the assistance of the godlike Jiang Taishu. Naturally, he did not dare to provoke him. Nevertheless, he was constantly seeking an opportunity to kill Lin Xingyo, to rid himself of this annoying pest once and for all. Lin Xingyo, however, was too preoccupied to pay attention to Ji Haowen. With Chu Yun on his back, her round, apple-like buttocks cradled in his hands, he was in a state of sheer bliss. You scoundrel, behave yourself, Chu Yun scolded, her face flushed with anger. Otherwise, I won't let you carry me anymore. Chu Yun's heart was boiling with fury as Lin Xingyo brazenly violated her while carrying her. She was too angry to speak out loud. Ji Haowen's face darkened with rage, especially when he saw Lin Xingyo walking ahead. He struggled to suppress the urge to lunge forward and tear him apart. Brother, you're truly one of us. Duanda quickly caught up, full of admiration for Lin Xingyo. Lin Xingyo merely shrugged and continued climbing the stairs, taking several hundred steps upward. Most of the followers had already given up and left, leaving only Duanda and a few others. Even Ji Haowen's advisors had abandoned him. There was no other way. Their strength was insufficient. Even Chu Yun wouldn't have made it this far without Lin Xingyo carrying her. As for Duanda, Lin Xingyo showed some consideration, as the fat man kept addressing him as brother with such enthusiasm. Thus, Lin Xingyo helped shield him from some of the pressure. Ji Haowen wiped the sweat from his forehead, gazing at the seemingly endless stone steps ahead. He was gasping for breath, feeling the urge to retreat. The further he went, the more terrifying the atmosphere became. It felt as though continuing upward might lead to his demise. I can't back down. After a moment, Ji Haowen gritted his teeth, refusing to give up. He had failed halfway 3,000 years ago, leaving a lingering demon in his heart. If he gave up again this time, it would further damage his mindset, making it impossible for him to ascend to the position of emperor in the future. I must reach the peak. Even if it costs me my life, I will not regret it. I want to enter the ancient medicinal garden and obtain an immortal herb, which will be my foundation for proving my path to becoming an emperor. With this determination, Ji Haowen followed behind Lin Xingyo, pushing forward with a heart full of resolve, even if it meant certain death. They climbed another 3,000 steps, and the peak finally came into view. Just 200 more steps, and they would reach the summit. However, these last 200 steps were far from easy. The terrifying pressure had increased hundreds of times, making it difficult even for Lin Xingyo, let alone Ji Haowen and the others. A Qing Yao Juandi who had lived for over 100,000 years suddenly exploded, his mighty body, capable of destroying the heavens and earth, instantly turned into a bloody mist under the pressure from the stone steps. This scene left everyone gasping in horror. That was a Juandi. Even he couldn't reach the peak. Duanda and the others, following behind Lin Xingyo, felt their hearts sink. I must climb up, even if it means dying here. Duanda clenched his fists, his heart filled with fear, but his resolve unwavering. The peak wasn't just about the ancient medicinal garden. There was more to it. Lin Xingyo knew this as well, but he wasn't particularly interested in the opportunities others sought. He was only focused on finding the 7 immortal blood spirit grass to save Su Shiyan. Whether he obtained any other opportunities didn't matter to him. After all, with the system at his disposal, many things that others struggled their entire lives to achieve would come easily to him once he completed his tasks. Let's go. Lin Xingyo activated his 3 Trizungu, creating an invisible domain that enveloped Duanda and the others. Then, gritting his teeth, he carried Chu Yun and continued to climb. 1 step, 2 steps. They took 200 steps and finally reached the summit, where a vast plaza appeared before them. The plaza was so large that it seemed to cut off half the mountain. From there, they could see the surrounding mountains in all directions. However, the terrifying pressure and crushing force had increased 100-fold compared to the stone steps. Many who had reached the summit immediately sat down, using powerful Juandi Qi to resist the pressure. The entrance to the ancient medicinal garden had not yet opened, so they were all waiting for it to appear. Lin Xingyo ignored them and focused his attention on the plaza. In the center of the plaza stood a black altar, atop which was a massive stone tablet. All the terrifying forces originated from this tablet, as if it possessed the power to destroy the heavens and earth, standing here to cut off the long river of time. Suddenly, the stone tablet trembled, and ripples like water waves spread out. "Brother, be careful," Duanda quickly warned. "The entrance to the ancient medicinal garden is about to open. A devastating force will erupt soon. You must be on guard, or we will all be crushed." Lin Xingyo didn't need Duanda's reminder. The great emperor of true martial had already warned him before he came. However, Lin Xingyo didn't dare to be careless, especially with Chu Yun there. If anything happened, it would be too late to regret it. The stone tablet exploded, and a wave of devastating energy swept toward Lin Xingyo and the others. In an instant, countless people screamed, and one powerful Shenwang Juandi after another was turned into bloody mist, blown away by the wind. It was a scene of utter carnage. These were Shenwang Juandi, each one capable of dominating the world and crushing the ancient times. Yet here, they were instantly reduced to nothing more than ants. The stone tablet trembled again, this time with even greater force, and hundreds of Shenwang Juandi were instantly obliterated. A giant Zhulong, as tall as a mountain, let out an unwilling roar before being swept away by the exploding force, turning into bloody mist. Most of the casualties were human. Compared to these ancient demonic beasts, humans were much weaker in the face of such power. The stone tablet trembled once more. Facing this wave of violent energy, Lin Xingyo dared not be careless. In addition to activating his invisible domain, he also erected a golden Buddha wall in front of it. However, the next moment, the stone tablet's energy wave struck, shattering the golden Buddha wall and unleashing a force capable of annihilating the heavens, crashing into the invisible domain. The invisible domain shook, and Duanda and Ji Haowen simultaneously let out a cry of pain, collapsing to the ground. Their vision darkened, and they vomited blood before fainting. Chu Yun wasn't faring much better. She spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed weakly into Lin Xingyo's arms. Devouring God's spear. Pierce? Lin Xingyo wasn't faring well either. The force was too powerful. Although his strength wasn't completely suppressed, he dared not take it lightly. He immediately summoned the Devouring God Spear, gripping it tightly and thrusting it forward with a powerful strike. A spear shadow filled with overwhelming Sa-Chi instantly obliterated everything in its path. Before Lin Xingyo could react, he was suddenly sucked into a massive vortex that had formed in the sky. However, he didn't dare to make a move, because he was afraid of Ghost Master. In his mind, Lin Xingyo's current strength was all due to the help of Ghost Master Jiang Taishu, a godlike figure aiding Lin Xingyo. He naturally didn't dare to provoke him. However, he was constantly seeking an opportunity to kill Lin Xingyo, completely erasing this annoying scoundrel from his world. Lin Xingyo, on the other hand, had no time to pay attention to Ji Haowen. Right now, he was carrying Chu Yun on his back, her round, apple-like buttocks cradled in his hands, making him feel incredibly satisfied. "You bastard, behave yourself," Chu Yun said indignantly to Lin Xingyo, "or I won't let you carry me anymore." After saying that, Chu Yun's heart was filled with anger. The way Lin Xingyo was carrying her so brazenly was infuriating. She was too afraid to speak up. Seeing this, Ji Haowen's face turned as black as coal. Especially when he looked at Lin Xingyo's figure in front, he couldn't suppress the urge to pounce and bite him to death. "Fellow Taoist, you're truly one of us." Duanda immediately scurried over, utterly admiring Lin Xingyo at this moment. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Xingyo pursed his lips and took a few more steps upward, climbing several hundred more steps. 80% of the followers had already given up and left, leaving only Duanda and a few others. Even Ji Haowen's advisors had abandoned the pursuit. There was no choice. Their strength was insufficient. Even Chu Yun wouldn't have been able to make it this far without Lin Xingyo carrying her. As for Duanda, Lin Xingyo showed some consideration, as the fat man kept calling him fellow Taoist so sweetly. Therefore, Lin Xingyo intentionally helped him block some of the pressure. Huff! Ji Haowen wiped the sweat from his forehead, gazing at the seemingly endless stone steps in front of him, gasping heavily. He was considering retreating. He didn't dare to go any further, because it was too difficult. The higher they went, the more terrifying the pressure became. It felt like if he took another step, he might fall and perish here. "I can't back down." After a while, Ji Haowen gritted his teeth, looking at the stone steps in front of him, unwilling to give up. He wanted to climb up. 3,000 years ago, he had given up halfway. A heart demon had already taken root in his mind. If he gave up again this time, it would damage his mental state even further, and he would never have a chance to ascend to the position of emperor. "I must reach the peak. Even if I die here, I won't regret it. I want to enter the ancient medicinal garden and obtain an immortal herb to serve as the foundation for my future path to becoming an emperor." Ji Haowen made up his mind and followed behind Lin Xingyo, determined to press forward with a death wish. Clang, clang, clang. They continued climbing upward, ascending 3,000 more steps. Finally, the peak of the mountain appeared in sight, just 200 steps away. But these 200 steps were no easy feat. The terrifying pressure had increased hundreds of times compared to the beginning. Even Lin Xingyo was starting to feel the strain, let alone Ji Haowen and the others. Bang! A Qingyao quasi-emperor, who had lived for over 100,000 years, suddenly exploded. His mighty, world-destroying body was instantly torn apart by the overwhelming pressure from the steps, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Witnessing this scene, countless onlookers gasped in horror. That was a quasi-emperor. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't reach the peak. Duanda and the others following behind Lin Xingyo felt their hearts sink. "I must climb up, even if it costs me my life. I won't regret it." Duanda clenched his fists, his heart filled with fear, but his will was firm. The peak wasn't just about the ancient medicinal garden. Lin Xingyo knew this as well, but he wasn't particularly interested in the opportunities others sought. All he wanted was to find the 7 immortal blood spirit grass to save Su Shuryan. Whether he obtained any other opportunities didn't matter to him. After all, he had the system. Many people struggled their entire lives to obtain things that he could easily get by completing tasks. Let's go. Lin Xingyo activated his 3 supreme bones, opening the boundless domain, enveloping Duanda and the others within. With gritted teeth, he carried Chu Yun and continued to ascend. 1 step, 2 steps. They took 200 steps and finally reached the peak, where a massive square appeared before them. The square was enormous. It almost cut off half the mountain, and from the top, one could see all the surrounding mountains. However, the terrifying pressure and a crushing force were 100 times stronger than on the steps. Many who reached the summit promptly seated themselves, employing formidable emperor-grade artifacts to withstand the immense pressure. Since the entrance to the ancient medicinal garden hadn't opened yet, they were all waiting here. Lin Xingyo didn't pay attention to them. His gaze fell on the square in front of him, where a black altar stood in the center. The altar was topped with a massive stone tablet. All the terrifying forces originated from this tablet, as if it possessed the power to destroy the world and stood here, cutting off the long river of time. Boom! The tablet suddenly shuddered, and a ripple spread out like water waves. Fellow Taoist, be careful. Duanda quickly warned, the entrance to the ancient medicinal garden is about to open. A devastating force will erupt soon. You must be on guard, or we'll all be crushed. Lin Xingyo pursed his lips, not needing Duanda's reminder, as Emperor Jinwu and the others had already given him instructions. However, Lin Xingyo didn't dare to be careless, especially since Chu Yun was with him. If anything happened, it would be too late to regret. Boom! The stone tablet shattered entirely, unleashing a torrent of cataclysmic energy that surged toward Lin Xingyo and the others. In an instant, screams echoed as one powerful immortal king and quasi-emperor after another was obliterated by the force, their bodies disintegrating into blood mist that drifted away from the mountain peak. It was brutal. They were supreme beings known as Shanwangjuan Di, beings who, outside, could dominate rivers and mountains, crushing the ancient times. But here, they were instantly reduced to mere ants. Boom! The tablet shuddered once more. This time, the force was even more potent, and within moments, hundreds of Shanwangjuan Di were annihilated. Roar! A massive candle dragon, as tall as a mountain, let out an unwilling roar. In the next moment, it was turned into blood mist by the exploding energy. Of course, more humans died. After all, compared to these ancient demonic birds, humans were much weaker in the face of such power. Boom! The tablet trembled once more. Facing the violent energy wave, Lin Xingyo didn't dare to be careless. Besides activating the boundless domain, he also erected the golden light Buddha wall in front of it. But, in the next moment, the energy wave from the tablet struck, directly smashing the golden light Buddha wall, followed by a force powerful enough to annihilate the heavens, crashing into the boundless domain. Bang! As the boundless domain shook, Duanda and Ji Haowen almost simultaneously let out a scream, collapsing to the ground. Their eyes rolled back, and they vomited blood before fainting. Pooh! Chu Yun wasn't faring much better. She spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed weakly into Lin Xingyo's arms. Devouring God's spear. Break? Lin Xingyo wasn't doing well either. The force was simply too powerful. Although his strength wasn't completely suppressed, facing such a powerful attack, he didn't dare to be careless. He immediately summoned the devouring God spear, tightly gripping it in his hand. He thrust it forward at the raging energy wave, instantly creating a monstrous spear shadow that shattered everything in front of him. Boom! Before Lin Xingyo could react, he was suddenly swallowed by a massive vortex that formed in the sky. Chapter 86. The Heavenly Poisonous Green Spider. Ouch, my butt. As the plaza was swallowed by the vortex, Duanda let out a loud cry and fell heavily to the ground with a thud. He then stood up, his head held high, and his face immediately lit up with excitement. He was alive. Most importantly, he had appeared in the ancient medicinal garden area, and seeing the scene before him, Duanda was overjoyed. "Fatty, stop yelling. Look around us." Chu Yun glanced at Duanda and said, her eyes fixed on the group of spiders crawling towards them. At this reminder, Duanda's gaze immediately sharpened, and he quickly realized the situation. Looking at the dense swarm of green spiders crawling out of the grass, his face showed an expression of immense fear. Heavenly poisonous green spiders? Duanda felt a chill run through him, his eyes fixed on the approaching spiders. Instinctively, he quickly hid behind Lin Xingyo. Heavenly poisonous green spiders. These were extremely terrifying creatures, not to mention Duanda's peak-level strength as a divine king. Even someone like Lin Xingyo, a peak-level divine emperor, would suffer greatly if bitten by one. Although it wouldn't kill him outright, the venom of the heavenly poisonous green spider would cause immense pain. These heavenly poisonous green spiders are closing in. What should we do next? Chu Yun tightly gripped Lin Xingyo's hand, her eyes filled with fear, her body trembling. "Chu Yun, don't worry. I will protect you." Lin Xingyo patted Chu Yun's shoulder and continued, looking at the swarm of spiders crawling towards them. "Besides, these creatures can't harm us." With that, Lin Xingyo took Chu Yun's hand and walked straight towards the approaching spiders. "What the?" Duanda's eyes widened in shock, as the scene before him was too terrifying. Lin Xingyo wasn't fleeing. He was actually walking directly towards the heavenly poisonous green spiders. Didn't this guy fear death? The heavenly poisonous green spiders. Even emperors were wary of them, yet here he was, walking straight towards them. "It's over." Duanda's heart sank as he watched Lin Xingyo's distant figure. He was completely stunned. This guy in front of me is definitely a madman. A complete madman. "Fatty, what are you doing? If you don't come over, I can't protect you. If the heavenly poisonous green spiders bite you, I won't save your life." Lin Xingyo, who should have been moving, suddenly stopped and frowned, looking back at Duanda. Duanda was stunned for a moment, but quickly realized that, although Lin Xingyo was a bit crazy, there was no other option but to follow him. Because just a moment ago, he had tried to escape this area. But soon, despair appeared on his face. Because this area, although it didn't restrict all his powers like the outside world, some abilities seemed to be unusable here, such as teleportation. "Fatty, what's wrong with you? If you don't come over, I'm really leaving. There are only 3 of us now. I don't want you to die here." Lin Xingyo's expression hardened as he turned back, glaring at Duanda with an impatient look, clearly unhappy. This place was the ancient medicinal garden area. Many people had just entered. They were scattered across the area, some of them probably already searching for opportunities in the ancient medicinal garden. If someone else found the 7-colored blood spirit grass, that would be bad. So Lin Xingyo couldn't help but urge Duanda again, as the colorless domain protecting him would disappear the moment he left, and Duanda would be doomed the next second. "Fellow Taoist, don't be angry. I'm coming over. You absolutely can't abandon me here. I, Duanda, am sticking with you. I won't go anywhere else," Duanda said with a smile like a blooming chrysanthemum. "MMM." Lin Xingyo responded, then turned back, holding Chu Yun's delicate hand, and strode forward with a fearless gait. Chu Yun, however, was filled with fear. She tightened her grip on Lin Xingyo's hand and, trembling, watched as he walked step by step towards the heavenly poisonous green spiders. Huff, huff. Duanda followed behind Lin Xingyo, his breathing growing heavier, because they were about to enter the swarm of heavenly poisonous green spiders. He could almost see the spiders attacking them ferociously. But to his disappointment, this scene did not occur. Instead, something even more astonishing happened. The heavenly poisonous green spiders, which even divine emperors feared, were retreating, as if something terrifying was driving them away. Seeing this, Duanda was completely dumbfounded. These were the heavenly poisonous green spiders that even divine emperors feared. Now, they were all retreating as Lin Xingyo walked forward. Chapter 87. Enlightenment. What kind of mighty being is he, to be able to accomplish this? Chapter 87. Enlightenment. What kind of supreme being is he to be able to accomplish this? Chu Yun finally snapped out of her daze and fixed her gaze on Lin Xingyo's back. Suddenly, she felt that this figure was incredibly tall, like a giant tree sheltering her from the harsh storms of this cruel world of cultivation. Roar! Before Lin Xingyo and the others could escape the encirclement of the Tiandu green spiders, a furious roar echoed, and a massive beast emerged from the opposite direction, directly heading towards them. A void beast. Duanda was stunned, his gaze fixed on the approaching beast. He was completely dazed. How could there be a void beast here? Duanda quickly tried to recall any information, but he couldn't find any mention of a void beast in this area. Void beasts are typically found on the outskirts of the ancient Forbidden Zone, primarily to intercept creatures entering that region. Yet, here was a powerful void beast, which immediately made Duanda realize that the ancient medicinal garden must be undergoing a major transformation. Roar! The void beast didn't give Lin Xingyo and the others much time to react. With a roar, it lifted its mountain-like leg and stomped down fiercely towards them. Clang! Seeing this, Duanda immediately summoned the Wanting Mother Chi tripod, holding it above his head to block the void beast's violent stomp. Boom! The Wanting Mother Chi tripod vibrated, and the sky was filled with exploding divine radiance and surging patterns of order, forming a powerful attack that blasted towards the void beast. Boom! However, with a single stomp, the void beast shattered the void, and even the clouds in the sky burst apart. The beast's massive paw pressed down, causing the Wanting Mother Chi tripod to sink and emit a deafening explosion that seemed to shatter the heavens. Duanda couldn't withstand the intense pressure and spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering backward more than 10 steps. At that moment, a hand suddenly supported his back. In an instant, the overwhelming force from the void beast was completely dissipated by an invisible power. Duanda was dumbfounded. He knew who was behind him, but the ability to neutralize such a force was beyond his comprehension. Just moments ago, he had been facing the backlash from the Wanting Mother Chi tripod and the void beast's ferocious attack. He knew he wouldn't die, but being severely injured was inevitable. Yet, Lin Xingyo had effortlessly deflected both forces with a single move. This was simply too incredible, too terrifying. Could he be an emperor? After a while, Duanda finally regained his senses, his gaze fixed on Lin Xingyo in disbelief. He had realized it. Lin Xingyo must be an invincible emperor, capable of cutting down stars and moons, severing the fabric of time, and standing above the ancient heavens. Wait. Duanda's expression was dazed as he stared at Lin Xingyo, his eyes unable to look away. An emperor. Emperors are the strongest beings in the immortal realm. Shouldn't such a figure be guarding a piece of heaven and earth? Why would he come to the ancient Forbidden Zone? This is one of the most terrifying forbidden areas in the immortal realm. Even emperors rarely venture here, let alone mere quasi-emperors. Only immortal kings come here in search of opportunities to ascend to emperorhood. Figures like Lin Xingyo should never appear in such a place. After all, the ancient Forbidden Zone is fraught with unimaginable dangers, capable of crushing even the mightiest emperors. No emperor would dare enter without good reason, as the risks of perishing here are too great. So why is he so fearless? And why would he hide his identity to enter the ancient Forbidden Zone? Could he be plotting something immense, or is he here to eliminate a taboo from the ancient Forbidden Zone? Duanda pondered deeply, his thoughts growing increasingly fearful as he looked at Lin Xingyo with growing trepidation. Roar! The void beast, however, was enraged, pounding its chest with its claws. These insignificant creatures dared to stand in its way. Die! The void beast's claws clenched into fists, and with a ferocious swing, it smashed down towards Lin Xingyo and the others. Its fist shattered the surrounding space, its mountain-sized punch accompanied by a deafening roar, blotting out the sky. Clang! The void beast's iron fist slammed into the ground just as Lin Xingyo stepped back. The ground cracked like a spiderweb, and violent flames engulfed the area. Countless Tian-Du green spiders were reduced to ashes, and even their venom was incinerated. Roar! The void beast roared again, unsatisfied with its missed strike, and swung its fist once more towards Lin Xingyo. It's over. Duanda's heart sank, his eyes filled with despair. The void beast before them was incredibly powerful, with strength that could crush even an emperor. After all, even the Wanning Mother Chi tripod couldn't destroy it, which spoke volumes about its terrifying might. What should we do? Am I going to die here? Compared to Duanda, Chu Yun felt a deep sense of impending death. The void beast was far too powerful for her to defeat. What should I do? Am I really going to die? But if I die, what will happen to the spirit of the immortal moon sect? Just as Chu Yun was on the verge of breaking down in despair, Lin Xingyo suddenly stepped in front of her, shielding her from the danger. Fatty, take care of my woman. I'll take care of this void beast. Before Chu Yun could react, Lin Xingyo clenched his fist and charged towards the void beast. No, come back? Chu Yun was stunned, then panicked, shouting, with your strength, how could you possibly defeat such a powerful void beast? It will crush you with one punch. Hurry back. It's over. Duanda's expression froze as he watched Lin Xingyo charge towards the void beast, already imagining the scene of Lin Xingyo being obliterated. But the next moment, both Duanda and Chu Yun's eyes widened in disbelief as they watched Lin Xingyo charge towards the void beast. How could he be so strong? After a long while, Duanda finally snapped out of his shock, staring at Lin Xingyo as he effortlessly obliterated the void beast. How could he be so powerful? With just his bare fists, he annihilated the formidable void beast in one strike. His strength must be at least at the emperor level. Wait, if he's an emperor, why would such a powerful figure stay by our side all this time? Could it be because of me? Chu Yun's body trembled, her face turning red as she gazed at Lin Xingyo with a tender expression. But soon, she glared fiercely at him, her face filled with anger and embarrassment. These past few days, she had been taken advantage of by Lin Xingyo, and now it seemed he had deliberately approached her. He must be like those other men, lusting after her beauty. But Lin Xingyo was even more despicable, as he had been touching her all over from the start. How infuriating! The more Chu Yun thought about it, the angrier she became, secretly vowing to find a way to teach Lin Xingyo a lesson. She wanted him to know that she wasn't so easily won over. If he got her too easily, he might not cherish her in the future. Chu Yun, let's go. Just as Chu Yun was fuming with anger, Lin Xingyo dusted off his hands and walked over to her, saying, if we don't leave now, the void beast might come back to life. Humph! Chu Yun glared fiercely at Lin Xingyo, then turned her head away in a huff. Duanda, on the other hand, wore a fawning smile as he approached, looking at Lin Xingyo with such obsequiousness that he seemed ready to kneel and lick his boots. Roar! Before Lin Xingyo and the others could break free from the encirclement of the heavenly poison green spiders, a furious roar resounded, and a massive void beast appeared, directly advancing towards them. Void beast! Duanda's expression shifted as he stared at the approaching Shirso. He was momentarily stunned. How could there be a Shirso here? Duanda quickly tried to recall any information about Shirso, but he couldn't find any mention of them in this area. Shirso usually reside on the outskirts of the ancient Forbidden Zone, primarily to block and kill any living beings that venture into that region. The presence of such a powerful Shirso here indicated that the ancient medicinal garden must have undergone a significant change. Roar! The void beast didn't give Lin Xingyo and the others much time to react. With a roar, it raised its mountain-sized leg and slammed it down toward them. Bang! Seeing this, Duanda swiftly summoned the Wanning Muji tripod, hoisting it above his head to withstand the raging blow from the void beast. Boom! The Wanning Muji tripod trembled, releasing a flood of order and Tao principles that erupted with divine radiance, creating a formidable attack that surged toward the void beast. Boom! However, with a single stomp from the void beast, the void shattered, and even the clouds in the sky burst apart. The void beast's massive foot pressed down, causing the Wanning Muji tripod to sink and emit a deafening sonic boom that seemed to shatter the heavens. Duanda could not withstand the overwhelming force of the sheer so. He spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered backward, taking several steps. At that moment, a hand suddenly supported his back. In an instant, the force bearing down on him, including the backlash from the Wanning Muji tripod and the ferocious power of the void beast, was completely dissipated by an invisible force. Duanda was momentarily stunned. He knew who was behind him, but to possess such abilities, he couldn't help but be shocked. Just a moment ago, he had been facing the backlash from the Wanning Muji tripod and the void beast's ferocious attack. Although he knew he wouldn't die, he was certain he would be severely injured. Yet, in an instant, Lin Xingyo had completely neutralized it all. This was an incredibly supernatural and terrifying ability. Is he a great emperor? After a moment, Duanda finally regained his composure. His gaze locked onto Lin Xingyo, his mind racing. He had finally grasped the truth. Lin Xingyo was undoubtedly a celestial emperor, a being of limitless power, capable of shattering stars and moons, and even severing the very threads of time. Wait. Duanda's expression wavered as he stared at Lin Xingyo, his eyes unable to leave him. A celestial emperor. The celestial emperor is the ultimate power in the immortal spirit realm. Such a being should be guarding a realm, so why is he here in the ancient forbidden zone? This place is one of the most terrifying forbidden zones in the Xianling realm. Even quasi-emperors rarely venture here. Typically, only kings of the immortal world come to seek the opportunity to ascend to the throne of an emperor. Someone like Lin Xingyo, with his status, should never appear here. After all, the ancient forbidden zone is fraught with great peril, capable of crushing even a nine heavens immortal emperor. No ordinary immortal emperor would dare to enter, as the risks far outweigh the rewards, and one wrong move could lead to their downfall. So, why is he so fearless? And why did he deliberately conceal his identity to enter the ancient forbidden zone? Could he have some grand scheme? Or is he here to eliminate a certain taboo of the ancient forbidden zone? Duanda pondered deeply, and the more he thought, the more fearful he became. His gaze towards Lin Xingyo grew filled with dread. Roar! The void beast, however, was enraged. It pounded its chest with its claws, furious that such insignificant beings dared to stand against it. Kill! The void beast's claws clenched into fists as it unleashed a furious attack, striking down toward Lin Xingyo and the others with a devastating force. With a single punch, the surrounding void shattered, and its mountain-sized fist, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom, descended with overwhelming force. Bang! The beast's iron fist struck the ground just as Lin Xingyo dodged, causing the earth to crack like a spiderweb. Violent flames engulfed the area, reducing countless heavenly poison green spiders to ashes and melting their venom. Roar! The void beast, unsatisfied with its initial strike, roared once more and unleashed another explosive punch directly at Lin Xingyo. It's over. Duanda's heart sank, and despair filled his eyes. The beast before them was incredibly powerful, with a strength that could crush even a great emperor. After all, even the Wanning Muji tripod couldn't harm it, indicating just how terrifying its power was. What do we do? Am I going to die here? Compared to Duanda, Chu Yun felt the imminence of death. The void beast was far too powerful for her to defeat. What do we do? Am I really going to die? But if I die, what will happen to the sacred artifact of the immortal moon sect? As Chu Yun was on the brink of utter despair, Lin Xingyo suddenly stepped in front of her, shielding her. Fatty, look after my woman. I'll take care of this void beast. Before Chu Yun could react, Lin Xingyo clenched his fist and charged toward the void beast. No, come back? Chu Yun was stunned, then panicked and shouted. How can you possibly defeat such a powerful void beast? You'll be crushed by its fist. Hurry back. It's over. Duanda's expression froze as he watched Lin Xingyo charge toward the Su beast, already envisioning the scene of Lin Xingyo being crushed by it. But the next moment, both Duanda and Chu Yun's eyes widened in disbelief as they watched Lin Xingyo charge toward the void beast. How can he be so strong? Chapter 87. Enlightenment. What kind of supreme being is he to be able to accomplish this? Chu Yun finally snapped out of her daze, her gaze fixed on Lin Xingyo's back. Suddenly, she felt that this figure was incredibly tall. It was as if he was a giant tree sheltering her from the storm in this harsh world of cultivation, capable of shielding her from all the dangers. Roar! Before Lin Xingyo and the others could escape the encirclement of the Tiandu green spiders, a furious roar echoed, and they saw an enormous Shirso, bellowing as it marched straight towards them. A Shirso. Duanda's expression changed, his eyes fixed on the approaching Shirso. He was completely stunned. How could there be a Shirso here? Duanda quickly tried to recall any information he had, but he couldn't remember anyone mentioning the presence of Shirso in this place. Shirso usually only exist on the outskirts of the ancient Forbidden Zone, mainly to block and kill any living beings entering the area. But now, there was such a powerful Shirso here, which immediately made Duanda realize that the ancient medicinal garden must have undergone a shocking change. Roar! The Shirso didn't give Lin Xingyo and the others much time to react. With another roar, it lifted its mountain-like leg and stomped fiercely towards them. Bang! Seeing this, Duanda immediately summoned the Ding of Universal Mother Energy, holding it above his head to block the Shirso's violent stomp. Boom! The Ding of Universal Mother Energy vibrated, and the sky was filled with exploding laws of order and divine radiance, forming a powerful attack that struck the Shirso. Boom! However, with a single stomp from the Shirso, the space around them completely collapsed, and even the clouds in the sky were shattered. The Shirso's massive foot. It pressed down on the Ding of Universal Mother Energy, causing it to sink and emit a deafening explosion that seemed to shatter the heavens. Duanda couldn't withstand the force of the Shirso's powerful stomp. He spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered backward more than 10 steps. At that moment, a hand suddenly supported his back. In an instant, the overwhelming force from the Shirso was completely dissipated by an invisible power. Duanda was stunned. He knew who was behind him, but to possess such abilities, he couldn't help but be shocked. Just a moment ago, he had faced the backlash from the Ding of Universal Mother Energy and the violent force of the Shirso. In that instant, Duanda knew he wouldn't die, but being severely injured was inevitable. Now, with just a single move, Lin Xingyo had resolved everything. This technique was simply too incredible, too terrifying. Could he be an emperor? After a while, Duanda finally managed to recover from his shock. His gaze fixed on Lin Xingyo. He was dumbfounded. He understood now. Lin Xingyo must be an invincible powerhouse, capable of cutting down stars and moons, breaking through the heavens, and traversing the ages. Wait. Duanda's expression was dazed as he looked at Lin Xingyo, his eyes locked on him, unable to move away. An immortal emperor. An immortal emperor represents the pinnacle of power in the immortal realm. Shouldn't such a figure be guarding a part of the world? Why would he come to the ancient Forbidden Zone? This is one of the most terrifying forbidden areas in the immortal realm. Even a quasi-emperor rarely comes here. Usually, only immortal kings come to seek the opportunity to ascend to emperor status. Figures like Lin Xingyo should never appear here. After all, the ancient Forbidden Zone is filled with great terrors, capable of crushing even a nine-heaven emperor. So, emperors generally dare not enter, as the risks are too great and they might fall here. But why is he so fearless? And why did he deliberately hide his identity to come to the ancient Forbidden Zone? Could he have some grand scheme, or is he here to slay a taboo being? Duanda thought of many possibilities, and the more he thought, the more fearful he became. His gaze towards Lin Xingyo turned increasingly wary. Roar! The Shirso, however, was furious, pounding its chest with its claws. These tiny creatures dared to block it. Kill! The Shirso's ferocious claws clenched into fists and smashed down fiercely towards Lin Xingyo and the others. With a single punch, the surrounding space instantly shattered, and its mountain-sized fist, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom, descended like a shadow covering the sky. Bang! The Shirso's iron fist slammed heavily onto the ground in front of Lin Xingyo, who had swiftly retreated. In an instant, the ground cracked like a spider web. Violent flames engulfed the entire area. Countless Tian-Du green spiders were reduced to ashes, and their venom was completely burned away. Roar! The Shirso, not hitting its target, roared again and launched another explosive attack towards Lin Xingyo. It's over. Duanda's heart sank, his eyes filled with despair. Because the Shirso in front of them was extremely powerful. Its combat strength was definitely capable of crushing an emperor. After all, even the Ding of Universal Mother Energy couldn't destroy it, so its strength was beyond terrifying. What should I do? Am I going to die here? Compared to Duanda, Chu Yun at this moment felt the approach of death, because this Shirso was simply too powerful, and with her strength, she couldn't possibly defeat it. What should I do? Am I really going to die? But if I die, what will happen to the sacrificial spirit of the Immortal Moon sect? Just as Chu Yun was on the verge of Bunkoyu, Lin Xingyo suddenly let go of her and stood in front of her, saying, "Fatty, take care of my woman. I'll take care of this Shirso." Before Chu Yun could react, Lin Xingyo clenched his fist and charged towards the Shirso. "No, come back." Chu Yun was stunned, then panicked and shouted, "With just you, how could you possibly defeat such a powerful Shirso? You'll be smashed to pieces with a single punch. Come back. It's over." Duanda was stunned, watching Lin Xingyo charge towards the Shirso, as if he could already see Lin Xingyo being crushed by the Shirso. But, the next moment, both Duanda and Chu Yun widened their eyes, staring at Lin Xingyo as he charged towards the Shirso, completely dumbfounded. How can he be so strong? After a long while, Duanda finally recovered from his shock. He stared at Lin Xingyo, who had effortlessly obliterated the Shirso with a single punch, unable to regain his composure. How could he be so strong? With just a single punch, he obliterated the powerful Shirso. His strength is at least at the Immortal Emperor level. Wait, he's an Immortal Emperor, but why would such a powerful figure stay by our side all this time? Could it be because of me? Chu Yun was shocked, her face turning red as she gazed at Lin Xingyo with a tender expression. But soon, she glared fiercely at him, her expression turning angry and shy. Because during these days, she had been taken advantage of by Lin Xingyo. Now she realized that this guy had deliberately approached her. He must have been like those other men, lusting after her beauty, so he had come close to her. But this guy was even more despicable, as he had already taken liberties with her. Damn it! Chu Yun became angrier the more she thought about it, secretly resolving to find an opportunity to teach Lin Xingyo a lesson, to make him understand that she wasn't so easy to get. And if he got her so easily, would he still cherish her in the future? Chu Yun, let's go. Just as Chu Yun was getting angrier, Lin Xingyo dusted off his hands and walked over to her and the others, saying, "If we don't leave now, the Shirso might come back to life." Humph! Chu Yun glared fiercely at Lin Xingyo and turned her head angrily, while Duanda, with a full face of smiles, walked over, his expression so flattering that he almost wanted to kneel down and lick Lin Xingyo's feet. How could he be so powerful? With just a single punch, he annihilated the formidable Shirso. His strength must at least be at the Shandi level. Wait, he's a celestial emperor, yet why would such a powerful celestial emperor hide his identity and stay by our side? Could it be because of me? Chu Yun's body trembled, and her face turned red as she gazed at Lin Xingyo with a tender expression. But soon, she glared at him angrily, her face filled with both embarrassment and fury. Over the past few days, she had been taken advantage of by Lin Xingyo, and now it seemed he had deliberately approached her. He must be like those other men, infatuated with her beauty. What's more, he had been even more shameless, taking liberties with her. How despicable! The angrier she thought, the more determined she became. She vowed to find an opportunity to teach Lin Xingyo a lesson, to make him understand that she wasn't so easily won over. If he got his way too easily, he wouldn't cherish her. Chu Yun, let's go. Just as Chu Yun was simmering with anger, Lin Xingyo clapped his hands and walked over to her, saying, "We need to leave now. Otherwise, the void beast might come back to life." Humph! Chu Yun glared at Lin Xingyo and turned her head away, her face flushed with anger. Meanwhile, Duandu approached with a fawning smile, his expression so obsequious that he almost looked like he wanted to kneel and lick Lin Xingyo's boots. Chapter 88. Kill and be done with it. Is this an ancient medicinal garden? As Lin Xingyo obliterated the ruins beast with a single punch, Ji Haowen, who had just awakened, suddenly opened his eyes. Gazing at the garden before him, filled with vibrant colors, surging essence, and even ordinary herbs brimming with spirituality, he was overjoyed. He, Ji Haowen, had directly landed in an ancient medicinal garden. This was too exhilarating. It seemed that even the heavens were favoring him, and he was destined to rise and become the unrivaled ruler of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Human pet, you're awake? Come here quickly and help me clear the weeds in the garden. If you damage any of Lord Dog's divine herbs, I'll eat you. Humph! Ji Haowen's expression stiffened, and his gaze finally fell upon the medicinal garden in front of him. There, a large black dog lounged on a rattan chair, its round dog eyes casually glancing at him as it spoke to him. Humph! Seeing this, Ji Haowen's gaze darkened immediately, and his face showed clear anger. Who did he think he was? He was the immortal King Ji Haowen. He had been bullied by Lin Xingyo recently, which he could tolerate, but now even a dog dared to bully him? This was absolutely unacceptable. Big black dog, you're too bold. Do you know who I am? How dare you order me to work in the fields? Do you know the wrath I can unleash? After a moment of realization, Ji Haowen exploded with momentum, his killing intent surging as he glared at the black dog and roared. The black dog lifted its head, its gaze falling directly on Ji Haowen. Human pet, are you declaring war on me? How dare you? Ji Haowen glared furiously at the black dog. His inner fury erupted, and behind him, rays of divine light rose, his killing intent sharp as he stepped towards the black dog. As the saying goes, even a clay bodhisattva has a temper. The black dog's repeated provocations had pushed Ji Haowen to his limit. He had been holding back his anger for days, and now it was boiling over. First, he would kill this black dog. Then, he would refine the divine herbs in the garden, which would surely allow him to break through to the 9th level of the immortal king realm and step into the realm of a quasi-emperor. Afterwards, he would craft a few talismans to counter ghosts and spirits, and then he would definitely kill that scoundrel Lin Xingyo. But, the next second, the black dog looked at Ji Haowen, then calmly said, "Human pet, are you really challenging me, Black Emperor? Make sure you choose your burial spot well. I, Black Emperor, only kill. I don't bury." What? Ji Haowen's steps came to an abrupt halt, and instinctively, he stumbled back 300 meters. You are the Black Emperor?